A fervent admirer of classic films, an advertising planner finds himself transported into the realm of Hong Kong cinema. He resolves to no longer be trampled upon by others. He decides to indulge in potent spirits, undertake grand endeavors, and pursue the most exquisite companions, establishing a distillery, founding a hotel on the mainland, and organizing high-stakes gatherings. Unbeknownst to him, a clandestine organization spanning Asia, Europe, and Africa begins to take shape, a shadowy puppeteer manipulating the global underworld. Concurrently, a group of protagonists from various film narratives converge, vowing to unmask the puppeteer, thus commencing a grand spectacle of good versus evil. If you enjoy Hong Kong action fiction like this, hit subscribe to support the channel. Chapter 1. Dreams of Yesteryear in a Blu-ray Player. In the winter of 2002X, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, the subway line 2, at 11:30 at night, resembles a colossal, steel-wrought worm, laboriously traversing the depths of the city. The jarring metallic sound at the carriage connections is harsh and monotonous, mingling with the air infused with the sense of perfume, sweat, and disinfectant, lulling one into a stupor. Liu Chen leans against the handrail in the corner, his phone, with a shattered screen, long since gone dark, yet he mechanically maintains a bowed posture. The glass reflection reveals a youthful, albeit slightly puffy visage. At 25, 3 years have elapsed since his university graduation. His gaze appears somewhat vacant, with dark circles under his eyes, a testament to sleepless nights and the relentless torment from clients. Next stop, Century Avenue. The cold electronic voice announces the station, akin to a daily ritual of judgment. Liu Chen raises his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. 3 summers ago, during a graduation banquet, he stood atop a beer crate in a street-side eatery behind the school, boldly proclaiming to his gathered comrades, "Brothers, I'm off to Shanghai after graduation. 3 years. Give me 3 years, and I shall either return in glory or plant my roots by the Huangpu River, living a life worthy of this world." At that time, Liu Chen believed the world was akin to a freshly unwrapped Blu-ray disc, pristine and radiant, its reflective surface shimmering with rainbow hues, awaiting his interpretation of an extraordinary narrative. He fancied himself the protagonist, accompanied by a personal soundtrack, effortlessly overcoming all challenges. 3 years have now passed. Reality is not a fervent adventure, nor even a tragic film. It is a lengthy, tedious documentary devoid of a musical score, the camera shaky, and the visuals coarse. As an orphan without connections or background, attending university was merely an ordinary affair, culminating in a position at a modest advertising firm as a planner. This role, though seemingly glamorous with the title of senior creative consultant emblazoned on his business card, is nothing more than that of a wordsmith laborer. Each day, he confronts bizarre demands from clients. "I want a colorfully vibrant black, make the logo larger, yet appear smaller. This feeling is off, it lacks grandeur." Yet Liu Chen remains undeterred, convinced he has taken the first step toward integrating into Shanghai. Initially, he naively believed that hard work would yield recognition. Thus he toiled day and night, tirelessly revising proposals, even braving torrential rain to rush back to the office for urgent requests. Yet, what did he receive in return? His meticulously crafted ideas were casually appropriated by superiors, transformed into mere talking points during presentations. The accolades earned from sleepless nights were ruthlessly claimed by supervisors, leaving him with only a few insipid verbal commendations. Even the scant promotion he had eagerly anticipated for a year was mercilessly awarded to a new hire, the boss's cousin, who could barely navigate PowerPoint. Eventually, he learned to feign smiles in the elevator for those he despised, to respond at midnight with "received, will revise shortly," and to gradually digest that ambition, swallowing it down to fuel his morning commute via subway. It felt akin to being sliced by a dull blade, not fatal, but painful and incessant. Only Liu Chen knew that the spirited youth within him had not perished entirely. He merely concealed it deep within. Exiting the subway station, cold rain began to fall. The rain, mingled with icy snowflakes, stung his face. Without an umbrella, he huddled his neck and briskly entered an aging residential complex. This was the shadow cast by Shanghai's splendor, devoid of Lujiazhui's radiance, only tangled wires and trash bins emanating a foul odor. Pushing open the peeling security door, the 30-square-meter rental space remained desolate. However, upon closing the door and shutting out the storm and clamor, a flicker of vitality ignited in his ashen eyes. He did not immediately proceed to wash up. Instead, he walked straight toward the one incongruous element in the room, a wall entirely adorned with a custom-made wooden cabinet. This was his sanctuary, his final refuge for the spirit. The cabinet was densely packed with thousands of Blu-ray discs, Not the trendy streaming memberships or terabytes of resources on cloud storage, but tangible discs adorned with exquisite covers. These were Blu-ray discs of numerous classic films. More specifically, they represented the golden decade from the early 1980s to the late 1990s, an era dubbed the Oriental Hollywood. Liu Chen's fingers glided gently over the familiar titles, his touch as tender as caressing a lover's skin. Asterisk A Better Tomorrow, Asterisk The Killer, Prison on Fire, Young and Dangerous, Infernal Affairs, The Triad Zone, SBL, The Firestorm, Dark Flower. Each disc was meticulously maintained, the covers unmarred by a single crease. In this fast-paced era of short videos, Liu Chen was an anomaly. He detested AI narrations that summarized films in 3 minutes, and he loathed the superficial labels like Little Handsome and Little Beauty. What he sought was immersion, a unique texture that belonged solely to that world. Within this cramped rental, he was no longer the subservient planner. He was the sovereign of this wall. He reveled in the suave yet tragic demeanor of Chow Yun-fat concealing a gun at Fenglin Pavilion. It was not mere bravado, but a last stand when cornered. He cherished Tony Leung's complex gaze on the rooftop when he uttered, "I'm sorry, I'm a cop." It was not just a line, but a 10-year struggle of a man trapped in a hellish existence. He admired Sammo Hung's commanding presence as he shattered a bottle on the steps, and he appreciated Donnie Yen's textbook-worthy urban combat in SBL, each punch landing with ferocity and precision. Tonight, Liu Chen hesitated between the Triad Zone 2, To Be Peaceful, and Infernal Affairs 2, ultimately resting upon a disc with a yellowed cover. Asterisk Infernal Affairs 2 starred. This was his favorite installment of the series, not for its explosive plot, but for its sense of fate and the almost omnipotent, yet ultimately fallen man, an Ai Yongxiao. In this game of life, one must eventually pay the price. Liu Chen murmured the iconic line, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he retrieved the disc. What does my life amount to? In this game, I have no chance to repay, for no one is willing to lend me anything that he skillfully powered on the Sony Blu-ray player that had accompanied him for 3 years. Once a flagship model, it had cost him his first month's salary, yet it recently exhibited some faults, producing loud noises while reading discs, the cooling fan wheezing like an old cow. However, he could not bear to replace it, nor did he have the funds for a superior model. Placing the disc into the tray, the mechanical whirring ensued, and the television screen flickered to life. The familiar opening theme resonated, deep and oppressive, as if heralding the calm before a storm. Liu Chen retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, leaving the lights off as he sank into the lazy sofa, illuminated only by the flickering glow of the television screen. Even though he was intimately familiar with the plot, he remained completely engrossed. Liu Chen gazed at the screen, where the somewhat daft Zheng Zhuwei was still mindlessly consuming his boxed meal, shaking his head. At this moment, Han Shun is both terrifying and manageable, for he harbors concerns, or rather, he remains tethered to this world by a thread named Mary. Once Mary perishes, Han Shun will transform into a rabid dog, unrestrained and wild. And Ai Yongxiao's downfall lies in the fact that he is still human, bound by familial ties. In contrast, the Han Shun that follows has already become a ghost. Gradually, the film reached its climax. Ai Yongxiao, outmaneuvered by Han Shun, found himself ensnared on that food street, surrounded by police. He collapsed into the embrace of his brother Qin Yongren, trembling hands discovering the listening device nestled within his brother's coat. That look in his eyes, shock, despair, anguish, eventually morphed into a complex sense of resignation. He meticulously adjusted his brother's clothing, taking the truth of his brother's undercover status to the grave. Liu Chen's heart tightened suddenly. No matter how many times he viewed this scene, it always evoked deep emotion within him. This is the allure of Hong Kong cinema. The villains are vividly flawed, while the heroes are tragically helpless. Suddenly, the image froze. The television screen erupted into a mosaic of vibrant colors, and the speakers emitted a harsh, grating zzz sound, akin to a piercing electrical shriek that shattered the atmosphere in an instant. Damn, not again. Liu Chen scowled, irritation flaring as he was yanked from his immersive world back to reality. The critical moment. You falter, and you dare to mock me? He stood up in annoyance, striding over to the television cabinet. The antiquated Sony Blu-ray player emitted an unsettling hum, its body even exuding a faint, burnt odor. Come on, old friend, don't let me down now. Can you hold on just a bit longer? Liu Chen mumbled, instinctively reaching out to pat the side of the machine. This was a folk remedy he had learned online, a trick that had never failed him before. Yet this time, fate played a cruel jest, just as his fingers brushed against the cold metallic casing once more. Zzz. An unprecedented, ferocious surge of energy coursed through his fingertips in an instant. This was no ordinary electric shock. It felt like a furious lightning dragon racing up his arm and into his torso. All his nerves were forcibly straightened and torn apart in that fleeting moment. Lu Chen couldn't even scream. The current locked his throat, forcing out only bizarre, choking sounds. His heart convulsed violently within his chest, the agony transcending the limits of human endurance, as if his entire being were about to explode in the next second. The world before him plunged into darkness. No, not darkness. In this endless void, Lu Chen beheld countless shattered lights spinning wildly. Those were the afterimages of neon signs. That was the trajectory of bullets slicing through the air. That was the cold gleam of bloodied blades reflecting light. The sound of electricity amplified infinitely, warping into a cacophony of voices, crashing upon him like a tsunami. I want your life. I'm sorry, officer. Sir, I haven't played the Big Brother in ages. This is Causeway Bay. I call the shots. Countless iconic lines, numerous familiar voices, intertwined with the wail of sirens, the sounds of carnage, the clattering of dice, all surged into his mind, obliterating his scant memories of modern society. Those plans, those rents, those duplicitous smiles, leaving them shattered and fragmented. Amidst the excruciating pain, Lu Chen's consciousness began to plummet rapidly. It felt as though he were descending from a height of 10,000 meters into the depths of the ocean. Yet, he felt no fear. On the contrary, in the final moments of his consciousness fading, he experienced an unprecedented sense of release. Finally, he no longer had to rush to catch tomorrow's morning rush hour. Boom. Chapter 2. The Cinematic Check-in System. The briny sea water. This was the first sensation that greeted Lu Chen upon the return of his consciousness. Immediately following was the stinging discomfort of coarse sand scraping against his cheek, coupled with the almost dizzying heat emanating from the relentless sun overhead. The sound of waves crashing upon the shore resonated like the heavy drumming of a distant heartbeat, each crash reverberating against his eardrums. Lu Chen suddenly choked on a mouthful of bitter seawater, his violent coughing contorting his body into a spasm akin to that of a curled shrimp. His lungs felt as though they were ablaze, each breath laced with a tearing agony. Am I not dead? With great difficulty, he propped himself up, his fingers sinking deep into the moist sand. The tactile reality of it all left him momentarily disoriented. Just a moment ago, he had been in a frigid rented room in the metropolis, sent away by a malfunctioning blue light machine, and now he found himself sprawled across a desolate beach, drenched and disheveled. This was neither a hospital nor hell. Lu Chen gazed up in bewilderment. Before him lay a murky expanse of sea, with distant, hazy mountains and scattered fishing boats barely visible on the horizon. The sunlight pierced his eyes, prompting him to squint. Yet he could still discern that this was decidedly not the Huangpu River. Just as Lu Chen was processing the bewildering reality of his apparent translocation, an emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host's vital signs detected as stable. Time-space traversal complete. Scanning current world dimensional data. Synchronizing and implanting basic worldview of this dimension. Before the last words faded, an intense headache struck him without warning, as if a red-hot iron rod were violently stirring through his brain, forcibly cramming numerous unfamiliar pieces of information into his skull. Ugh! Lu Chen clutched his head, letting out a pained roar. Countless fragments of common knowledge about this era and location surged into his consciousness like a flood breaching its dam. After what felt like an eternity, the pain receded like a tide. Lu Chen gasped for air, his eyes wide with shock. 1981. Hong Kong Island. Have I truly traversed to this place? As the memories coalesced, Lu Chen murmured the location and time he found himself in, his pupils abruptly constricting. As a seasoned admirer of Hong Kong cinema, he was acutely aware of this pivotal moment. On October 23, 1980, the British Hong Kong government had officially abolished the long-standing policy of bailing. Prior to this, as long as illegal immigrants successfully entered the urban area, specifically south of Boundary Street, they could obtain legal residency, colloquially known as an ID card. But now, it was 1981. The doors of that policy had been firmly shut. The current policy mandated immediate arrest and deportation for any illegal entrants. There would be no leniency. In other words, I am now a complete illegal resident. Lu Chen let out a wry smile, though it was devoid of fear. He glanced down at his reflection in a puddle. It seemed that due to the translocation, he had regressed a few years. He appeared to be only 21 or 22. He stood up and stretched his sore limbs. Though this body felt frail, he sensed an unprecedented vitality surging within him. This was Hong Kong Island in 1981, an era that would, in the ensuing 2 decades, become the foremost of the Asian tigers, the Eastern Hollywood, birthing countless tycoons, stars, and heroes. This place was chaotic and barbaric, rife with gray areas due to its unique historical circumstances. I possess the foresight of 40 years beyond this era. I know the pivotal moments of every financial storm, I understand the trends of real estate prices, and I can predict which stocks will soar. Lu Chun inhaled a deep breath of the briny sea breeze. Although he was clad merely in casual loungewear, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Even if he had to start from being an illegal resident, so what? In this era of rampant growth, armed with the knowledge in his mind, he would inevitably rise to prominence. Since fate has granted me a second chance at life, I shall never again live like a dog. Moreover, in my previous life, I was an orphan without parents, nor had I ever had a girlfriend. Thus, I had no ties to hold me back here. Just as he was filled with ambition and ready to plan for the future, an emotionless mechanical voice abruptly resonated deep within his mind. Ding. World dimensional scan complete. Welcome to the Hong Kong Cinematic Fusion Universe. The cinematic check-in system has been officially activated. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, and then a wave of immense joy surged through him. Wait, the Hong Kong Cinematic Fusion Universe? This isn't merely a historical parallel world? Lu Chun anxiously pondered within. Does this mean characters like Chen Haonan, Han Shun, and Li Wenbin exist in this cinematic world? Response to host, indeed. This world is a parallel universe where multiple classic film backgrounds converge, including, but not limited to Hong Kong films and Hollywood movies familiar to the host. All film plots, characters, and factions exist in reality, though due to the fusion of worlds, timelines and event details may have undergone slight adjustments. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Chun clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. If this were merely a historical translocation, he would have to tread carefully to survive in this den of capital predators. But if it were the world of Hong Kong cinema, it would be akin to stepping into his own backyard. He was intimately familiar with this realm. Who is loyal? Who is treacherous? Who rises to power after the demise of the boss? Who is an undercover within the police force? He knew it all. This would be his greatest advantage. A perspective of omniscience more formidable than the system itself. System note. Should the host interact with popular film characters for more than 10 minutes, a check-in will be triggered, granting attribute points. Special adjustment. Each film has a reward cap. The system only recognizes the first two main characters the host interacts with. Subsequent characters will not yield rewards. Thus, a single film may yield a maximum of 2 attribute points, and a series of films is treated as a single entity. Detecting initial activation of the system. Issuing a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Immediately. Lu Chun did not hesitate. Congratulations, host has received 1 free attribute point. Is that it? Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. No infinite ammunition, AK-47, or $1 million. Hint. This system is designed to assist the host's growth, not to directly bestow invincible abilities. The host is advised to utilize each attribute point judiciously. Lu Chun smirked, but quickly composed himself. Indeed, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. In this perilous world, personal strength is paramount. At that moment, a faint blue translucent screen materialized before his eyes. Host's personal attribute panel has been activated. Name, Lu Chun. Age, 21. Identity, illegal immigrant. Status, weak, in urgent need of food and fresh water. Basic attributes. Stamina, LV2, a physique comparable to an ordinary person, coupled with the exhaustion from long-distance travel. Your endurance is only slightly better than that of Lin Daiyu. After running a few steps, you will be out of breath. Strength, LV1, a typical weakling. Don't even think about taking on 10 opponents. Even a random thug could easily subdue you. Agility, LV2, average reflexes. You might not outrun a police dog, let alone a particularly nimble chubby person. Perception, LV3, you possess an innate intuition for danger, which may be the reason you managed to scrape by in the workplace of 2024. Intelligence, LV3, having received higher education, your mind is relatively sharp. Your logical reasoning is clear, but you have yet to reach the level of cunning strategist. Charm, LV3, well-defined features, somewhat handsome. If tidied up, he possesses the potential to be a pretty boy in this era. Affability, LV3, appears harmless, easily disarming others' defenses. This is a natural guise. Personal space, LV1, 1 cubic meter in size. Available free attribute points, 1 point. Gazing at this dismal panel, Lu Chun stroked his chin. A strength level of LV1 is truly pitiful. If I were to encounter a highwayman, I could only kneel and plead for mercy. However, having a portable space as a standard feature for traversers is indeed a boon. It simplifies the handling of illicit funds. His gaze lingered between strength and intelligence. The current situation is perilous. He is undocumented, completely destitute, in an unfamiliar place where he could be apprehended by law enforcement at any moment, or captured by local gangs and forced into servitude, or worse, increase strength, transform into a mere LV2 ordinary person? No, Lu Chun quickly dismissed this notion. In this world, there are far too many formidable individuals. Chun Haonan is capable, the Red Poles are formidable, and gold medal assassins are lethal. A slight increase in strength might only elevate my vulnerability from being swiftly dispatched by thugs to being downed in 2 strikes. It does not resolve the fundamental issue of survival. I must endure and thrive, relying not on brute force, but on intellect. In this intricate world of Hong Kong cinema, be it gang rivalries or police confrontations, the true victors are invariably those who wield their minds. Jiang Tiansheng relies on his wits, Han Chen employs his intellect, and Ni Yongxiao is particularly astute. System, allocate this attribute point to intelligence. Command confirmed. Enhancing, there was no dazzling light or discomfort as anticipated. Lu Chen merely felt a refreshing stream of energy surge into his mind, akin to quenching thirst with an ice-cold Sprite on a sweltering summer day, invigorating and uplifting. His previously muddled thoughts became remarkably clear. The sharp sting from the fusion of memories dissipated. The sluggishness resulting from sleepless nights vanished. The world before him appeared more vividly defined. This wasn't merely an enhancement of vision, but rather an elevation in information processing capability. He gazed at the distant waves, no longer merely perceiving noise, but swiftly analyzing the current of the tides. He recalled the fragmented memories he had just witnessed, with once blurred details now vividly clear. Even recalling portions of higher mathematics learned in university, his thought processes accelerated, logical connections strengthened, and even his emotions grew more controllable. Intelligence, LV4, remarkably astute. Evaluation, your intellect has surpassed that of the vast majority. Quick-witted, with enhanced memory, you can swiftly ascertain optimal solutions in chaotic situations. You are a natural strategist. This sensation is delightful. Lu Chen closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then opened them with a sudden intensity. The confusion that once clouded his gaze had completely vanished, replaced by a hunter-esque calmness and strategic foresight. Next, he would devise a plan. Lu Chun's mind raced with unparalleled speed. First, identity issues. Currently, legitimate avenues to obtain an identification card are blocked, unless I possess a considerable sum to bribe connections or achieve a significant feat to warrant a pardon. Both paths are temporarily unavailable. Thus, I must first seek a place where identification is unnecessary and try my luck, then resolve my identity. Second, survival funds. I am currently without a penny, my stomach grumbling incessantly. Should I seek odd jobs in the city? The risks are far too great. The police patrols are stringent. Third, and most crucially, I must engage with the storyline. Only by intertwining with the plot can I acquire more points, enabling me to grow stronger like a snowball. The 3 conditions converged in his mind, ultimately pointing toward a singular destination. Lu Chun raised his gaze, peering beyond the desolate coastline toward the distant, murky horizon. In that direction lay a city, akin to a solitary island within a city. It is filthy, congested, and shrouded in darkness, known as the City of Sin. A lawless zone. Yet, to Lu Chun, it represents the ideal sanctuary for a novice, the nexus of countless Hong Kong cinematic narratives, a goldmine waiting to be unearthed. Kowloon walled city. There, the law is non-existent, only rules prevail. It is a melting pot of fugitives, addicts, unlicensed dentists, and illegal workshops. It is a no-go zone even the police dare not approach lightly. Furthermore, Lu Chun distinctly recalls that, at this juncture, many hidden masters in Hong Kong films seek refuge in Kowloon walled city. More importantly, many there possess extensive connections. With a stroke of luck, I might resolve my undocumented status. To Kowloon walled city I shall go. First, to settle down, acquire some funds, and establish an identity. A playful smirk tugged at Lu Chun's lips as he pondered the possibility of an unexpected encounter with the legendary Gundam or the still sane Aja-san brothers. He knew not the precise route, but he understood the general direction. Lu Chun bent down, picking up a suitably sturdy piece of driftwood from the beach to use as a walking stick. He splashed some water on his face in the shallows, washing away the salt and grime, revealing a youthful visage that, though pale, bore sharp contours. Observing his reflection in the water, Lu Chun adjusted his somewhat wrinkled sweatshirt. Even amid adversity, one must maintain decorum. This is his self-cultivation as the future mastermind behind the scenes. Farewell, 202XS wage slave Lu Chun. He turned away from the sea, taking his first step toward that bizarre city. Though his stride was slightly unsteady, his back remained straight, like a newly forged sword, ready to pierce through the oppressive gloom. This year, Chun Haonan was still being bullied on the court. This year, Han Shun was dutifully following the Ni family for sustenance. This year, the legendary thief had yet to commence his audacious heist. This year, Li Huanghua had not yet acquired half of England. To all the big shots, all the officers, and all the brothers in the underworld, Lu Chun gazed at the distant city's silhouette, ambition flickering in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "I have arrived." Chapter 3, Tornado. From Saigon Beach to Kowloon walled city, the straight-line distance is not overly vast. Yet for one who is penniless and perpetually at risk of inspection, this undoubtedly constitutes a long march. 2 full days. Lu Chun prowled like a nocturnal wildcat. By day, he concealed himself in the depths of park thickets or the shadows of building maintenance passages, enduring mosquito bites and gnawing hunger. By night, he utilized his vague recollection of the island's map from his previous life, stealthily navigating along unlit paths and the peripheries of abandoned industrial zones. During these 2 days, he did not return empty-handed. While passing a moldy recycling station in Shamshuepa, he bartered his assistance in sorting half a ton of old newspapers for 2 stale pineapple buns and the opportunity to peruse a trove of knowledge within that pile of discarded papers. Those oil-stained, date-variant copies of the Oriental Daily and Everyday Daily, deemed waste by others, were to Lu Chun, whose intelligence had reached LV4, invaluable sources of intelligence. As he munched on the dry bread, he swiftly scanned the pages, his mind constructing a situational map with the precision of a high-tech radar. Hung Hing, Dongxing, and Lianxing, the 3 veteran giants still firmly entrenched, controlling the most lucrative territories. The Ni family in Tsim Shui, Ni Kuan the Old Fox, is still alive and thriving. It appears the plot of Infernal Affairs 2 has yet to unfold, and Han Shun remains his loyal hound. As for the notorious king of thieves, the newspapers only report sporadic trivialities concerning the gold heist, indicating that the legendary bandit Long Jiqiang remains in hiding, while Yi Guohuan and his companions have yet to mature. In the realm of business, Li Chengjia's Chung Kong Holdings has only recently gone public, presenting an opportune moment for ambitious expansion and the acquisition of British firms. This is an era of rampant growth. With sufficient capital, even swine could take flight. Lu Chun brushed the ink off his hands, his eyes sparkling under the dim light. Beyond these titans of industry, he also noted a few emerging forces on the rise. In the Western District, a so-called businessman named Wang Bao has begun to frequently appear on the guest lists of charity galas. Yet the news of violent conflicts at the Western District seafood market has also surged, attributed to the Baozi gang's efforts to clear the area. Meanwhile, in the Kowloon area, reports of the Vietnamese gang's brutality have surfaced, though the names of the Tony brothers have yet to be mentioned. However, Lu Chun is all too familiar with their modus operandi. Truly, it is a chaotic era. Lu Chun swallowed the last bite of bread, a smile gracing his lips. The more tumultuous the situation, the greater the opportunities, and for a time traveler well-versed in all the scripts, this is the ultimate playground. For instance, according to a recent piece of intelligence he has acquired, he has discerned the best destination upon reaching Kowloon walled city. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the final rays of the setting sun vanished from the skies above Hong Kong Island, Lu Chun finally stood before that legendary place, Kowloon walled city. It loomed like a colossal, grotesque beast, entrenched in the heart of the Kowloon Peninsula. Countless dreary concrete buildings stacked upon one another in defiance of physical laws, while a web of tangled electrical wires crisscrossed above, and waterlogged garments hung from rusted iron window cages. Even from across the street, one could catch a whiff of that distinctive aroma, a medley of roast meat, foul sewage, incense smoke, and damp mildew. This is a lawless land. This is a breeding ground for sin. Here, too, is the new village Lu Chun has chosen for himself. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his shirt, which had become so soiled that its original color was indiscernible, and strode confidently inside. Upon entering the walled city, the daylight abruptly dimmed. The narrow alleyways, shrouded from sunlight year-round, were punctuated by dripping pipes overhead. Flanking the sides were a plethora of signs: unlicensed dentists, counterfeit Western medicine, dog meat stalls, underground gambling dens. Neon signs crackled in the humid air, illuminating a myriad of apathetic or menacing faces. Rather than floundering about like a headless fly, Lu Chun navigated the intricate alleys based on cinematic plots and the leads he had gathered, deftly avoiding several addicts who appeared to be hunting for their next prey, and made his way directly toward the heart of the walled city. His target was clear, an old-fashioned barbershop adorned with a red, white, and blue revolving light box. 10 minutes later, he located it in a relatively clean alleyway. Through the glass door, Lu Chun observed the shop's old yet tidy furnishings. Seated in an antique cast-iron barber chair was a customer, while behind the chair stood a middle-aged man clad in a gray tang suit, his hair meticulously combed. wielding an old-fashioned straight razor with focused intensity as he shaved the customer's face. The motion was gentle and graceful, resembling the crafting of a work of art rather than a mere shaving. Tornado, the arbiter of Kowloon walled city, once a dual-flower red stick of Hongqing. A man of his word and a legendary figure of remarkable integrity. He is also a pivotal character in the film Siege of Kowloon walled city, who, after departing from Hongqing 15 years ago, established the Dragon City Gang, defeating Lei Jintong and Chun Zhan with 2 iron hooks, thereby unifying the walled city. He is also the most crucial element in Lu Chen's scheme. Lu Chen pushed the door open. The brass bell above the door chimed. In the corner of the shop, a young man who had been engrossed in the racing news abruptly lifted his head, with an expression as cold as a mask. His gaze sliced through Lu Chen's entire being. That was Xine, Tornado's chief confidant. Closing time. Please return tomorrow, Xine stated icily. His tone leaving no room for dispute. Lu Chen did not flinch. He stood at the threshold, his eyes surpassing Xine's, locking onto the middle-aged man still engrossed in shaving. I am not here for a haircut. Lu Chen's voice was steady, though soft, exuding a calmness that belied his disheveled appearance. I am here to conduct a business transaction. The hand wielding the razor paused momentarily, then resumed its fluid motion. Tornado did not turn his head, but spoke with a voice as smooth as jade. I only conduct barbering business here. If you seek sweets or entertainment, turn left at the door and take the third alley. This business can only be executed by you on the entirety of Hong Kong Island, and you are the only one capable of it. Lu Chen took a step forward, meeting the sudden tension in Xine's muscles and his vigilant gaze, and slowly uttered a name concerning Chun Zhan. A hum resonated. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The sharp razor hovered perilously close to the customer's neck. A mere hair's breadth away, Tornado finally ceased his movements, smiling as he gestured for the customer to leave. He slowly turned around, his seemingly gentle yet profoundly deep eyes fixating on Lu Chen for the first time with earnest intensity. It was the pressure of someone who had long resided in power, a presence forged through years of survival in the underworld. An ordinary person would likely have quaked in fear at this moment, yet Lu Chen remained unfazed, even smiling as he met that gaze. Who are you? Xine's hand had already moved toward the butterfly knife at his waist. Just a mainlander seeking a stable livelihood in Dragon City. Lu Chen spread his hands, indicating that he bore no weapons. I understand that this name is taboo, and that it was you who ended Chun Zhan's life, bringing the chaos of Kowloon walled city to a close, but none of that is of consequence. He locked eyes with Tornado, enunciating each word. What matters most is that I know Chun Zhan is kin in this world. Tornado's pupils contracted sharply. He motioned for Xine to step back, then wiped his hands with a towel, his expression shifting to one of intricate complexity. Do you wish to die or to live? Tornado's voice was soft, yet bore the weight of a mountain. I wish to live, and live with dignity. Lu Chen no longer beat around the bush, directly laying his cards on the table. I require an identity card. A genuine one. One that can be traced back to its origins. In exchange, I will reveal to you the whereabouts of Chun Zhan's son. I know that since you sent them to the mainland, they have gone missing, and you have harbored lingering regrets about the necessity of killing him back then. Preserving his bloodline is the only compensation you can offer. The shop fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, Tornado walked over to a nearby tea table and poured 2 cups of tea. Young man, do you understand that if this statement is false, you will not even have the opportunity to leave this door? I dare to come, thus it must be true. Lu Chen stepped forward, raised the teacup, and drank it in one go, his thirst palpable. His name is Chun Luojun. When his mother fled back to the mainland, she passed away shortly after giving birth. In search of his roots, Chun Luojun attempted to sneak back to Hong Kong. At this juncture, Lu Chen paused, observing Tornado's expression. Where is he now? Tornado's tone finally revealed a hint of fluctuation. Under the big boss's wing. Lu Chen dropped a bombshell. He is involved in underground boxing. Before I came, I heard that a buzz-cut gangster has recently emerged in the big boss's boxing gym, fighting recklessly, and has already secured 3 consecutive wins. You might want to investigate and see what his connection to Chun Zhan is. This deduction was purely a combination of Lu Chen's knowledge of the film's plot and snippets of conversation he overheard while working at a junkyard just days prior. In that age and with such skills, aside from Chun Luojun, who inherited Chun Zhan's genes, it is unlikely that anyone else could compare. The Tornado's fingers lightly tapped the table, a frown etched upon his brow. If it were elsewhere, it might be acceptable. But it was precisely in the hands of the ambitious boss who had long sought entry into Kowloon walled city. If the boss were to discover Chun Luojun's lineage, he would undoubtedly make a fuss about it. Xine, Tornado suddenly spoke. Yes, boss. Investigate. I need to confirm the background of the newcomer at the boss's boxing gym as quickly as possible. If it truly is. A glint of severity flashed in Tornado's eyes. Prepare the manpower. We shall bring him back tonight. Do not alert the boss. Understood. Xin cast a deep glance at Lu Chun before quickly departing. Since this was a transaction, fairness must be upheld. Tornado regarded Lu Chun, restoring his previously genteel demeanor. You cannot leave until Xin confirms the news. Should you deceive me, I will personally ensure that you pay for your transgressions to Qinzhan. However, if what you say is true, he retrieved a cigarette from the drawer, ignited it, and took a deep drag. An identification card. As long as you are a person, I can procure one for you. Moreover, as long as you remain in the walled city for a day, I will guarantee your safety for that same duration. Lu Chun smiled. He was, in fact, taking a gamble. Wagering that Tornado was indeed as loyal and honorable as depicted in the films, steadfast in his promises. Fortunately, he won that bet. This also confirmed that the movie plots etched in his memory bore a striking resemblance to reality. Deal. I shall reside here for a week. Perfectly. I have nowhere else to go. This place provides food and drink, and I can read newspapers for free. Quite satisfactory. Lu Chun comfortably settled into the barber's chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, a mechanical sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Key plot character detected. Tornado. Checked into the movie Siege of Kowloon walled city. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. 1 attribute point. Lu Chun contemplated inwardly. His intelligence had reached LV4. In such a chaotic place, his mind was sharp enough. Yet, his current weakness was glaringly apparent, his frail physique. When facing Xin earlier, although he appeared calm, his body's instinctive reactions revealed that he would not withstand even half a second should Xin strike. In this brutal stronghold, even Tornado's assurances provided no guarantee of safety. He needed at least a modicum of self-defense capability. To put it bluntly, if danger arose, he required sufficient time to call for help. System, allocate this point to strength. A warm current surged throughout his body. Unlike the refreshing sensation from boosting intelligence, this time it was invigoratingly intense. Lu Chun felt as though his previously withered muscle fibers had been restructured, while his exterior remained unimproved and still emaciated. He could distinctly sense a change in the power of his clenched fist. Strength. LV2, congratulations, you have finally reached the standard level of a normal adult male. Evaluation. Although you've merely transitioned from a weakling to an ordinary person, this represents a qualitative leap. At the very least, you now possess the strength to throw a punch and are no longer a feeble individual who gasps for breath after a mere 2 steps. 1 week's time. Lu Chun leaned back in the chair, gazing out at the perpetually dim, ever-glimmering neon streets. During this week, not only would he await his identification card, but he also intended to fully leverage his status as Tornado's esteemed guest, exploring the underbelly of this city of sin and gathering intelligence amidst the chaos. The future truly held promise. Chapter 4. Identification accomplished. Life in Kowloon walled city knew no daybreak, only an endless twilight interwoven with neon chaos. Yet for Lu Chun, this shadowy week was more fulfilling than the brightest sunlight in the magic city. Ever since striking a deal with Tornado, he had taken up residence in the attic of this old-fashioned barber shop. Although cramped, accompanied by the cacophony of street vendors below and the distant roar of planes taking off and landing, it was the safest spot on the entire Kowloon Peninsula. For down below sat the steadfast anchor of Kowloon walled city. During this week, Lu Chun resembled a parched sponge, voraciously absorbing every drop of knowledge around him. First and foremost was language. In his previous life as an aficionado of Hong Kong films, he could comprehend about 70 to 80% of Cantonese. But when it came to speaking, his words carried the unmistakable flavor of an outsider. However, with the enhancement of intelligence to LV4, his linguistic talents were brought to their apex. Each day, he sat in the tea restaurant downstairs, listening to the local gangsters boast, the old ladies bicker, and the broadcast from the radio. His brain functioned like a high-precision recorder, accurately capturing the nuances of every syllable and the context of each colloquial expression. FCK your mother. Make a living. You're in trouble. Within just 3 days, he could barter with the fishball vendor using authentic Kowloon Old District slang, even mimicking the unique lazy tones and particles with remarkable accuracy. The old lady even mistook him for a long-lost nephew returning home, adding an extra couple of fishballs to each serving. On the 4th night, a figure was quietly brought into the barber shop by Xin. It was a young man. His gaze resolute, his body marked with injuries. He surveyed his surroundings warily, akin to a small beast that had strayed from its pack. Chen Luojun, the solitary soul burdened with the grievances of the previous generation, wandering through this world. as Tornado gazed upon the familiar face reminiscent of a deceased loved one. His eyes reddened, witnessing the reunion of two individuals who were not merely father and son, but rather akin to father and son in the films. Lu Chun felt a genuine joy. After all, since he had come to this world, he would certainly not allow the original tragedy to repeat itself. Ding. Key plot character detected. Chun Luojun. Checked into Siege of Kowloon walled city. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. 1 attribute point. Regarding this attribute point, Lu Chun had already formulated a plan. In this chaotic stronghold, he had come to profoundly appreciate the weight of human relationships. Here, sometimes a kind word proved more effective than a blade. System, allocate points to charisma. As the attribute point was added, Lu Chun felt no significant change in his appearance. Yet, when he glanced in the mirror once more, he sensed an inexplicable depth to his smile. Charisma, LV4, like a breath of spring. Evaluation, you are no longer an ordinary passerby. You exude a natural magnetism that compels people to approach and trust you. In social situations, you are a born icebreaker. At the negotiating table, you are an irresistible listener. Even the stray dogs downstairs cannot help but wag their tails upon seeing you. The effects of this skill were immediate. In the following 3 days, Lu Chun thrived within this mere 0.026 square kilometer walled city. He could engage in lengthy conversations with the mysterious old man in sunglasses who played the eru all day, even extracting tales of the old man's romantic escapades from his youth on the Bund. He could charm the initially wary pork shop owner into laughing and patting him on the shoulder, calling him brother, while discreetly sharing recent news about intensified crackdowns on the drug trade. Even Xine, who had always kept a cold demeanor towards him, now willingly exchanged pleasantries when they crossed paths, even offering him a cigarette during their smoke breaks. Lu Chun pieced together these fragmented bits of information, gradually forming a picture of the underground intelligence network within Kowloon walled city and the entire Kowloon peninsula in his mind. On the 7th day, the gentle morning light filtered through the gaps, casting a warm glow upon the floor of the barber shop. Tornado, still clad in his gray tang suit, extended a brown paper envelope towards Lu Chun. This is what you requested. Lu Chun accepted the envelope, his fingers brushing against the rigid card within, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Upon opening it, he found a pristine Hong Kong identity card. In the photograph, his eyes shone bright. His name still Lu Chun, yet the place of birth and background records had been seamlessly fabricated. From this moment forward, he was no longer the illegal immigrant at risk of deportation, but a legitimate permanent resident of Hong Kong. Thank you, Brother Long, Lu Chun expressed earnestly. Tornado waved his hand dismissively and turned back to retrieve a thick stack of cash from the drawer, slapping it down onto the table. Here is $10,000. Tornado regarded Lu Chun with a glimmer of admiration intertwined with a hint of elderly concern. I understand you've just arrived and are without a dime. Venturing into the world requires some financial backing. This money is not charity, it is gratitude. Thanks to you, I managed to bring Luo Jun back and kept him from falling into the hands of the big boss. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, an immense sum in 1981. When a typical worker earned barely over 1,000 a month, this amount could comfortably support an average family for an entire year. Lu Chun looked at the stack of bills without hesitation. In this era, pretense was the least valuable commodity. He accepted the money, his demeanor growing serious. Brother Long, I will take this. This kindness, I, Lu Chun, shall remember. He paused, lowering his voice and leaning slightly forward, his eyes, enhanced by a level for charisma, gazing sincerely at Tornado. As a return, I shall leave you with a piece of advice. Go on, Tornado replied, his smile fading. Be wary of that mad dog, Wang Jiao, who is close to the big boss. Although Lu Chun's tone was light, his words bore a chilling weight. This individual practiced hard qigong, impervious to blades and bullets, but what was truly terrifying was his ambition. The big boss, while ruthless, adhered to the rules of the underworld. Wang Jiao, however, was an insatiable wolf without any moral constraints. I know the big boss has been fixated on the city fortress lately, which complicates matters for you, Brother Long. But what if his backyard were to catch fire? Lu Chun's words trailed off, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Sometimes, letting an enemy's dog attack another enemy was far less taxing than taking matters into one's own hands. A subtle hint to the big boss, prompting him to realize that Wang Jiao was becoming unmanageable, and with Wang Jiao's ambition, you, Brother Long, should grasp my meaning. Tornado's pupils constricted momentarily. He scrutinized Lu Chun as if seeing the true depth of this young man for the first time. This maneuver of using another's weapon to strike was both ruthless and decisive. Chunzi, Tornado murmured after a brief silence, suddenly breaking into a smile laced with a touch of nostalgia. Thank goodness you are not my enemy. If you were to join the Triads, You would soon give Jiang Tiansheng and the others sleepless nights. I have no intention of joining the Triads. Lu Chen stood, adjusting his collar. Though his clothing remained tattered, his presence had transformed entirely. I intend to walk a path broader and far more perilous than that of the Triads. After bidding farewell to Tornado and the still confused Chun Luo Jun, Lu Chen stepped out of Kowloon walled city. As he emerged from the shadows and stood beneath the sunlight on Jiabengda Road, he felt as though he had awoken from a dream of a bygone era. Re-entering the bustling world, the 10,000 Hong Kong dollars clasped in his hand felt feverishly warm, causing his palms to sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a red taxi, directing it toward Central, to Landmark. Half an hour later, Lu Chen stood on the streets of Central. This place felt like an entirely different realm compared to Kowloon walled city. Skyscrapers towered high, their glass facades reflecting blinding beams of sunlight. The streets were wide and immaculate, with hurried pedestrians, men in tailored suits and women in chic outfits and high heels, while the air was fragrant with coffee, perfume, and the scent of wealth. This was the heart of Asia's financial center, the pinnacle of fame and fortune. Lu Chen glanced down at his faded, color-shifted Liberation shoes and resolved to use this hard-won $10,000 to acquire an appearance that would open doors for him. He strode into an upscale menswear store and addressed the salesperson. "Please select a suit that would suit me. Thank you." Lu Chen pulled out the stack of cash Tornado had given him, casually slapping it on the counter. The sight of large bills combined with his composed demeanor instantly captivated the sales assistant. Yes, of course, sir. Right this way." The next half hour marked Lu Chen's transformation. When he emerged from the fitting room clad in a deep blue, double-breasted fine wool suit, adorned with a dark red silk tie, and sporting polished Oxford shoes, the entire staff stood in awe. The mirror reflected a tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The meticulously tailored suit accentuated his physique, transforming the once bookish air into a refined and sharp aura of an elite. Especially his eyes, deep and confident, seemed to convey that he had everything under control. Who could tell that just an hour ago, he had been an undocumented individual stepping out of Kowloon? "Sir, this suit seems tailor-made for you," the salesperson exclaimed in genuine admiration. "Let me just swipe my card." "Oh no, I meant to say, let's settle the bill," Lu Chen chuckled, pointing at the money on the counter. The entire ensemble, along with the shoes, shirt, and tie, cost him a staggering 8,500 Hong Kong dollars. He was left with only 1,500. This was undeniably a reckless act. In this era, 8,000 could buy half a used car or fund numerous small ventures. Yet, he wore it all with purpose. Lu Chen understood its worth. In a society where respect is often accorded based on attire, this outfit served as his battle armor, a key to unlocking the doors of high society. Exiting the clothing store, he stood on the bustling streets of Central. Gazing at his rejuvenated self in the glass facade, he adjusted his cuffs, feeling as if he had transcended to another level. Now, everything was in place, save for a favorable wind. He needed his first pot of gold, the genuine first pot of gold. With just $1,500, it was clearly insufficient. He required an opportunity, one that could swiftly transform the cinematic plots in his mind into reality. Wandering aimlessly along Queens Road Central, his gaze scanned the crowd like a radar. Suddenly, he halted before the entrance of an office building. It was an old commercial edifice with the signs of several construction companies hanging at the entrance. Just then, the revolving door swung open, and a somewhat disheveled figure stepped out. It was a man in his 30s. Although dressed in a suit, his tie was loosened, his shirt collar slightly open, and he clutched a wrinkled resume under one arm, while a briefcase nestled beneath the other. Even from a few meters away, Lu Chen could sense the air of despair and defeat emanating from him. Clearly, he had just experienced a failed interview or endured a humiliating job-seeking ordeal. Initially, Lu Chen had no intention of intervening, but as he caught a glimpse of the man's profile, his feet froze in place. That face, like a long-sought treasure unearthed effortlessly. Lu Chen adjusted his posture and flashed a warm smile. Opportunity had just knocked. He adjusted his tie, strode forward with long strides, and approached the disheveled figure. The man was walking with his head down, muttering resentfully under his breath, "What a loser. Blind to talent. Once I make it big, I'll buy the entire building and turn it into a restroom." Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful dream, and he dared not vent too loudly, fearing that a keen ear might overhear and jeopardize his upcoming interview. Just as he was about to collide with Lu Chen elegantly stepped aside, extending a hand to block his path. "What's this?" Kicked out by those clueless folks inside. Lu Chen's voice was warm and magnetic, reminiscent of playful banter between old friends. The man was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to scrutinize the impeccably dressed, distinguished young gentleman before him through thick lenses. "I don't believe we've met." Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I see potential in you. Would you care to have a conversation? Lu Chun extended his hand, his gaze intense. Are you interested in discussing how to acquire this building and transform it into a restroom? Chapter 5, The Golden Finger. Central, Wellington Street, Sui Wa Restaurant. It was afternoon tea time, and the restaurant was abuzz with chatter. The waitstaff weaved through the aisles with freshly baked pineapple buns, akin to acrobats. At a window-side booth, Lu Chun leisurely stirred his iced lemon tea while across from him sat Cheng Yen, the man who had just exited the office building in disarray. At that moment, Cheng Yen sat upright, his hands neatly placed on his knees, embodying the quintessential posture of a job seeker. He occasionally adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes betraying both nervousness and a barely concealed yearning. Mr. Lu, here is my resume. Cheng Yen retrieved a meticulously folded document from his worn briefcase and humbly handed it over, his tone akin to that of a fresh-faced student in the city for the first time. Though I've just arrived from Nanyang, I possess a first-class certification in civil engineering. Over there, I participated in several major surveying projects. Whether it's structural design or site supervision, I'm well equipped. Moreover, my salary expectations are modest. I only seek what is customary. As he spoke, he studied Lu Chen's expression. This young man exuded an air of affluence. The deep blue, double-breasted suit, the lustrous silk tie, and the calm demeanor even in the bustling tea house all indicated that he was a man of considerable means. When Lu Chun had halted him on the street, simply stating that he saw potential in him and asked if he wanted to chat, he had complied without hesitation. For someone who had faced endless rejections for half a month, with only a few coins left in his pocket, this felt like a lifeline. Lu Chun glanced at the resume with casual indifference. Cheng Yen, 32 years old, civil engineer. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable resume concealed the future chairman of Jianghu Group? A figure who would stir the winds of Hong Kong and even trigger a financial tsunami? Cheng Yen, the protagonist of The Golden Finger, destined to lead the Jianghu Group. A mere pawn among international titans on Hong Kong Island. Yet all of this bore no relevance to his current self, who was merely a hapless entrepreneur fleeing a failed business in Nanyang to seek fortune in Hong Kong. Lu Chun placed the resume on the table, smiled, and slid the recently served pork chop bun towards Cheng Yen. Have a bite. I can see your lips are parched. You must have talked quite a bit during the interview. Cheng Yen hesitated, his throat tightening. He was indeed hungry, but he refrained from eating, fearing it would be impolite. Ding. Detected key character, Cheng Yen. Check-in for the movie The Golden Finger. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Lu Chun chose to allocate the attribute point to intelligence. After all, in business, as in warfare, the mind is paramount. Upon successfully allocating the point, a refreshing surge coursed through his mind, and the already clear world around him appeared even more lucid. Intelligence, LV5, astutely perceptive. Evaluation, your intellect can now be deemed exceptional. You will learn and act significantly faster than the average person. Among the masses, you may be referred to as a genius, but do not grow complacent. For in the presence of true geniuses, you are merely a slightly clever fool. Go ahead and eat. I dislike hearing stomachs growl during interviews, Lu Chun quipped. Cheng Yen finally managed a sheepish smile, taking a hearty bite of the pork chop bun. As the food filled his stomach, he seemed to revitalize, his mind sharpening. Mr. Lu, which real estate company are you with? If you're looking to develop land in the new territories, I'm your man. I excel in topographical surveys. I have no company, Lu Chun replied casually, sipping his iced lemon tea. Cough, cough. Cheng Yen nearly choked, his eyes wide with disbelief. No company? Then who are you? Just because I have no company now doesn't mean I want tea in the future. Similarly, your current status as a down-and-out engineer doesn't dictate that you can't one day reside in a luxurious mansion on the peak. Lu Chun leaned forward, his eyes, enhanced by LV4 charm, locking onto Cheng Yen's, his voice lowered and laced with seduction. Cheng Yen, I've observed your demeanor. You are not meant to be a mere worker. To have you hauling bricks and drafting blueprints would be a waste of the talent bestowed upon you by fate. Your true potential lies here. Lu Chun gestured to his head, then to his heart. It resides in your desire to win, and your willingness to take risks to achieve that victory. Cheng Yen paused, slowly lowering the pork chop bun in his hand, the humility in his gaze giving way to a glimmer characteristic of a gambler. He was an astute individual, perhaps even exceptionally clever. He understood. Mr. Lu, you aren't here to hire an engineer. Cheng Yen wiped his mouth, his tone shifting from submissive to assertive. Are you seeking a white glove? Or an accomplice? A partner, Lu Chun snapped his fingers. I have a project in mind. It doesn't require you to draw plans or haul bricks. All I need is for you to collaborate with me in staging a performance. Once it's accomplished, I'll give you 10%, Guaranteed $5,000 in cash. 5,000. Cheng Yin's pupils dilated sharply. In this era, $5,000 was enough for him to build a small villa back in Nanyang. Once he engaged in illegal activities, he instinctively recoiled. I still need to use my ID. Rest assured, it's a legitimate business consultation, Lu Chen chuckled. We're simply assisting a beleaguered wealthy young master in resolving a minor inventory backlog issue. It's an act of virtue. How do we assist? We'll help him sell a piece of land that would otherwise languish in his hands for $9 million at a premium. Cheng Yin inhaled sharply, staring at Lu Chen as if he were mad. Mr. Lu, you must be joking. While the real estate market is booming, it's not that outrageous. And that is precisely my expertise, Lu Chen replied, rising to adjust his collar. Come, my esteemed engineer. Bring your briefcase. From this moment on, you are no longer a job seeker, but my chief surveying consultant. Half an hour later, in Central, outside the Zung Group's branch office. It was an old office building, lacking the grandeur of the headquarters. This was merely a place for the Zung family to accommodate idle personnel. Cheng Yin trailed behind Lu Chen, observing the imposing figure ahead, his heart racing. Mr. Lu, are we really not making an appointment? This company is just a branch. But it's still affiliated with the Zung family. An appointment? Lu Chen glanced back at him with a smile, saying, only when one seeks assistance does one require an appointment. We are here to deliver money. Does the god of wealth need to knock? With that, Lu Chen strode confidently into the lobby. The receptionist, bored and applying nail polish, was about to look up and dismiss them when her gaze brightened at the sight of a young man dressed impeccably, exuding an extraordinary aura. His attire clearly bespoke high fashion, and he moved with a languid confidence characteristic of a privileged heir. Following him was a middle-aged aide, serious in demeanor, though truly anxious, clutching a briefcase. This combination reeked of a significant client. Miss, please notify Manager Zhang. Before Lu Chen could speak, Cheng Yin suddenly stepped forward. This fellow adapted to the role swiftly. Although his voice trembled slightly, he instinctively assumed the posture of a big boss's aide, adjusting his glasses with a firmer tone. Mr. Lu wishes to discuss the Golden Street land with Manager Zhang. We only need 10 minutes. Startled by their imposing presence, the receptionist was further taken aback to hear them mention Golden Street. Now, who in the company didn't know that the Golden Street project was Manager Zhang's Achilles heel? Anyone who brought it up was bound to be scolded. Yet, here were these two explicitly requesting a discussion, and their aura was undeniable. Understood. Please wait a moment. I will call right away. The receptionist, not daring to delay, swiftly dialed the internal line. Moments later, she hung up the phone, standing respectfully. Mr. Lu, Manager Zhang requests your presence upstairs. Just turn left on the top floor. Once inside the elevator, Cheng Yin exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lu, how did I perform just now? Quite well, Lu Chen nodded approvingly, recognizing his potential. When we enter, maintain this professional aloofness. If any technical matters arise, feel free to elaborate. The more complex, the better. We want to baffle him. Upon entering the manager's office on the top floor, a cloud of thick cigarette smoke enveloped them. Zheng Jianxiao was slumped in a leather executive chair, his tie askew, his face glistening with oil and despondence. The ashtray on his desk resembled a small mountain, with several overdue bank notices scattered nearby. As the youngest scion of the Zheng family, he had struggled to attain the position of branch manager, only to be ensnared by his uncle, who had pushed him into purchasing a barren plot of land in Yuanlong. Just 4 million. If I can sell it for 4 million, I can clear the bank loan and make a modest profit. Yet the harsh reality was that no one would even take it off his hands for 350,000. With no water, electricity, or roads. Surrounded by grass taller than a person, who would want to live there? Who are you? Zheng Jianxiao asked curtly upon seeing Lu Chen enter, his mood sour. Rather than respond immediately, Lu Chen waved dismissively at the smoke before seating himself on the sofa, crossing his legs with a casual demeanor. Manager Zheng, it appears times are tough. Lu Chen smiled, striking at the heart of the matter. The interest from HSBC is due next week, am I correct? I heard your uncle proposed at the family meeting that if you can't resolve the land debt by the end of the month, he will reclaim management of this branch. Zheng Jianxiao sat up straight, fixing a fierce gaze on Lu Chen. Are you here to mock me on behalf of my uncle? I am here to save you. Lu Chen flicked non-existent dust from his clothes, introducing himself. I am Lu Chen, the one who can transform that heap of muck into gold. Save me? Zheng Jianxiao scoffed. Sinking back into his chair, do you know the state of that land? The construction team has fled, the bank has frozen the account. I need 4 million to turn my fortunes around. 4 million. Will you give it to me? 4 million? Lu Chen shook his head, raising a finger dismissively. Your perspective is limited. Manager Zhang, in business, one cannot focus solely on recouping losses. I aim to help you sell it for 9 million. Cough, cough. Zheng Jinxiao stared at Lu Chun as if he were mad. 9 million? Friend, did you forget to take your medication before stepping out? That place wouldn't even be worth anything if given away, let alone sold for 9 million. Precisely why I am here to consult with you. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. His formidable confidence swiftly silencing Zheng Jinxiao's derision. Manager Zheng, there is no product that cannot be sold, only those priced incorrectly. If you attempt to sell it as a property, naturally it holds no value, as no one wishes to dwell in the wilderness, hence no developers will take it on. But what if you did not market it as a property? Zheng Jinxiao, momentarily subdued by Lu Chen's aura, instinctively inquired, then what should it be sold as? Lu Chen stood, moving to Zheng Jinxiao's desk, leaning over it to look down at him. As a future investment, I have a comprehensive packaging plan. All I require is your cooperation in staging a performance and a small amount of initial capital to set the stage. Within a week, I guarantee not only will you clear your loan, but you will also net a significant profit. He paused, raising a finger. However, I will require a commission of 1 million, which will encompass my planning fee, consulting fee, and my labor. Of course, you may refuse and await your uncle's judgment next week at the family board meeting, where you will become the laughingstock of all Hong Kong Island. A heavy silence descended upon the office. Zheng Jinxiao scrutinized Lu Chun, his breathing becoming rapid. With a gambler's disposition, he had initially impulsively borrowed money to purchase land. Now, he found himself on the brink of a precipice, with an abyss before him and pursuers behind. Yet this young man, despite appearing audacious, possessed a certainty in his gaze that stirred a flicker of hope in Zheng Jinxiao's despondent heart. Do you truly have confidence? Zheng Jinxiao's voice was hoarse. This is Mr. Cheng Yan. Lu Chun gestured to Cheng Yan, who stepped forward, a seasoned surveyor just returned from Nanyang, and also my chief technical advisor. He has already surveyed the terrain, and despite its current state, it possesses potential for value. Cheng Yan adjusted his glasses, though internally he felt a wave of panic. He maintained a serious demeanor and nodded. Indeed, Manager Zheng. From a geological and future regional perspective, the potential there is considerable. Zheng Jinxiao glanced between the professional Cheng Yan and the composed Lu Chun. I suppose a dead horse can be treated as a live one. Very well. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes bloodshot. 1 million it is. As long as you can help me turn my fortunes around, I will pay. But I want to pay up front, and at present, I have no funds. All my money is tied up in that land. Upfront payment is not necessary. Lu Chun smiled, his expression cunning as a fox. You only need to advance me 100,000 for operational expenses, and the remaining 900,000 can be deducted from the proceeds once the property is sold. 100,000? Zheng Jinxiao gritted his teeth, opening a drawer to retrieve a checkbook. Fine, I can manage that, but I will have someone shadow you throughout the process, and I warn you, should you dare deceive me, although the Zheng family is not one of the 4 major families, we are not without influence. Rest assured, we seek profit, not peril. Lu Chun accepted the light check, glancing at the figure with satisfaction. The first step was accomplished. With this 100,000, the ensuing spectacle was just beginning. Mr. Lu, what exactly is your plan? Zheng Jinxiao inquired, still uneasy after signing. That place has no access roads. How do you intend to entice buyers? Lu Chun carefully tucked the check into his pocket, turning to gaze out at the bustling central, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The absence of a path today does not signify there will be none in the future. Hence, I assert that what we are selling is indeed the promise of tomorrow. Have you ever heard of the subway effect? A subway? Zheng Jinxiao looked utterly perplexed, as that location is nowhere near the subway line. Just because it doesn't exist now does not imply it will not be depicted on the planning map. Lu Chun turned back to glance at Cheng Yan, Engineer Cheng. Prepare your drawing tools upon your return. We need to create a subway planning blueprint that could deceive even the keenest of eyes, one that leads into the future. Chapter 6, Setting the Stage. In the office shrouded in smoke, the air seemed to freeze. The freshly lit cigar in Zheng Jinxiao's hand hung motionless in the air. After listening to Lu Chen's analysis, he felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water, his fingertips trembling slightly. You suggest this is a scheme? Zheng Jinxiao's voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. Are you implying that Wu Rensong, that scoundrel, has colluded with my second uncle? Lu Chun leaned back on the sofa, his demeanor calm as he flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, meticulously dissecting the corpse of this enterprise conspiracy. Manager Zheng, you are an astute individual, yet you are unable to see clearly while ensnared in this trap. 3 million, what a remarkable figure. You were once indebted to the bank for nearly 350,000, principal and interest combined. If he offers 2 million, you would undoubtedly refuse to sell, for selling would lead to your demise. If he offers more than 3 million, you would be freed from your predicament. But how would your second uncle view your misfortune? How would he suppress the third branch? Only 3 million remains. Lu Chun extended 3 fingers, shaking them slightly, forcing you to incur a significant loss, sustaining injuries that would tarnish your reputation before the family, proving you to be a spendthrift. Yet, it would also allow you to extinguish the bank's urgent flames, to survive by meekly surrendering the authority of the branch office, relegating you to the status of a worthless heir dependent on allowances. Bang! Zheng Jianxiao, infuriated, smashed the teacup on the table to the ground, shards flying. Those bastards from the second branch. To suppress our third branch, they have even allied with outsiders to deceive me. Zheng Jianxiao gritted his teeth. Although a wastrel within the family, he was no fool. Once Lu Chun pierced through this layer of ignorance, all the previously incomprehensible details suddenly aligned. Secondly, Lu Chun raised a second finger. As far as I know, Wu Rinsong, that old fox, is quite well informed. The government indeed has intentions to develop Yuan Long, but the specific planning routes have yet to be finalized. Wu Rinsong's contacts within the planning bureau cannot ascertain whether that piece of land falls within the designated area. Thus, he intends to use you as a buffer. Lu Chun turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Zheng Jianxiao. 3 million does not put him at a loss. If the planning does not reach the Golden Street, he can simply hoard the land. If it does reach, even if just grazing the edge, its value would multiply tenfold. At that time, he will have stained his accolades with your blood. Bang! Zheng Jianxiao forcefully smashed the valuable crystal ashtray to the ground, glass shards scattering. Scoundrel! This is blatant bullying. They all think me a fool. Zheng Jianxiao's eyes burned red, his chest heaving violently. Initially, he felt he had been outmaneuvered by his greed and his second uncle's schemes. But now he realized he had been played for a fool from the very beginning. Lu Chun refrained from offering comfort, patiently waiting for Zheng Jianxiao to vent. After all, his arduous efforts to help Zheng Jianxiao dissect the situation were not merely to showcase his abilities, but to make it abundantly clear that he was already ensnared in this game, and his escape depended solely on Lu Chun. After a bout of venting, Zheng Jianxiao's gaze towards Lu Chun had completely transformed. If previously it had been a sense of helplessness, now it was one of profound admiration. This young man seemed to possess a divine insight, perceiving the schemes hidden in the shadows with unparalleled clarity. Lu Sheng. Zheng Jianxiao altered his address, urgency lacing his tone. What should I do? Should I confront them directly? Confront them? Such tactics are for children. Lu Chun tucked away his lighter, rising to stand before Zheng Jianxiao, adjusting his crooked tie. What we must do is continue to play along with their charade. However, this time, the script will adhere to my direction. Lu Chun raised 3 fingers, his eyes deep and cunning. Gently tapping his fingers on the table, he stated, Wu Rinsong's greatest weakness is not greed, but suspicion. His intelligence leads him to trust his judgment excessively, so if we provide him with a hint, he will concoct a grand narrative on his own. Next, you will need to accomplish 3 tasks. First, from this moment onward, sever all ties with Wu Rinsong. If he does not seek you out, you shall not engage him. If he approaches you, instruct your secretary to inform him that you are in a meeting, busy, or attending to important guests. In short, leave him hanging. Zheng Jianxiao paused momentarily. Leave him hanging? What if he runs away? He will not run. The more elusive you are, the more he will suspect something is amiss. Secondly, Lu Chun continued, you must inadvertently relay a message to Wu Rinsong through your secretary or driver. Inform him that you are in splendid spirits lately, due to reliable insider whispers that the land is soon to be included in the government planning. Thirdly, and this is the most crucial step, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. I heard you have a card game this weekend with your second uncle? Yes, the family gathering every Friday night. Excellent. Lu Chun snapped his fingers. At the card table, you must lose. Lose spectacularly, yet maintain a cheerful demeanor while doing so. Privately, express your gratitude to your second uncle. Express my gratitude? Zheng Jianxiao looked bewildered. Yes, thank him for compelling you to purchase that parcel of land. Lu Chun mirrored Zheng Jianxiao's tone, a smug expression on his face. You must inform him that a mysterious major buyer has set their sights on that land and has offered 12 million for a bundled acquisition. 12 million. Zheng Jianxiao gasped in shock. Lu Sheng, that seems a tad exaggerated, doesn't it? Not at all. It is precisely this figure that will render Wu Rinsong, that old fox, utterly restless. Ding. Detected key plot character, Zheng Jianxiao. Checkpoint golden finger. Checkpoint successful. Reward acquired. 1 free attribute point. The system's prompt sounded like celestial music. Lu Chun chose to allocate it to intelligence, and as the point was successfully added, a refreshing surge coursed through his mind. The world, already clear, became even more transparent in his perception. Intelligence. LV6, Strategic Mastery. Evaluation. Your thinking has transcended the dimensions of ordinary individuals. You can sense the impending financial storm from the most subtle news and weave countless complex threads into a vast net for capture. Now, you are finally able to play the role of the chess player. After departing from Zheng's realty, Lu Chun remained industrious. Accompanied by Cheng Yan, he directly checked into the opulent Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Central, securing a luxurious suite with floor-to-ceiling windows, which included 2 rooms with 2 beds, for 3,000 Hong Kong dollars a night. Nevertheless, Zheng Jianxiao generously covered a week's full payment, allowing Lu Chun to reside with a clear conscience. As Cheng Yan entered the resplendent suite, she felt somewhat lightheaded. Beneath her feet was a plush wool carpet thick enough to swallow her ankles, while the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor unfolded outside the window. Lu Shang. This is rather extravagant, isn't it? Cheng Yan rubbed her hands together, having never stayed in such a lavish place in her life. This is essential for work. Lu Chun tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, loosened his tie, and declared, since we are to masquerade as a mysterious tycoon, we must have the appropriate attire. For the next few days, you shall reside here. This will also serve as your workplace. With that, Lu Chun retrieved a blank blueprint and a set of professional drawing tools from his briefcase, placing them on the table. Cheng Gong. The moment to showcase your talents has arrived. What shall you draw? Cheng Yan grasped the drawing pen, and in an instant, the aura of a professional engineer enveloped him once more. He began sketching a draft of the 1981 transportation plan for Northwest New Territories. Lu Chun snapped his fingers, declaring that we would not sleep tonight. We shall illustrate a subway line for Yuan Long's Golden Street, one that could never be operational in our lifetime, yet would appear utterly authentic. Cheng Yan's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing the ink to spill onto the paper. Forging official documents. That is a grave offense. Who claimed it was an official document? Lu Chun turned with a smile akin to that of a cunning fox, stating that this is merely a conceptual illustration for our internal discussion. If others insist on taking it seriously, that is their concern, not ours. Furthermore, this image is neither for your eyes nor mine. It is for Wu Rinsong, that traitor. Lu Chun set down his glass, approached the telephone, and dialed a number. This number connected to Kowloon walled city, leading to an underground intelligence network known only to him. Hello, is this Brother Long? It's me, Chen. The calm voice of Long, accompanied by the sound of clattering mahjong tiles, resonated from the other end. Chenzi, why the sudden call? Missing your brother? I have a business proposition for you. Brother Long. Lu Chun cut to the chase, expressing his desire to purchase information. Wu Rinsong of the Xian Song Group has an informant within the Land Planning Bureau, and I wish to know who this individual is and their weaknesses. The sooner, the better. This information does not come cheap. 50,000. Lu Chun spoke calmly, assuring that cash could be delivered to the walled city tonight. A silence lingered for 3 seconds on the other end. 50,000 for a name. The sum is astonishing. It's a deal. I will get back to you in half a day. After hanging up, Lu Chun turned to Cheng Yan, who was still engrossed in his work, and waved the checkbook in his hand. See, this is how money is spent. Only spent money is truly a resource. Once Cheng Yan was settled, Lu Chun discreetly ventured to a tea house on the outskirts of Central under the cover of night. Indeed, Long had extensive connections, and with money paving the way, the information soon landed in Lu Chun's hands. The informant, known as Gambler Chong, was a minor clerk in the Planning Bureau's archives, addicted to gambling and heavily in debt. In a private room of the tea house, Lu Chun encountered this middle-aged man, sweating profusely with shifty eyes. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Lu Chun slid 50,000 in cash across the table. Chong, right? Take this to pay off your interest. As Chong gazed at the pile of money, his eyes gleamed with greed. He reached for it, only to be stopped by Lu Chun's firm grip. Patience, the money is yours. But I need you to assist me with a small task. Lu Chun produced a photograph from his pocket, depicting Cheng Yan's freshly drawn subway plan, intentionally taken with a slight blur under dim lighting to enhance its realism. I know you're working for Wu Rinsong. Lu Chun's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Tomorrow, I expect you to complain in his presence about the Bureau's recent secretive new territories planning efforts, mentioning the subway and how exhausting it is. Subsequently, persuade him to purchase this photograph. The proceeds are yours to keep. Just like that, Chong was taken aback. He had assumed he was to steal genuine documents. Given the relentless pressure from debt collectors, risk was a trivial concern as long as money was involved. Just that simple. Ensure your performance is convincing, and as for the amount you collect from Wu Rinsong, that is your discretion. I shall take not a penny from it. Lu Chun released his grip, promising an additional 50,000 upon successful completion. Chong swallowed hard, snatching the money and stuffing it into his pocket. Rest assured, boss. Acting is my forte. This photograph, it looks remarkably authentic. Cheng Yin stood at the window, donning a bathrobe, observing the bustling traffic below. A glass of fine brandy in hand. Though his posture appeared somewhat rigid, he was beginning to relish the thrill that accompanied wealth. Mr. Liu, this wine is exquisite. Far superior to what I had in Nanyang. Liu Chen lounged on the sofa, perusing the day's newspaper. Without lifting his gaze, he replied, "You will soon be drinking such wine until you are ill. But for now, set down your glass. What is the matter? I suspect Mr. Zeng will be calling shortly. We should prepare ourselves." Meanwhile, outside, the situation was unfolding as Liu Chen had anticipated, beginning to escalate. In the chairman's office of the Xiansong Group, Wu Rinsong paced anxiously before the floor-to-ceiling windows. "You mean to tell me that brat Zeng Jianxiao hasn't answered my calls for 3 days?" Wu Rinsong abruptly turned to his secretary, fixing her with an intense gaze. "Yes, boss. Each time you call, they say he's in a meeting or with clients." The secretary replied cautiously. "Clients? What clients?" Wu Rinsong's brow furrowed, his keen eyes filled with suspicion. His failing company could scarcely afford any clients. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang. It was Zeng Jianxiao's uncle calling. "Hello? Old Wu. This is serious." His uncle's voice blared from the other end. "Last night during a game, that kid went wild. He lost over 100,000 without batting an eye. Afterwards, he even made a toast to me, thanking me for pushing him to buy land." "What?" Wu Rinsong's heart skipped a beat. "What did he say?" "He mentioned a mysterious big boss who has taken an interest in his worthless land, offering 12 million. He claimed he received a tip-off that they're planning to build a subway there. 12 million. Wu Rinsong's voice rose in pitch. After ending the call, Wu Rinsong felt his heart racing. If Zeng Jianxiao was merely boasting, he would dismiss it without hesitation. However, the unusual demeanor of Zeng Jianxiao in recent days, coupled with the blurry planning diagram sold to him by gambler Chong, all pointed to something more. The diagram clearly depicted a red dashed line passing through the location of Golden Street, with our 3 reserved station boldly inscribed beside it. All the clues aligned. The government is planning to construct a subway. Zeng Jianxiao must have gotten wind of the news and is now emboldened to cut ties with me. Damn it. I knew that piece of land was suspicious. Wu Rinsong slammed his palm on the table. Who is this mysterious buyer? Have we found out? The secretary promptly handed over an investigation report. We've traced it. A few days ago, a man who arrived in a Rolls-Royce, though it was actually a taxi, glamorized, dressed like a wealthy scion from Nanyang, visited Zeng's branch office with a senior engineer. They stayed the entire afternoon. A wealthy heir from Nanyang, no wonder. Wu Rinsong mused, biting his nails as he paced his office. The influx of hot money from Nanyang has been pouring into Hong Kong Island recently. Those individuals are well-informed and extravagant in their spending. If it is indeed a Nanyang consortium attempting to snatch this deal, my 3 million offer is nothing but a jest. If this land truly has a subway station, its value could multiply by at least 5. It's worth at least 20 million. Boss, what shall we do? Should we raise our offer? The secretary inquired. Raise the offer? Wu Rinsong halted, a look of cunning conflict crossing his gaunt face. He believed 70% of the rumor, but merely 70%. His instinctive caution, honed over years of navigating the business world, prevented him from losing his head. What if that second-generation heir is colluding with others to deceive me? Wu Rinsong squinted, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the desk. That Nanyang scion appeared too suddenly. That planning diagram was too coincidental. Suddenly, Wu Rinsong raised his head, resolving to probe further. I will meet this so-called Nanyang heir in person. If he is a fraud, I will ensure he regrets crossing me. If he is genuine, he licked his lips, revealing a greedy smile. Do not blame me for seizing the opportunity. In the hotel suite, Liu Chun stood by the window, holding a glass of red wine as he gazed down at the bustling streets of Central. The phone rang. It was a call from Zeng Jianxiao. Liu Sheng. It's incredible. Truly extraordinary. That old bastard Wu Rinsong just called me personally. Zeng Jianxiao's voice trembled with excitement. His tone was exceedingly courteous, even inviting me to dinner. But as you advised, I flatly refused. I told him I would be accompanying Mr. Liu to the horse races tonight. Liu Chun chuckled softly, gently swirling the wine in his glass. Well done. He is anxious. Yet it seems he hasn't fully taken the bait. From what I gather, he is still probing the depths of my enigmatic buyer. That is to be expected. If he were so easily convinced, he wouldn't be known as the crafty Wu. Liu Chun raised the glass to his lips and downed its contents in one swift motion, his eyes glinting with the chilling light of a hunter poised to ensnare its prey. Does he wish to test me? Then let us grant him the opportunity. Liu Chun ended the call and turned to glance at Cheng Yin, who was foolishly amused while poring over a counterfeit map sprawled across the table. Cheng, enough of that. Clean yourself up and don your finest attire. Where to, boss? Cheng Yen looked up, bewildered. To the horse races. Lu Chen adjusted his tie, a more pronounced smile gracing his lips. Tonight, we shall present that esteemed Mr. Wu with the grand climax of our performance. Chapter 7. In Reverence of Greed. The journey to Happy Valley was far from serene. Zhang Jianxiao's silver-gray Bentley maneuvered through the traffic like a shark struggling against the current. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning was set to maximum, yet it could not suppress the beads of sweat forming on Zhang Jianxiao's forehead. Lu Sheng, is tonight truly going to happen? That old fox Wu Rinsong sent someone to the planning bureau this afternoon. I'm worried. Zhang Jianxiao nervously wiped his sweat as he glanced at Lu Chun, who sat beside him, eyes closed in contemplation. Before Lu Chun could respond, a thunderous explosion echoed from ahead. Boom! The blast reverberated, causing the Bentley's bulletproof glass to vibrate ominously. Following this was the shrill sound of brakes screeching and the terrified screams of the crowd, instantly transforming the once orderly street into a scene of chaos. Pull into the alley. Get down. Lu Chen's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He firmly pressed Zhang Jianxiao's head down against the back seat. Through the windshield, Lu Chen witnessed a security van being violently overturned by a heavy truck several meters away. Amidst the billowing smoke, 3 masked bandits armed with AK-47s leapt from their vehicle, expertly using it as cover while they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the approaching SWAT team. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, sparks flying in every direction. What the hell? At a time like this, we're caught in a robbery. Zhang Jianxiao trembled in fear, his complexion turning pale. Are these people mad? This is the city center. Yet Lu Chun remained remarkably composed. He slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the car window, locking onto the figures of the bandits with the precision of a hawk. The leader, tall and ruthless in his movements, was undoubtedly a seasoned criminal. As he suppressed the police's firepower, he directed his accomplices closer to the security van. That reckless behavior, those familiar faces, flashed a cinematic scene in Lu Chen's mind. High alert. The leader must be the notorious gangster Lao Gao from the island, and their mission was to extract the high-profile inmate McQueen from the security van. A man posing as an engineer, yet a representative of high IQ criminality. This was a deranged gang, and the architects of the forthcoming heist at the horse racing club's vault. Though Lao Gao and his crew wielded formidable firepower, the police were equally well-equipped, and reinforcements were swiftly arriving in the city. Lu Chun observed as they failed to rescue McQueen, losing one of their own in the process and being forced to flee. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. According to the plot, McQueen would escape prison in a couple of days, and then these criminals would target the horse racing club's vault, which housed over $2 billion in cash. If they could engage in a double cross. Lu Chun licked his lips, a more audacious plan flickering through his mind, though he knew it was not yet the time. Lu, has anyone left? Zhang Jianxiao stammered. They have departed. It seems this is the welcome gift Hong Kong has prepared for us. Lu Chun brushed off the dust from his attire, straightening his posture as if the violent confrontation had merely been an inconsequential fireworks display. Let us go. We must not keep Mr. Wu waiting. I believe the performance below will be even more riveting than the gunfight. Half an hour later, at the Happy Valley racecourse. This place was an entirely different world. Enormous crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, and the air was filled with the rich aromas of expensive cigars and aged brandy. Only the affluent could traverse these halls. Lu Chun, accompanied by Cheng Yan, entered the VIP box area under Zhang Jianxiao's guidance. At that moment, Lu Chun exuded an aura of authority. Rather than directly approaching Wu Rinsong, he stood by the second-floor railing, a glass of champagne in hand, lazily surveying the racetrack below as if the entire venue were his private garden. Not far off, in a nearby booth, Wu Rinsong feigned engrossment in the racing guides while covertly observing Lu Chun. Is that him? Wu Rinsong quietly inquired of his secretary. Yes, boss. That is the legendary young Master Lu. The secretary replied. The middle-aged gentleman beside him is his technical consultant. I overheard them discussing the rubber plantation business in the South Seas. Wu Rinsong squinted. That young man is exceedingly arrogant. Since his entrance, he hasn't cast even a glance at his surroundings. Such an air of superiority is not something an ordinary person can feign. Just then, Zhang Jianxiao approached with a look of serendipity. Ah, Uncle Wu, what a coincidence to find you here. Wu Rinsong immediately donned a benevolent elder's smile. Jianxiao, I hear you've brought a friend. Care to introduce? Oh, this is... Zhang Jianxiao began, but Lu Chen merely turned, casting a fleeting glance at Wu Rinsong before waving to Cheng Yin, his tone disinterested. Cheng, engage with them. I'm feeling a bit fatigued and prefer not to speak. With that, Lu Chen turned away, leading Zhang Jianxiao toward the private meeting room, leaving Wu Rinsong, the real estate tycoon, standing there in stunned silence. How audacious! This was beyond belief. Wu Rinsung's expression darkened, yet his doubts were somewhat alleviated. If the other party were a fraud, they would surely be eager to ingratiate themselves at this moment. The sheer disregard displayed was indicative of confidence. "Ah, my dear boss, I apologize for the oversight." Cheng Yin quickly interjected, adjusting his glasses with a naive yet shrewd smile. "My young master encountered a gunfight on the way here, and it rattled him a bit. Hence his poor temper. I am Cheng Yin, his consultant here in Hong Kong. Feel free to discuss matters with me." "No worries, no worries. I've heard about those audacious robbers. I must file a complaint with the Commissioner of Police. Taxpayers' money wasted." Wu Rinsong feigned concern, sizing up Cheng Yin. "So, you're a consultant, Cheng? Your accent suggests you've returned from the South Seas?" "Indeed, boss, you have a keen ear." Cheng Yin seized the opportunity, embarking on his performance. This was his forte, as he had spent many years navigating the intricacies of the South Seas, effortlessly recounting the local customs and high society gossip. "To be honest, our primary business over there revolves around oil. Upon this visit to Hong Kong Island, it is primarily due to the young master's keen interest in the real estate business in this vicinity. In particular, he holds a profound admiration for the property market here." At this juncture, Cheng Yin inadvertently let slip a comment, his gaze momentarily flitting about in a state of mild panic, as if he were acutely aware of having spoken too much. After offering a couple of hasty remarks, he hastily slipped into the conference room, almost as if fleeing. Wu Rinsong, observing Cheng Yin's flustered retreat, wore an increasingly sardonic smile. How naive to think that he alone possesses exclusive information. He gestured discreetly to his confidant beside him. "Ah Chong, make your way to the entrance of the conference room later. Be cautious, and do not draw attention." The conference room door was left ajar, allowing a barely perceptible crevice. Inside, Lu Chun and Zheng Jianxiao were embroiled in a fierce negotiation. "Young Master Lu, 9 million? Are you trying to carve a chunk out of me?" Zheng Jianxiao's voice was tinged with fury and urgency, laced with a hint of desperation. "Although the land may appear dilapidated now, you know well its potential for the future. 200 million, not a penny less. 9 million is in cash. It can be transferred to you by tomorrow. Zheng, do not be overly greedy. Moreover, you mentioned the future. To me, its current worth is merely 9 million. Besides, who else, if not me, can muster such a substantial sum at this critical juncture? But 200 million was the price we agreed upon. An intention is merely an intention. A contract is a contract. You witnessed the gunfight earlier. Hong Kong Island is far too chaotic for my liking. I intend to return home tomorrow. 9 million. If you agree, we can sign the contract tomorrow morning. If not, we part ways. But I still have to pay the bank interest. I need to appease my family. 9 million is truly insufficient. Do not paint your situation in such dire terms. I will grant you 3 minutes to consider. 9 million is still a considerable profit for you. Should you agree, I will arrange the transfer by tomorrow. If you refuse, I shall leave now, and that planning map will be deemed a misjudgment on my part." Immediately, the sound of fists striking the table echoed, accompanied by the restless pacing of anxious footsteps. Outside, Ah Chong listened intently, hardly daring to breathe. After a lengthy pause, Zheng Jianxiao seemed to slump in resignation into his chair, his voice heavy with helplessness and reluctance. "Fine, 9 million it is. But I have one condition. The funds must be transferred tomorrow. I am in dire need." "Deal." Lu Chen's voice remained calm. Upon hearing this, Ah Chong's pupils widened in shock. 9 million. The deal was struck. If that young master from Nanyang signs the contract, the boss's plans for the past few days will unravel completely. He immediately turned and scurried back to Wu Rinsong's side like a rat. "Boss, this is serious. They've reached an agreement. 9 million. The contract will be signed tomorrow." Wu Rinsong's hand trembled, spilling a bit of wine from his glass. 9 million. These scoundrels intend to intercept my fortune. Wu Rinsong's mind raced. 9 million for a piece of land destined to house a subway station? This is akin to picking money off the street. That young Nanyang heir could easily double his investment. This cannot be allowed to happen. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Lu Chen emerged, looking slightly pale, his hand pressed against his forehead, as if genuinely unwell. "Cheng, let us go. The earlier explosion gave me a headache. I will sign the contract at Mr. Zheng's company tomorrow. I lack the enthusiasm for tonight." Without sparing Wu Rinsong a glance, Lu Chen strode toward the elevator with Cheng Fan in tow. Zheng Jianxiao followed closely behind, wearing a look of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As Lu Chen's figure completely vanished from the elevator entrance, Wu Rinsong immediately stood up, straightened his suit, and donned the brightest, most amiable smile. Striding towards Zheng Jianxiao, who was preparing to leave. "Ah, Jianxiao, my dear nephew. Do not rush off. Upon seeing Wu Rinsong, Zhang Jianxiao's face flickered with a hint of panic, and he forced a smile, stating, Uncle Wu, you haven't left yet? I still need to prepare the contract. So I must take my leave. Leave? Not so fast. Come, let me treat you to tea. Wu Rinsong seized Zhang Jianxiao's arm with surprising strength, pulling him into the adjacent lounge area. Ah, nephew, it seems the negotiations have faltered? Wu Rinsong feigned ignorance, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. No worries, just a minor setback. Zhang Jianxiao sighed, casting a glance at Wu Rinsong, attempting to salvage his dignity. Uncle, forgive me for the trouble. I sold it for 9 million. 9 million? Wu Rinsong feigned surprise. So low? I heard you intended to sell it for 200 million. No choice. The bank is pressing. Zhang Jianxiao waved his hand in frustration. I urgently need cash flow. You know that young Master Lu is ruthless in his pricing, yet he offers cash. Actually, Wu Rinsong set down his glass, leaning forward slightly. Revealing his intentions, nephew, you could sell it to me. Zhang Jianxiao was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, but you only offered 3 million? That was before. At that time, I was unaware of your predicament. Wu Rinsong waved his hand grandly, adopting a heroic demeanor. Now that I know you are in trouble, how could I stand idly by? That young Nanyang fellow offered you 9 million? I shall give you 950,000. All cash. It will be in your account by tomorrow morning. Zhang Jianxiao was taken aback, his mouth agape, seemingly in disbelief. But soon, a look of hesitation crossed his face, as he faltered, Uncle, this might not be right. Although the contract hasn't been signed, I already made a verbal agreement inside. A verbal agreement? Wu Rinsong chuckled, as if he had heard a joke. Slapping Zhang Jianxiao on the shoulder, do you not wish to make a profit? He leaned closer to Zhang Jianxiao's ear, his voice dripping with temptation. In business. We speak of business, not friendship. 50,000. Are you really going to throw away 50,000 over a mere verbal promise? Are you foolish? Zhang Jianxiao bit his lip, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Wu Rinsong remained patient, knowing that pushing too hard would provoke a backlash. He needed Zhang Jianxiao to come to the realization himself. A full minute passed. Suddenly, Zhang Jianxiao lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with greed and reluctance. 10 million. He extended a finger, fixing his gaze on Wu Rinsong. Make it a round number. 10 million. If you agree to 10 million, I will have my secretary draft the contract right now. That young Master Lu can go to hell. I will turn off my phone tomorrow. Wu Rinsong smiled. He had won. Although it was 50,000 more than the anticipated 950,000, this insignificant sum paled in comparison to the imminent acquisition of the subway station's land. Moreover, the thrill of snatching a deal from that arrogant young heir from Nanyang filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Deal. Wu Rinsong extended his hand, his smile radiant. Nephew, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. The check will be delivered first thing in the morning. Zhang Jianxiao grasped the offered hand, a smile gracing his face, albeit one tinged with a hint of deep sympathy for this opportunistic buyer. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, who had already departed in his vehicle, gazed out at the swiftly passing streets, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Lu, what exactly did you do before? Reflecting on the intricate events of the past few days, Cheng Yan felt that this man seemed almost preternaturally astute, prompting him to inquire. Lu Chun merely smiled, offering no reply. He certainly could not disclose that he had grown up watching people like them in films. At times, maintaining an air of mystery is more advantageous for controlling the situation. He simply raised his glass and gently clinked it against Cheng Yan's, to greet. Chapter 8, Jianghu. On the outskirts of Kowloon walled city, along Spring Sprout Street, lies a quintessentially old district of Hong Kong Island. The ding-ding tram clatters through the bustling market, its bell ringing cheerfully. Vendors on either side call out their wares in a cacophony, filling the air with the lively essence of urban life. In an aged tea house named Wu's Tea Room, located on the second floor in a private booth, the decor is modest and somewhat antiquated. The wall fans creak as they turn, dispersing the steam rising from the bamboo steamers. Yet, this place excels in its seclusion, surrounded by the clamor of the neighborhood. No one would suspect that a few individuals who just struck a multi-million-dollar deal in Central would be hiding away in this corner to divide their spoils. Lu Sheng. Tea time. Zhang Jianxiao, beaming with joy and donning an extravagant flat cap, personally filled a cup of pure tea for Lu Chun. At that moment, he bore no trace of the furrowed brow he had sported in the office. He radiated vitality, as if rejuvenated by a decade. This cup, I toast to you in place of wine. Were it not for you, I would have been ousted by that old fox, my second uncle, and might even be queuing to jump off some rooftop. Manager Zhang, you flatter me. I am merely doing my job, and this is the fruit of our collaboration. Lu Chun replied with a gentle clink of their glasses, smiling. Ah, You truly deserve the credit. From now on, don't call me Manager Zeng, just call me Zinggo, and I'll call you Lu Laudi. Zeng Jianxiao downed his tea in one go, set the cup down, and solemnly pushed a brown paper envelope toward Lu Chun. This is as agreed. Open it, and see if it meets your satisfaction. Zeng Jianxiao chuckled broadly. That rascal Wu Rinsong really delivered a cash check for 10 million. It was just redeemed this morning. The sound of that money hitting the account was sweeter than Beethoven's symphonies. Lu Chun extracted 2 checks from the envelope. One was for 135,000, and the other for 15,000. Originally, they had agreed on a commission of 100,000, but Zeng Jianxiao insisted. The additional 35,000 is my token of appreciation. Lu Laudi, please don't refuse. Without you, I would not only be burdened with over 200,000 in debt, but also facing exile from my family. This money is your well-deserved lifeline. Lu Chun gazed at the check for 135,000. In 1981, when the average salary was merely 2,000. Such an amount was sufficient to purchase a respectable villa in the semi-rural areas or secure prime retail space in Tsimsha-Sui. Without hesitation, Lu Chun naturally pocketed the substantial check, then picked up the remaining 15,000 check and handed it to Cheng Yiyan. Cheng Gong, this is the agreed-upon remuneration for your hard work. Lu Chun smiled at Cheng Yiyan. You've put in quite a bit of effort these past few days with the drawings and performances. The 15,000 should be enough for you to settle down on Hong Kong Island and start a small business. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Cheng Yiyan quickly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He stared at the 15,000 check, his breath quickening. 15,000. He had toiled for an entire year in Nanyang to save that much. With this money, he could repay a portion of his debts in Nanyang, bring his wife and children over, and finally escape the agony of separation. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Cheng Yiyan extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cool edge of the check. The week's events replayed in his mind like a film, from their meeting at the tea restaurant, to the strategic maneuvers of Zheng's realty, and the light-hearted banter at the jockey club. Lu Chen's displayed skills, vision, and demeanor had completely upended Cheng Yiyan's understanding. With this 15,000, he would be a prosperous engineer. But what vistas might he behold if he chose not to seize this opportunity and instead followed this man? In the next moment, he recoiled as if electrocuted. Lu Sheng, I cannot accept this money. Cheng Yiyan gritted his teeth, raising his head. His formerly shrewd and calculating eyes now ignited with the flame of ambition. Too little? Zeng Jianxiao was taken aback. No, it's too much. Cheng Yiyan gazed intently at Lu Chun, his eyes ablaze. But if it's meant as parting money, I cannot accept it. Mr. Lu, what I've learned from you over these past few days surpasses all I have gleaned in my 30 years of life. Most importantly, I no longer wish to beg on my knees. Cheng Yiyan took a deep breath, suddenly standing upright and bowing deeply to Lu Chun. His gesture so pronounced that it drew the attention of nearby diners. Lu Sheng, I wish to follow you. I do not want this 15,000. I simply desire this position. He pointed to the empty seat behind Lu Chun, to carry your bags, drive your car, and learn how to amass wealth. Cheng Yiyan was a gambler. He had lost everything in Nanyang before arriving at Hong Kong Island. Now, he wished to gamble his remaining life once more. Lu Chun regarded the bent figure of the middle-aged man before him, a playful smile curling his lips. Indeed, once one has glimpsed the vistas from the summit, who would wish to return to scavenging in the mire? Cheng Yiyan possessed an inherently restless spirit. He was a bold character, keenly sensing the transformative potential that resonated from Lu Chun. Sit down. Lu Chun rapped gently on the table. This is a public space. Let us maintain decorum. Cheng Yiyan's heart leaped with joy as he promptly sat down, straightening his back more than ever before. Since you wish to follow me, you must abide by my rules. First and foremost, promises cannot be broken. Lu Chun sipped his tea, his tone turning serious. The agreed-upon 10% is yours. Take it. At this juncture, Lu Chun turned to the admiring Zeng Jianxiao. Zenggu, since you hold our collaboration in such high regard, would you be interested in embarking on a significant venture? Lu Chen's decision to invest substantial effort into assisting Zeng Jianxiao was not solely for the purpose of earning his first pot of gold. Rather, it was to leverage Zeng Jianxiao's connections to pave the way for his own career, akin to Cheng Yiyan in the original narrative. However, in the original story, Cheng Yiyan squandered too much time early on, and Zeng Jianxiao's temporary departure to the United States further delayed the momentum. Now, armed with foresight, Lu Chun planned to expedite his foundational accumulation. Zeng Jianxiao's eyes brightened. Lu Laudi, speak. As long as you lead the way, I, Zeng Jianxiao, will follow without a second thought. To be honest, after this incident, I've come to realize that my intellect is insufficient for safeguarding what little I have, let alone for expansion. I simply wish to follow you, Lu Laudi, to prosperity. All right. Lu Chun drained his cup of tea and retrieved the 135,000 check. slapping it down on the table. I will head to the bank shortly to redeem this check, and I will invest 1 million. He indicated Cheng Yiyan. This 15,000 in your hands will count as both a technical and management stake. Zhenggu, you will construct the remaining framework. But do your best not to use your family's funds. We are going to establish an investment company. Lu Chun's gaze seemed to pierce through the bustling atmosphere of the tea house, envisioning a distant future. I have even thought of a name, Jianghu. The establishment of a company was inevitable. However, he could not allow himself to be tethered to Zhang Jianxiao's family complexities, as they were too intricate. Though Zhang Jianxiao was loyal, he remained bound by familial ties. Lu Chun needed a tool that was entirely his own and completely controllable. Lu Chun tapped his fingers on the table, and I will not be in the limelight. Not in the limelight. Zhang Jianxiao was momentarily taken aback. My identity is rather sensitive. It is not suitable for me to stand in the forefront. Lu Chun casually fabricated an excuse, yet paired with his enigmatic background. It became all the more persuasive. Moreover, my ambitions extend beyond real estate. I aim to delve into capital. Very well, how will the shares be distributed? Zhang Jianxiao immediately switched into business mode. The initial registered capital will be 1 million from my end, representing a 60 stake, while you, Mr. Zhang, will contribute 500,000 along with managing all administrative relations, thereby holding a 30 stake. Cheng Yiyan and Lu Chun turned their gazes towards the excited middle-aged man. And I suggest you keep the remaining 150,000 as pocket money. I shall grant you a 10 equity stake without any contribution, and from this day forth, you will serve as the spokesperson for Jianghu International. Me? Cheng Yiyan pointed incredulously at himself. Mr. Lu, can I really do this? If I say you can, then you certainly can, Lu Chun asserted with an undeniable authority. From this moment on, you shall be the general manager of Jianghu Group. Stand tall, and remember, in the financial world, confidence is more valuable than gold. As for the name Jianghu, it perhaps serves as a tribute to the legendary film industry that once created countless classic Hong Kong films, but has since vanished from this world. Old Chum, now that you've taken on the role of chairman, allow me to present you with 3 pieces of advice. Lu Chun, dipping his fingers into his tea, traced a wavy line on the table. First, I will recommend several stocks to you. They are poised to experience significant surges in the near future. Not only will you profit from them, but it is crucial that you observe carefully and understand the reasons behind their rise. Second, register dozens of shell companies in Nanyang, Panama, and the Cayman Islands. Make the accounts complex. Learn to manipulate finances so that the external world cannot discern our cash flow, only seeing our continuous profits. I will guide you through the specifics of this operation. Third, and most importantly, Lu Chun lowered his voice to a level only the 3 could hear. Starting tomorrow, seek out prey in the stock market. Target small companies with poor performance, especially those on the verge of delisting, particularly in the textile sector. Why pursue such worthless companies? Zhang Jianxiao inquired, puzzled. For reverse mergers, Lu Chun replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. We not only seek profit, but aim to issue stocks. Find a clean shell and inject our assets into it for a reverse listing. I have some ideas regarding the textile industry, if executed properly. Jianghu could possess a golden goose. Young Cheng, to acquire such companies, our funds may fall short. Zhang Jianxiao, though startled by Lu Chun's audacity, quickly contemplated the issue. Even for these nearly delisted firms, a few million won tea suffice. No worries, I will address the funding issue. It can be arranged within a week. Lu Chun wore a mysterious expression, contemplating the forthcoming case involving the Hong Kong Jockey Club, and decided to ride the wave. Understood, Mr. Lu. No, boss. Cheng Yiyan nodded emphatically. He gazed at Lu Chun's youthful yet inscrutable face, observing the composure in his every gesture that signified mastery over the realm. A seed of admiration took root fervently within Cheng Yian's heart. He began to unconsciously mimic Lu Chun, replicating the delicate arch of his pinky when holding a teacup, the measured pace of his speech, and the enigmatic curve of his smile. Years later, when Cheng Yian found himself either on the defendant's stand or at the celebration of his billion-dollar empire, people would perceive an indescribable charm in this stock market prodigy. Yet, no one would know that it stemmed from a devoted imitator paying heartfelt homage to his eternal mentor. The afternoon sun slanted into the private room, elongating the shadows of the 3 men. Zhang Jianxiao was still excitedly calculating future dividends. Cheng Yiyan was striving to digest the astonishing business philosophies, while Lu Chun reclined against the chair's back, watching the rising tea aroma, his gaze penetrating through the narrow tea house towards the tumultuous waters of Victoria Harbor. The chess game had commenced, and the pieces were in play. This splendid yet frenzied era had finally opened its doors to him. Chapter 9. I want guns, many guns. Kowloon walled city. Here, time seemed to be suspended. Regardless of how the outside world revolved, how high the Hang Seng index soared, or how many floors the buildings in Central had risen. The alleyways here remained damp and dim, with electrical wires tangled like spider webs. And the air still reeked of a unique aroma, a blend of roasted meats, incense, and the mustiness of sewers. This was a stifling sense of decay, yet also a comforting refuge. The dim yellow light cast a greasy sheen upon the old tiles of the barber shop. Above, a ceiling fan, long past its prime, emitted a weary creaking sound, as if it could cease to function at any moment. Tornado, clad in his signature gray tang suit, reclined in the cast-iron barber chair. A half-smoked cigarette pinched between his fingers. As the smoke swirled around him, his gaze seemed distant, perhaps peering through the haze at the irretrievable days of yore. Dingling. The wind chime at the entrance jingled as a tall figure stepped in, bringing with him the sunlight and clamor of the outside world. Tornado did not turn his head, simply flicking the ash from his cigarette out of habit. No business today. We're closing up. No business? What about medical treatment? A familiar voice echoed. The next moment, a long, strong hand extended, unceremoniously snatching the unfinished cigarette from Tornado's fingers. Tornado was taken aback, turning to meet Lu Chen's eyes, which carried a hint of amusement. Without hesitation, Lu Chen extinguished the cigarette, but in the glass ashtray on the table, his movements fluid, embodying a sense of discipline typical of a junior towards a senior. Lu Chen pulled over a round stool and plopped down beside Tornado, his tone teasing yet earnest. How large has that tumor grown? Don't you feel uncomfortable with it not growing? If you continue smoking, be cautious of a day when it sets off a grand fireworks display within your chest cavity. Tornado paused, glancing at his empty fingers, shaking his head in resignation, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. You young ones really meddle too much. He cleared his throat twice, his voice raspy, a habit he could not shake after decades, ingrained in his very bones. Besides, Tornado leaned back against the chair, his gaze becoming somewhat distant, as if peering through the layers of concrete forests toward a predetermined fate. After all, I don't have many years left to live. Rather than suffer through a few more days, I prefer to enjoy life comfortably. One's existence in this cage has been too long. If I cannot even smoke, that would truly be stifling. Lu Chen fell silent. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of Tornado's fate, the man who perished here fighting to protect Chen Luojun, expending his last breath. Lung cancer marked his countdown, but what truly claimed him was the vendetta of the underworld. Comfortable as it may be, life is singular. Lu Chen retrieved a box of throat lozenges from his pocket and tossed it to Tornado. Next time you wish to smoke, consume these. I still hope to count on you for a few more years in the walled city. Tornado accepted the box, unwrapped the lozenge, and popped it into his mouth, the refreshing flavor momentarily soothing the itch in his throat. Speak up. There's no need to come here unless you have something to discuss. Tornado regarded Lu Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I've heard you've been thriving in Central? They say there's a mysterious wealthy young man from Nanyang, with extraordinary means. What? Today you have time to visit this old man. Business lies outside, this is home. Lu Chen smiled, his words resonating well with Tornado. Furthermore, I came to inquire about the situation with the big boss lately. Lu Chen's smile faded, and he adopted a serious tone. Upon mentioning the big boss, Tornado's originally gentle gaze became sharp instantly. Thanks to you. The Tornado let out a cold chuckle, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. After your last reminder, I sought out a few old ghosts over in the West Ring. I didn't divulge much. Merely praised Wang Jiao, noting how recently he has been quite the formidable figure, gathering followers more diligently than the big boss himself. So much so that on the streets, people are nearly more familiar with Jianghu than the big boss. The big boss, inherently suspicious, has his guard up, especially towards the rabid dogs he keeps close. He needs them while also being wary of them. Indeed, the Tornado nodded. Such a person as the big boss loathes others encroaching on his power. I heard that just a couple of days ago, Wang Jiao was summoned for tea by the big boss and emerged with injuries on his face. Huh. The big boss is currently preoccupied with cleaning house and suppressing Wang Jiao. So he likely won't have the time to keep an eye on our enclave in the short term. That's quite favorable. Moreover, Wang Jiao will not quietly accept the big boss's suppression. His appetite has been gradually whetted by the big boss. And would he be willing to relinquish his power and resort to a meager existence? If he finds an opportunity, he will undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation, seeking to eliminate the big boss and ascend to power himself, thus pitting the two against each other. At this juncture, the Tornado let out a long breath. Indeed, this has granted us a moment to breathe. During this period, the enclave has grown considerably quieter, but this is merely a temporary measure. Lu Chen raised his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the Tornado. Brother Long, have you considered this? This merely extends the fuse of the bomb. It hasn't been defused. In the end, regardless of who overcomes whom, the Enclave will remain a coveted piece of meat. The tornado fell silent, aware that Lu Chen spoke the truth. But he had long been unwilling to confront this harsh reality. He was growing old, desiring only to safeguard his modest territory and live a tranquil life. More importantly, Lu Chen leaned forward, presenting the heart-stopping reason. The big boss is perhaps the only person in this world, aside from us, who could possibly deduce Chen Luojun's origins. Although he has yet to connect Chen Luojun with Chen Zhan, none dare to take that gamble. Lu Chen paused, his gaze sharpening further. If news of Chen Zhan's son being alive reaches Jianghu, and who go through the big boss, Brother Long, what will you do? They may be your brothers in life and death, but they harbor an even deeper hatred for Chen Zhan. Years ago, Chen Zhan slaughtered Jianghu's entire family and rendered Hu Gu blind in one eye. This is a blood feud. If they discover you are secretly sheltering the enemy's son, what then? Brothers turning against one another, weapons drawn, and you caught in the middle, how will you respond? The barbershop fell into a profound silence. Only the overhead fan continued to spin tirelessly. After a long while, the warmth in the tornado's eyes gradually faded, replaced by the ruthlessness reminiscent of when his iron hooks swept through the world. You speak the truth. The tornado's voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against the floor. I have long-standing grievances with the big boss, whether for Luojun or the neighbors of the Enclave. This calamity must eventually be eradicated at its roots. However, he glanced at his slightly trembling hand, realizing that in his current state, any attempt to kill him would require careful planning. A direct confrontation is unwise. It must be achieved through cunning. There's no rush. I have a plan. Lu Chen reassured. When the time is right, I will assist you. You know my intellect well. I guarantee he will meet an untimely end without implicating the Enclave. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the murderous intent in the tornado's eyes gradually receded. He had always placed great trust in Lu Chen's cunning. This young man could see 3 steps ahead with every move. He was a born strategist. Since we have set aside the matter of the big boss for now, you must have other business to discuss today. The tornado, perceptive as ever, directly inquired. Lu Chen nodded, leaning slightly forward. Brother Long, I wish to borrow 2 individuals. Who? Xine and Chen Luojun. At this, the tornado's brows furrowed deeply. His hand's motion paused, the lozenge in his mouth rolling around and producing a soft sound. What do you need them for? The tornado's tone shifted to one of caution, resembling a protective beast. Chen Zi, I know you're engaged in significant ventures outside. However, while Xine is clever, he has always been sheltered within the Enclave, lacking exposure to the stormy seas of the outside world. Luojun is even more naive. Aside from fighting, he knows nothing else. If you send them to assist you with those financial schemes, commercial operations, they will be ill-equipped. It's not for commercial operations. Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze deepening. It involves physical labor. I need capable individuals I can trust and who are willing to fight with all they have. No, the tornado firmly rejected, raising his voice slightly. You want to send them into danger? Chen Zi, I consider you a friend because I believe you are intelligent enough to guide Luojun and Xine toward a righteous path. But now you wish to lead them into peril? How is that any different from sending them to join a gang? The difference lies in this. By following me, they will gain the power to shape their own destinies. Lu Chen did not falter. Instead, he met the tornado's furious gaze with calm determination. Brother Long, you have protected them for a long time, but can you shield them for a lifetime? How many more years can your body endure? A year? 2 years? This statement struck like a sharp knife, piercing directly into the tornado's most vulnerable weakness. The tornado's breath quickened. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. In this enclave, Lu Chen pointed to the floor beneath them. You know better than I that the government has long desired to demolish this place. It's merely that the timing isn't right yet. As the 1997 deadline approaches, this place is destined to become a wasteland. What then for Xine? What then for Luojun? Should we send them out to deliver takeout? Or to the docks to carry heavy loads? They are dragons, not insects. Confined within this cage, they will never learn how to soar amidst a storm. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the narrow slice of sky outside. There's an old saying among fishermen, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. This undertaking does indeed carry risks. But I, Lu Chen, stake my life as a guarantee that I will never lead them to their deaths. This is an opportunity. If we succeed in this venture, they will be set for life, even without relying on the enclave, and may even rise to prominence. Brother Long, a fledgling eagle must eventually leave the nest. Do you wish for them to languish under your wing, or do you want them to fight for a future? The barbershop fell into a prolonged silence. Only the clock continued to tick. The tornado closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling erratically. After a considerable time, he let out a long sigh, laden with an abundance of helplessness, reluctance, and a hint of resolve. He understood that Lu Qin was right. He could not protect them forever. Xine possesses talent, and Luo Jun has skill. What they lack is an opportunity, an authentic chance to witness the harshness and splendor of the world. And Lu Qin might just be the one capable of leading them beyond the enclave. Can you truly ensure their safety? The tornado opened his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lu Qin. As long as they follow my lead, I am 90% certain they will emerge unscathed, Lu Qin solemnly promised. Moreover, should anything go awry, I will stand in front of them. The tornado scrutinized Lu Qin for a full half-minute before finally waving his hand. Go ahead. Speak to them yourself. If they are unwilling, do not force them. Thank you, Brother Long. A smile graced Lu Qin's lips, for he knew he had surmounted this hurdle. In the back alleys of the enclave, at an open-air eatery, Chen Luojun, clad in a faded tank top, held a large bowl of wonton noodles, devouring it heartily. The tension that usually characterized his face softened considerably. Despite the hardships endured during his time in the enclave, he felt a warmth he had never experienced before. The people here, though rough around the edges, did not regard him as an outsider. Xine sat opposite him, playing with a butterfly knife, its blade dancing between his fingers like a silver butterfly. Before him lay a bottle of Vita soy, and his gaze reflected a hint of ennui. Hey, Luo Jun, take your time eating. No one's competing with you. Xine teased with a smile. The char siu rice hasn't even arrived yet. Hungry, huh? Chen Luo Jun mumbled indistinctly, flashing a simple, hearty smile. At that moment, a shadow fell over the table. Both raised their heads simultaneously to see Lu Chun standing before them. Brother Chun. Chen Luo Jun promptly set down his chopsticks and stood up, his movements slightly awkward yet filled with respect. Although he was unaware of Lu Qin's specific deeds, he understood that his entrance into the city fortress and his acceptance by the Tornado Gang were largely due to Lu Qin's influence. Moreover, Lu Qin had previously visited him, bringing along new clothes. Please, have a seat. No need for formality, Lu Qin said with a smile, pressing down gently on Chen Luo Jun's shoulder as he casually pulled over a plastic stool to sit. Boss Lu, what brings you here to eat street food today? Xine remarked, tucking away his butterfly knife and raising an eyebrow. Isn't the abalone in Central not to your liking? While the abalone is delightful, it pales in comparison to the warmth of the wonton noodles in the city fortress, Lu Qin chuckled, calling to the owner, Boss, add a bowl of thin wonton. As they waited for the noodles, Lu Qin glanced at the two, his playful demeanor fading. Luo Jun, Xine, I have a favor to ask of you. Without hesitation, Chen Luo Jun wiped his mouth and declared, Brother Chen, just say the word. If it's within my capacity, I'm willing to traverse fire and water. You and the Tornado Gang saved my life, and I've always wished to repay that kindness. The sincerity in the young man's eyes was palpable. He remained oblivious to his own background and was indifferent to grand philosophies. He simply knew who had treated him well and was wholeheartedly devoted in return. Lu Chun felt a warmth in his heart and patted Chen Luo Jun's arm. It's not that serious, no need for such extremes. It's just a bit dangerous. He then turned to Xine, taking a sip of Vita soy. Xine's eyes flickered momentarily. I had a feeling your return wouldn't bode well. So what's the deal? If it's about fighting for territory, I need to get the boss's approval. The boss has already agreed, Lu Qin replied calmly. Xine paused, the nonchalance in his demeanor diminishing slightly. If the Tornado Gang had approved, it indicated that the matter was indeed significant. I intend to pull off a big score. Lu Qin lowered his voice, leaning forward to speak in a tone only the three of them could hear. Once it's done, each of you will receive at least this amount. He extended 5 fingers. 500,000. Xine speculated. 5 million. Uft. The Vita soy that Xine had just sipped sprayed out, while Chen Luo Jun gaped, dropping the wonton he hadn't finished back into his bowl. How much? Xine stared at Lu Qin. 5 million? Each. Are you planning to rob HSBC? Close enough, Lu Qin replied with a mysterious smile, but it's not a bank heist. It's about catching a ride on a favorable wind. Safe and reliable, most importantly, ensuring no trace leads back to us. So no need to worry about the police causing trouble. Are you in? Xine fell into silence. 5 million. In the city fortress, he helped the Tornado Gang collect debts and oversee the territory, yet he barely saved a few thousand over a year. 5 million could replace the fortress's aging generators, repair leaking roofs, and even secure the best doctors for the boss. Count me in. Xine grit his teeth, a glint of determination in his eyes. For the sake of wealth, I'd risk it all. As long as the boss gives the nod, I'm in for the thrill. I'll go too. Chen Luo Jun quickly stated, I don't need the money. Brother Chun, If you need me, I'll be there. Good brothers, but you keep the money, rest assured. This is just a small matter. Lu Chun extended his hand, and the three clasped their greasy palms tightly together over the table of the bustling food stall. Half an hour later, at the barber shop, the Tornado Gang observed the return of the trio. Noting the mix of tension and excitement on Xine and Shen Luojun's faces, and he knew the deal was sealed. With a resigned sigh, he set down the newspaper he had been reading. Since you've decided, don't bring shame to the fortress. The Tornado Gang stood up and walked behind the counter, opening a concealed compartment to retrieve a heavy black canvas bag, which he tossed onto the table. These are a few bulletproof vests. Although they are outdated, they can save your lives in critical moments. Take them. Lu Chen nodded, signaling for Xine to collect them. Is there anything else you need? The Tornado Gang looked at Lu Chun, his gaze complex. Speak freely. I'll assist however I can. Lu Chun regarded the Tornado Gang, then glanced at the two young men behind him. He needed not only courage but also firepower. Those fierce thugs were armed with AK-47s and explosives. Relying solely on machetes would be tantamount to seeking death. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting a near-manic calmness. Adjusting his collar, he emulated Keanu Reeves' iconic demeanor from The Matrix and slowly uttered, I want guns. Lots of guns. Chapter 10. The Mantis, the Sparrow, and $2 billion in cash. In Kowloon City, the barbershop displayed a closed for business sign. All the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a dim yellow desk lamp illuminating a note filled with numbers on the table. Everything is arranged. The Tornado Gang set down the old rotary phone, exhaling a puff of smoke, his gaze complex as he looked at the three young men before him. The other party was an old ghost who once conducted business with the Vietnamese gang, recognizing only money, not people. There would be no face-to-face meeting. The goods would be left at an abandoned dock in Saigon, with a clear exchange of money and goods. Boss, are they reliable? Xine fiddled with his butterfly knife, his brow slightly furrowed. In this line of work, credibility is akin to life. If he dares to cheat me, I can dismantle his bones, the Tornado Gang stated flatly. Yet the underlying aura of bloodshed was chilling. Here is the price list. The Tornado Gang pointed to the note. A DSA 58 is 31,000, an AK 47 is 60,000, and a Remington M870, which you call a shotgun, is 60,000. Bullets are $100 each, fixed price. Lu Chen picked up the note and couldn't help but marvel internally. These prices were practically highway robbery. Indeed, the arms trade was the most lucrative business. No need to select. Lu Chen crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the ashtray to ignite it. We need 3 Remingtons, plus 90 rounds of buckshot. Shotguns. Shen Luojun looked puzzled. Brother Lu, don't people in movies use AKs? They pack a punch. What good is firepower if you can't control the gun? Lu Chen shot him a glance, patiently explaining, how many of us have handled real guns? The recoil from an AK is enough to send your bullets skyward. Handguns require extensive practice. Beyond 5 meters, it's all about luck. But a shotgun is different. Lu Chen mimicked the action of aiming a gun, his eyes sharp. At close range, one shot is devastating. There's no need to aim precisely. As long as you're generally in the right direction, even gods would kneel. The place we're heading to is confined. This is truly the equalizer. That makes sense. Xine nodded. In such an environment, the shotgun was indeed king. That comes to 18,000, plus the bullets. Nearly 20,000. Lu Chen pulled out 2 thick stacks of cash, part of his first earnings from Wu Rinsong. Thanks for your help, Brother Long. The Tornado Gang observed the stack of money, saying nothing as he accepted it silently. And this? Lu Chen produced another list. 3 sets of professional diving suits, with sufficient oxygen tanks. Additionally, we need 3 gas masks, the kind that can filter chemical gases. Are you going to dive? The Tornado Gang frowned. No, I'm heading to a place dirtier than the sea. Lu Chen's gaze was cast out the window towards the pitch-black night sky, as if piercing through the darkness to glimpse the golden palace buried beneath the earth. 2 days later, at Happy Valley, Hong Kong Island Jockey Club. Today marked the commencement of the Queen's Cup, and the racetrack was alive with a cacophony of voices, tens of thousands of gamblers brandishing their betting slips, roaring and bellowing, transforming countless banknotes into mere scraps of paper, which in turn coalesced into the suffocating wealth within the vault. According to the usual protocol, these wagers would eventually be delivered by the foreigners back to their homeland, serving to replenish the waning glory of the Union Jack. However, beneath all this opulence, 20 meters underground, in the dank, humid, and nauseatingly foul-smelling sewer, 3 ghostly figures lay quietly and hiding within the waterlogged alcoves of the pipe. Ugh. Xine could not suppress a retch. Despite donning a gas mask, the psychological discomfort remained overwhelming. Aiken, we've been lying here for 4 hours. Are those 2 coming or not? Shoo. Lu Chen made a gesture for silence. clad in a form-fitting black wetsuit. Topped with a tactical vest designed to withstand abrasions, he gripped a Remington M870 wrapped in oilcloth. Though his face was obscured by a black hood that revealed only his eyes, those eyes betrayed no sign of agitation, only the patience of a hunter. According to the plot of High Alert, McQueen had already escaped from prison. He was an exceedingly arrogant and paranoid individual, determined to complete the unfinished plan of robbing the Jockey Club's vault. I have perused the architectural blueprints of the racetrack. The drainage system harbors a fatal flaw. In an attempt to cut costs, they neglected to seal off the maintenance passage directly beneath the vault. McQueen, being a genius in civil engineering, would undoubtedly exploit this oversight. "They're here," Chen Luojun suddenly whispered, his acute hearing detecting a subtle sound amidst the rushing water. In the distance, two faint beams of flashlight flickered through the dark currents, followed by the sounds of splashing and the muffled breaths of two men. Lu Chen's heart tightened, adrenaline surging through him. The first figure, lean and shadowy, carried a heavy waterproof case. That was McQueen. The second, a burly man with a face full of flesh, wielded a submachine gun. This was the notorious gangster Lao Gao. "Everyone, check your safeties," Lu Chun ordered in a hushed tone. "We'll move once they breach the vault. Remember, that Lao Gao is a desperate outlaw. No need for words. Send him to his grave at the first sight." "Understood," Xine and Chen Luojun replied in unison, simultaneously racking their weapons. Click. The crisp sound of chambering was masked by the sound of flowing water. Below, McQueen and Lao Gao remained oblivious, unaware that three lurking predators awaited above them in the shadows. McQueen halted beneath a massive concrete dome. He unfurled a blueprint for comparison and pointed upwards. Above was the core of the vault. Here, the concrete layer was thinnest, a remnant of the original construction's maintenance access, later sealed only hastily. Lao Gao nodded, retrieving several blocks of C4 explosives from the waterproof case, expertly affixing them to the seams of the dome before inserting the detonator. "Ready." McQueen pressed the detonator. Boom. The muffled explosion reverberated through the enclosed sewer, causing Lu Chen's eardrums to throb painfully as dust and debris cascaded down. The once impenetrable dome was suddenly breached. A gaping hole with a diameter of 1 meter created. No alarm sounded. As Lu Chun had anticipated, McQueen was a genius in electronic engineering. He had already severed the vibration sensors beneath the vault. "Go." Lao Gao tossed a grappling hook, snagging the opening, and was the first to scale it. McQueen followed closely behind. Action. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The three figures shot forth like arrows, silently ascending the rope. Inside the vault, a soft click echoed. The heavy concrete panel above was gradually pried open, revealing a faint glimmer of light. It was the glow of the vault's emergency lights, the very radiance of wealth. Lao Gao ascended first, submachine gun at the ready, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Clear," his deep voice resounded. Following closely, McQueen emerged as well. This was the sanctuary of riches. Rows of towering metal shelves were laden with stacks of cash. Plastic-wrapped bundles of red bills, $1,000 notes, and orange bills, $500 notes, piled high like bricks, assaulting the retina. Lao Gao gazed at the room filled with money, his eyes turning red with greed. He discarded his submachine gun and seized a waterproof bag, preparing to fill it. "We're rich. We're rich. Damn it. This lifetime was worth it." McQueen, although far calmer, was also breathless as he stuffed money into the bag. Just then, bang. A deafening explosion erupted within the vault like thunder. Lao Gao's movements froze. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared in his chest, a horrific injury inflicted at close range by the Remington shotgun. Countless pellets instantaneously shredded his heart and lungs, splattering the nearby piles of money with a crimson mist. He didn't even have the chance to glance back. Collapsing to the ground like a lifeless log, his Hong Kong dollars scattered around him. "Who?" McQueen whirled around, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. But two cold gun barrels pressed firmly against his forehead. Xine and Chen Luojun flanked him, the dark muzzles exuding an aura of death. "If you wish to avoid a fatal fate, raise your hands." Lu Chen stepped out from the shadows, holding the still smoking shotgun, his voice deliberately lowered to a gravelly whisper. He stepped over Lao Gao's corpse without a second glance, as if merely crushing a cockroach. McQueen was a clever man, extremely clever. He stared at the three fully armed figures before him, their black hoods concealing their identities, his pupils constricting sharply. "Who are you?" "Who we are is of little consequence," Lu Chun replied, advancing towards McQueen and lifting his chin with the gun barrel, his gaze mocking. "What matters is that we are here to assist you." "Assist me?" McQueen glanced at the corpse on the ground, a cold smirk crossing his lips. "Is this what you call assistance?" Lu Chun gestured towards the towering stacks of cash surrounding them. There's at least 2 billion here, McQueen. Can you take it all on your own? Why not let us help you? What do you want? McQueen forced himself to regain composure. We can strike a deal. Lu Chen raised a finger. The police are already en route. Everyone knows you escaped to rob the vault. Therefore, this case can only be attributed to you. You will bear the blame. Why should I? Because you can still live and take millions of Hong Kong dollars abroad to enjoy life. Lu Chen's voice turned cold as ice. We merely seek a free ride, seeking wealth without bloodshed. You take what you can carry, we'll take the rest. Although the police will be after you, with money. The world is your oyster. But if you refuse, Lu Chen tapped the trigger, producing a soft click. Then you'll find yourself selling tea eggs on the streets. McQueen fell silent. His mind raced. The other party was right. He had already taken lives before. Robbing for 10 million was a trivial matter. But 100 million was an endless pursuit. As long as one can survive and escape, what does it matter to bear the blame? Moreover, this group of individuals has clearly come prepared, employing ruthless methods. They are undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Deal. McQueen gritted his teeth and nodded. Feeling reassured that they truly wouldn't silence him. Of course, for we require a scapegoat. Lu Chen chuckled at this remark, stating that if you were to perish, the police would suspect the involvement of others. Only if you manage to escape alive will this case be considered resolved, and we shall be safe. McQueen inhaled deeply. Picking up the waterproof bags strewn across the floor. Enough talk. Let us fill these with cash. I estimate the police will surround the area in 10 minutes. Precisely. Lu Chen gestured with his hand, instructing the second and third operatives to act. Only take large denominations. The four of them, with their 8 hands, embarked on a frenzied heist. Bundles of 1,000 yuan notes were forcefully stuffed into specially designed waterproof bags. At that moment, money ceased to be currency, transforming into mere paper, a weight, a manifestation of desire. Each person filled 2 large bags, weighing dozens of kilograms. Just as Xian Yi and Chen Luojun dragged their bags toward the exit, Lu Chen deliberately lagged behind. He surveyed the mountain of cash still stacked in the vault. What they had taken was but a drop in the ocean. To let the rest slip away would be a grave waste. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. With a mere thought, personal space activated. As his palm brushed past, the neatly stacked bundles of cash vanished into thin air as if by magic. A cubic meter of space, though it may not sound vast. When used for storing money, it represents an astronomical figure. In a mere 3 seconds, Lu Chen filled the space to capacity, leaving not a single gap. A rough estimation suggested that the value contained within far exceeded the total of all the bags they were carrying. After completing this, Lu Chen swiftly retrieved a makeshift timed device, fashioned from a lighter, and affixed it to a fire alarm sensor. He then raised his hand and smashed the diving propeller left behind by Lao Gao, casually removing the valve from McQueen's spare oxygen tank before sliding down the rope into the sewer. Just 3 minutes after their departure, the lighter ignited as scheduled, the high temperature triggering the fire suppression system above. Since the vault was filled with cash, what erupted was not water, but rather a gas, heptafluoropropane. While this gas could extinguish flames, under high pressure, it would effectively obliterate all fingerprints, footprints, and even DNA traces from the scene. Within the sewer, the 4 of them swam like specters of the deep. They reached a fork in the path, and Lu Chen halted, pointing towards the left pipe. McQueen, you take that route. It leads to the Victoria Harbor exit. Your boat should be waiting there, correct? McQueen nodded, casting a complex glance at Lu Chen. Who exactly are you? You may refer to us as the cleaners. Until we meet again. McQueen ceased further conversation, shouldering the 2 bags of money, and plunged into the inky waters. Ding. Detected key plot character, McQueen. Checkpoint heightened alert. Checkpoint successful. Reward, 1 freedom attribute point. System, allocate this attribute to intelligence. As the situation became increasingly complex, mere brute force was no longer sufficient to control the unfolding events. He required a sharper intellect, quicker reflexes, and greater computational capacity to navigate the impending storm that would engulf the entire island. Command confirmed. Strengthening in progress. Intelligence. LV7, Master of Strategy. Evaluation. Your mind has evolved into a sophisticated biological computer. You possess not only an eidetic memory, but also the ability to instantly discern logical connections from a myriad of complex information fragments. Your grasp of human psychology and situational dynamics has reached a masterful level. Now, even when faced with the most cunning of adversaries, you can see through their deceptions at a glance. An unprecedented coolness swept through his cerebral cortex. Lu Chen opened his eyes, feeling as though the world had sharpened into clearer focus. The entire sewer transformed within his mind into a 3-dimensional map. As he watched McQueen disappear, Xian Yi could no longer restrain himself. Should we not? Lu Chen reassured him, He is a wise man, aware of what should and should not be said. And besides, he has never seen our faces. Lu Chun removed his mask, revealing a face drenched in sweat, and added that as long as he lives, the police's gaze will forever remain upon him. We are merely phantoms in this city. Onward. To the new territories. At 3 in the morning, in the new territories. An expanse of desolate reed beds. Splash. 3 figures emerged from the water, gasping for the fresh air. Dragging their heavy bags, they stumbled ashore. Xian tore off his mask, sprawling out on the muddy ground, gazing at the starry sky, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, what a thrill. Truly exhilarating. He patted the bag beside him, filled to the brim with cash. Never in his life had he seen such wealth. Ah Chun, you are truly a madman. But I like it. Chen Luo Jun also sat on the ground, grinning broadly. Though exhausted, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Leaning against a withered tree, Lu Chen lit a cigarette. The sensation of nicotine flooding his lungs gradually eased his taut nerves. He felt the weight of his immense fortune in the spatial pocket, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Change clothes, incinerate the diving suits. Lu Chun's voice was chillingly calm as he instructed them to transfer the money into ordinary woven bags. We 3 shall part ways, taking the back roads to the city. Let us keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention, understood? Rest assured, Ah Chun. Xian sat up, his eyes gleaming with determination. Just this final push remains, we are aware. Lu Chun smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. A sliver of dawn broke on the eastern horizon. A new day had arrived. For the police of Hong Kong Island, it was a day filled with disgrace as the vault was robbed, and the brazen thieves vanished without a trace. But for Lu Chun, for the Jianghu group, and for the young people of Kowloon City, it marked the first day of the legend's inception. Chapter 11, Billions in Cash and the Mad Detective. At 7 in the morning, although the torrential rain had ceased, the alleys of Kowloon City remained flooded to the ankles. The backflow from the sewers filled the air with an indescribable stench, yet this odor could not mask the intense, exhilarating scent of money and gunpowder that clung to the 3 returnees. The Tornado barbershop had long since hung a sign indicating it was closed. The roll-up door was drawn halfway down, leaving just a narrow gap for the 3 to slip through. Inside, the rear compartment, originally intended for the storage of illicit goods, was now emptied. The heavy iron door closed behind them, severing all prying eyes from the outside. Splash! As Xian hefted the waterproof bags onto the ground, the dull thud resonated like a hammer upon their hearts. Following this, the second and third bags, a total of 6 enormous sacks piled in the cramped compartment, resembling a small hill. This is our bounty from tonight. Xian panted heavily, yanking off his hood. The grime on his face had yet to be wiped away, but his eyes shone with an electrifying brightness. Lu Chun remained silent, merely walking over and unzipping one of the bags. Hiss! In that fleeting moment, even beneath the dim glow of the lights, the dazzling interplay of crimson and gold still rendered all present momentarily breathless. It was money, merely bundled, haphazardly stacked, imbued with the unique scent of ink from the Hong Kong dollars that filled the horse racing vault. As it spilled forth, Lu Chen's voice, raspy yet brimming with an uncontainable excitement, resonated. The 3 joined forces to empty the contents of 6 bags onto the rosewood tea table in the center of the room. When the table could no longer contain it, the currency cascaded to the floor, a staggering 180 kilograms of banknotes. The visual impact was nothing short of terrifying. It transformed from a mere cold number in a bank account into a tangible ocean of material wealth capable of drowning reason. Most of it comprised the less commonly circulated golden bull notes, valued at 1,000, interspersed with numerous red snapper notes, valued at 100, the favored chips of gamblers. Even for someone accustomed to the tumult of the underworld, the once formidable tornado paused, cigarette in hand, suspended in midair. Ash fell languidly onto his traditional attire, unnoticed by him. How much could this possibly be? Chen Luo Jun was no better off. Leaning against the wall, clutching a bottle of water, his gaze appeared somewhat vacant. In the underground boxing ring, he fought tooth and nail for a mere few thousand, yet this pile could purchase hundreds of boxing gyms. Let us count it, Lu Chun suggested, casually lifting a bundle of notes to weigh in his hands. These were the stakes from the horse races, predominantly old notes with few consecutive serial numbers, varying in denomination but possessing strong liquidity. The 3 young men, along with a figure from Kowloon walled city, began counting the money in the cramped, dimly lit room as if engaged in a craft. This endeavor lasted a full 2 hours. Most of the cash consisted of the pre-packaged $1,000 golden bulls, with a small portion of $500 and $100 bills scattered about. 360 pounds. Lu Chun brushed off the dust from his hands and announced the final figure, approximately 120 million. The room fell into a deathly silence. 120 million? Xin Yi's voice cracked. He abruptly turned to Lu Chun, then glanced at the money on the floor, feeling his legs weaken. In an era where an ordinary police officer earned merely 2,000 a month, and a lavish 1,000-square-foot apartment could be had for just a few $100,000. What did 120 million signify? It meant they could purchase an entire street in the semi-mountainous region. It meant that even if they retired immediately, they could squander it for generations. Stop daydreaming. Lu Chun kicked the pile of money, shattering the suffocating silence. Money, he asserted, only becomes money when spent, when stacked here. It is merely waste paper. Come, let us divide the spoils. He moved swiftly, separating two large piles from the stack, estimating each to contain at least 10 million. Xin E, Luo Jun, this portion is yours. Lu Chun pushed the two piles towards them, his tone as unremarkable as if distributing two cabbages, 10 million each. Cash. Use it to buy a house, a car, marry a wife, or save it as funeral expenses. The choice is yours. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Brother Lu, this is far too much. Xin E protested, nudging the bag of money, swallowing hard. We only agreed to help. 5 million each was already a fortune. This 10 million felt too heavy. Chen Luojun shook his head fervently. Brother Lu, you saved my life, you provided my ID. I only need enough to live. I couldn't possibly sleep with this 10 million. Despite their rough backgrounds, both adhered to a fundamental code of honor. To them, this operation was orchestrated entirely by Lu Chun. The intelligence was his doing, the firearms were his acquisition, and even the decisive shot was fired by him. They merely served as two laborers and bodyguards, unworthy of such a sum. Observing their reluctance, Lu Chun's admiration for them deepened. In this treacherous world of eat or be eaten, those who could face a windfall of millions without succumbing to greed and uphold their principles were truly the brothers worth entrusting with one's back. Take it, you must. Lu Chun's expression darkened, feigning displeasure. I, Lu Chun, never shortchange my brothers. This night's work was undertaken with our lives on the line. This 10 million buys your lives from that night. What? Is it too little? No. It's not that it's too little. Chen Luojun exclaimed, suddenly agitated. It's far too much. Then shut up and accept it. Lu Chun commanded firmly, then retrieved another 10 million from the pile and pushed it towards Tornado. Brother Long, this portion is for you. Tornado, who had been silently smoking, was taken aback. He stared at the money before him, his brow furrowing. Chenzi, this is pointless, he remarked, extinguishing his cigarette, his tone turning serious. I merely facilitated your connection and acquired a few firearms. I didn't even step out of the walled city. Why should you youngsters risk your lives for this money for an old man like me? My barbershop earns enough for my sustenance. Do I need to carry this money into the grave? This money isn't solely for you. Lu Chun anticipated Tornado's refusal. He gazed earnestly at Tornado's weathered face and continued. This is for Kowloon walled city. For the walled city? Tornado paused momentarily. The electrical wiring is severely outdated, catching fire several times a year. The plumbing is similarly neglected, forcing residents to queue for water. And what of the elderly and uneducated children? Lu Chun gestured toward the window. Use this 10 million to repair the roads, replace the wiring, establish a proper medical facility, and pay tuition for those children who cannot afford schooling. Even if just for our own karma, you must accept this money. His words struck a chord within Tornado. Throughout his life, childless and without a spouse, he regarded Kowloon walled city as his home and its inhabitants as his family. He had always dreamed of improving the conditions here, but alas, his means were insufficient. Gazing at Lu Chun, he felt his eyes moistening. This young man not only possessed skill and courage, but, more importantly, a compassionate heart. You truly understand the human heart, young man. Tornado chuckled bitterly, yet with a hint of warmth in his tone. Very well, I will accept this money on behalf of the walled city. From now on, every new light and every new pipe in this place will carry a part of your merit. After a long pause, Tornado took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Chinzi, since you say so, I will accept this money on behalf of the community. On behalf of the 30,000 elders and compatriots of Kowloon walled city, thank you. I will donate as well. Xin suddenly exclaimed, pushing half of his pile, around 5 million, toward Tornado's stack. Brother Lu is right. I grew up in the walled city too. I want to contribute. Me too. Chen Luojun chimed in, smiling warmly as he pushed his own 5 million forward. I'm an orphan. The walled city is my home. Count my share as well. Seeing these two impassioned young men before him, Tornado smiled, a smile that unfolded the wrinkles on his face, as if he were 20 years younger. Enough. No need to quarrel, he waved his hands, pushing back the money they had offered. The repairs for the walled city will require merely 1 million. You two are at a stage in life where you need to make use of your money. Do you not plan to marry without a dowry? But listen to Brother Long, Lu Chen interjected decisively. Brother Long, doesn't he need your little contributions? The sentiment is what matters. At the very least, you can lend a hand during repairs. Through this incident, the relationships among the four individuals, tested by the trials of wealth, did not falter. Instead, they solidified into an unbreakable bond. Lu Chen, standing in the hearts of Xian Yi and Chen Luojun, has transcended that of a mere partner, ascending to the role of the leader. After distributing the substantial share, Lu Chen unreservedly accepted the remaining 90 million. Of course, his true fortune, resting in his personal space, amounted to a staggering 500 million, which was undoubtedly his greatest prize of the evening. However, a significant issue loomed, a pressing predicament. This money must not see the light of day. Tornado gazed at the scattered bills, grimacing as he remarked, "This is the money of the racecourse. Although it is in unmarked bills, each note bears a serial number. A small amount may be spent discreetly, but should a large sum flood the market, the Organized Crime and Commercial Crime Bureau will undoubtedly take notice. This money is akin to a hot potato. It needs laundering." Lu Chen nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need for a thorough cleansing. Tornado pondered for a moment. "I do have a connection. There are a few individuals in Shamshui-pa who specialize in laundering money for organizations. However," he extended 4 fingers, "their rules are rather harsh. Regardless of the amount, they take a 40% cut. Moreover, your 100 million is too conspicuous. It cannot be withdrawn all at once. It must be done in batches. And it will take at least 2 months to gradually dissipate the sum." 40%? Xin Yi exclaimed. "Does that mean over 40 million is gone? That's outrageous." "There's no alternative. That's just how it works," Tornado replied resignedly. "Money laundering is a technical job, and it's a risky business. Those involved must also bear the risks." Lu Chen frowned slightly. A loss of 40% truly stung. Yet, he was left with no choice. His personal space could only store money, not convert it into clean funds. With the Jianghu Group just recently established, an influx of over 100 million in unaccounted funds would immediately draw the attention of regulatory authorities. 40% it is, Lu Chen decisively concluded, prioritizing safety above all. "I will trouble you, Brother Long, to handle this. We can wait 2 months. Nevertheless, he mentally noted this transaction. Such circumstances would undoubtedly arise again, and the amount of illicit funds would only increase. Relying on underground banks not only incurs high costs, but also renders one vulnerable to exploitation. Clearly, establishing his own channels had become imperative. Countless classic scenes from Hong Kong films flashed through Lu Chen's mind, like the group in A Better Tomorrow with their top-notch counterfeiting technology and money laundering network, the massive multinational laundering organization DOA from the man from Macau, and the channel savvy artist from Project Gutenberg. The depths of the waters in Hong Kong Island were indeed profound. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lu Chen's eyes. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to talent in this area. If all else fails, he could cultivate his own DOA. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen and his companions divided the spoils in the walled city, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Happy Valley racecourse vault. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, the piercing wail of police sirens echoed throughout the night. Hundreds of police vehicles surrounded the racecourse, their red and blue lights casting eerie reflections on the rain-soaked pavement. The door to the underground vault lay ajar. Upon witnessing the empty vault and the lifeless body of the heavily injured Lao Gao sprawled on the floor, the portly racecourse operations director fainted on the spot. 700 million. Upon regaining consciousness, the director emitted a gut-wrenching scream. "How am I supposed to explain this to the board? What do I say to the big boss?" Inspector A. Xiong stood at the center of the vault, his face dark as coal. He was the on-site commander for this operation. Initially, he had anticipated a flawless ambush, having discerned Maiquan's intentions and even obtained the vault's code. Yet, he had arrived a mere 10 minutes too late. "Bao Weisheng, what on earth are you doing?" The hurriedly arrived foreign superintendent shouted, jabbing a finger at Bao Weisheng's face. "Is this your so-called net of security? The thief has escaped. The money is gone. One person is dead. How am I supposed to write my report? With 700 million in cash gone, if this sum could not be recovered, he would surely be the first to face the consequences." A Xiong lowered his head, remaining silent, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. He gazed at Lao Gao's corpse and the blown-open sewer entrance, his mind a tumult of confusion. The scene bore a chaotic array of evidence. A copious amount of Halon fire-extinguishing agent had been discharged, obliterating nearly all fingerprints and DNA. The ground was littered with disordered footprints, suggesting a hurried escape by multiple individuals. However, the evidence was compromised, making it impossible to discern the number of people involved or identify any distinct characteristics. "Sir, The forensic team has arrived. A technician approached, speaking softly. The initial assessment indicates that Lao Gao was killed at close range with a shotgun. It appears he was silenced by Maiquan due to disputes over the spoils, after which Maiquan fled with the money. But how did 700 million vanish? A Xiong scoffed. You tell me, how could he possibly transport that amount in such a short time? Does he have 8 hands? The forensics sergeant hesitated. Perhaps there were others involved? His wife, or some of Lao Gao's subordinates. After all, the scene is too chaotic to rule out the presence of other accomplices. We can't dismiss that possibility. The impatient foreign superintendent interjected. Clearly, this was a fallout over the spoils. Those thugs are capable of anything. Killing a partner over money is all too common. Our immediate priority is to issue a wanted notice. We need to apprehend Maiquan and his wife. We must recover the funds. The superintendent's assessment essentially represented the prevailing viewpoint within the police force, admitting that a third-party force had managed to infiltrate the heavily fortified police perimeter. Pulling off a black-on-black operation before escaping unscathed would be a blow to the entire police department's credibility. Thus, the case could only be classified as the Maiquan gang's internal strife resulting in murder and flight with the loot. However, in a quiet corner of the chaotic scene, a young undercover officer, resembling a Xiong by about 70%, crouched by the blown-open sewer entrance, wearing a peculiar expression. Unlike the others who were busy collecting evidence, he knelt on the ground, extending a finger to gently touch a bullet hole beside the white human outline. This was the mark left by Lu Chen's stray bullet when he shot Lao Gao. The young officer, Chen Guibin, a Xiong's cousin and the protagonist of the film The Detective, was a somewhat eccentric figure within the police force. He did not examine the body or the money bag. Instead, he closed his eyes, murmuring softly, as if something were communicating with him. In his mind the scene replayed. He saw Lao Gao ascend, excitedly packing the money. He saw Maiquan climb up. Then, Chen Guibin suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently into the dark void. No, he murmured, there's someone else. He seemed to perceive 3 indistinct shadows emerging like phantoms from the sewer. This isn't an internal conflict. Chen Guibin stood, approaching a Xiong with unwavering conviction. Cousin, there was a third party at the scene. Maiquan was coerced. That 700 million was not taken by Maiquan alone. Guibin, don't speak recklessly, a Xiong frowned, lowering his voice. The higher-ups have already made their determination. If you contradict this now, are you trying to make me share the blame? But the truth is different. Chen Guibin exclaimed, pointing at the opening. Can't you sense it? That avaricious aura does not belong to Maiquan. That represents yet another form of madness. A more composed kind of greed. Somewhere, a true puppet master lurks, reveling in the folly of us all. Enough. A stern voice erupted from Ah Xiong, without evidence. Everything you say is mere imagination. Return to write your report and cease this public disgrace. Chen Guibin met his cousin's severe gaze, then glanced at the busy yet oblivious colleagues surrounding him. The spark in his eyes dimmed momentarily, but it soon rekindled with greater fervor. He refrained from further debate. After all, he was merely a lowly sand table operator, his voice insignificant. Silently, he withdrew a notebook, sketching a peculiar symbol, an inconsequential detail that had been overlooked by everyone else at the scene. I will find you. Chen Guibin fixed his gaze on the dark mouth of the drain, a fire igniting within him. Standing outside the horse racing club, he watched police cars whiz by without a hint of despondency. On the contrary, he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and boldly drew a question mark. I refuse to believe it. Chen Guibin murmured to himself, his gaze piercing through the layers of rain, as if glimpsing 3 indistinct figures in the distance. There is no perfect crime in this world. Once you take the money, you will inevitably spend it. As long as you spend it, I can smell its scent. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, I will unearth this yellow bird. Little did he know, his investigation would indeed span 2 decades. The third group of individuals from that stormy night would become the greatest obstacle in his career, unraveling a vast black gold empire that cast its shadow globally. Now, this horse racing club vault heist had also become one of the most perplexing cases in the history of the Hong Kong police force. The police's wanted posters inundated the city, emblazoned with images of the McQueens and the remnants of old Gao's gang, vowing to recover the mysteriously vanished 1 billion, poor McQueen, who not only bore the burden of 600 million for Lu Chun, but also an additional 300 million in bad debts for the racing club. As for the true yellow bird behind this case, at this very moment, he sat in a cozy barbershop in Kowloon walled city, sipping hot tea and plotting how to use this windfall to establish a colossal business empire. Chapter 12, Mark. The passage of time in Kowloon walled city seemed disconnected from the outside world. While the world outside went mad over every fluctuation of the Hang Seng Index and buzzed with the unsolved billion-dollar vault heist at the racing club, The walled city remained cloaked in its dim, damp, and smoky atmosphere. Over these 60 days, the external environment of Hong Kong had been tumultuous. Wu Rinsong of the New Pine Group, clutching the Gold Street land he purchased for 10 million, wandered around that barren plot like a miser. Yet he awaited the fabled document that never arrived. Rumors began to circulate that Boss Wu might have fallen victim to some sorcery, as he seemed inexplicably fixated on a piece of wasteland. In these 2 months, he had ventured out only twice, both times to meet Cheng Yiyan. Under Cheng Yiyan's stewardship, Jianghu International had emerged like a voracious young shark, quietly revealing its fangs in the financial market. Through intensive study during this period, Cheng Yiyan's progress was swift. With just a few key pointers from Lu Chun, Cheng Yiyan leveraged his remarkable insight and a stroke of gambling instinct to quadruple the company's asset figures. Now, Cheng Yiyan, clad in a tailored suit and chauffeured in luxury vehicles, exuded the aura of a burgeoning tycoon. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, the mastermind behind it all, remained like an invisible man, spending his days in the dim barbershop of Kowloon walled city, akin to a lurking spider, weaving his web from the loft above. With a rustle, a whirlwind in the barbershop's dark chamber placed a thin sheet of paper on the table, its dizzying array of zeros overwhelming. This was the final sum. The whirlwind lit a cigarette, his brow relaxing somewhat. With this transaction, your 120 million in illicit goods is now entirely laundered. After deducting the 40% for those leeches in the water room, you're left with 72 million, all contained within these few UBS promissory notes. 72 million. In this era, such a sum could buy half a street of gold shops in Yau Ma Ti or directly procure an office building in Kowloon. Lu Chun picked up the thin promissory notes, gently stroking them with his fingertips. Although a 40% reduction stung, this money was now clean. He could brandish it before the police chief, and no one would dare to apprehend him. "Thank you, Brother Long," Lu Chun said, stowing the notes away. "You've been a great help these past 2 months. It's no trouble, but it does sting a bit." The whirlwind exhaled a puff of smoke. "Over 40 million just vanished. Those money launderers, they make money faster than robbers. That's why I need to find someone to handle it myself." Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he seized the opportunity to bring up the matter he had previously asked Brother Long to investigate. "By the way, Brother Long, any news on that artist I asked you to look into?" "Yes, but not much." The whirlwind flicked the ash from his cigarette. There was indeed a big shot in the game known as the Artist, whose counterfeit superdollars could fool even the bill validators, but that was 5 years ago. I heard he was doing business in the Golden Triangle with a group of Eastern Europeans, engaging in black market dealings, and was shot dead in a hail of bullets, with his body fed to crocodiles. Dead? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. This news was somewhat expected. Indeed. Since then, the name of the artist has vanished without a trace. The whirlwind regarded Lu Chun quizzically. "Why are you seeking a dead man? The tiger may be dead, but the cubs still live." Lu Chun's eyes deepened. He was well versed in the plot of A Better Tomorrow. That slain old artist represented merely the previous generation, while the new breed of artist remained in hiding. Although the film had thrown numerous red herrings regarding the true puppet master, he believed the real mastermind was neither Wu Fuxing nor Li Wan, but rather the seemingly harmless female artist, Ruan Wan, whose sole desire was to paint. "Brother Long, help me keep an eye on someone." Lu Chun lowered his voice. His finger dipped in tea as he inscribed 2 characters on the table, Ruan Wan. Female, artist, with a distinctive aura. On the surface, she may appear to be merely an art enthusiast, but her background is anything but simple. Though in the film, Ruan Wan claimed to have been at Carnegie Mellon before her rise to fame. I have a hunch that before her comeback, she will certainly be seen in Hong Kong. All right, I'll have someone check. Although the whirlwind did not comprehend Lu Chen's reasons for seeking a woman, he understood that Chenzi always had his reasons and did not pry further. "No rush, Brother Long. This isn't urgent." Lu Chen retracted his thoughts. The Ruan Wan lead was a long-term strategy. For the moment, he had a more pressing and significant target. "What about the other news I asked you to investigate?" The whirlwind's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, even tinged with a hint of regret. "That fellow, Little Ma." He picked up an outdated gossip magazine from the side. Pointing to an inconspicuous corner, "The person you're looking for is likely him. Once a formidable figure on the streets, Double Gun Ma was once in his prime." But alas, the whirlwind shook his head. 3 years ago, during the bloodbath at Fenglin Pavilion in Taiwan, although he avenged his brother, he was left with a leg crippled. Now, I hear he is a valet at a hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, summoned and commanded daily, polishing shoes for a few coins and tips. Former brothers now tread upon his head. At this, even the seasoned whirlwind couldn't help but express his lament. Such is the way of the world. When one walks in glory, many will adore you, yet when you fall, even dogs will scorn you. As Lu Chun listened to the whirlwind's description, scenes from the movie A Better Tomorrow flickered in his mind. The man in the trench coat, lighting a cigarette with dollars. The one who single-handedly carved a bloody path for brotherhood. The man, despite having a limp, still possesses an indomitable spirit. At this moment, on the brink of a new chapter, he finds himself in the darkest and lowest point of his life. It is easier to add embellishments than to provide help in times of need. What Mark requires most is not money, but rather a sense of dignity and an opportunity for redemption. If only he could be given a fulcrum, this man could overturn the entire underworld. Brother Long. Which hotel is he at? The rich city nightclub next to the Peninsula Hotel. Tornado cast a curious glance at Lu Chun. What? Are you interested in him? He asked, limping now, unable to do anything but wash cars, and his former underling, Tan Chong, has grown quite powerful. Anyone associated with Mark is bound to cross paths with Tan Chong. As long as his heart remains unbroken, the leg does not matter. Lu Chun stood up, adjusting his collar. The 2 months of seclusion had lightened his complexion, yet his eyes, seasoned by the passage of time, had sharpened in their intensity. At Simsha Sui, outside the rich city nightclub, the night sky was as dark as ink, illuminated by neon lights that painted the street in surreal colors. Luxury cars flowed like water, and the air was thick with the scent of perfume, alcohol, and the fermentation of money. Alone, Lu Chun did not bring Xine or Chen Luo Jun. Clad in a deep blue bespoke suit, holding a black-handled umbrella, he stood quietly across the road. His gaze pierced through the traffic, landing on the busy figure at the nightclub's entrance. The man wore a tattered blue work uniform, topped with a faded, old trench coat. His left leg was slightly askew, and he walked with a pronounced limp, clutching a rag and a takeout box. Once perhaps a splendid coat, it was now soiled with grease and dust, its hem severely worn. He sat beside a brand new Mercedes, placing the takeout on the engine hood, devouring it voraciously. The meal appeared meager, consisting of a few greens and 2 chunks of fatty meat. Suddenly, a hurried footfall approached. Hey, limping fool, a thug in a floral shirt, with a face full of blubber, kicked over the takeout box. The box toppled, spilling its contents, the broth splattering onto the old coat. Who allowed you to eat on a guest car? Can you afford to pay for the mess? Brother Chung is coming down soon. Hurry up and clean this up. Otherwise, I might just break your other leg. I'm sorry. Once a formidable figure, Mark now bowed his head, incessantly apologizing. He silently bent down, using the rag to wipe up the scattered rice and grease, even picking up a relatively clean piece of meat to shove into his mouth. His eyes were vacant, hollow, as if his soul had perished, leaving behind a mere shell of a man struggling for survival. The thug cursed as he walked away, even spitting on the ground before leaving. Mark did not lift his head, continuing to wipe the ground, his movements mechanical and subservient. Just then, a pair of polished black shoes entered his line of sight. Instinctively, Mark thought it might be another customer or thug looking for trouble, and he quickly shifted aside, mumbling, I'm sorry, boss, I'll clean it up right away. Will cleaning it up restore your dignity? A gentle yet piercing voice resonated above him. Mark's hand froze mid-motion. He slowly raised his head, his face smeared with grease and stubble, his murky eyes peering through disheveled hair at the newcomer. Lu Chun stood there, the tip of his umbrella touching the ground, observing him with a calm scrutiny devoid of mockery or pity. Who are you? Mark's voice was hoarse, as if rasped against sandpaper. Who I am is of little consequence, Lu Chun replied, squatting down to meet Mark's gaze. He produced a pristine handkerchief from his pocket and extended it toward him. What matters is that I know who you are. Mark. Chapter 13, A Breath. Upon hearing the long-forgotten name, Mark's pupils constricted sharply, his body instinctively tensing, resembling a wounded tiger touched on its injury. Yet soon, he relaxed, a self-deprecating smile surfacing. Mark? Huh. He died long ago in Fonlin Pavilion. Now, there's only a limping valet named Mark. Is that so? Lu Chun responded, scrutinizing him. If he truly died, why do you still cling to that coat? Why endure the humiliation from Ah Chung here? You are waiting, aren't you? Mark's hand, previously wiping the ground, halted abruptly. You are waiting for Song Zaheo to be released from prison. Lu Chen's voice was low, yet each word struck Mark's heart like a nail. You are waiting for an opportunity, a chance to reclaim all that you have lost. Shut up. Mark shot up, a flicker of long-dormant fierceness igniting in his eyes. My affairs are none of your business. If you don't want to park, then get lost. In the face of Mark's outburst, Lu Chun did not recoil. Instead, he smiled. There's still fire in you. It seems you are not entirely dead yet. Lu Chun stood up, retrieving a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to him, then pulling out an exquisite lighter, igniting it with a snap. Mark gazed at the flame, hesitating before leaning in to light his cigarette, inhaling deeply. The familiar sharp taste momentarily disoriented him. Smoke curled between them, obscuring Lu Chen's youthful yet enigmatic visage. Mark exhaled a long plume of smoke, and within his murky eyes, something seemed to awaken slowly. Leaning against a nearby pillar, he no longer hunched in subservience, but stood straighter, albeit still unsteady due to his limp. The shadow of the once legendary Mark faintly re-emerging. Who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Mark queried, his fingers stained yellow from grease and inferior tobacco, clinging to the cigarette. Given your attire, you should lack neither money nor connections. Seeking out a limping man to hear tales? There are plenty of those at the bookstore around the corner. I mentioned, I am a businessman. Lu Chun tucked away the lighter, leaning against a silver Porsche, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the fallen man before him. I am involved in significant ventures and currently lack manpower, specifically, someone loyal, bold, and capable. A capable person? Mark chuckled bitterly, patting his rigid left leg. Look at me now. Do I still possess any ferocity? I can barely run 2 steps without gasping. Fighting? I would be no match for the thugs on the street. Mark's fingers trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. He lowered his gaze to his deformed left leg, then glanced at the opulent entrance of the nightclub in the distance, his expression complex. Join me, Lu Chen invited. Rather than washing cars here, why not venture out with me into the world once more? Living like a dog in this dark underground parking lot for 3 years has been tormenting. Each day has been an agony. Watching Ah Chong, who once carried my shoes, now thrive, while my former brothers scatter, the fire within me has never extinguished. In fact, it only burns more fiercely. I want to reclaim my breath, not to prove my worth, but to show that what I lost, I will reclaim. However, the world is treacherous, and he is no longer the impetuous youth he once was. Join you? Xiaoma raised his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lu Chun. Which path do you walk? Lu Chun smiled, not rushing to respond. Instead, he slowly retrieved a black bank card from the inner pocket of his suit. Here is 1 million. He pinched the card between 2 fingers and extended it toward Xiaoma, stating, the password is 6/8. Xiaoma was momentarily stunned. He stared at the card, then at Lu Chun, unable to process the situation. What does this mean? This is an advance on your salary for the next 6 months, Lu Chun replied. His tone is casual, as if he were handing over a $10 tip. Take this money and visit the best hospital to see if your leg can still be treated. Even if a complete recovery is impossible with today's medical technology, a top-tier titanium alloy prosthesis and a few corrective surgeries could at least let you run without resembling a limping duck. As my subordinate, walking with flair is a basic requirement. Xiaoma's hand trembled violently, almost losing his grip on the card. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the card, then looked up at Lu Chun, incredulous. 1 million. During his peak in the counterfeit money group, he had handled considerable sums, but those were public funds. Even as a red stick of the double flower level, his annual bonuses amounted to only a few $100,000. Yet now, this young man had not even specified what he wanted him to do. Simply tossing $1 million at him? More importantly, Xiaoma felt as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his throat, leaving him parched. He lowered his head to gaze at the leg that had brought him so much humiliation for the past 3 years, due to the lack of funds for treatment. Every rainy day had brought excruciating pain, a deep-seated agony that constantly reminded him of his uselessness. No one had ever cared whether his leg hurt. They only cared about whether his car was clean, viewing him solely as a worthless being. Trembling, Xiaoma reached out, his fingertips brushing against the cold card, and his eyes instantly watered. You're not afraid that I'll take the money and run? His voice was choked. 1 million is enough for me to escape and live comfortably for the rest of my life. 1 million could buy several lives and turn brothers against each other. Lu Chen looked at him, a warm smile gracing his lips. I'm not afraid, because I have never been wrong in judging people. He pointed to Xiaoma's heart, emphasizing that a man willing to single-handedly fight back for his brothers and endure humiliation for 3 years could never betray for a mere million. Mark, I believe in you. Those 3 words struck Xiaoma's heart like a heavy hammer. I believe in you. Over the past 3 years, he had heard countless derogatory terms: cripple, useless, beggar, but he had never heard anyone say, I believe in you. The long-lost feeling of being respected and trusted was weighty, yet immensely comforting. Xiaoma clenched the card tightly, the veins on his hand bulging. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, his eyes now devoid of the previous numbness and hesitation, replaced by a resolute determination to die for a true friend. All right, the word rang out with conviction. Boss, from today onwards, my life is yours. Xiaoma gritted his teeth, tears shimmering in his eyes. Just say the word, and I would be willing to shatter myself for you. Ding. Detected key plot character, Mark, Xiaoma. Check-in a better tomorrow. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 freedom attribute point. Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, such top-tier characters could be checked in. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to allocate that attribute point to strength. In this perilous world of Hong Kong films, while a clever mind is valuable, sometimes a strong fist is the ultimate truth. Especially as he was about to venture into a prison to rescue someone and might face even more intense confrontations. A surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, and Lu Chun felt as though the muscles beneath his suit had become taut, and his bone density had been reinforced at that moment. As he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked like popping beans, a sense of empowerment washing over him. Strength, LV3, Herculean. Evaluation, your muscle density has significantly increased, and your explosive power has been markedly enhanced. While you may not yet rival professional boxers or red sticks, you are more than capable of handling 3 to 5 ordinary thugs. Currently, a single punch from you could break an ordinary person's nasal bone. Feeling the power surging within him, Lu Chun smirked with satisfaction. What I desire is not for you to shatter yourself. I need you to help me make a fortune. He patted Xiao Ma on the shoulder, signaling him to get in the car. The two settled into Lu Chun's newly purchased silver Porsche 930 Turbo, the vehicle easing into motion. The luxury leather seats and enclosed space muffled the outside noise, calming Xiao Ma's emotions somewhat. Boss, please tell me, Xiao Ma said as he secured the card, regaining his composure. You're spending such a hefty sum to hire me. What exactly do you want me to do? Rest assured, while I haven't held a gun in many years, my hand remains steady. His words hinted at a lingering confidence. You won't need to fire a gun for now, Lu Chun replied, shaking his head. Amidst the roar of the engine, his voice was exceptionally clear. I have a sum of money. A substantial sum. He turned to glance at Xiao Ma. This money cannot be made public. I need to clean it. I know you used to deal with counterfeiting. In that line of work, aside from printing money, the most crucial step is exchanging counterfeit cash for real money, then laundering dirty money into clean. In this regard, you are an expert. Upon hearing the term money laundering, Xiao Ma's expression shifted to one of understanding. His previous suspicions were confirmed. This young boss was indeed not seeking to engage in legitimate business. However, this was inconsequential to him. He had always been from the underworld. If he were tasked with writing copy, he would be utterly lost. However, boss, you might have found the wrong person for this. Xiao Ma scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, my role in the group was mainly delivery and security. Essentially, I was just a thug and a bodyguard. As for laundering channels and operations, he sighed, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. That was handled by Hao Gu, Song Zaheo. He was sharp and well-connected. He managed the Group S accounts and laundering network single-handedly. I only know the basics. And if you want to operate on such a large sum, I fear I might mess it up for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun did not show disappointment. He understood that Xiao Ma was a warrior on the front lines, while the true strategist, Song Zaheo, now languished in prison. Thus, he needed not only Xiao Ma, but also intended to bring Song Zaheo into the fold. Song Zaheo, Lu Chun lightly drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. I heard he is still at Stanley? How many years is his sentence? According to the original plot, Song Zaheo should have been incarcerated in Taiwan's prison. But unlike the film, in this world, while he was indeed captured in Taiwan, he had been extradited back to Hong Kong Island and was currently serving time in the notorious Stanley prison. Another 6 months, Xiao Ma immediately replied, his tone somewhat urgent. Boss, if you wait for Hao Gu to come out, I guarantee this will be handled beautifully. You know Hao Gu's capabilities. Half of the counterfeit empire back then was supported by him. 6 months? That is too long. Lu Chun shook his head. My money cannot wait that long. Moreover, he gazed through the rearview mirror at the anxious visage of Little Horse, rather than languishing in the foreigner's prison. It would be better to emerge sooner for your reunion. Emerge sooner? Little Horse was taken aback. However, Brother Hao had committed serious offenses. Although good behavior might reduce the sentence, the parole process was stringent. Rules are immutable, but people are dynamic. Lu Chun chuckled coldly. For the Zhang government, as long as one possesses wealth and connections, no prison door is unyielding. With money paving the way, the avaricious foreigners would certainly lend their assistance. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lu Chun's eyes. It seemed the upper echelons of foreign officials sensed the imminent return of Hong Kong Island. Hence they were all preoccupied with profiting immensely. If the financial contributions were adequate, facilitating the early release of a well-behaved inmate would be a trifling matter. More importantly, it was a surefire investment. Rescuing Song Zaheo would not only resolve the pressing money laundering crisis, but also yield a twofold benefit. Effectively winning over this pair of brothers renowned for their loyalty in the underworld, with the capable Song Zaheo and Little Horse. In addition to the trustworthy Xian Yi and Chun Luojun from Kowloon City, Lu Chun's foundation would finally begin to take shape. Mark, hold on tight. Lu Chun observed the sign pointing towards Stanley Prison, a smile creeping onto his lips. We are going to fetch your esteemed brother. Boom. The silver Porsche emitted a furious roar, akin to a silver lightning bolt, piercing through the darkness of the underground parking lot and hurtling towards the fantastical, tempestuous world of Hong Kong films. Outside the car window, the night breeze of Tsim Sha Sui howled past. Little Horse, seated in the passenger seat, extended one hand out the window, relishing the long-missed wind speed. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye, but was instantly whisked away by the breeze. He looked at the young and commanding boss beside him, a surge of unprecedented ambition swelling within him. The frustrations and gloom of 3 years dissipated in that moment. He felt as though he had returned to the era of fighting alongside Brother Hao, but this time, he sensed a more vibrant future ahead. Chapter 14, Brothers Before the Iron Bars. On the coastal highway of Stanley, the sea breeze carried a salty tang as it howled past. Boom! Accompanied by a roar that seemed to tear through the air, a fully silver sports car, like a bolt of lightning, traced a perfect arc along the winding coastline. The Porsche 930 Turbo. This model is notorious within the Porsche lineage as the Widowmaker, and emblematic of speed and violence in this era. The immense whale-tail spoiler, the wide fender flares, and the unique growl of its air-cooled flat-six engine made it resemble a silver beast lying in wait on the asphalt. This was Lu Chen's first significant expenditure upon acquiring funds. What boy doesn't he dream of a sports car? He didn't opt for a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, but rather deliberately sought out a model akin to that of a certain silver-haired assassin, Jin. Subdued, cold, and lethal. A low, ferocious growl from the engine shattered the tranquility of the coastal highway. Behind the wheel, Lu Chun gripped the steering wheel with one hand, sensing the vibrations from the flat-six engine behind him. This car, procured at great expense, was intended not solely for his own enjoyment, but also to uphold his future image. Boss, this car is truly exhilarating. Little Horse, seated in the passenger seat, held a cigarette, yet refrained from smoking, fearing he might tarnish the pristine interior. He caressed the leather dashboard, the gleam in his eyes outshining the sunlight outside. Do you like it? Lu Chun casually inquired. Like it? Which man wouldn't he adore such a beast? Little Horse chuckled. I differ from Brother Hao. While he fancies Rolls Royces, I prefer sports cars for their sheer power. Rest assured, Lu Chun pressed down on the accelerator, the speed surging once more. If you execute your tasks impeccably, I'll gift you one during the new year. Deal. Just you wait and see, boss. The car executed a stunning drift, coming to a steady halt outside the gates of Stanley Prison. The guard at the entrance initially intended to reprimand, but upon seeing the priceless sports car and the impeccably dressed, commanding young man stepping out, the harsh words were swallowed back. In this colonial era, the adage of respecting the attire before the individual was an unbreakable rule. Lu Chun exited the vehicle, adjusting his suit. Let us go, Mark. It's time to meet your brother. Visiting room. The adage that money can make the devil turn the mill was an undeniable truth in 1981's Hong Kong. After Lu Chun slipped a thick roll of American dollars to the on-duty foreign guard, the originally half-hour visitation was extended indefinitely, and a special meeting room devoid of surveillance was arranged. The door swung open. Inside the visiting room, the atmosphere was stifling. Across a long table, Song Zaheo, clad in a brown prison uniform with closely cropped hair, bore the pallor and numbness that long-term confinement had etched upon his features. It had been 3 years. Once vibrant and spirited, Brother Hao now appeared as a subdued middle-aged man. The moment the iron door opened and Lu Chun and Little Horse entered, a flicker of emotion stirred in Song Zaheo's lifeless eyes. Little Horse. Song Zaheo's voice trembled, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Little Horse turned around and removed his sunglasses. His eyes instantly reddened, but he stifled his tears, straightening his posture to reveal a radiant smile. Brother Hao. Little Horse limped over, his injured leg glaringly evident. Song Zaheo's gaze fell upon Little Horse's leg, filled with guilt and compassion. You rascal. Why have you taken so long to visit? Though scolding, Song Zaheo's tone was laced with concern. I thought something had happened to you out there. In truth, Song Zaheo was aware. Little Horse's absence wasn't due to a lack of desire to visit, but rather a reluctance to confront the reality. Whispers from the underworld had long since reached the prison. Little Horse had suffered a leg injury while seeking vengeance for him, and had even been ousted from the company. Little Horse, he choked back emotion, instinctively glancing at Lu Chun beside him. I'm now working for a new boss, and things are going quite well. Brother Hao. This is my new boss, Mr. Lu. Only then did Song Zaheo shift his focus to Lu Chun. He appraised the young man, noting his youth, handsomeness, and the composure of someone in a position of authority, accompanied by an indefinable air of danger. Mr. Song, it is an honor to finally meet you. Lu Chun smiled, extending his hand without pretense. I often hear Mark speak of you, describing you as the most loyal brother in the underworld and the finest leader. Song Zaheo hesitated before extending his hand to shake. That hand was dry and firm. You flatter me, Mr. Liu. Song Zaheo chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm merely prisoner number 9527 now. My reputation in the underworld has long since become a distant memory. Please, have a seat. Lu Chen gestured. And the two guards standing nearby immediately understood, retreating while even thoughtfully closing the heavy soundproof door behind them. This exemplified the power of wealth. The room now contained only the three of them. Lu Chen retrieved a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to Song Zaheo, and lit one for himself. Mr. Song, I prefer to be straightforward. I'm here today to secure your release from prison and to invite you to come out of retirement to assist me. Song Zaheo paused momentarily, holding the cigarette. He glanced at Little Horse, whose face was filled with anticipation, then looked at Lu Chen and slowly shook his head. Mr. Liu, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Song Zaheo placed the cigarette on the table without lighting it, and a myriad of thoughts swirled within him. Reflecting on the past days filled with violence and strife, he truly felt exhausted. All he wished for was to serve his sentence, to emerge and offer incense to his father, and subsequently seek forgiveness from Ajia. He aspired to find a legitimate job, be it as a construction worker or a delivery person, as long as it promised stability. I am done with this life, he declared, his words resolute. Beside him, Xiaoma Ge grew anxious. Brother Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you settle for a short-term job? You are destined for greatness. He continued, besides, that bastard A Chung is currently riding high on our backs. Can you really swallow this indignation? Xiaoma, Song Zaheo interrupted sharply. When will this cycle of vengeance end? If a Chung wishes to be the boss, let him have it. I no longer wish to fight. Brother Hao, Xiaoma Ge stomped his feet in frustration, feeling powerless. Lu Chen observed this scene without surprise. Presently, Song Zaheo was solely focused on atonement. Mr. Song, I understand your desire to retreat, Lu Chen remarked. Flicking away the ash from his cigarette, his tone disturbingly calm. Yet, having plunged into this murky underworld, do you truly believe you can simply emerge unscathed? Your brother, Song Zijia, is a police officer. Because of your notorious reputation as a triad leader, he has faced relentless ostracism within the force, unable to rise in rank or receive due recognition for his achievements. Do you think that after your release, working as a taxi driver will suffice to make amends for him? Song Zaheo's expression shifted. This was a matter he had long sought to evade. Moreover, Lu Chen leaned forward, his gaze piercing into Song Zaheo's. Do you think that merely wishing to be a good person will grant you opportunities in this society? With your criminal record, which reputable company would dare to employ you? If you take up driving, your former enemies and the current police will not spare you. They will monitor you relentlessly, inspect your vehicle, and harass your family. In this world, lacking wealth and power, the so-called good deeds are merely a self-delusion of the incapable. Song Zaheo fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Lu Chen's voice suddenly lowered. Did you truly believe that your arrest in Wanwan 3 years ago was merely an accident? Do you think a Chung was just fortunate enough to inherit your position? Song Zaheo shot his head up. What do you mean? Stop deceiving yourself, Lu Chen scoffed. Consider the secretive nature of the transaction, the location, the timing, all classified. Why did the police in Wanwan set up an ambush in advance? If it were simply a tip-off from a buyer, then why did a Chung emerge unscathed from the shootout, only to rise swiftly in rank afterward? Why was Xiaoma injured and subsequently marginalized? Clearly indicating a purge of your faction? Xiaoma, stunned, interjected. Boss, are you suggesting that a Chung sold out brother Hao to ascend? Not just a Chung. Lu Chen dropped a bombshell. He was merely a driver back then. What audacity and capability did he possess to betray you so thoroughly? The one truly wishing for your downfall was your superior, Mr. Yao. Upon hearing that name, Song Zaheo's pupils constricted violently. Mr. Yao was the big boss of the counterfeiting syndicate on the island, who had once shown him kindness. Do you truly believe Mr. Yao trusted you implicitly? Lu Chen unveiled the shocking truth. In fact, Mr. Yao had long perceived you as a threat to his position. You were too principled, too loyal, and refused to let the company engage in illicit dealings. Thus, that transaction was a scheme orchestrated by Mr. Yao and a Chung. The sole aim was to imprison you and allow a Chung to take over without opposition. Impossible. Song Zaheo sprang to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. His eyes bloodshot. Uncle Yao brought me into this world. He would never harm me. There is nothing impossible, Lu Chen replied coolly. Has Mr. Yao visited you even once in these 3 years? Did he hire a lawyer on your behalf? Did he look after your family? No. To him, you are already a discarded pawn. Song Zaheo felt drained, collapsing back into his chair. Memories surged forth like a tide. Indeed, in these 3 years, no one from the syndicate had come to see him. Even the murder of his father was likely orchestrated by a Cheng's men. Brother Hao, if this is true, Xiao Ma's eyes reddened with fury. Those bastards will pay dearly for their crimes. The flames of vengeance rekindled in Song Zihao's once dull gaze. It was an anger born of betrayal, a bitterness stemming from manipulation. Mr. Liu, Song Zihao raised his head, his voice hoarse yet laced with a long-lost ferocity. Why are you revealing this to me? What do you seek to gain? I desire your capabilities, Lu Chen responded. I wish to establish a company. And I have some funds that require discreet handling. Mark has informed me that you are the best in this field across the entire island. I will work with you. Song Zihao's resolve was unwavering, though he added, but I have 2 conditions. Speak. First, I will not engage in illegal dealings. Rest assured, Lu Chen chuckled. While my business may have its gray areas, it is far from unscrupulous. We deal in capital and finance, 100 times more sophisticated than petty criminals. And I detest drugs above all. Second, Song Zihao glanced at Xiao Ma. I wish to reclaim everything that belongs to me and Xiao Ma. I want a Cheng and Mr. Yao to pay for their treachery. Agreed. Lu Chen extended his hand at the opportune moment, his voice dripping with allure. I can assist you in reclaiming all that is rightfully yours, including your dignity and the justice owed to you by Uncle Yao. Most importantly, I possess a means to earn your brother's forgiveness. How so? Song Zihao's eyes widened. By enabling him to achieve merit, facilitating his promotion, and allowing him to personally apprehend the true criminals, a Cheng and Mr. Yao. Lu Chen smiled. What better testament of loyalty could there be? When he sees you hand over your former criminal empire as a means to bolster his reputation, he will understand your intentions. Song Zihao regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and extended his hand, firmly grasping Lu Chen's. Though the hand was somewhat rough, it retained strength. Mr. Liu, if what you say is true, then I, Song Zihao, am selling you my life. Agreed. As their hands clasped tightly, the crisp sound of a system notification echoed once more in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected key plot character, Song Zihao. Checked into a better tomorrow. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Lu Chen calculated silently within. Currently, his physical strength was adequate, and his intelligence was sufficient. Yet the recent hustle had left him feeling physically drained. Especially given the high-stakes mental games coupled with constant movement, stamina was crucial. In this world transformed by the fusion of Hong Kong cinema, a man must not only be capable of fighting but also endure. Thus, he resolved to allocate his point to stamina. Instantly, it felt as though parched earth had welcomed a much-needed rain. A refreshing and enduring energy surged through Lu Chen's being. The lingering discomfort from sleepless nights vanished instantly. Each breath became deep and powerful, his heartbeat steady as a clock. Stamina, LV3, energized. Evaluation, congratulations. You have completely bid farewell to suboptimal health. Your cardiovascular function and muscular endurance have significantly improved. Now you can run 5 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Whether in all-night business, strategizing, or high-intensity street chases, you now possess the stamina for a protracted battle. Even when facing the most relentless adversary, you are equipped to stand your ground. Lu Chen gently exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated, as if he could effortlessly complete a half-marathon. Mr. Liu. Song Zihao glanced at the prison uniform he wore, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Await my good news. Rising from his seat, Lu Chen adjusted his suit, a confident smile gracing his lips. By next week at the latest, you shall walk out of this grand door in an honorable manner. Mark and I will come to fetch you. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Correctional Services in Hong Kong. The building, steeped in British colonial architectural style, boasted towering columns and intricate carvings that exuded an air of authority. In the director's office on the top floor, the air conditioning was set to a chilling degree. A portly foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes sat behind the desk, a cigar in hand, his small eyes glimmering with avarice. He was Director Charlie, the one who held the power of parole and commutation for inmates across Hong Kong. Mr. Liu, I am aware that you are a friend of Zhang Jianxiao. Charlie spoke in a clumsy Cantonese, his demeanor dismissive. However, Song Zihao is a serious offender with 6 months remaining on his sentence. Early release. No. That would violate protocol. The governor would be displeased. Without further ado, he produced an envelope from his coat and placed it gently on the polished mahogany desk before Charlie. Director Charlie, I hear that your luck at the Happy Valley racetrack has not been particularly splendid of late. Lu Chen smiled, speaking in an impeccable London accent. As it happens, I possess a small stroke of good fortune that I hope might assist in turning your luck around. Charlie's eyebrows raised in surprise at the youth's flawless English. He cast a furtive glance at the envelope, discreetly lifting a corner. Inside lay a cash check from HSBC, made out to bearer, with the sum of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. As far as I am aware, Song Zihao has demonstrated exemplary behavior in prison, and he has recently been in poor health. He suffers from a severe gastric condition, and without timely medical attention outside, his life may be at risk. As the correctional services, Wooden granting his parole application in the name of humanitarian concern reflect the benevolence of the British Empire? Charlie swallowed hard, hastily covering the envelope, then deftly sweeping it into his drawer. Ahem, he cleared his throat, adopting a serious and compassionate demeanor. Since you mention it, Mr. Liu, I suspect I may have been misinformed. Indeed, our correctional services place great importance on the health rights of inmates. If Mr. Song is truly in such dire condition, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. He picked up the phone on the desk and instructed the other end. This is Charlie. Retrieve the file for inmate 9527. Song Zaheo, from Stanley Prison. Arrange for a comprehensive medical examination, particularly focusing on his gastric health. If he meets the criteria, expedite the process for his medical parole. I want to see the results by next Monday. Hanging up the phone, Charlie rose from his seat, circling the desk to warmly shake Lu Chen's hand. Mr. Liu, you are indeed a compassionate gentleman. It is an honor for him to have a friend like you. It is also your honor, Director Charlie. Lu Chen replied with a smile, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. I hope we have many more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Exiting the correctional services building, the sunlight was blinding. Little Ma, taking a deep breath, glanced at the young man who had effortlessly orchestrated everything, his admiration reaching new heights. Boss, 1 million just to get Brother Hao out 6 months early? It still stings a bit, Mark. Remember this. Lu Chen donned his sunglasses, striding towards the silver Porsche. In this world, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem at all. The earlier Brother Hao is out, the sooner we can lay our plans. This 1 million buys us time, and that is invaluable. Let us go. Lu Chen opened the car door. I need to prepare for a grand welcome banquet for Brother Hao next Monday. Sure thing. Chapter 15, Garo. After sending the hopeful little Ma off to St. Teresa's hospital for his leg treatment, Lu Chen did not pause. The silver 930 turbo glided through Tsim Sha Sui and into the undersea tunnel, heading straight for Central. Though he held nearly 100 million in cash, Lu Chen understood clearly that money, if not put into circulation, was merely worthless paper. And Galaxy International was his largest pump for generating wealth. Currently, Galaxy International was not housed within the future landmark Golden Gate Tower that would astonish all of Hong Kong, but rather nestled in an inconspicuous office building on De Guiller Street. Despite the company's recent profits of 1 to 2 million, thanks to Lu Chen's intelligence and Cheng Yian's deft maneuvering in the stock market, this was but a drop in the bucket for a company aspiring to become a commercial empire. Pushing open the slightly flimsy glass door of the company, a melange of cheap coffee, cigarette smoke, and ink wafted over him. In the under 100 square meter office, 7 or 8 employees were bustling about. The phone rang incessantly. Telex machines spat out long strips of paper. Some individuals shouted quotes into the phone, while others busied themselves organizing documents. This was the essence of early 1980s Hong Kong. Chaotic, crowded, yet brimming with vitality. Good day, Mr. Liu. The receptionist, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the rarely seen but significant figure who always commanded a nod of respect from Chairman Cheng Yian. Lu Chen placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, then strode directly towards the inner office of the chairman. Upon entering, he found Cheng Yian seated behind his desk, 2 receivers in hand, his eyes fixed on several monitors displaying stock market trends. As he engaged in a heated debate over the phone, spotting Lu Chen's entrance, Cheng Yian was startled, quickly covering the microphone and saying to the other end, "Do as I instructed," before hanging up and springing from his chair like a coiled spring. "Boss, what brings you here? You could have given me a heads up so I could have sent the secretary to greet you downstairs." As he spoke, Cheng Yian hurriedly circled around his desk, dismissing the secretary and personally pouring tea for Lu Chen. In the 2 months since their last meeting, Cheng Yian had undergone a remarkable transformation. The air of a down-and-out engineer and the eagerness of a petty businessman had vanished, replaced by a well-tailored suit, meticulously styled hair, and gold-rimmed glasses, projecting an aura of a sharp and capable elite. "How is everything? How's the company faring?" Lu Chen took a seat in the main chair, casually picking up a financial report from the desk, flipping through it as he inquired. "To be honest, it's a bit frustrating," Cheng Yian replied with a wry smile. "Although we made some money before, it's merely small change. Recently, I've been trying to secure some loans for larger projects, but the approvals have been delayed. The bank managers are all so snobbish. They see our company lacks tangible assets for collateral and are reluctant to extend any loans. At this rate, we won't even be able to borrow to lay the groundwork, let alone pursue acquisitions." Pausing briefly, Cheng Yian's expression turned troubled. "As for the listed company you asked me to find, I've located one called Yongfa Textiles, which meets all the criteria. However, the only issue is that we lack sufficient funds. Although it's on the verge of collapse, even a dying camel is larger than a horse to acquire controlling interest. We'll need at least 20 to 30 million. This little bit of money we have, it's just pocket change. Cheng Yiyan was an ambitious man. The vision Lu Chun had painted for him was simply too big and too tempting. Compared with that, this small amount of money couldn't excite him at all. Don't worry about the money. Lu Chun calmly pulled a craft envelope from his coat and lightly placed it on the table. Open it and take a look. Cheng Yiyan paused for a moment, then carefully picked up the envelope. He opened the seal and pulled out what was inside. It wasn't cash. Instead, it was a stack of HSBC bank drafts. The long string of zeros on each one hammered against Cheng Yiyan's heart like a heavy mallet. His hands began to tremble, his eyes widening like copper bells. 30 million. Lu Chun lifted his teacup and gently blew the floating leaves aside. This is the first round of funding. Is it enough for you to take over Yongfa Textile? 30 million. Cheng Yiyan felt like he couldn't breathe. He had always known Lu Chun was wealthy, but he assumed at most a few million could be invested. Yet now Lu Chun casually tossed out 30 million as if it were just 3,000. On top of that, a few days ago Zheng Jianxiao, who was optimistic about Golden Harvest's future, had also invested several million of his family savings. Golden Harvest now had more ammunition than ever before. Enough. More than enough. Cheng Yiyan was so excited he was almost incoherent. With this money, 3 months, no, 2 months, I can secure controlling shares. Even as he spoke, waves surged inside his heart. Just who exactly was young Master Lu? In his mind, countless possibilities appeared. An illegitimate son of some hidden Southeast Asian tycoon? An agent of a Southeast Asian warlord? Or the heir of a mysterious financial conglomerate? Although Lu Chun claimed he came from the Kowloon walled city, Cheng Yiyan firmly believed that was only a smokescreen. He and Zheng Jianxiao had privately discussed Lu Chun's background countless times. Their final conclusion was surprisingly consistent. Don't ask. For someone at this level, the more mysterious the background, the better. Ask too much, and you might shorten your own lifespan. This money will be injected through a shell company, Lu Chun said calmly. Nominally, it will count as foreign investment from Southeast Asia. Old Cheng, use this money to take over Yongfa Textile immediately. I want absolute controlling shares. After that, rename it Golden Harvest Textile. Understood. Cheng Yiyan nodded heavily, gripping the 3 bank drafts tightly. And one more thing. Lu Chun took out another sheet of paper. On it were several stock codes. Using his level 7 intelligence and memories from his previous life, he had compiled a list of stocks that were about to surge. I'll give you another 10 million. Build positions in these stocks under the company's name. No long-term holding. Follow my instructions. In fast out fast. Cheng Yiyan accepted the note as if it were treasure. By now, his faith in Lu Chun's financial instincts had become blind worship. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction. Cheng Yiyan's attitude, doing the work without asking about the source, was exactly what he valued most. Acquiring the textile factory is only the first step. Lu Chun put down his teacup and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The rhythm immediately made Cheng Yiyan quiet down, listening attentively. Next, we restructure the factory. But we won't produce fabric anymore. We'll produce clothing. Clothing? Cheng Yiyan froze. This at the time, although Hong Kong's manufacturing industry still existed. The focus was already shifting toward finance and real estate. Garment manufacturing meant hard work, thin profits, and fierce competition. For capital players, it was considered dead weight. Boss, the clothing industry isn't doing well right now. Cheng Yiyan couldn't help advising. Labor costs are rising, and Europe and the U.S. have quota restrictions. Many factories are moving north or south. If we enter now, we'll barely make money, maybe even lose it. Who said we're making ordinary clothes? Lu Chun stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the bustling skyline of Central. Hong Kong in 1981 was in the middle of an economic boom. Stocks were soaring. Real estate was exploding. When people start making money, Lu Chun said slowly, they become vain. They want to stand out. They want to prove they're better than others. What they lack is a symbol of status. Lu Chun turned around, his eyes shining. I've done some market research. Hong Kong is full of foreign companies, but the true high-end luxury market is still a blue ocean. Brands like LV and Gucci are still arrogant toward Asia. There are barely any stores here, and their styles are outdated. So if they don't seize the opportunity, we will. After acquiring the textile factory, forget cheap OEM shirts. Lu Chun raised one finger. We shut down the production lines. Keep only the best tailors and pattern makers. We're going to build a high-end fashion brand belonging to Golden Harvest. Remember this. We're not selling clothes. We're selling identity. We're selling class. We're selling dreams. A suit that costs 500 to make. We sell it for 50,000. And we limit production. Make people queue for it. Make them pull connections just to buy one. 50,000. Cheng Yiyan's jaw nearly hit the floor. That's robbery. Who would buy that? The people who want to prove they're not nouveau riche. The people trying to enter high society. Lu Qin returned to the table and wrote a name on paper. Garo, Jara. And there's another advantage to luxury brands. His voice lowered. Luxury goods have opaque costs. A fur coat priced at $50,000 might only cost $5,000 to produce. The remaining $45,000 can be labeled as design fees, brand premiums, overseas marketing. These expenses are difficult to verify. If we have a large amount of unexplained money, we channel it into the company under these categories, and it becomes legitimate revenue. Lu Qin didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Cheng Yin instantly understood. His scalp tingled. Money laundering. And not just ordinary laundering, the highest level of laundering. Restaurants and casinos had huge cash flow, but they were easy targets for investigation. Luxury brands were different. They were already known for enormous profit margins. Even if profits looked absurdly high, outsiders would simply think, the brand is successful. No one would question the money. I understand. I understand everything. Cheng Yin's face turned red with excitement. Buying the textile factory and building a brand isn't just about making money. It's about building a financial highway for our capital. Boss, this chess game you're playing, it's enormous. Lu Qin smiled, but didn't deny it. Now that you understand, go do it. He stood up and adjusted his suit. You have 2 months. I want to see Yongfa Textile become a subsidiary of Golden Harvest. As for designers, leave that to me. You focus on building the framework. After all, a top-tier luxury brand needed great design. Lu Qin planned to borrow heavily from designs of his previous life, while also training new designers. Only then would the brand truly have prestige. Remember, we're building the top luxury brand in Hong Kong and eventually across Asia. Don't worry about spending money right now. Every dollar invested today will return 100-fold in the future. Yes, sir. Cheng Yin stood up straight. Mission guaranteed. Cheng Yin stood at attention, his voice resonant. At this moment, he held in his hands a staggering sum of 30 million, his mind brimming with audacious plans. His entire being infused with fierce determination. Lu Qin stepped out of the Jianghu International's grand entrance, standing in the aging elevator lobby, awaiting his ascent. The elevator doors slowly parted, revealing his youthful and confident visage. 30 million was merely the beginning. Soon, all the illicit funds would, through the Garo brand, transform into pristine, legitimate assets, flowing into the stock market, into real estate, ultimately coalescing into a colossal financial empire. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lu Qin stepped inside. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, within the iron bars of Chizhou prison, Song Zihao sat at the edge of his bed, clutching a tattered Bible. Though his thoughts had long since soared beyond the walls, he gazed at the marks etched into the wall, a record of his sentence. A chung, Uncle Yao. Song Zihao closed the book, a glimmer of an unprecedented cold light flashing in his eyes. Just 1 more week. What you owe me, I shall reclaim with interest. Chapter 16, Beneficence. Deepwater Bay, a semi-mountainous villa area in another village. This place is a rare sanctuary amidst the bustling chaos of Kowloon Peninsula, devoid of the crowded clamor of Deepwater Bay, yet not entirely removed from the mountains. The low-density villas are nestled beneath lush, flamboyant trees, their red brick and white walls exuding an elegance reminiscent of the 1920s and 30s. Lu Qin stood at the balcony railing on the 2nd floor, a glass of chilled whiskey in hand, watching a delivery truck come to a halt below. A 3-story white detached villa, its wrought iron gates swung wide open. While the frangipani tree in the yard flourished vibrantly, its faint fragrance mingling with the earthy scent lingering after rain. This was Lu Qin's new abode. However, it was not a purchase, but a rental. After receiving that substantial sum, Lu Qin did not rush to acquire a top-tier mansion in Repulse Bay or Deepwater Bay, not due to financial incapacity, but rather a lack of necessity. At present, Jianghu was in need of capital. There was no reason to indulge in personal pleasures prematurely. Moreover, in this tumultuous era, flaunting wealth too soon would only attract unwarranted troubles. Thus, he engaged a real estate agent to secure this villa, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, with decor recently completed in a European style, spacious and bright. The first floor of the villa was filled with laughter and merriment. The long dining table, capable of seating 12, was laden with freshly delivered roasted goose, suckling pig, seafood, and several cases of chilled beer. There were no outsiders, only Lu Qin and his companions, Tornado, Xine, and Chun Luojun, who had just arrived from the city to partake in the housewarming banquet. This was a familial gathering. Wow, Brother Lu, this house is absolutely extravagant. Xine exclaimed, akin to a monkey that had entered a grand garden, exploring every nook and cranny before collapsing onto the luxurious Italian leather sofa, releasing a satisfied groan. This sofa is far more comfortable than that rigid barber chair in Brother Long's shop. If you like it, feel free to move in, Lu Qin chuckled, placing a piece of roasted goose leg into his bowl. After all, This house is large, with plenty of rooms. If you wish, each of you could have your own floor. That won't do. Xine waved his hand. Although his eyes sparkled with desire, his tone remained resolute. I must guard the city. Wherever the boss is, that is where I shall be. Besides, my place is a treasure ground. While this villa is delightful, I can't get used to soft beds. I fear I might break my back. Leaning back on the sofa, Tornado cradled a cup of warm tea. Ever since Lu Chen's advice, he had been jointly monitored by Xine and Chun Luojun, with his smoking and drinking significantly curtailed. He observed the young men around him. His gaze filled with affection. Chunzi, this matter has been handled splendidly. Tornado set down his teacup, retrieving a brand-new identification card from his pocket and presenting it to Chun Luojun, who was engrossed in devouring lamb. Luojun, this is yours. Chun Luojun was taken aback, hastily wiping his hands before accepting the card. In the photo, although his eyes remained resolute, they lacked the hostility he had shown upon arrival. The name field read, Luojun. Luojun. Chun Luojun looked at the name, somewhat puzzled, glancing at Tornado. Brother Long, this is what Ah Chun intends, Tornado replied. Casting a glance at Lu Chun set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Luojun, I understand your desire to trace your roots, to learn about your father. However, I can only tell you that you are not yet ready to know. This is not only for your protection, but also for Brother Long and the city. When the time is right, I will share the details with you. This was the outcome of discussions between Lu Chun and Tornado. The grievances of the previous generation were a muddled account, unnecessary for the next to bear. Rather than seeking ancestral ties that might invite trouble, it was wiser to sever the past and start anew. Lu is your root, Jun is your fate. Lu Chun pointed at the identification card. From this day forth, you shall be known as Luojun. There is no past, only a future. This identification is genuine. I have arranged for the details to be seamlessly fabricated. Even if the authorities investigate, you will merely appear as an ordinary immigrant from the mainland. Chun Luojun regarded Lu Chen's solemn expression and then looked at Tornado. Though he was straightforward, he was not foolish. He sensed that these two leaders were protecting him. All right, Brother Chun, I trust you. Chun Luojun nodded earnestly, tucking the Idaho close to him. From now on, I will be called Luojun. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you, Brother Long. Thank you for what? It's all in the wine. Xine raised his glass, clinking it against Luojuan's. Now that you have your ID, you are officially a citizen of Hong Kong. What are your plans? Surely you can't keep delivering gas canisters forever? While it builds strength, it offers no future. At the mention of the future, Luojuan's eyes lit up. He set down his glass, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. I want to open a boxing gym. A boxing gym? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion. Yes, Chun Luojun replied earnestly. When I was in Foshan, I was part of the martial arts team. Coming here, I had no choice but to engage in underground fights. I don't actually enjoy fighting. I love training. I want to teach people to build strength and health, not how to kill. Moreover, I see so many kids in the city getting bullied when they try to find odd jobs. I want to teach them boxing, at least to empower them to protect themselves and not be victimized. Ambitious. Tornado nodded in approval. This is the right path. Opening a boxing gym is better than getting involved in gangs. However, establishing a gym requires a venue, equipment, and licenses. Money is not an issue, Lu Chun interjected decisively. Junior, that 6 million you have, after laundering for $1 million, is more than enough to open the best boxing gym in Hong Kong. Where do you want to set it up? Right next to the city, preferably near Kowloon, Chun Luojun contemplated. I want to be closer to everyone. Then Kowloon it is. Lu Chun affirmed. Tomorrow, I will have the agent keep an eye out for properties. Remember, purchase rather than rent. Owning real estate ensures stability. Xine, what about you? Lu Chun turned to the dashing young man who was fiddling with a butterfly knife. Xine flicked his bangs aside, revealing a characteristic mischievous grin. Me? I don't want to teach boxing. That is too tiring. I want to open a nightclub. A nightclub? Exactly. Look, everyone is under immense pressure in life. We need a place to unwind, right? Xine gestured animatedly. I'll create a large venue with drinks, music, and dancing. I'll be the boss. Waking up whenever I please. How delightful. A nightclub? Tornado frowned. Such places require connections. Can you manage that? He was on the verge of leveraging his own network to assist. Don't worry, boss. I've already thought it through. The location will be in the territory of that 12 Xiao kid. With a mischievous grin, Cinny remarked that Shire Xiao is the godson of Tiger Go, and their relationship is exceptionally close. Opening a shop in his territory means saving on protection fees, and they can look out for one another. Who would dare cause trouble? Without my intervention, Shire Xiao could easily dispatch them. Shire Xiao is also a character from the film The Siege of Kowloon Walled City, known for his loyalty and camaraderie, making him a shining star among the younger generation. His quick wit elicited a laugh from Lu Chun, who acknowledged that with Shire Xiao's backing, the business could flourish. The startup funds can be arranged through me, but one thing, no drugs and no coercion into prostitution. That is non-negotiable. Though I, Cinny, may lead a dubious life, I still have my principles. As they envisioned a bright future, the atmosphere brimmed with joy. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the ambience was both lively and warm. This feeling gave Lu Chun, a time traveler, a genuine sense of belonging in this world. However, as he observed the jovial Tornado listening to the two younger ones boast, a weight lingered in his heart. He noticed that although Tornado smiled throughout the evening, he occasionally pressed his hand against his chest and frowned slightly while eating lamb, evidently uncomfortable with the grease, even stifling a cough in his throat. The time for action had come. Long ago, Lu Chun suddenly set down his wine glass, his voice low yet commanding enough to halt Cinny and Chun Luojun, who were engaged in a game of dice. Tornado turned to him, curious. We've had enough to drink. While everyone is present, there's something I need to address. Lu Chun's expression was unusually grave. What is it, Aiken? Why so serious? Cinny inquired, his playful demeanor fading. Longo, don't return to the walled city this afternoon. Lu Chun fixed his gaze on Tornado. I've already arranged for the best thoracic specialist at St. Teresa's Hospital. Await the opening this afternoon for a full examination. Tornado paused, then waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile. What is there to check? I'm perfectly healthy. It's just an old ailment, bronchitis. You know in your heart whether it's bronchitis or not. Lu Chun pierced through his evasiveness. In recent months, have you not been coughing up blood more frequently? Do you not suffer from pain at night that keeps you awake? What? Chun Luojun sprang to his feet, his expression transformed with alarm. Longo, are you ill? He had always believed Tornado to be invincible, the guardian of the walled city, never considering that this perpetually cheerful middle-aged man could be sick. Cinny's face fell as well. He had sensed Tornado's deteriorating health for some time, but Tornado had always attributed it to old injuries, leaving Cinny hesitant to inquire further. Now, hearing Lu Chun's words magnified his unease. Tornado looked at the concerned expressions of the three young men, opened his mouth to defend himself, but found his throat constricted. Longo, Chun Luojun pleaded anxiously, his eyes reddening. You must get checked. Right now? I have money, plenty of money. We will pay for any treatment. Indeed, boss. Even if I have to close my nightclub, we will ensure your health. Cinny grasped Tornado's arm, his voice trembling. Please, don't scare me. Tornado, observing the worried and fearful gazes of the three young men, managed a bitter smile and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just an old issue. There's something on my lung. The doctor said it's. What it is doesn't matter, Lu Chun stated emphatically. What matters is that you must go to the hospital. Immediately, Lu Chun exchanged glances with Cinny and Chun Luojun. They knew they were crossing a line. Without hesitation, Cinny and Chun Luojun each took hold of Tornado's arm, half pushing, half lifting him towards the door. Hey, let me down. I can walk by myself. Tornado protested, bemused. We haven't even finished eating. Eat what? You're going to the hospital for a nutritious meal, Lu Chun asserted, grabbing the car keys. Let us go. My car is outside. Hey, you bunch of miscreants. This is absurd. I haven't even finished my drink. Tornado's protests were half-hearted, his body offering little resistance. Perhaps deep down, amidst the concern of these youngsters, he harbored a desire to live. At St. Teresa's Hospital, in a high-end ward, the corridor was eerily quiet, permeated only by the scent of disinfectant. Lu Chun, Cinny, and Chun Luojun sat on a bench in the hallway, none uttering a word. Luojun clasped his head in his hands, trembling slightly. Cinny leaned against the wall, repeatedly flicking his lighter, yet it refused to spark. The series of examinations they had just endured felt like a trial, torturing their nerves. Finally, the office door swung open. The chief physician, clad in a white coat, emerged, holding several X-ray films. The three sprang to their feet and rushed forward. Doctor, how is he? Lu Chun inquired. The doctor removed his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and glanced at the three fervent young men before responding in a steady tone. The patient has been diagnosed with a lung tumor. Boom. Luojun felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind, causing him to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Cinny's complexion drained of color. However, the doctor continued. But there is some good news. What good news? Cinny clutched the doctor's arm with such force that it drew a frown from him. Let go. Lu Chun swatted Cinny's hand away, urging the doctor to proceed. While the tumor's location is somewhat challenging, pressing against the bronchus and causing difficulty in breathing and coughing up blood, after biopsy and imaging analysis, it has been determined to be a benign tumor. Benign. Those two syllables were more melodious than the previous mention of 100 million and 20 million. Luojun collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, tears streaming uncontrollably. Cinny also felt his legs weaken, leaning against the wall with a foolish grin. However, the doctor introduced a twist, prompting a collective tightening in everyone's chests. Though it is benign, its size is considerable, necessitating prompt surgical removal. Yet, the patient's physical condition is quite poor. Long-term smoking, combined with previous injuries, has left his cardiopulmonary function severely compromised. If we proceed with surgery now, he may not survive the operation. What can we do? Lu Chen asked calmly. Rehabilitation. The doctor proposed. He must be hospitalized for recovery, abstain from smoking and drinking, receive medication support, and nutritional assistance. We need to stabilize his health indicators for at least a month before arranging surgery. All right, Lu Chen decided decisively. We will proceed with treatment. Money is not an issue. Procure the best medicine and the finest ward. Rest assured, we will do our utmost, the doctor nodded. In the patient room, Tornado, connected to N4, had fallen asleep. Perhaps it was the knowledge of the diagnosis or the presence of these young men that allowed him a peaceful slumber, his weathered face finally relaxing. Observing his pale but tranquil countenance, Lu Chen gently closed the door, signaling for the others to step into the hallway. Did you hear what the doctor said? Lu Chen looked at Cinny and Chun Luojun, his gaze becoming piercing. From today onwards, Long Ge is a protected individual. All the trivial matters of the walled city, haircuts, rent collection, dispute mediation, must be kept from him. Let him focus on recuperating in the hospital. Don't worry, Aiken. Cinny wiped his tears, his resolve firm. I will close the bar immediately. Anyone who dares disturb Long Ge will face my wrath. And Lu Chen moved to the window, gazing out into the inky darkness. A chilling glint in his eyes, the doctor stated that Long Ge cannot be agitated, cannot become angry, and must not be frightened. However, as long as the big boss and Wang Jiao are alive, Long Ge will never truly be at ease. The formidable boss has long coveted the fortress, and that mad dog, Wang Jiao, could strike at any moment. If they were to learn that Brother Long is hospitalized, this band of miscreants would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. In such a scenario, Brother Long would be preoccupied with concerns about the fortress while lying in his hospital bed. How could he possibly undergo surgery? Chen Luojun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Brother Lu, are you suggesting that before Brother Long's surgery, I should present him with a gift? What kind of gift? Luojun inquired. Lu Chen smiled faintly, a chilling grin under the stark hospital lights. I want the lives of the boss and Wang Jiao. Xine and Luojuan's pupils dilated in shock. They exchanged a glance, the murderous intent in their eyes surging instantaneously. Previously, they might have harbored reservations, given the formidable power of the boss. However, now, for the life of the Tornado, for the man who had once aided their family, they were willing to do anything. Most importantly, they had faith in Lu Chen. Ah Chen, what do you propose we do? Xine asked through gritted teeth. Should we bring those firearms? Not yet. Xine. Lu Chen pacified the eager Xine, noting the boy's inclination towards the reckless bravado of Chun Luojun. First, go back and keep an eye on the boss. We need to provoke him and Wang Jiao into action before we can reap the benefits. Outside, the darkness before dawn loomed heavy. A hunt for the underworld tycoon of Hong Kong Island had quietly commenced. Chapter 17, Affluent Neighbors. As Lu Chen exited the St. Teresa Hospital, dusk was approaching. After settling Tornado and leaving the two unyielding sentinels at the hospital, Lu Chen drove back to the villa alone. The roar of the engine gradually subsided on the tranquil hillside road. Upon opening the villa's grand entrance, the fragrant aroma of the frangipani tree enveloped him, dissipating the oppressive scent of disinfectant from the hospital. Lu Chen loosened his tie, casually draping his suit jacket over the sofa, sinking into the soft embrace of the leather. The illness of Tornado, the threat posed by the boss, and the intricate expansion of the Jianghu group twisted in his mind like a tangled ball of yarn. Ultimately, the pursuit of wealth was imperative. Standing on the terrace, he lit a cigarette, gazing at the lights of Sham Shui, gradually illuminating the distance. Although he currently possessed tens of millions, this sum was merely a drop in the bucket compared to his grand vision for a commercial empire. Engaging in industry was akin to nurturing a voracious beast, especially in crafting the high-end brand Garo, where initial investments were an abyss. While Lu Chen pondered future plans, a commotion erupted from the neighboring villa. Wow, Dad, look at this grand terrace. I want to have a barbecue here. Barbecue? This is an upscale residential area. Have some decorum, please. We must learn to behave like the upper class. Oh dear, look at this kitchen. It's so spacious. I can cook abalone noodles for you every day. The raucous voices, brimming with the essence of ordinary folk, clashed with the tranquility of the Yao Yi village yet exuded a vibrant vitality. Curiosity piqued. Lu Chen ambled to the second-floor terrace for a better view of the commotion next door. In the once vacant yard of the neighboring villa stood a lively family. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses and a slightly stout build, clad in an ill-fitting cheap suit, gesturing grandly as if he were delineating the world. Beside him stood a plump middle-aged woman with a voluminous perm, her sharp tongue not entirely off-putting. Following were 3 daughters, each with distinct personalities. This family seemed remarkably familiar. Uncle Piao? Aunt Piao? Lu Chen's hand, holding the cigarette, froze mid-air, and a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. Wasn't this the quintessential family from the classic Hong Kong comedy, The Rich Also Cry? The Radar Piao family, forever dreaming of wealth and constantly buying lottery tickets, exuded a small-town charm, yet was filled with warmth. Who would have thought he would become neighbors with such a lively bunch? Lu Chen chuckled, his previously heavy heart lightened by their ruckus. Just then, Uncle Piao seemed to notice Lu Chen's gaze and looked up. Upon seeing Lu Chen on the second-floor terrace, exuding an air of affluence against the backdrop of the lavishly decorated villa, Uncle Piao immediately donned a friendly smile, waving, "Hey, neighbor, how do you do? We're neighbors now, let us look out for each other." Aunt Piao chimed in, "Yes, handsome. You live in such a big house all alone. Do you have a girlfriend? My daughter hasn't found a boyfriend yet." A demure girl behind her instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Mom, what are you saying?" Lu Chen gazed at this comical family, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He raised his glass in a distant toast, "Wishing you prosperity. It seems you've struck it rich and are ready to enjoy life." "Hee, just a little something, with a bit of money. We're just browsing around." Uncle Piao feigned modesty, yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. Ding. Detected classic character. Uncle Piao, Radar Piao. Checked in at the Rich Also Cry. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 freedom attribute point. Ding. Detected key character. Aunt Piao. Checked in at the Rich Also Cry. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 freedom attribute point. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the additional 2 freedom attribute points on his status panel. With his intelligence at LV7, he was well equipped to navigate the commercial battlefield, and with no immediate crises looming, he decided to retain a point as a contingency, should unforeseen circumstances arise. Whether it be enhancing agility for a hasty escape or increasing perception for risk avoidance, it would serve as a life-saving trump card. The remaining point was allocated to Strength. Strength, LV4, Combat Elite. Evaluation. Congratulations, your physical prowess has surpassed that of the majority of professional athletes. You now possess remarkable explosive power. While you may not be able to take down a tiger or lion, breaking a 1-inch thick wooden board is a trivial feat coupled with your keen intellect. You are beginning to exhibit the potential of becoming an elegant suit-clad enforcer. You can now hold your own against an average street brawler. At that moment, a black convertible pulled up at the entrance, and a sharply dressed, slick-haired young man stepped out. "Big brother, big sister, how do you like the house? Are you satisfied?" The young man beamed with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, I've worked in the bank for over a decade. I have zero-interest quotas for buying houses and cars. Later, I'll set you up with a prestigious VIP account. With this money, you can invest in foreign exchange. The interest rates are astonishing. You'll be earning over $1 million just from interest each year." Hearing the name Hongfeng Bank, Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. If memory serves, in the film, after Uncle Piao's family won the lottery, they were persuaded by the brother working at the bank to deposit their windfall into Hongfeng Bank. The very next day, the bank declared bankruptcy, and 20 million vanished in an instant, plunging the family from cloud 9 to rock bottom. Although the plot served the narrative, the implications within the Hong Kong underworld were chilling. Moreover, the brothers' fervent encouragement to deposit money felt suspiciously like a scheme. Hongfeng Bank. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, extinguishing the cigarette but forcefully against the railing. Even in a world that appears to be a cinematic amalgamation, the insatiable greed of capital remains an unchanging constant. A venerable British bank has suddenly embarked on a frenzied accumulation of deposits at this critical juncture, offering interest rates so exorbitantly high that they defy market logic. This, in itself, is a colossal harbinger of impending doom. Initially, I sought merely to earn a modest profit, but since you have thrust your neck into the fray, do not blame me if my blade strikes swiftly. Lu Chen turned and entered the room, picked up the phone, and dialed Zheng Jianxiao's number. "Hello, Brother Lu? So late." The voice on the other end, slightly dazed, belonged to Zheng Jianxiao, with what seemed to be the soft sighs of a woman in the background. "Don't sleep yet. Brother Zheng, it's time to make some money." Lu Chen's voice was calm and alert. "I need you to urgently investigate something." "What is the rush?" Zheng Jianxiao's senses sharpened. "Hongfeng Bank," Lu Chen stated. "I want to know all their capital movements over the past month, particularly the intensity of their deposit solicitation and interest policies. Also, check on their major shareholders. Have those foreign investors recently departed?" Hongfeng? Zheng Jinxiao paused. That's a well-established name. Quite powerful. Brother Liu, why do you want to investigate them? Don't ask, just do it. Utilize all your connections in the financial sector. I need results before dawn. All right, I'll get on it right now. After hanging up, Lu Chun felt no inclination for sleep. He strode into his study, lit a cigarette, and silently crafted his strategy. He still possessed 20 million. If Hongfeng were indeed on the verge of collapse, its stock price would likely experience a fleeting surge or a contrived stability to mislead the public before its downfall. Shorting it at this moment would be akin to picking up money from the ground. By 6 in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the study, the phone rang punctually. Brother Liu. Incredible. Truly astonishing. Zheng Jinxiao's voice was filled with excitement, albeit slightly strained. Clearly, he had not slept all night. I contacted a friend at the Monetary Authority and reached out to several traders at Hongfeng. Something is seriously amiss, very amiss. Speak. Hongfeng Bank has gone absolutely wild this month. Zheng Jinxiao spoke rapidly. They've launched several investment products with an astonishing annualized return rate of 20, and it's available to all depositors, with no minimum requirement. It's practically giving away money. The word on the street is that Hongfeng might have incurred some losses from overseas investments, tightening their cash flow. Hence the urgent need to attract deposits. However, everyone believes that, after all, it's a foreign bank with a solid foundation, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Solid foundation? Lu Qin scoffed. Brother Zheng, remember this. In the financial realm, there is no foundation so solid that it cannot be breached. When a bank resorts to indiscriminate high-interest deposits, it is not merely seeking liquidity, it is preparing to flee. Flee. Zheng Jinxiao was taken aback. Brother Liu, are you suggesting Hongfeng is about to collapse? That can't be true. It's been a reputable institution for over a decade. And the regulatory authorities haven't issued any warnings. The regulators are always the last to know. Lu Chun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling skyline of Kowloon, his eyes glinting with a cold light. What else? Additionally, all of their major shareholders have vacated Hong Kong and the UK, leaving only a few Chinese executives to manage affairs. Zheng Jinxiao felt increasingly uneasy as he spoke, swallowing hard. Brother, the more I say, the more it feels like something is off. Be confident. Eliminate any doubts. Lu Chin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. They intend to strip every last screw from the ship before it sinks. Hongfeng Bank, outwardly resplendent, had long been hollowed out by its foreign shareholders and was poised to abscond with the funds. Their frantic solicitation of deposits at exorbitant interest rates just before bankruptcy was a final act of plundering. He was all too familiar with the nature of these foreign investors. In the early 1980s, Hong Kong's banking sector was notably fragile. Regulation was lax, and many foreign banks, under the guise of joint ventures, exhibited chaotic internal management, often misappropriating depositors' funds for property speculation and currency trading. When investments faltered, they would exploit the information gap to execute one last heist before declaring bankruptcy, leaving chaos in their wake. Knowing the inevitable outcome, Lu Chun decided to act decisively. Listen, Brother Zheng. His voice turned somber. Notify Cheng Yin to head to the company immediately. I plan to make a significant move. Lu Chun gazed at the rising sun, his eyes gleaming with the intensity of a hunter. Brother, are you? Yes, I intend to short Hongfeng Bank. Lu Chin's tone grew increasingly resolute. Brother Zheng, this matter must remain confidential. If you trust me, consider investing as well. I intend to take a substantial bite before it collapses. At 9 in the morning, at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Cheng Yin sat in the newly renovated trading room of Jianghu International, 5 monitors arrayed before him. His tie hung loosely around his neck, bloodshot eyes reflecting a state of heightened excitement. Boss, the 20 million has been secured. Cheng Yin held the phone, his voice trembling slightly with exhilaration as the market opened. Hongfeng Bank's stock hovered around $15. Perhaps due to the news of high-interest deposits, it even saw a slight uptick. Proceed. On the other end, Lu Chin's voice was crisp and commanding. Short it to the maximum. Use leverage to magnify this 20 million to 100 million. Gradually purchase Hongfeng stocks through brokers. If they wish to inflate their stock price, I shall lend them a hand. In this era, the regulatory environment of the Hong Kong stock market remained relatively lenient. Although the short-selling mechanism was primitive, it was also more audacious. As long as there was collateral, brokers were willing to offer 5 to 10 times leverage. Remember to be discreet. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. Wait until the last moment to deliver the fatal blow. Don't worry. I'm well versed in this trading technique. After hanging up, Lu Chun downed his glass of whiskey in one go. This investment could likely yield a significant profit from the carcass of Hongfeng. He stepped to the edge of the terrace, glancing next door once more. Uncle Piao and his family were still animatedly planning their future in the yard. Aunt Piao was gesturing about where to place a sunshade, while Uncle Piao fantasized about furnishing their living room with a set of rosewood furniture. They remained blissfully unaware that the Hongfeng Bank they held dear would soon transform into a black hole, devouring all their wealth. To save or not to save? This thought flickered through Lu Chen's mind. According to the script of life, although Uncle Piao's family was somewhat mercenary, they possessed a good heart, embodying the resilience and optimism of the typical Hong Kong citizen. Forget it. For the sake of being neighbors, Lu Chun chuckled softly. Chapter 18. Song Zaheo's Release. The walls of Stanley Prison loomed high, seemingly capable of isolating the world from all its joys and sorrows. Yet, when the heavy iron door creaked open with the hiss of hydraulic pumps, the sunlight outside remained blindingly bright, evoking tears. A middle-aged man dressed in a cheap jacket and carrying an old canvas bag emerged. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun and inhaled deeply the air of freedom. Song Zaheo, 2.5 years of imprisonment had dulled his once sharp gaze, rendering it more introspective and profound. He turned back to glance at the gray fortress that had held him for 1,000 days and nights. There was no lingering attachment, only resolute determination. A familiar and excited shout shattered the tranquility of the coastline. Song Zaheo looked up to see two men standing beside a Porsche 930, which gleamed like a flash of lightning. One was Lu Chun, who remained composed and unruffled, leaning against the car door, greeting him with a smile and a nod. Another figure, Mark, discarded the cane he had been holding. Although his gait was still somewhat unnatural, he was now able to place both feet on the ground and could even be said to have limped over with a semblance of running. Little horse. Song Zaheo tossed aside the bag in his hand, opened his arms wide, and embraced his rushing brother fiercely. The bittersweet emotions of having endured life and death, and the poignant thrill of reunion after falling from grace, melded into this vigorous embrace. Your leg. Song Zaheo released Mark and immediately focused his gaze on his left leg. The boss provided financial support, replacing it with the finest titanium alloy prosthesis, and even arranged for a German specialist. Surgery is scheduled for next month. Rest assured, Mark replied, patting his thigh with a radiant smile, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. While I may not be able to perform spinning kicks like before, I can walk normally, drive, and even run a few steps without issue. Brother Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. All right. Song Zaheo patted Little Horse's back, feeling the long-lost vigor emanating from his brother, his own eyes moistening. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. At that moment, Lu Chun leaned against the car door, smiling as he observed this reunion of life and death brothers. He refrained from interrupting until their emotions had settled somewhat, then approached and handed a cigar to Song Zaheo. Mr. Song, welcome back to the realm of the living. Song Zaheo accepted the cigar, gazing at Lu Chun with eyes filled with gratitude and respect. He knew that his presence here, 8 months ahead of schedule, was entirely due to this young man before him. Mr. Lu, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Song Zaheo replied solemnly, I swear. As long as you help me take revenge, my life will belong to Jianghu Group. You flatter me, Lu Chun said, lighting the cigar for him. Get in the car. First order of business, take a shower to wash off the misfortune. At the Peninsula Hotel, in a private dining room on the top floor, steam from the bathroom cascaded down, cleansing away 2.5 years of dust from iron bars, seemingly washing away the misfortune brought by the prison garb. When Song Zaheo donned the high-end suit that Lu Chun had prepared for him, had his hair freshly styled, and sat at a table adorned with a pristine tablecloth and a plethora of delicacies, the once mighty brother, Hao had finally returned, at least in part. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling vista of Victoria Harbor. The table was laden with shark fin, abalone, and bird's nest. Come a toast. To Brother Hao's regained freedom. Lu Chun raised his glass of red wine. To Brother Hao. Mark echoed, his excitement causing his hand to tremble slightly. Thank you. Song Zaheo downed the wine in one gulp. The spicy, rich liquid flowed down his throat, awakening his long-dormant taste buds and ambitions. After the meal, Lu Chun dismissed the waitstaff, leaving only the three of them in the private room. He extracted a key from his pocket and placed it on the revolving table, turning it to face Song Zaheo. What is this? Song Zaheo asked, momentarily taken aback. A service department on the top floor of Harbor City in Tsim Sha Tsui. Lu Chun replied casually. 2,000 square feet, fully renovated. I've already purchased it, and it's in your name. That will be your home from now on. Mr. Lu. Song Zaheo began to decline. Hold on, don't rush to refuse. This will also serve as your base moving forward. Lu Chun lowered his voice. In that apartment, there is a specially designed safe. The code is known only to me, and I'm sharing it with you now. Lu Chun leaned closer to Song Zaheo, reciting a string of numbers. then added meaningfully, "Inside is a portion of my private funds, approximately 500 million. Coughing violently, Mark spewed his drink, choking. Song Zaheo's hand quivered, spilling a few drops of red wine from his glass. 500 million. Cash. Mr. Liu, are you serious? Song Zaheo stared incredulously at Liu Chun. Absolutely, Liu Chun replied, his demeanor calm, as if discussing $500. Some of this money has dubious origins. Your first task is to leverage your former connections and channels to launder this money, then return half to me and inject the other half into Jianghu Group's accounts. Aren't you afraid I might take the money and run? Song Zaheo's voice was somewhat hoarse as he gazed at the key. Mark asked me the same question. Liu Chun chuckled, slicing into the steak on his plate. My answer is the same. I have a keen eye for people. I trust Mark and I trust you. To entrust 500 million in cash and one's life to someone just out of prison requires immense courage and trust. Song Zaheo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. He regarded the key as if it were a heavy military order. Mr. Liu, I must speak candidly. Song Zaheo said earnestly, I have just been released, and many of my previous channels are either severed or under a Cheng's control. I can only reach out to some old connections, like underground money houses in Nanyang or the high rollers in Macau. This will incur significant losses. How much? At least 30%, Song Zaheo admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed. In other words, from 500 million, only about 350 million may remain. 30%, Liu Chen's fingers lightly tapped the table as he pondered for a moment. That is indeed higher than expected. However, it is still a 10% improvement over what I could get from the tornado. It's all right, Liu Chen lifted his head, his gaze resolute. 30% is acceptable. What I seek is speed and safety. As long as the money can be laundered, I can afford this tuition fee. However, Liu Chen's tone shifted. This is only temporary. Brother Hao, I need you to swiftly assemble your own team. Whether it's a trading company or, as I previously mentioned, luxury goods laundering, I want you to reduce this loss within a year. No problem. Song Zaheo nodded vigorously, confidence shining in his eyes. Just give me time, and I can restore my previous network. When the time comes, I can conservatively bring it down to 20%, or even lower. Good. Then it's settled. Liu Chen raised his glass. I'll leave this entirely in your hands. Little Horse will ensure your safety. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on you will simply vanish. Mark flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Rest assured, boss. Anyone who wants to touch Brother Hao will have to ask about the gun in my hand first. Liu Chen lifted his glass. To our financial empire, cheers. Cheers. The meal concluded with a joyful atmosphere. After dining, Song Zaheo's mood dipped slightly. He gazed out at Victoria Harbor, falling into silence for a moment. Mr. Liu, I wish to visit my father. That was the deepest pain in his heart. He had entered prison 3 years ago without having seen his father for the last time. And worse still, his father's death was likely tied to him. That is understandable, Liu Chen nodded. The car is downstairs, you may go. The three descended. At the hotel entrance, alongside the silver Porsche 930, there was a brand new deep blue Mazda 929 sedan parked nearby. While not the pinnacle of luxury cars at the time, it was certainly a respectable mid-range vehicle, discreet, comfortable, and reliable. Brother Hao, this car is for your transportation. Seeing Mark's slightly astonished expression, Liu Chen teased, don't look down on it just because it's a Mazda. I know you used to drive Benz and Rolls-Royce, but we're just getting started, and being too ostentatious isn't wise. This car may lack grandeur, but it excels in practicality. With excellent handling and a rotary engine that offers speed. Mazda? Little Horse's eyes lit up. This car is great. I always wanted to buy one back in Taiwan. Song Zaheo regarded the vehicle with a swirl of emotions. A house, a car, funds, trust. This young boss had thought of everything and arranged it all meticulously. This sense of being valued reignited a warmth in his heart that had long since cooled. Mr. Liu, thank you. Song Zaheo said little, as 1,000 words coalesced into these two. Go. Liu Chun patted his shoulder. I know where you wish to go. Pay a visit to Uncle's grave, and let him know you have returned. Nodding, Song Zaheo entered the driver's seat, while Xiaoma joined him in the passenger seat, eager to accompany his elder brother. Watching the blue sports car disappear into the flow of traffic, Liu Chen stood by the roadside, lighting a cigarette. His left and right arms had finally returned to their rightful places. Once the money laundering channels were established, the financial lifeblood of Jianghu Group would soon commence its flow. By the time Liu Chun returned to the villa, the sun was nearing its descent. Just as he parked the car in the garage, he heard a cacophony of moving sounds from next door. Hey, be careful. That vase is part of a feng shui arrangement. Breaking it will bring misfortune for 3 years. Dai, come here. Zhao Dai, you three, stop dawdling and quickly bring that rosewood chair inside. Uncle Piao stood at the doorway, directing the movers. Though beads of sweat adorned his forehead, The joy of moving into a new home could not be concealed from his face. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, stepping out of the car. Congratulations on your new residence. Upon hearing the voice, Uncle Piao turned around, and upon recognizing Lu Chen, his grin widened. Ah, neighbor. You're back so early? Come in, come in. We just finished moving. Lu Chen did not decline. Retrieving 2 bottles of red wine he had purchased from a hotel and making his way over. A small token of appreciation to wish Uncle Piao and his family a prosperous new beginning. Wow, this wine looks incredibly expensive. Aunt Piao's eyes brightened as she grabbed it eagerly, inspecting the label. Though she could not decipher the French, she recognized the name, Lafite. Oh, you are too kind. By the way, handsome, may I ask how to address you? No formality needed. I am Lu Chen replied, handing over a gold-embossed business card that bore the title of Executive Director of Jianghu International. Wow, Executive Director, Aunt Piao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Jianghu International sounds like a grand company. Mr. Lu, you are quite accomplished at such a young age. Not married yet, I presume? My daughter Dai here doesn't have a boyfriend. Mom. The second daughter, Dai, blushed furiously, quickly pulling her mother back. Mr. Lu, please excuse her. Women can be quite chatty, Uncle Piao chuckled, offering Lu Chen a cigarette. Please, come inside. Entering the villa, although it had not yet been completely organized, one could already discern the family's unique taste. The European-style decor was harmoniously juxtaposed with a set of Chinese rosewood furniture, and a cross-stitch proclaiming harmony and prosperity adorned the walls, exuding a delightful charm of eclecticism. Lu Sheng, make yourself comfortable. Uncle Piao wiped his brow and plopped down on the sofa, exclaiming, Ah, this is the life of the affluent. I recall living in a cramped public housing unit back in the day, where I could barely turn around. Now, look at this grand living room. One could play soccer in here. Lu Chen smiled, settling down and accepting the tea offered by Dai. Uncle Piao, may I inquire as to how you came into your fortune? It's all luck. Just pure luck. Although Uncle Piao feigned modesty, the urge to share his good fortune was palpable. After all, winning the jackpot was not something one could boast about indiscriminately. But discussing it with a friendly and seemingly wealthier neighbor felt both safe and gratifying. To be honest, I won't keep it from you, Lu Sheng. Uncle Piao lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. This time, it was truly a blessing from my ancestors. I hit the jackpot. 20 million. I have never seen so many zeros in my life. 20 million? What a joyous occasion. Lu Chen feigned astonishment, clasping his hands together. It seemed Uncle Piao's future was secure. Indeed. Aunt Piao interjected, we plan to purchase this house first, then set aside dowries for our 3 daughters. As for the remaining funds. At this point, Uncle Piao suddenly sighed, adopting a look of financial wisdom. The remaining money cannot be squandered. My brother, who works as a bank manager, advised me that money not invested will depreciate. He suggested I deposit it all in their bank, where he would trade foreign exchange for astonishing interest rates. I could earn over 100 in a year. I was planning to deposit the money tomorrow. Uncle Piao's face radiated hope. With that interest, I won't need to work anymore. I could travel the world just on the interest. He glanced at his family's hopeful faces and sighed inwardly. If not for his stroke of luck, this family might have fallen from paradise into despair the very next day. Uncle Piao, Lu Chen's tone suddenly turned serious. As a friend and neighbor, there is something I feel compelled to say. Huh, what is it, Lu Sheng? Uncle Piao paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. I work in investments and have some understanding of the financial world. Lu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table, carefully choosing his words. In this realm, there exists an ironclad rule. High returns are often accompanied by high risks. An interest rate of 20%, to be frank, exceeds the normal profitability of banks, unless they are engaging in extremely high-risk speculation or they never intended to honor the returns. Lu Sheng, are you suggesting there is an issue with Hongfeng Bank? I did not say that. Lu Chen waved his hand, refraining from making definitive statements, as Hongfeng was a well-established bank. However, one must exercise caution in life. My advice is to avoid placing all your eggs in one basket. It would be prudent not to deposit all your money in Hongfeng. You could allocate half or 2/3 to larger banks like HSBC or Standard Chartered. Even if the interest is slightly lower, the safety net is far more reassuring. The remaining small portion, if you wish to chase that higher interest, can be deposited in Hongfeng later. This way, should anything arise, hypothetically speaking, your principal remains intact and your lifestyle is unaffected. This is what we call risk hedging. Lu Chen refrained from explicitly stating that Hongfeng might collapse. That would be too alarming and could invite trouble. Instead, he opted for a balanced and easily digestible financial recommendation. After hearing this, Uncle Piao furrowed his brow. Though he was avaricious, he had spent decades in the television industry and possessed a basic understanding of logic. Lu Chen's words were reasonable, and the 20% interest rate indeed raised his suspicions. Father, I believe Brother Lu is right. The eldest daughter, Dai, who had been silent until now, spoke up. That Uncle Azhun usually doesn't interact with us much, yet suddenly he is so enthusiastic, insisting we deposit everything. It feels a bit strange. Indeed, Aunt Piao nodded in agreement. Since there is plenty of money, splitting the deposits is no trouble. If Hongfeng truly encounters any issues, we won't be left out in the cold. Observing the family's reactions and then glancing at Lu Chen's honest demeanor, Uncle Piao ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. I will heed Lu Xing's advice. He thumped his thigh. Tomorrow, I shall deposit the funds, 10 million in HSBC, 9 million in Hongfeng. Just as Lu Xing said, we cannot place all our eggs in one basket. Lu Chen smiled. As long as you don't mind my unsolicited advice, Uncle Piao. If Uncle Piao took this to heart, a tragedy would be averted by a significant margin. As for the remaining 9 million, it could serve as a valuable lesson for Uncle Piao. After all, for him, 10 million was ample for a comfortable life. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Tonight we celebrate. Uncle Piao, having released his worries, resumed his cheerful demeanor. Outside, the night enveloped the surroundings gently. Lu Chun gazed at the harmonious family, feeling a hint of sentimentality. In this world rife with violence and machinations, having such a warm and lively neighbor was perhaps a rare blessing. Chapter 19. The Collapse of Hongfeng. The following morning, dawn broke. The sea breeze of Victoria Harbor remains damp, yet it carries a suffocating chill into the homes of countless residents in Kowloon. At precisely 9:30 in the morning, mere minutes after the opening bell of the Hong Kong stock market, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire across the entire island via television, radio, and special edition newspapers. The latest report, just received by our station, reveals that the Hong Kong-based bank, Hong Feng Bank, which boasts a history of 2 decades, has officially filed for bankruptcy protection in court this morning. It is understood that the bank has suffered immense losses from overseas investments, leading to a complete rupture of its financial chain, rendering it insolvent. The television footage depicts the entrance of Hong Feng Bank's headquarters in Central transformed into a sea of fury. Thousands of depositors, in a frenzy, brandish their passbooks and assault the tightly shut roller shutters. Some are weeping uncontrollably, while others hurl invectives, and a few attempt to shatter the bulletproof glass with bricks. A large contingent of riot police, equipped with shields, stands ready to maintain order in this precarious situation. Pay us back, scoundrels. Return our hard-earned money. My pension. You ruthless foreign devils. The cacophony of cries, curses, and sirens intertwines to compose a symphony entitled Despair. Simultaneously, at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the stock of Hong Feng Bank, stock code 0053, plummets dramatically the moment trading begins, tracing an alarming vertical line. The price, which closed at $9 yesterday, opens with a staggering gap down to $7, followed by a waterfall-like descent. Panic selling floods the market, while buying power evaporates. $6, $5, $3. In the Central District's wing on building, Cheng Yin stares fixedly at the screen, his palms clammy with sweat, yet his spirit is inexplicably exuberant. It's below $1. Boss, it's below $1. Cheng Yin exclaims, his voice quivering with excitement as he clutches the phone. The exchange has issued a trading halt announcement. We will be forcibly liquidated. We won. We won. On the other end of the line, Lu Chun sits calmly in the study of his villa, a cup of coffee in hand, his demeanor as serene as if he were listening to a weather report. Has the settlement amount been determined? Yes. Cheng Yin inhales deeply, announcing the figure that nearly sends his heart into a frenzy. After deducting leverage interest, fees, and borrowing costs, the net profit stands at 376 million. With an initial capital of 20 million, leveraged, his investment has multiplied nearly 20-fold overnight. This is the allure of short selling, and the very essence of capitalism's predatory nature. Zheng Jianxiao, observing nearby, is left dumbfounded. Although he too invested several million and netted tens of millions, when compared to Lu Chun's grand scale, his gains seem trivial. Is this what a financial war looks like? Zheng Jianxiao muses to himself. It's far quicker and more ruthless than selling properties. Excellent, Lu Chen replies. Taking a sip of his coffee, Old Cheng, this operation is personal, so you and Brother Zheng will each receive 5 million as a reward. The remaining 10 million will be transferred to my offshore account, while 100 million will be injected into the company as cash reserves and as initial funding for the second phase of the Garo brand. Thank you, boss. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. Cheng Yin exclaims, overwhelmed with excitement. 5 million, in this era, is enough to elevate him into the ranks of the affluent. Meanwhile, Zheng Jianxiao, rather than cashing in his tens of millions, chooses to follow Lu Chun's lead, reinvesting the entire profit back into the company. Although his capital appears diminutive in comparison to Lu Chun's staggering sums, resulting in an inevitable dilution of his shareholding during the capital increase, Zheng Jianxiao remains remarkably magnanimous. He is a wise man, understanding that as long as he closely follows Lu Chun's lead, the pie will only grow larger. He harbors no ambition for controlling shares. As long as asset appreciation accelerates, even a reduced stake will yield greater tangible returns. This battle has catapulted Jianghu International to fame, and the legend of shorting Hongfeng Bank has begun circulating in Central. Some financial predators have even set their sights on Jianghu and Lu Chun, but Zheng Jianxiao, leveraging his identity as a member of the Zheng family, has successfully warded them off. This is also why Lu Chun was willing to allocate shares to Zheng Jianxiao. After all, the Zheng family name carries substantial weight, enough to help him navigate the early stages of development. In the neighboring villa's yard, another tragicomedy unfolds. That scoundrel Ajuan, a beast. He has even betrayed his relatives. Uncle Piao stands in the yard, trembling with rage as he brandishes a newspaper, hurling invectives into the air. Still a supreme VIP? Still with interest-free quotas? It seems he wants to send me to meet the Grim Reaper. Beside him, Aunt Piao and their 3 daughters, though pale, exhibit a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Dad, stop cursing, the eldest daughter, Didi, reassures him. Thank goodness we listened to Brother Lu's advice and only deposited 9 million. If we had put in 20 million, we would truly be facing the rooftop now. Indeed. Aunt Piao responds, clasping her hands together in prayer towards Lu Chun's villa. Thank you, God of Wealth, for your protection. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your guidance. That 10 million is still with HSBC. Our family hasn't collapsed. Exhausted from cursing, Uncle Piao slumps onto a chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yes. Thank goodness for Mr. Lu. That 10 million may yield only a few cents in interest, but at least it's still intact. Alas, let us consider the 9 million as a lesson learned. It pains me greatly, but at least we preserved our lives. No, I must thank him, Uncle Piao declares, rising to straighten his clothes. Wife, go fetch my 2 treasured bottles of fine wine. We shall pay a visit to express our gratitude. With great enthusiasm, the family gathers gifts and heads next door, ringing the doorbell. However, no one answers. Have they gone out? Uncle Piao expresses disappointment. So early in the morning. Is the big boss really that busy? Of course. Mr. Lu is engaged in substantial business affairs. He undoubtedly has much to attend to. No worries. We can come back later. Indeed, Lu Chun has pressing matters to address. Just moments ago, he received a call from Xine, who is at Kowloon walled city. Brother Lu, it's chaos. Wang Jiao has flipped. The silver Porsche 930 glides through the Lion Rock tunnel, heading straight for Kowloon walled city. In the vehicle, Xiao Ma joins the conversation, having gleaned the underlying tensions between the big boss and Wang Jiao, and he cannot help but revel in the misfortune. The big boss has really overstepped this time. Lu Qing gazes out at the rapidly passing streets, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Over the past month, the big boss had grown suspicious of Wang Jiao, gradually undermining his power in a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water, even reallocating some of Wang Jiao's men to Kuntong. Presumably, seeing that Wang Jiao offered little resistance, the big boss became overconfident and made a misstep. Xine informed him that last night, the big boss attempted to reclaim the 2 underground boxing venues under Wang Jiao's control. Those venues represent Wang Jiao's most lucrative cash cows and serve as the base for his muscle, provoking that is tantamount to signing his own death warrant. How could Wang Jiao, that rabid dog, possibly acquiesce? He immediately turned hostile, leading a band of desperate thugs out of the establishment. Half an hour later, in Kowloon walled city, the Tornado barbershop remains closed today. Inside the loft, the air is thick with tension. Xine leans against the window, idly toying with a butterfly knife, its silver blade dancing on his fingertips, reflecting his restless gaze. In the corner, Chun Luojun silently sharpens a cleaver on a whetstone, the sound resonating softly in the oppressive atmosphere. Brother Lu has arrived. Sinny suddenly sheathed his knife and glanced downstairs. Lu Chen entered, accompanied by Xiao Ma Gu. Although Xiao Ma Gu still leaned on a cane, there was a notable change in his spirit, his gaze radiating a long-lost sharpness. This was the first encounter between Xiao Ma and Sinny. They had only heard of each other before. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for detailed introductions, so they merely exchanged nods of acknowledgement before the group immediately shifted into action. What is the situation? Lu Chen inquired succinctly. Very lively, yet utterly contrived, Sinny replied, curling his lip in disdain. The big boss and Wang Jiao have been at each other's throats these past few days. Today, Wang Jiao sent his men to smash 2 of the big boss's sauna establishments in Yaomati. And tomorrow the big boss retaliated by sending people to torch one of Wang Jiao's warehouses in West District. But in reality, Lu Chen pressed. Much ado about nothing. Sini extracted a pack of sunflower seeds from his pocket and cracked one open. The informants I sent out reported back that, despite the commotion, the ones actually engaging in battle are merely temporary workers. A ragtag bunch earning 200 a day, wielding rusty pipes, and merely putting on a show. Both parties have sustained no significant losses, and their core members, the Vietnamese gang under the big boss and Wang Jiao's loyal enforcers, are holed up in their respective strongholds, not showing themselves at all. Both sides are merely probing each other, Lu Chen noted, unsurprised. After all, those who have carved a name for themselves in the underworld possess considerable acumen. The big boss fears Wang Jiao may have a hidden agenda, while Wang Jiao is wary of the big boss laying a trap. Both are waiting for the other to slip. It appears neither of them is a fool. Sini sneered coldly. The big boss aims to wear down Wang Jiao through attrition. Wang Jiao's resources, even with 2 illegal fight clubs, cannot withstand such a drain. Once the financial chain breaks and his men can no longer be paid, he will collapse without a fight. And Wang Jiao? Chen Luojun inquired. Wang Jiao is biding his time, waiting for a decisive opportunity, Lu Chen analyzed. He knows he cannot afford to prolong this. So he is undoubtedly seeking a chance to decapitate his opponent. But the big boss is far too cautious, hiding in his lair, making it difficult for Wang Jiao to find an opening. Moreover, neither wishes to engage in a mutual destruction that would allow others to reap the benefits. Xiao Ma Gu interjected. What do we do then? Chen Luojun, the brash one, could barely contain his impatience. Are we to merely watch them perform? This is dreadfully tedious. Of course not. Lu Chen rose, striding to the map of Kowloon affixed to the wall. He traced a line between Kowloon and Koon Tong with his finger, ultimately pausing at a red dot in the center. Since they are reluctant to fight, we shall assist them in doing so. Turning around, he scanned the faces of those present, his gaze flickering with a cunning yet perilous light. The waters are too clear, fish cannot be caught. We must muddy the waters until they can no longer discern friend from foe. How do we muddle them? Chen Luojun asked. Quite simply. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. We assist the weaker side. If anyone wishes to back down, we shall force their hand. He beckoned the 3 closer. In the dim light, their 4 heads huddled together. Here is our plan. The night was as dark as ink. After outlining their next steps, the group dispersed. The streets of Kowloon remained vibrant and lively. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, a turbulent undercurrent surged. Following Lu Chen's orders, Sini set out to find capable individuals, while Chen Luojun discreetly tracked Wang Jiao's movements. As for Lu Chen and Xiao Ma Gu, they boarded an inconspicuous Mazda, heading towards a karaoke bar in Yaomati. Lu Chen was in search of a killer, a top-tier assassin. Chapter 20. The Duel of Heroes, Xiao Ma and Xiao Zhuang. The night in Tsimsha Sui was fragmented by neon lights. The deep blue Mazda 929 glided silently through the puddles of Nathan Road, crushing countless ornate signs reflected on the wet pavement. Inside the car, only an old jazz tune played softly in the background. Boss, to find such a person is, to be frank, quite a challenge, Xiao Ma Gu said, glancing at Lu Chen, who was resting his eyes in the back seat. If you want a gunman, I could easily gather a truckload, or I could even be one myself. But the sniper you seek, one capable of severing a fly's wing from hundreds of meters away, is a rarity on the island. An ordinary gunman will not suffice. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his fingers gently tapping the leather armrest. The big boss's martial arts experts possess an extraordinary sensitivity to murderous intent, making close-range shootings far too risky. The shot must be taken from over 100 meters. And it must be a fatal one. Xiao Ma Gu pondered for a moment. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. Boss, I just remembered someone. But he is a bit eccentric. In what way? He's my cousin. Xiao Ma Gu shrugged. Back in the countryside, I always thought he was strange. Never spoke much, and would spend an entire day lying in wait with an air gun. He later became a killer. But he has many principles. Only killing the wicked and sparing the good. He's quite the anomaly in the assassin world, yet his marksmanship is undeniably exceptional. Then let us pay him a visit, Lu Chen concluded. Having principles indicates he has boundaries. That is a good thing. The car turned into a somewhat secluded street, halting in front of a karaoke bar named Golden Leaf. Unlike the raucous discos, there were no loud gangsters at the entrance, only a few uniformed waitstaff parking cars. The dim yellow light emanating from inside carried a nostalgic aura reminiscent of the 1960s and 70s. Is he inside? Lu Chen adjusted his suit. Yes. He seems to have recently developed a fondness for a particular female singer here, attending every night without fail. Xiao Ma Gu turned off the engine. picking up the cane that symbolized gentlemanliness, though it was actually for self-defense. Come on, boss, let me introduce you to my cousin. As he said this, Xiao Ma Gu scratched his head, his expression growing even more peculiar. Just, when you meet him, try not to be too surprised. Surprised? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Does he look like an alien? Xiao Ma Gu remained silent, merely pushing open the heavy soundproof door of the bar. As the door swung open, a mingled scent of tobacco, whiskey, and perfume enveloped them. In every day, I linger. A woman clad in a white gown was perched on a high stool, singing. Her voice was ethereal and melancholic, akin to a lark lost in a rainy night. Yet her gaze lacked focus, staring blankly into the void. Evidently, she was blind. In the dimmest corner closest to the stage sat a man. He wore a black trench coat, with a white scarf wrapped around his neck. Before him sat a glass of whiskey, untouched, as he quietly observed the blind singer on stage, his eyes harboring a tenderness and regret profound enough to drown. As Lu Chun and Xiao Ma Gu approached, the man slightly turned his head. In that instant, Lu Chun felt a disorienting shift in time and space. The face bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ma Gu's, at least 7 parts alike, the same contours, the same brow and eyes, yet the aura was utterly different. Xiao Ma Gu was fire. Even after experiencing downfall, the wildness and defiance still flickered in his eyes, embodying the spirit of a rogue. The man before them, however, was ice. His gaze was deep and melancholic, imbued with a compassion and coldness that suggested he had seen through life and death. The scholarly air of menace about him made him appear less a killer and more a fallen aristocrat. This man was none other than the assassin Xiao Zhuang, a pinnacle representative of the violent aesthetics in Hong Kong cinema, epitomized in the killer. So what do you think, boss? I told you would be surprised. Lowering his voice, Xiao Ma said, when I first encountered him, I thought I was gazing into a mirror. Although we are merely distant cousins, our bond is closer than that of brothers. Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Lu Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. This is the allure of the Hong Kong film universe, where 2 iconic characters portrayed by Chow Yun-fat have, in this temporal realm, become blood relatives. Cousin, Xiao Zhuang, upon seeing Xiao Ma, was momentarily taken aback before rising to his feet. His gaze swept over Xiao Ma's leg, which was now able to walk normally, revealing a genuine smile. Your leg. Thanks to the boss, it has healed. Xiao Ma laughed heartily and embraced Xiao Zhuang. I told you, I have a strong fate. Come, let me introduce you to my benefactor and now my boss, Mr. Lu. Releasing Xiao Ma, Xiao Zhuang turned his attention to Lu Chen. Their eyes met in the air. Lu Chen sensed the other scrutinizing him, that gaze akin to a sniper's crosshairs, devoid of malice, yet instinctively evaluative. Mr. Lu, Xiao Zhuang extended his hand, his long, dry fingers bearing thick calluses at the base, a testament to years of handling firearms. A pleasure. Lu Chen did not assume an air of superiority. Instead, he seated himself like an old friend, snapping his fingers to summon a waiter for a bottle of Royal Salute and 3 glasses. As the liquor was poured, the ice clinked against the glass with a crisp sound. Mark says you're the best marksman on the island. Lu Chen got straight to the point, knowing that beating around the bush would only waste both their time. Xiao Zhuang took a sip of his drink, his gaze still lingering on the singer on stage, and replied nonchalantly, Cousin, you flatter me. I'm merely a hired hand. I have a business proposition for you. Lu Chen leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. 1 million. I will notify you when to act. Expect my call at any moment. 1 million? Xiao Zhuang finally shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lu Chen. Let me be clear. I refuse to partake in anything immoral, nor will I harm women or children. In this era, 1 million to buy a life is exorbitant. Rest assured, it's a matter of eliminating an ambitious troublemaker. Lu Chen's fingers traced the surface of the table, inscribing 3 characters before erasing them. The specific timing of the action has yet to be determined. I need you to assist me in sending someone off at a crucial moment, disguised as a gang-related killing. Framing? Xiao Zhuang was perceptive, grasping the implication immediately. Exactly. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with cold intent. Once the target is dead, the other party will find themselves in a predicament, like stepping in yellow mud. It may not be excrement, but it certainly will smell like it. In that moment, Xiao Zhuang fell silent, turning the glass in his hand as if weighing his options. Just then, the singing on stage ceased. The singer named Jenny bowed to the audience, her movements appearing slow and cautious. She nearly stumbled over the microphone cable, causing Xiao Zhuang to lean forward instinctively as if to assist, but he ultimately held back, his hand clenched tightly beneath the table. Lu Chen observed the scene intently. 150,000. Xiao Zhuang suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. He turned to Lu Chen, his gaze resolute yet tinged with awkwardness. For this job, I require 150,000. Xiao Ma, taken aback, opened his mouth to speak. Hey, cousin, that price. But Xiao Zhuang cut him off, his tone firm. I know this is a steep price. I want to take advantage of Mr. Liu. Once this task is completed, consider it a favor owed. In the future, whenever you need me, I will assist you free of charge, regardless of the difficulty or the target. A buy one get one free? Lu Chun regarded Xiao Zhuang, then glanced at Jenny, who was now making her way off stage. Is this for her eyes? Lu Chun asked softly. Xiao Zhuang's body trembled slightly, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the glass. He did not deny it, only nodding silently. Money is not an issue. Lu Chun produced a check from his pocket, scribbling an amount and sliding it toward Xiao Zhuang. This is a 50,000 deposit. Watching Xiao Zhuang's shocked expression, Lu Chun's tone softened. The remaining 150,000 will be settled upon completion. 200,000? Even Xiao Ma was astonished. 150,000 is your fee. The additional 50,000, Lu Chun glanced at Jenny, who was sitting in the nearby resting area. Wiping her eyes with a handkerchief is a loan from me. Ensure she receives the best medical care. Don't let financial constraints delay her treatment. Losing her sight would be cruel for a woman. A timely gesture for a sentimental assassin like Xiao Zhuang. This act would secure his loyalty far more than a mere million. Mr. Liu, Xiao Zhuang stood, bowing deeply to Lu Chun. No superfluous words were needed. This bow carried the weight of 1,000 words. I, Xiao Zhuang, shall remember this kindness. From this day forth, half of my life belongs to you. Sit down. Don't make it seem like a funeral. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. I have an additional piece of information for you. Consider it a deposit for your next complimentary service. Xiao Zhuang resumed his seat, his expression turning serious. Please, go on. Is your intermediary known as Brother C? Xiao Zhuang nodded. Phone gang, known on the streets as Brother C. He is an old friend, someone I trust deeply. Lu Chun scoffed, shaking his head. A hitman's greatest folly is to place excessive trust in friends, especially when that friend might have a gun pointed at his head. Recently, did Brother C introduce you to a job? The target is an old man named Wang Dongyuan. Xiao Zhuang's pupils dilated. This job had been mentioned by Brother C just yesterday. Wang Dongyuan was a powerful figure, and someone had offered a high price for his life. In his haste to gather funds, Xiao Zhuang had almost agreed to take the job. This job is a trap, Lu Chun stated emphatically. You must not accept it. Why? Because the individual who placed the order is Wang Dongyuan's own nephew, Wang Hai. Lu Chun's fingers lightly tapped the table, revealing the core plot of the killer's game. Wang Hai is ruthless and ambitious. He seeks to rise, but as long as his uncle Wang Dongyuan lives, he will always be second fiddle. He hires you to kill Wang Dongyuan, and once accomplished if assistance is required, feel free to reach out to Mark at any time. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Chun's eyes. If you intend to take action against Wang Hai, count me in. I have no fondness for that beast who would even kill his own uncle. Xiao Zhuang tightly clutched the check, the confusion in his gaze gradually dissipating, replaced by a resolute killing intent. I understand now. Xiao Zhuang rose to his feet, nodded at Lu Chun, and declared, I will investigate thoroughly. If fourth brother is indeed coerced, I shall rescue him first, then settle accounts with Wang Hai. He is a man of loyalty. Lu Chun smiled, stating, then I shall not disturb you further. Remember, the big boss may strike at any moment. Stay in touch. With that, Lu Chun turned and left with Xiao Ma. As they reached the door, Lu Chun glanced back. In the dim light, Xiao Zhuang was approaching the singer named Jenny, carefully helping her to sit down. His gaze as gentle as water. These two truly are a pair of star-crossed lovers. Xiao Ma sighed, hoping his cousin could endure this trial. With us around, he will not perish. Lu Chun pushed open the main door, the night breeze sweeping away the remnants of alcohol. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chun's mind. Ding. Detected key plot character, Xiao Zhuang. Checking into the movie The Killer. Check-in successful. Reward received. 1 free attribute point. Lu Chun settled into the back seat of the Mazda, a faint smile gracing his lips. System, allocate this point to intelligence. As the command was issued, a familiar cool sensation washed over his cerebral cortex. This time, the feeling was more intense than ever before. Lu Chun closed his eyes, sensing his thoughts breaking through some constraints. The once tangled web of plans, character relationships, and timelines in his mind now appeared interconnected by an invisible thread, becoming remarkably clear. Intelligence, LV8, Genius. Evaluation, congratulations, your brain can now process multiple complex logical lines simultaneously, accurately predicting your opponent's next moves, even their subsequent actions. Any conspiracy appears transparent to you, with even the slightest flaw magnified infinitely. Of course, the side effect may be that everyone appears foolish in your eyes. Lu Chun opened his eyes, a spark of electric brilliance flashing within. A genius, indeed. He gazed out at the fleeting cityscape. and the ultimate plan targeting the big boss, and Wang Jiao finally found its missing piece. Chapter 21. Enthusiastic Citizen Mouse Chong. In another village, at a hillside villa, the night was deepening. The living room was dimly lit, with only the flickering flames in the fireplace illuminating several youthful faces. A pot of steaming Chaozhou beef hot pot was bubbling away, the thinly sliced beef rapidly changing color as it swirled in the broth. Cook it too long, and it ages. Lu Chen picked up a slice of beef, dipped it in sesame sauce, and placed it in his mouth, a hint of contentment gracing his features. However, the two seated across from him, Xian and Chun Luojun, did not share his appetite. Xian twirled his chopsticks, brow furrowed. Chun Luojun wore a serious expression, lost in thought as he stared at the beef in the pot. What's wrong? The big boss hasn't died, and you've lost your appetite? Lu Chun teased with a smile. Ah Chun, it's not that we've lost our appetite, it's that we're troubled. Xian sighed. Slamming his chopsticks on the table, the situation is beginning to tilt in favor of the big boss. Just last night, Wang Jiao's 2 gambling dens in Kuntong were raided, and that mad dog Wang Jiao is now somewhat disoriented. Something feels off. Chun Luojun scratched his head, perplexed, logically. Given Wang Jiao's prowess and his formidable subordinates, he shouldn't have been defeated so swiftly. It's about money. Lu Chen set down his chopsticks, took a napkin to wipe his mouth, his gaze growing profound. Although Wang Jiao is ruthless, he is like a tree without roots. His income mainly comes from those 2 boxing gyms and protection fees. Now that the gyms are disrupted and his territory raided, even his underlings need to eat. Without money for settling in costs, loyalty will wane. Lu Chun watched the steam rising from the hot pot, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a dull sound. If Wang Jiao were to fall now, the big boss would have his hands free, and the situation would revert to square one. The city could enjoy a brief period of stability, but what I desire is a permanent resolution. Hence, I must stoke this fire even further. Ideally to the point where the big boss is also injured, ensuring a facade of equality between the two. What should we do then? Xian was anxious, suggesting, how about I take a few brothers to secretly assist Wang Jiao in finding a venue? Assistance is indeed necessary, but let us not intervene directly, Lu Chen replied. Rising to approach the enormous map of Kowloon, his gaze swept over the bustling Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok, finally settling on an inconspicuous small bay near Sai Kung in the New Territories. In the film Kowloon Walled City, the big boss, while ostensibly engaged in gray businesses, secretly relies on narcotics for his profit. Lu Chen loathes drugs. This principle, whether in his past or present life, remains his bottom line. The big boss is expecting a shipment soon. Lu Chen inquired suddenly. Xian was momentarily taken aback. Shipment? What kind of shipment? Cigarettes or watches? White powder. Lu Chen uttered 2 words, his gaze turning icy and piercing. That is the true treasure trove of the big boss. The reason he has the means to hire people to suppress Wang Jiao is precisely to exploit this supply line for a financial recovery. As long as this artery is severed, the big boss will writhe in agony, granting Wang Jiao a chance to breathe. White powder. Chun Luojuan's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. This bastard is indeed engaged in a business that destroys lives. Xian. Lu Chen pointed to a location on the map named Baisha Bay, an abandoned dock. According to my intel, one of the big boss's secret factories is situated there. It appears to be a defunct fish sauce factory on the surface, yet it serves as the core base for repackaging and distributing drugs. Tonight, a significant shipment is expected to arrive from the Golden Triangle, Baisha Bay Fish Sauce Factory. Xian fixed his gaze on that location, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Brother Lu, I will go scout it out right away. Remember, just observe. Do not act. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian snatched the car keys from the table, turning to leave with Chun Luojun. 24 hours later, Xian returned to the loft, his expression a mix of shock and admiration. Brother Lu, it's incredible. Truly incredible. Xian gulped down a large glass of water, panting, saying, Luojun and I staked out there for a day and a night. There's definitely something fishy. That place was foul, no one would go there. However, last night at midnight, 2 speedboats stealthily approached, unloading dozens of boxes. Moreover, the guards surrounding the area were all faces from the Vietnamese gang, armed to the teeth. Over 100 kilograms. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. If this shipment were to be released, countless families would face devastation. Brother Lu, when do we strike? Xian rubbed his hands together eagerly. Strike? I've said we want to intervene directly. Lu Chen shot Xian a bemused glance. This kid, having spent too much time with Chun Luojun, was becoming increasingly averse to using his brain. What's the matter, Ah Chun? Are we keeping such harmful substances for the new year? Rest assured, I will not let him off. Lu Chen shook his head. a playful yet sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, we are civilized individuals, legitimate businessmen. How could we engage in such acts of violence? Xine and Shin Luojun exchanged puzzled glances. Civilized individuals? Legitimate businessmen? Just previously, during the heist at the vault and the acquisition of illegal firearms, Brother Lu. You weren't saying that. We will act, but not directly ourselves. Lu Chun retrieved a brown paper bag from his pocket, tossing it to Xine. Inside is 200,000 in cash. Find someone for me. Who are we looking for? Under the command of Wang Jiao, there exists a subordinate known as Rotten Tooth. Lu Chun has evidently done his research, possessing an intricate understanding of Wang Jiao's personnel structure. This individual is avaricious, lecherous, and devoid of loyalty. It is said that he has recently amassed a mountain of gambling debt and is currently being pursued by loan sharks. Provide him with the money and instruct him to seek out Wang Jiao for a casual chat. Lu Chen leaned closer to Xine, whispering conspiratorially. As he listened, Xine's eyes widened in astonishment, ultimately erupting into a fit of laughter. Brother Lu, this is too cruel. This is worse than killing him. Go. Lu Chun waved his hand. Remember, act swiftly. I fear Wang Jiao won't last much longer. Days later, in an underground clinic in Mongkok, Wang Jiao sat bare-chested while a doctor treated a knife wound on his back, a gift from the big boss himself. His signature sunglasses remained perched on his face. While he chewed betel nut, his gaze as menacing as a serpent. Brother Jiao, would you like a smoke? Rotten Tooth cautiously offered a cigarette. What nonsense. Wang Jiao swatted Rotten Tooth's hand away, wincing in pain from the wound. That old bastard is truly trying to finish me off. My brothers are fleeing one by one. Brother Jiao, this isn't sustainable. Rotten Tooth glanced around, lowering his voice. If we continue like this, we'll be left with nothing. How about? Spit it out. Speak plainly. I have an acquaintance over in Kuntong. She mentioned that the big boss has a drug manufacturing facility there, which just received a massive shipment worth tens of millions. Rotten Tooth's eyes darted as he began to weave a tale based on Xine's script. Brother Jiao, what if that shipment were to vanish? Wouldn't the big boss be devastated? Of course. That's tens of millions. Anyone would be heartbroken. Wang Jiao paused abruptly, his frenzied mind beginning to race. Are you suggesting we steal his goods? Wang Jiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No, that place is certainly heavily guarded. Our current manpower is insufficient for such a task. Brother Jiao, we won't be the ones to steal it. Rotten Tooth grinned slyly. We'll have the police do it. Call the cops. Wang Jiao turned sharply, nearly dislodging his sunglasses. Have you lost your mind? That's a grave taboo in our world. Do you want to be hunted down across the entire island? Brother Jiao, if we lose our lives, what do we care for taboos? Rotten Tooth was growing desperate. Besides, we won't be implicated. We'll find a scapegoat to report it as an accidental discovery. When the police seize the goods, the big boss will suffer severe losses and be preoccupied with legal troubles, leaving no time to deal with us. This is a classic case of surrounding way to rescue Zhao. Brother Jiao. Wang Jiao fell silent, the only sound in the room being the hum of the electric fan. After a long pause, he suddenly erupted into a fit of frenzied laughter. Hey, how delightful. Truly, this is a brilliant scheme. Big boss, if you wish to extinguish my life, do not blame me for my lack of morality. You seek to destroy me? I shall send you to prison first. Go. Find someone with an unfamiliar face. Choose someone dim-witted or a desperate addict who would risk their life for money. Give them a sum and let them stage a performance. At 2 in the morning, the Yaomati police station was dimly lit, with several uniformed officers dozing off at their desks while a late-night drama replayed on the television. Suddenly, the front door swung open. A small, anxious man with dyed yellow hair and a mouth full of rotten teeth burst in, wearing an ill-fitting floral shirt and clutching a black plastic bag tightly. Officer, help. I want to report a crime. I want to turn myself in. As he shouted, he rushed to the front desk, slamming the black plastic bag onto the table. The duty officer, startled awake, instinctively placed a hand on his holstered gun. What is going on? Step back. Hands on your head. Don't shoot. Officer, I'm an honest citizen, no? I'm a thief. But I'm a thief with a conscience. The young man began his performance, passionately reciting the lines Rotten Tooth had taught him. My name is Mouse Chong. I was planning to steal some scrap metal from the abandoned fish sauce factory at by Sha Wan, thinking it was deserted. Who would have guessed that as soon as I pried open the door, I found it packed with boxes. Boxes? The sergeant frowned. What kind of boxes? Boxes full of drugs, sir. I swear. The smell was overwhelming. Mouse Chong gestured dramatically. Though I am a thief, I have my limits. I only steal money, not lives. I loathe drugs. Just like Lin Zexu burning opium at Human. Stop. Get to the point. The officer interrupted impatiently. Where did you see this? At the number 3 pier of the fish sauce factory, the one painted blue outside. Mouse Chong pointed at the plastic bag on the table. I grabbed a bag when I left. Officer, look. This is evidence. I swear I'm not lying. Hurry and catch them before they escape. The officer skeptically opened the plastic bag, rubbed a bit of the white powder between his fingers, and brought it to his nose. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Emergency assembly. Notify the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. Notify the Narcotics Bureau. Quickly. The blaring police sirens echoed throughout the station. At by Shawan. The abandoned fish sauce factory loomed in the darkness, waves crashing against the rocks. Inside the building, dozens of Vietnamese gangsters were busily repackaging a recent shipment of heroin. The big boss had been recklessly spending money lately and urgently needed this batch to recover losses. Suddenly, the piercing sound of police sirens shattered the night's tranquility. Oh no, the police. Run. Take the water route. Yet, it was too late. Several armored vehicles thundered through the rusted gates, and a squad of heavily armed officers descended upon the scene. Freeze. Police. Drop your weapons. Get down. The sounds of gunfire, shouts, and shattering glass filled the air. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away on a hill, Lu Chun observed the unfolding drama with keen interest through binoculars. Xin and Chun Luojun squatted beside him, each clutching a can of beer, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Look at those Vietnamese thugs. They're fleeing faster than rabbits. Xin gleefully pointed below. That one jumping into the sea has been caught. Serves him right. Lu Chun remained silent, simply watching intently. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was a young inspector in plain clothes, lacking a bulletproof vest. He was strikingly handsome, resembling a younger version of Takashi Kaneshiro, with slightly melancholic long hair. Yet, his actions at that moment were somewhat perplexing. Amid the chaos of the arrest, he was calmly directing a fleeing drug dealer with one foot while nonchalantly munching on a half-eaten can of pineapple. Deng Yingjun, Lu Chun murmured with a slight smile, softly uttering the name of the character from the film Modern Detective. The remarkable detective, known for his unparalleled skills and a touch of absurdity, embodied a unique blend of charm and melancholy. In the frame, Deng Yingjun appears to be momentarily choked by a pineapple, thumping his chest before deftly seizing a nearby clothes pole, gracefully toppling two knife-wielding Vietnamese assailants, as if performing a circus act. The elegance of his movements is almost flawless, save for the sugary residue lingering at the corner of his mouth, which would otherwise render him a perfect hero in a dramatic rescue. Who is that fellow? Cinny also took notice. He was rather handsome and quite agile, though his mental faculties seemed rather questionable. Reporting a theft while munching on canned food? An intriguing individual, indeed. Lu Chun set down the binoculars, imprinting the visage of Inspector Deng Yingjun in his memory, resolving to avoid confrontation should he cross paths with him on the street. This seemingly unserious character was, in fact, a formidable expert. The following day, at the private residence of the big boss. The big boss snatched the newspaper, tearing it to shreds, incensed by the mocking headline. Clumsy thief stumbles into drug den, conscience pricks, calls police, authorities uncover major drug manufacturing operation. Thief claims, I am a conscientious Chinese. The big boss's face contorted with rage, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. The cigar in his hand had been crushed to smithereens. Tobacco scattered across the floor. Everything is lost. His voice, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, echoed with fury. That shipment was worth 50 million. Not to mention the factory, and those dozens of brothers. It's all gone. The subordinates below trembled in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Investigate. The big boss seized one of his underlings by the collar, spitting words laced with venom. How could the police have discovered such a hidden location? Who was the thief that reported it? Who orchestrated this? A quaking subordinate timidly offered a dossier. We have bribed someone within the police department. The thief has been extracted by our people. After some interrogation, he confessed. Who? It's the toothless steed. The subordinate swallowed hard. He is the lead horseman beside Wang Jiao. The thief claimed he was given $20,000 by Toothless Steed to stage this act. Sang Bo even provided him with detailed addresses and entry routes, instructing him on how to convince the police. The big boss released his grip, his gaze suddenly turning as frigid as ice, a glint in his eyes that bespoke murderous intent. Toothless Steed is Wang Jiao's lapdog. The deeds of Toothless Steed are the deeds of Wang Jiao. Very well, Wang Jiao. The big boss, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally. A chilling sound that sent shivers down spines. I had originally intended to spare your life, to toy with you slowly. Yet, you dare to breach the code of the underworld, colluding with the police to sever my financial lifeline. Such behavior is the most despicable in our realm. Conflicts between gangs can be resolved in any manner, even to the point of exterminating entire families, for that is merely a matter of grievances. However, If one dares to report to the authorities, enlisting their aid to clear the field, that person becomes a traitor, the enemy of all. Wang Jio's boss gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words between clenched jaws. You lack benevolence, so do not blame me for being unprincipled. He turned, gazing at the decorative samurai sword on the wall, and suddenly drew it from its sheath. The blade glimmered coldly as it precisely severed the corner of the solid wood table. Convey my orders. The big boss's voice regained its composure, yet it was a calm that heralded an impending storm. Gather all personnel. Bring out the hidden arsenal. Even if I must turn Kowloon upside down, I will find Wang Jio. I will flay him alive, skin him, and pull out his tendons. Furthermore, inform our allies in the underworld. Any who dare assist Wang Jio shall find themselves at odds with me. Whoever brings me Wang Jio's head shall be rewarded with 500,000. Yes, the subordinates responded in unison, brimming with murderous intent as they exited. Silence fell over the villa. The big boss, holding the sword, stood before the window, staring out at the overcast sky. Unbeknownst to him, the true mastermind behind all this, the so-called concerned citizen, was comfortably seated in a warm villa, listening to soothing music, awaiting the spectacle of his downfall. The pawn of Wang Jio had nearly outlived its usefulness. In his study, Lu Chun perused the newspaper headline regarding the police dismantling the major drug operation. A faint smile gracing his lips. The big boss must be going insane. A madman is bound to reveal vulnerabilities. He picked up the phone, dialing Xiao Zhuang's number. Hello. It's me. Prepare yourself. The opportune moment is fast approaching. From the other end came Xiao Zhuang's steady, cold voice. Received. The guns are polished and ready. After hanging up, Lu Chun gazed out the window. The game of Kowloon had finally reached checkmate. Chapter 22. Tea with Integrity, a Night Without Life. For an entire week, the underworld of Kowloon seemed to have been tossed into a meat grinder. The big boss, suffering losses of 50 million in drug assets and an entire packaging line due to the report from that well-meaning thief, had transformed into a wounded, frenzied tiger. Convinced that Wang Jio was behind this, he tore off the mask of civility and began an indiscriminate purge of Wang Jio's forces. Wang Jio's territory was set ablaze, his subordinates were slaughtered, and even his prized sports car was rigged with explosives and blown to smithereens. Although Wang Jio found himself on the defensive, his reckless spirit surged forth, leading his remaining loyal followers in guerrilla warfare against the big boss. Stabbing him one day and setting fire to his establishments the next, chaos reigned supreme. Throughout the nights in Kowloon, police sirens blared incessantly. Citizens inundated the police station with complaints, overwhelming their lines. The officers from the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau worked tirelessly, yet they could not contain the bloodied rage of these two factions. If this turmoil continued, Kowloon would not survive long enough for these thugs to wipe each other out. The police hierarchy finally reached a boiling point. A stern order was issued. By any means necessary, the two factions must be made to cease hostilities. If they do not comply, we shall uproot them entirely. Under the immense pressure from the police, coupled with the severe losses on both sides, a necessary peace negotiation was finally brought to the table. In Shamshuepa, at the Integrity Restaurant. This establishment held great renown in the underworld, not only for its authentic cuisine, but also for its name, which signified honor. For decades, countless grievances had been resolved over a cup of tea within its walls. This evening, the restaurant was heavily guarded, with a sentry every 3 steps and a lookout every 5. Numerous thugs glared at each other, as if a brawl could erupt at any moment, yet ultimately, they maintained a tenuous peace. In the opulent private room of the top floor, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. A massive round table hosted 3 individuals. On the left sat the big boss, clad in a brown jacket, his countenance ominously dark, fingers fiddling with 2 iron balls, producing a menacing clatter. Behind him loomed 4 stern-faced Vietnamese mercenaries, their waists bulging with weapons. On the right sat Wang Jio, still donning his sunglasses even indoors, casually chewing betel nut, reclining in a carefree posture with one leg draped over a chair, flanked by the now-pawned, toothless steed and several scarred loyalists. Seated at the center was a robust, middle-aged man with a face full of scars, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. A jagged scar adorned his left eye, and he wore a flamboyant, open-collared shirt, revealing a fierce tiger tattoo across his chest. Brother Tiger. Besides the tornado, he was another revered figure in Kowloon City and the reluctant mediator in this situation. Brother Tiger, it's not that I lack respect for you, the big boss initiated. His voice gravelly. This brat has violated the code of the underworld, colluding with the police to disrupt my operations, costing me 50 million. Not to mention the livelihood of my dozens of brothers. If he does not compensate, we cannot proceed with this meeting. Ha ha ha. Wang Jiu let out an eerie laugh, spitting out the remnants of his beetle nut. Big boss, one can be reckless with food, but one must choose words carefully. The police are coming to sweep your territory. What concern is that of mine? Who told you to conduct your affairs so carelessly? Turning your drug factory into a veritable marketplace? You are talking nonsense. The big boss slammed his hand down on the table, and the thief who reported it confessed. It was your people who orchestrated this. Where's the evidence? Wang Jiu adjusted his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes, and retorted, is a coerced confession, beaten out of someone, considered evidence? If I were to find a beggar, give him a thrashing, and say you instructed him to assault a sow, would you acknowledge that? You are courting death. The Vietnamese thug behind the big boss instantly reached for his pocket. Wang Jiu's men, not to be outdone, brandished their machetes. A loud crash echoed as the teacup in Hu Ji's hand shattered against the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Everyone sit down. Hu Ji's furious roar reverberated, causing the chandelier in the private room to tremble. His fierce gaze swept across the room. This place has integrity. It is not your turf. Anyone who dares to draw a blade or fire a gun here is slapping my entire underworld in the face. The big boss and Wang Jiu exchanged menacing glares before reluctantly taking their seats. After all, they had to give face to Hugo, and the police had hinted that if a fight broke out, no one would come out unscathed. That is more like it. Hugo lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. We are all just trying to make a living. Violence and bloodshed are the work of novices. So speak up. How can we come to a halt? I want my boxing gym. Wang Jiu laid down his terms. That gym is my lifeline, and the big boss must return those 2 gyms to me. Additionally, my territory has been swept clean, so I demand 2 nightclubs as compensation. In your dreams, the big boss sneered, the gyms can be returned, as they were yours to begin with. But to expect my nightclubs? You want me to compensate you? Wang Jiu, have you lost your mind? You caused me a loss of 50 million. That bill has yet to be settled. That's just your misfortune. You played dirty. At the negotiation table, the 2 engaged in a fierce verbal duel, neither yielding an inch. They argued from 8 in the evening until 10, changing the tea 3 times. Yet there was no substantive progress. The big boss merely agreed to let Wang Jiu keep his current territory while demanding Wang Jiu compensate him for half of the losses from the police raid, totaling 25 million. For Wang Jiu, that was utterly fantastical. So, no negotiations then? Hugo, growing impatient, extinguished his cigarette. No negotiations. The big boss stood, adjusted his collar, and cast a cold glance at Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu, I am giving you 3 days to gather the funds. If I do not see 25 million in 3 days, I will ensure you are ground into pieces to feed the dogs, even if it means being caught by the police. I'll be waiting. Wang Jiu stood as well, laughing maniacally. Let us see whose coffin is sturdier, yours or my life. Thus, the first negotiation ended on a sour note. Hugo watched the 2 depart, shaking his head helplessly. He knew this negotiation would drag on, but unbeknownst to him, it was the last time these 2 would meet. The big boss exited the restaurant with integrity. The rain had ceased outside, yet the air remained damp and cold. He settled into his executive Mercedes S-Class, and the car door, closing momentarily, cut off the surrounding clamor. Drive to Baisha Bay. The big boss leaned back wearily, pulling out his mobile phone to dial a number. It was his financial backer, a powerful figure who operated in both the legitimate and illicit realms on Hong Kong Island. The big boss's smooth sailing over the years relied heavily on this benefactor's connections and protection, while he was responsible for handling the dirty work and remitting funds on the island. Hello, boss, it's me. The big boss's tone became exceedingly respectful. That Wang Jiu is a rabid dog. Negotiations have faltered. I know the police are watching, but I need your help to apply pressure. Just give me a week. And once the police loosen their grip, I have 100 ways to eliminate Wang Jiu. The voice on the other end seemed to chastise him for his ineffectiveness. And the big boss nodded repeatedly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The vehicle gradually departed Sham Shui Per, taking a secluded road leading up the hill. While the big boss continued to explain over the phone, his focus entirely on appeasing his benefactor. He failed to notice a dark figure lying on the rooftop of a dilapidated building 300 meters away from the road. Xiao Zhuang, clad in a black raincoat. He rested a long sniper rifle against the concrete barrier, the dark muzzle resembling the eye of death. Through the scope, the Mercedes glided steadily. Although it was a bulletproof vehicle, the intelligence provided by Lu Chen specifically noted that this model was outdated, with bulletproof glass only capable of withstanding handgun rounds. Against specialized armor-piercing rounds of this caliber, that glass was as fragile as potato chips. Wind speed 3, humidity 90, distance 320 meters. Xiao Zhuang silently recited the data in his mind. His breathing slowed considerably, his heartbeat melding with the night's darkness. The crosshairs steadily locked onto the figure in the back seat who was engrossed in a phone call. For Jenny. Xiao Zhuang's finger gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The muffled sound of a silenced shot was drowned out by the distant rumble of thunder. 300 meters away, while the big boss was on the phone, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. Crack! A spiderweb-like bullet hole instantly appeared in the hardened bulletproof glass. Following that, a spinning high-velocity bullet effortlessly penetrated the glass, precisely drilling into the big boss's temple. Splash! Red and white splattered across the genuine leather seats and the expensive mobile phone. The big boss's body stiffened momentarily. Then, as if his bones were removed, he slumped lifelessly against the back seat. The mobile phone slipped from his grasp. The furious voice on the other end still raging. Hello? Hello? Are you listening? The driver and the bodyguard in the passenger seat, hearing the sound of shattering glass, turned to look, their souls instantly fleeing in terror. Boss. The boss has been shot. It's a trap. Drive fast. The Mercedes swerved chaotically, racing towards the nearest hospital. Meanwhile, atop the abandoned building, Xiao Zhuang expressionlessly stowed his weapon, skillfully disassembling it and packing it into an ordinary-looking violin case. He did not glance back at his handiwork. Such was the confidence of a top assassin. He pulled down his hat brim in the night, disappearing like a musician who had just finished his performance. Into the vast darkness. Half an hour later, at Wang Jiu's secret hideout. Bang! The door was flung open, and the toothless horse burst in, panting heavily. His face a mask of exaggerated terror and excitement. Jiu Ge, something big has happened. Wang Jiu, who had been sulking on the sofa, shot upright. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? It's bigger than the sky falling. The toothless horse rushed to Wang Jiu's side, lowering his voice and speaking rapidly. My people just reported that the big boss was shot at on his way back. What? Wang Jiu stood up in shock. His sunglasses asked you, did he die? The toothless horse swallowed hard, recalling the lines he had been taught, and began his performance. I don't know. The toothless horse gulped. I heard he was shot in the head, and he is now in the hospital, undergoing emergency treatment. But it's conservatively estimated he is severely injured and unconscious. Whether he'll wake up is uncertain. Damn it, who did this? Wang Jiu's brow furrowed as he paced the room. At this critical juncture, everyone would assume I was behind it. Jiu Ge, now is not the time to worry about who did it. The anxious Luanya urged. Consider this. If the boss is still alive and regains consciousness, he will undoubtedly hold you accountable for this matter. He will use it as a pretext to gather all his forces to hunt you down. At that point, we would be akin to lambs led to slaughter. But what if he is dead? Wang Jiu inquired. If he dies, the situation becomes even more troublesome. Luanya elaborated astutely. Should he perish? Regardless of who seeks to ascend to power, they will undoubtedly capitalize on avenging the boss as a pretext to eliminate us. In any case, whether he lives or dies, the yellow mud has fallen into our trousers. It is nothing but excrement. Wang Jiu felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. This was undeniably a deadlock. So, what do you propose we do? Take advantage of his illness to claim his life, Luanya asserted. In any case, one will be labeled the murderer. If we wait any longer, we are doomed either way, so we might as well take a gamble. A fierce glint flashed in Luanya's eyes as he leaned closer to Wang Jiu's ear. Brother Jiu, right now the boss is in the hospital fighting for his life, uncertain of his fate, and his subordinates are in disarray, lacking a leader. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We should gather our men and storm in to seize his territory. Observing Wang Jiu's hesitation, Luanya pressed on. Brother Jiu, think about it. If we do not fight for our share, when the boss regains his senses, we are surely dead. But if we do fight and take the territory, should the boss survive, we would possess leverage to compel him to withdraw. And if he dies, well, we shall abscond with the money. This proposition struck Wang Jiu's gambling instincts with precision. To risk it all is to transform a bicycle into a Lamborghini. To refrain is to face a dead end. All right, Wang Jiu exclaimed, slamming his thigh, a savage grin spreading across his face. Since someone wishes to use us as pawns, I shall grant their wish. Luanya, relay my orders. Gather all the brothers. Tonight, we shall claim the boss's inheritance. Yes, Brother Jiu is wise. Luanya bowed his head, a barely perceptible cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That night was destined to be one of bloodshed and absurdity. Wang Jiu, accompanied by his remaining band of desperate men, descended upon the boss's various establishments in Yao Ma Ti and Simsha Sui like a pack of ravenous wolves. As Luanya had indicated, the boss's underlings were thrown into chaos following the sudden assassination of their leader. Distrust among the small heads rendered them incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Wang Jiu surged forward, sweeping through half of the boss's territory in a mere 3 hours. This audacious act firmly cemented Wang Jiu's guilt in the eyes of the underworld. Among the people, Wang Jiu was seen as having betrayed all codes of conduct. Having just negotiated peace with Brother Hu, he immediately sent assassins to eliminate the boss, seizing territory while the boss's body was still warm. Before dawn, the entire underworld was in an uproar. First, there was the powerful benefactor behind the boss, who had his phone call abruptly cut off. Upon learning of the boss's assassination and the loss of territory, he issued a bounty, $1 million for Wang Jiao's head. Next was Brother Hu. As the intermediary, Wang Jiao's actions of negotiating and then immediately killing were tantamount to rubbing salt in Brother Hu's wounds. Enraged, Brother Hu slammed down the phone and declared, "Anyone who aids Wang Jiao from now on will be opposing me." Who? Finally, and most fatally, came the police. If the previous violence was merely indicative of poor public order, this time, following a police warning, the decision to continue warring and openly engage in assassination was a blatant affront to law enforcement. The police commissioner himself ordered Wang Jiao to be classified as the #1 wanted criminal. All units of the Criminal Investigation Department mobilized, scouring the streets for Wang Jiao. In an instant, Wang Jiao became a pariah, with everyone seeking to bring him down. In a hillside villa on a crisp morning, Lu Chen stood on the terrace, inhaling the fresh air after the rain. Xian stood behind him, holding a freshly delivered newspaper, his expression brimming with admiration for Lu Chen. "Ah Chen, Wang Jiao is utterly finished this time," Xian remarked, gazing at Wang Jiao's wanted poster on the front page. "Now both the underworld and the law are hunting him." Those territories he just seized were barely warm before the police sealed them off. His underlings are either dead or severely injured, while he himself has absconded with a tidy sum. As expected, Lu Chen remarked, taking a sip of coffee. Once a person disrupts all the rules of the game, they forfeit their right to survive within it. "So what shall we do next?" Xian asked. "Should we go and kick the dog when it's down?" "Not so fast." Lu Chen shook his head. "Wang Jiao is now like a porcupine with poison. Whoever touches him will come to grief. Let the police and that benefactor deal with him first." Lu Chen turned around, adjusting his suit. "Xian, return to the village and keep an eye on things. Although Wang Jiao is reckless, he is not foolish. Especially now that he has a significant amount of money, he will undoubtedly seek a way to escape Hong Kong. Once you detect any signs of him planning to flee, notify me immediately. Rest assured, Ah Chen, I've encountered numerous snakeheads with Brother Long. I will surely gather the information." Xian vowed, fully aware of the principle of rooting out the problem. "Yes, Mark will assist you with this. As for me." Lu Chen's gaze shifted towards the towering skyline of Central, where skyscrapers stood tall. "The matters of the underworld are winding down. It is time for me to return to my legitimate business." Lu Chen set down his coffee cup, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The Garo brand of Jiahe textile should also be prepared. Chapter 23, The Little Jew. In Central, at Jiahe International, the afternoon sun filtered through the blinds, casting dappled light upon the newly polished mahogany desk. The air was thick with the rich aroma of cigars and the scent of victory. "Boss, it's done," Cheng Yin announced as he pushed the door open, his steps light as if he were performing a tap dance. He waved a thick contract in his hand, his gold-rimmed glasses failing to conceal the excitement in his eyes. Yongfa Textile, wholly acquired, including land, factory, equipment, and inventory, a flat price of 17 million. Lu Chen, who had been sitting on the sofa sipping tea with Zhang Jianxiao, raised an eyebrow and set down his cup. 17 million? Old Cheng, did you hold a gun to their boss's head to get that signature? I recall Yongfa's valuation being at least 25 million. Hey, that's just fate, Cheng Yin declared as he plopped down in the opposite chair, gulping down a large mouthful of water. That company was simply unlucky. Yongfa Textile had a solid foundation. And although the ready-made clothing market has been fiercely competitive these past 2 years, they could still last a few more years thanks to foreign trade orders. But guess what happened? By sheer bad luck, this old chap's company had dealings with Hongfeng. And the last bit of working capital they planned to use for payroll and raw materials, 8 million, was all tied up in Hongfeng Bank. Zhang Jianxiao, upon hearing this, sprayed his tea in shock. No way. What a coincidence. Indeed, what a coincidence. Cheng Yin beamed, unable to contain his joy. Once Hongfeng collapsed, Yongfa's financial chain was instantly severed. The bank pressed for loans, suppliers blocked their doors, and workers went unpaid. To top it off, the stock price plummeted due to Hongfeng's bankruptcy, nosediving into penny stock territory. The exchange has already issued a warning for forced delisting. Cheng Yin elaborated for Lu Chen, estimating that 5 million was spent acquiring stocks in the market, while the remaining 12 million bought out the shares of the 3 major shareholders, currently holding over 80%. TSK, we are truly seizing the opportunity in the chaos. Oh no, rather, we are bottom fishing. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Lu Chen's lips. What do you call this? This is a win-win situation. He shorted Hongfeng Bank, making a substantial profit, which led to Hongfeng's downfall. Hongfeng's collapse in turn caused Yongfa Textile's financial chain to break, allowing him to acquire it at a bargain price. In this round, he wins twice. Well done. Lu Chen stood up, adjusting his suit. Now that we've secured the deal, let's not waste any time. Prepare the vehicle for an inspection of our new printing press. Cheng Yin has already arranged for the car, not the ostentatious Porsche 930, but rather a more befitting black Mercedes S-Class suitable for a business visit. The car glides out of the bustling central district, traversing the underwater tunnel, and heads toward the Kowloon industrial area. At this moment, Kowloon remains the heart of manufacturing on Hong Kong Island. Chimneys rise like sentinels, machines roar to life, and countless large trucks navigate the narrow streets, transporting fabrics, plastic flowers, and electronic components. This place serves as the engine of Hong Kong's economic ascent and a livelihood for countless workers at the grassroots level. Yongfa Textile Factory occupies a substantial area in the core of the industrial zone, with several somewhat dilapidated factory buildings enclosed by a wall. The paint of the 4 characters Yongfa Textile at the entrance has begun to peel, exuding a sense of decline akin to a sunset. Within the factory grounds, the manager, having received prior notice, anxiously awaits the arrival of several executives at the base of the office building, akin to ants on a hot skillet. The manager, surnamed Huang, is in his 50s, sporting a receding hairline and a face etched with worry. In recent days, his hair has nearly turned white with anxiety. The owner has absconded. The company has been acquired, and he has heard whispers that the new proprietor is a ruthless financier. He fears that the new regime will swiftly extinguish his position as factory manager. As the car door swings open, the first to emerge is the impeccably dressed, spirited Cheng Yiyan, followed closely by the aristocratic-looking Zheng Jianqiao. Lastly, a young man, stern and imposing, steps out, overshadowing everyone else. Manager Huang's heart sinks. This entourage does not appear to be here for charitable purposes. Welcome. A warm welcome to the board leadership for your guidance. Manager Huang leads the applause. His palms slick with sweat, his smile more reminiscent of despair than joy. Lu Chun scans the surroundings. The factory shows signs of age, with peeling walls. Yet the floors are spotless, and the persistent roar of machines indicates that basic production order remains intact. Manager Huang, I presume? Lu Chun approaches without extending his hand, merely nodding slightly, dismissing any formalities. Lead the way to the workshop. Yes. This way, please, Mr. Lu. Manager Huang quickly bows and guides them. The group traverses the corridor and enters the production workshop. The deafening clamor of massive machines fills the air. Hundreds of female workers are diligently seated at their sewing machines. Shuttlecocks flying, cotton fluff swirling around. As Lu Chen walks, he observes. The equipment, though a bit antiquated, is well maintained. Cheng Yan leans closer to Lu Chen and whispers. These are all imported German machines. The foundation is still solid. Lu Chen nods and casually picks up a garment from the assembly line. It is a women's shirt adorned with large red flowers, a style so outdated it resembles something plucked from a 20-year-old television drama. Although the fabric is sturdy, the cut lacks any discernible shape. This is your flagship product? Lu Chen frowns. Manager Huang breaks into a cold sweat and cautiously explains, Mr. Lu, we have no dedicated design department. We merely replicate old styles from the market, primarily selling to Southeast Asia and Africa. While the profits are slim, we make up for it in volume. Volume? Lu Chen scoffs, tossing the shirt back into the bin. Producing such rubbish is a waste of fabric. The surrounding executives are petrified, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Chen halts, turning to address everyone with a gaze sharp as a knife. I am aware of your concerns. His voice, though not loud, resonates clearly amidst the cacophony of the workshop, carrying an inherent pressure. You fear layoffs, salary cuts, and that I might dismantle the factory for its land. Manager Huang bows his head, too intimidated to respond. Rest assured, Lu Chen brushes off the dust from his hands. I am not here to take away your livelihoods. On the contrary, I am here to provide you with sustenance. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room dissipates palpably. All of you are seasoned employees, with bonds to this factory and invaluable experience, Lu Chen declares, surveying the crowd. Therefore, I have decided that there will be no immediate changes in personnel, nor will any frontline employee be dismissed without cause. The atmosphere lightens significantly, with many workers discreetly exhaling in relief. However, Lu Chen's tone shifts as he raises 3 fingers. I am granting you a 3-month observation period. During this time, salaries and benefits will continue as usual. Yet, I require the factory's execution to align with my pace. I intend to revamp the production line and launch new brands. Anyone who cannot keep up or falters at this critical juncture will face dire consequences. Lu Chen glances at Cheng Yan, who understands the implication. adjusting his glasses and revealing a sinister smile. Then it won't merely be a matter of dismissal. I will ensure they comprehend what industry ostracism entails. Understood? Understood. Manager Huang and the executives respond in unison, their shirts drenched in cold sweat. They feel a mix of relief and dread, while their jobs are temporarily secure. This new boss does not appear to be accommodating. Excellent. Lu Qin nods in satisfaction. Now, let us return to work. Having completed his inspection of the workshop, Lu Chun is now well acquainted with the facility's hardware. The foundation is sound. Only a few machines require updating to produce the first batch of Garot's garments. As for design and tailoring, those are all firmly established in his mind. He merely needs executors. Let us take a look at the office area. Lu Chun gestures. The group exits the noisy workshop and enters the relatively quiet administrative building, where clerical, financial, and logistical personnel are stationed. Compared to the vibrant atmosphere of the workshop, the mood here feels considerably more oppressive, as those seated in offices are more attuned to the unsettling news regarding their fates post-acquisition. As they approach the entrance to the comprehensive office area on the second floor, a low, tearful argument reaches Lu Chin's ears. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Supervisor. Please don't dock my pay. The voice is clear, soft, and tinged with a heart-wrenching urgency. I have no choice, Ame. The supervisor, holding the attendance sheet, replies helplessly. As you know, the new boss is here for inspection today. The entire factory is on high alert, and you just had to arrive late. Even if it was only by a minute, rules are rules. According to factory policy, tardiness incurs a $50 deduction from the full attendance bonus. But supervisor, my grandmother suddenly fainted this morning. I took her to the hospital, and waiting to register delayed me. I didn't even have breakfast. Please, I beg you. I've never been late or left early, and I always work diligently. Can you please let this slide just this once? The voice sounds vaguely familiar, causing Lu Chun to halt abruptly. Following the sound, he sees a young girl at the clock-in machine near the office entrance, dressed in a cheap floral dress and carrying a faded canvas bag, repeatedly bowing to a middle-aged, rotund supervisor. The girl has long, jet-black hair tied in a casual ponytail. With her head bowed, her face is obscured, but her slender figure, seemingly fragile enough to be toppled by a gust of wind, radiates a heartbreaking tenacity. The girl is named Ruan Mei, the character from the Great Era who evokes deep sympathy, the frugal girl who pinches every penny, yet would give her all for love. Supervisor, I promise I'll arrive early next time. From this month on, I'll come in half an hour earlier every day. Please, just let me off this time. Ruan Mei's voice trembles, as $50 feels like a painful cut to her, a notorious penny pincher. The supervisor sighs. Looking at the young girl with a heavy heart, everyone knows the difficulties Ruan Mei faces at home. Ordinarily, everyone lends a helping hand when they can. Yet today is different. May, under normal circumstances, I would have turned a blind eye. The supervisor lowered his voice and gestured towards the upper floor, but today, the new board members are up there. If they were to witness me showing favoritism, my job would be at stake. You know how it is. A new official is often filled with fervor, and who dares to court trouble at such a time? Thus, this 50 yuan must be deducted. I am powerless to intervene. Ruan Mei bit her lip, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. That was 50 yuan. How many eggs could that buy? How much discounted vegetables? There's no way around it. Just sign here. The supervisor handed her the fine notice. With trembling hands, Ruan Mei took the pen, gazing at the document. Her heart bleeding, she sniffled and, feeling aggrieved, signed her name, calculating that for the next half-month, she would only be able to afford boiled noodles. Just as she was about to turn and leave to weep quietly in the restroom, a magnetic male voice resonated from behind her. Although the tone was low, it carried an undeniable authority, silencing the bustling corridor in an instant. What is happening? In the administrative corridor, the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Lu Chen's inquiry, though delivered in a steady tone, exuded an air of power acquired through long tenure, instantly quelling the surrounding clamor. He halted, his gaze piercing through the crowd. Landing on the girl before him, her back turned, her shoulders quivering slightly, though merely a silhouette. Her delicate frame appeared as though it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Her long, dark hair, cascading like a waterfall, was carelessly tied at the back. And the faded floral dress she wore, though frayed at the cuffs, was still impeccably ironed, emanated a sense of stubbornness that evoked sympathy. The girl slowly turned around. In that moment, Lu Chun's breath caught slightly. Before him was a face of striking purity and elegance. Without the heavy makeup that was popular on Hong Kong Island. Not even a hint of lipstick. She was barefaced yet breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was fair and delicate, but carried a pallor indicative of long-term malnourishment, akin to a fragile porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. Especially her eyes, large and luminous, were now rimmed in red from recent distress, glistening with unshed tears. Resembling a pool of autumn water, poised to overflow, enchanting yet heart-wrenching. At that moment, Wanmei's face bore the remnants of tears yet to dry, her nose red. Clutching the fine notice tightly, her demeanor a mixture of grievance and the reluctance to voice her objections, which struck a chord deep within Lu Chun, stirring an unfamiliar wave of emotion. Director Lu, the supervisor, standing opposite Wanmei, turned pale. He noticed the grim expression on factory director Huang's face behind Lu Chun, who was glaring at him with an intent to devour, and felt the world spin around him. It was over. All over. The supervisor lamented inwardly. The new boss was visiting for the first time, and here he was, making things difficult for a young girl over a paltry sum, even reducing her to tears. In the new boss's eyes, wouldn't he appear as a tyrant devoid of compassion? Director Lu, please let me explain, the supervisor stammered, cold sweat trickling down his receding hairline. It's not as you see it. Hello, Director Lu, it's not the supervisor's fault. It's my fault. Just as the supervisor thought he would be made an example of, a crisp yet slightly anxious voice suddenly interjected. Wanmei, this seemingly fragile girl, akin to a little white rabbit, unexpectedly stepped forward at a critical moment, placing herself in front of her previously unyielding supervisor. She hastily wiped her tears with the back of her hand, lifted her head, and though her large eyes still reflected fear towards authority, they also shone with a courageous sincerity. Director Lu, no, boss. Wanmei here, she said nervously, bowing awkwardly, her movements somewhat stiff. This matter is not the supervisor's fault, it is my tardiness. She sniffled, lowering her head in embarrassment, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. I was late by a minute today, due to some family matters. The supervisor is right to deduct my attendance bonus, as per company policy. I was just too upset about the 50 yuan and beseeched the supervisor for leniency. The supervisor was merely upholding the law, and I was the one being unreasonable, disrupting office order. Having said that, she bowed deeply once more, her voice a mere whisper. I'm sorry for bringing shame to the company. The corridor fell silent. Factory director Huang was taken aback. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow, and Lu Chun displayed an expression of keen interest. The supervisor, however, stared wide-eyed at the frail figure shielding him, his heart a tumult of emotions. In an era where everyone only looks out for their own interests, seeking scapegoats in times of trouble, he never anticipated that this young girl would exhibit such loyalty, shouldering the blame entirely. Lu Chun silently observed the girl before him, who kept her head bowed. Though trembling with fear, she still mustered the courage to defend her supervisor, the very person who had penalized her. This innocence, kindness, and even a hint of foolishness in her sense of responsibility stood out starkly in a world rife with materialism and deceit, akin to a rare panda. Lu Chun's admiration for her deepened. Very well. He finally spoke, a gentle smile gracing his lips. First, he glanced at the nearly fainting supervisor and nodded. You did well. There are laws in the nation and rules in a family. With hundreds of employees in the factory, without regulations, chaos would ensue. To uphold principles without yielding to personal feelings is the greatest responsibility to the company. What is your name? The supervisor, taken aback, nearly crumpled to the ground. I report to you, Director Lu. My name is Zhang Daong, supervisor of Administrative Group 2. Zhang, good. Keep it up. Lu Chun casually complimented, which felt to Zhang like a golden ticket to survival and a promotion. His gaze then returned to Wanmei. Rather than addressing her with the authority he held over subordinates, he softened his tone, infusing it with a subtle warmth. Is your name Wanmei? Yes, yes. Wanmei raised her head in surprise, seemingly astonished that the big boss knew her name. For 50 yuan, you cried like this? Lu Chun gestured towards the crumpled fine notice in her hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Are you in dire need of money? Wanmei was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected such a direct question from the big boss. In this restless society, many girls are often vain, putting on a facade of glamour even when impoverished. Admitting financial struggle seemed a source of shame. Yet, Wanmei did not flinch. She lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting Lu Chun's gaze unwaveringly, and answered honestly, Yes, I am in need of money. Wanmei nodded earnestly, her response forthright and devoid of shame. My family's circumstances are not good. She bit her lip, her voice soft yet resolute. My parents passed away when I was very young, and my grandmother raised me. She is elderly and in poor health, often needing medical care. I don't want her to suffer. So I wish to save more money to support her in her old age, to provide her with a better living environment and access to quality medical care. At this point, Wanmei's gaze dimmed momentarily before brightening again, reflecting a yearning for a better life. Moreover, the prices now are rising so rapidly. The rent is set to increase, utility fees are rising, and even the price of eggs at the market has surged by 2 cents. I must save money. It is imperative. While I am still young, I need to accumulate some funds to later assist my grandmother with her medical expenses. And I also wish to set aside a modest amount for my own eventualities. As she uttered the words for my eventualities, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Seemingly aware that discussing such matters in the presence of a prominent figure might be somewhat inauspicious, her cheeks instantly blooming with a rosy hue. Lu Chen observed her. Here was a girl in the prime of her youth, who should be engaged in discussions about fashionable attire and delectable desserts. Yet her thoughts were consumed by the rising cost of vegetables, medical bills, and the notion of future savings. This excessive maturity, born from understanding too much, was heart-wrenching. Particularly when she mentioned her savings for future needs, Lu Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He recognized that it stemmed from a hereditary heart condition afflicting her family, a Damocles sword hanging over Ruan Mei's head. So that is the case. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to look at the ever-smiling Director Huang, who stood nearby. Old Huang. Yes, Chairman Lu, your command? Director Huang immediately approached. Starting tomorrow, Ruan Mei will no longer work as a clerk in the administrative department, Lu Chen stated in a neutral tone. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. Ruan Mei's previously rosy complexion drained of color, leaving her utterly pale. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Chen, her body swaying slightly, as if she could barely maintain her balance. No longer a clerk? Am I being dismissed? Is it because I was late? Or perhaps due to the ruckus I caused in the corridor, bringing shame to the company? Chairman Lu Ruan Mei's voice quivered with the onset of tears, her eyes welling up. I can change. I promise I won't be late again. Please, don't fire me. I really need this job. I cannot be without an income. Nearby, Supervisor Zhang could no longer bear to watch, feeling a pang of compassion. This young lady had just stood up for him, and now she was at risk of losing her livelihood. It was simply too cruel. Steeling himself, he stepped forward to plead on Ruan Mei's behalf. Chairman Lu, Ruan Mei is usually very diligent in her work and rarely makes mistakes. This incident was truly an accident. However, before Zhang could finish speaking, and before Ruan Mei's tears could spill over, Lu Chen abruptly waved his hand, interrupting them. Who said I was going to dismiss her? Lu Chen looked at Ruan Mei's devastated expression, finding it somewhat amusing yet frustrating. This girl places more value on money than life itself, and her work holds a significance greater than the heavens. Not being dismissed, Ruan Mei stood stunned, her tears hanging on her lashes, caught in a state of disbelief as she stared at Lu Chen. What does that mean? I intend to promote you. Lu Chen, with his hands in his suit pockets, spoke with an air of indifference, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Given that Jianghu Group has just acquired the textile factory, there are numerous business dealings requiring coordination between the head office and here. I need a meticulous, responsible individual who is familiar with factory operations to serve as a temporary liaison. I believe you are quite suitable. He pointed at Ruan Mei. Starting tomorrow, you will report directly to me. Your responsibilities will include coordinating the flow of documents between the head office and the factory, verifying reports, and directly answering to me. Huh. Ruan Mei's mouth fell agape, her entire being rendered dazed. Transitioning from a mere clerk to a special liaison for the head office? The leap was astonishing. But I don't understand. Ruan Mei instinctively recoiled, uncertainty and apprehension etched across her face. I only graduated from secondary school. I've never encountered such grand circumstances. The head office is filled with elites. I fear I won't perform well. Moreover, that Essence Central, it's far from my home. And just the transportation costs will be significant. Hearing her still calculating transportation expenses, Cheng Yin and Zheng Jianxiao exchanged knowing glances, nearly bursting into laughter. This girl was truly consumed by financial matters, yet her earnestness made her rather endearing. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He understood her vulnerabilities all too well. Discussing ideals, futures, or career planning with her would be futile. Bring up money, however, and it strikes home. Miss Ruan Mei, Lu Chen stepped a bit closer, his presence commanding. Ruan Mei flinched, resembling a startled quail, hesitant to move. Considering the distance to the head office and the increased workload, Lu Chen extended a long finger and waved it in front of her. The transportation fees will be reimbursed by the company, and furthermore, your monthly salary will increase by 1,000 from your current base. Whoosh. It was as if a switch had been activated. Ruan Mei's previously conflicted eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, rivaling 200-watt bulbs. In that moment, all her hesitations, fears, and worries were utterly purified by the brilliance of monetary promise. Her lips parted slightly as her mind, akin to a calculator, began to whir. Originally earning 1,800. With an additional 1,000, that totals to 2,800. What does that signify? It means she can afford to purchase many more discounted eggs each month. It means her grandmother's medication is no longer a concern. It means that after saving for 2 more years, she could upgrade to a bigger home. What unfamiliar environments? What grand circumstances? What fears? Everything pales in comparison to this substantial sum. I'll do it. Ruan Mei nearly shouted, fearful that Lu Chun might retract that 1,000. She nodded fervently, her face now devoid of any trace of earlier grievance or hesitation, her smile lighting up her eyes and revealing a pair of adorable little canines. Rest assured, boss. I'm not afraid of the distance. I'm not afraid of the effort. I will work diligently. I would even walk to work if necessary. Observing her animated yet charming demeanor, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I've said I'll reimburse you. No need to walk. Tomorrow morning at 9. Report punctually at Jianghu Tower in Central. Tardiness will result in a deduction in pay. Understood, boss. With the inspection concluded, the sun dipped below the horizon. The sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided out of the somewhat dilapidated Kowloon industrial area, merging into the traffic heading towards the undersea tunnel. Inside the car, the air conditioning was set to maximum, providing a stark contrast to the heat outside. Lu Chun reclined in the back seat, resting his eyes. Yet a subtle smile lingered on his lips. His mind was filled with the image of Ruan Mei's eyes lighting up upon hearing about the pay increase. Resembling a squirrel hoarding acorns, content yet vigilant. Ahem. Seated in the front passenger seat, Zhang Jianxiao could no longer contain himself. He glanced back at Lu Chun, wearing a teasing expression. Brother Lu, something feels off here. I have known you for so long, yet this is the first time I've seen you show such generosity. That young lady, while quite lovely, surely doesn't warrant a personal arrangement from you, does she? And $1,000 raise, no less? Cheng Yan, who was driving, chimed in through the rearview mirror, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, boss. Earlier in the workshop, with so many female workers watching you, you didn't even bat an eye. Yet upon entering the office and encountering Ruan Mei, you seemed utterly captivated. Surely, you haven't developed a soft spot, have you? The two took turns bantering, clearly perceiving Lu Chun as a typical domineering CEO, smitten with a Cinderella. Generally, Lu Chun's sole focus was on generating revenue, functioning as an emotionless profit-making machine. Today's atypical behavior suggested ulterior motives. Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes, neither refuting nor confirming their assumptions, simply offering a non-committal smile. What's wrong? Is it not permissible for me to show compassion for my employees and scout for talent for the company? All right. That is commendable. Zhang Jianxiao chuckled, but brother Lu, the girl seems quite innocent. Do take care not to lead her astray. If you genuinely have feelings and wish to pursue something serious, we as brothers will certainly support you. Shall I help you gather some details about her tomorrow? Or perhaps create some opportunities? No need. Lu Chun waved his hand and cast his gaze towards the rapidly passing street scenes outside the window. In his heart, he was also contemplating. According to the plot of the Great Era, Feng Zhanghua should still be sleeping under the bridge or just beginning his muddled apprentice life. Had Ruan Mei and Feng Zhanghua crossed paths, if they were already acquainted, perhaps even developing a foundation of affection, then although Lu Chun would feel a twinge of regret, he would certainly respect their relationship and offer his blessings, never stooping to the disgraceful act of stealing someone's love. But what if? Lu Chun recalled Ruan Mei's clear, bottomless eyes and her determined expression as she argued over $50, all while saving for her grandmother's sake. If they had yet to meet or begin their journey together, then why should such a wonderful girl endure the torment depicted in the original story? Since fate had brought him here and allowed him to encounter her, perhaps some narratives could be rewritten. Lu Chun murmured softly, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his face. Seated in front, Zhang Jianxiao and Cheng Yan exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Well, it seems our boss is quite earnest this time. Cheng Yan muttered under his breath. That's a good thing. Zhang Jianxiao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Don't worry, Lu. When that young lady reports for duty tomorrow, I will ensure she feels the warmth of the Jia family. I'll also create opportunities for her to report to you. Don't overdo it, Lu Chun replied, retracting his thoughts and shooting a glance at the two, though his tone bore little reproach, remaining businesslike. She may love money, but her pride is strong. We mustn't scare her away. Haha, Ian, look at you, already feeling sorry for her before even knowing her story. The Mercedes glided smoothly across the Cross-Sea Bridge, the setting sun painting the sea in hues of gold and crimson. For Lu Chun, today not only marked the acquisition of a textile factory, but, more importantly, he had discovered a rare glimmer of hope in this somewhat cold and ruthless world. See you tomorrow, little Jew. Chapter 25, First Experience in Central. At 6 in the morning, in a wooden hut area by Kowloon Bay, the sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, slipped through the rusty gaps in the metal sheets and entered the dwelling. This was the shadowy underbelly of the bustling island, devoid of air conditioning, independent bathrooms, and even running water, which had to be fetched from the street. The cramped room was cluttered with various items yet arranged in an orderly manner, imparting a sense of warmth to this seemingly precarious home. At this moment, Wanmei stood before a palm-sized mirror, her expression as serious as if preparing for battle. The bed was strewn with clothes, though few in number and mostly outdated styles. Each piece had been washed and neatly folded. May, it's your first day at the big company. You must dress appropriately, her grandmother said from her recliner, her eyes behind her reading glasses filled with concern and pride. Don't worry, Grandma. I have my battle uniform. Wanmei turned around, revealing a radiant smile. Carefully, she rummaged through the bottom of a cardboard box serving as her wardrobe and pulled out a plastic bag. Inside was a deep blue professional suit, a remnant from 3 years prior when she worked as an office clerk in the factory and managed to buy it at a discounted price meant for damaged goods. Although it was technically flawed, with a slight issue at the sleeve lining, it was hardly noticeable. Even so, the few dozen dollars spent on it had caused her sleepless nights. Yet looking back now, that investment seemed incredibly worthwhile. Once clad in the suit, the girl in the mirror transformed instantly. The somewhat unsophisticated factory girl vanished, replaced by a poised and graceful professional. Though lacking in extravagant jewelry, her naturally fair and radiant face, along with her large, clear eyes, provided the finest adornment. I'm off. Grandma, remember to take your medicine. I've prepared lunch. Just heat it up. Wanmei slung the slightly faded canvas bag over her shoulder, resembling a warrior ready for battle, and boldly stepped out of the hut. The journey to Central was a meticulously calculated operation for Wanmei. Although the young and handsome boss had offered to reimburse the fare, taking a taxi was out of the question. Wanmei reasoned. The boss's generosity was his concern. As an employee, if she splurged on her first day, what if the boss thought she was incapable of managing her finances? Moreover, what if the reimbursement process was sluggish? That was her hard-earned money. Taking the bus and then the subway would only cost a few dollars, while the saved money wouldn't go into her pocket. Helping the company save was part of her duty as an employee. With this thought in mind, Wanmei's steps grew lighter. Clutching the coins she had saved, she felt as if the sun shone even brighter today. At 8:50 a.m., Wanmei arrived punctually at the foot of the Jianghu building in Central. Gazing up at the towering skyscraper and observing the elite professionals around her, clad in suits and clicking their heels on the pavement, Wanmei instinctively shrank back. She felt like an awkward duckling lost among swans, nervously gripping the strap of her canvas bag. You can do this, Wanmei. You are the best. Taking a deep breath, Wanmei tightened her grip on the bag strap, straightened her back, and followed the flow of people into the lobby. As the elevator doors opened on the 28th floor, she was greeted by the gleaming words Jianghu International in gold and an impressively designed company logo. The front desk was spacious and bright, with floors polished to a mirror shine and 2 large potted money trees exuding vibrant greenery. Hello, are you Miss Wanmei? Before Wanmei could utter a word, a brightly dressed receptionist approached her enthusiastically, her smile as radiant as if she were meeting a long-lost sister. Yes, that's me, Wanmei stammered, a bit taken aback as she attempted to introduce herself as the new hire. I know. President Zeng has already instructed us. Without hesitating, the receptionist took Wanmei's hand and ushered her inside. Come on, let us go. Oh, Miss Wan, your skin is so lovely. What's your secret? The receptionist led Wanmei through the bustling Jianghu International, which had long ceased to be the small ensemble it once was. Following their triumph over Hongfeng Bank, the company was now financially robust, expanding its staff to nearly 100 and even leasing additional office space upstairs. The open workspace buzzed with the ringing of telephones. Traders clad in shirts and vests shouted quotes at multiple screens, and administrative personnel hurriedly carried folders, creating a scene bustling with professionalism. We initially only had this floor, but last week manager Chung made a bold move and rented the one above as well. The receptionist proudly shared. Now, Jianghu is the new star in Central, and I heard we're about to expand further. Wanmei listened, astonished. This was what a big company looked like. It seemed that the promised salary increase of $1,000 was assured. Here we are, this is President Lu's office. The receptionist brought Wanmei to a heavy redwood door, gently knocking. Not receiving a response, she opened a nearby meeting room and said, President Lu seems to be at the design department. Please wait here for a moment while I get you a cup of coffee. No, just plain water is fine. Coffee is too expensive. Wanmei blurted out instinctively. The receptionist momentarily froze, then smiled and said, Miss Wan, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. The coffee and tea provided by the company are complimentary and available in unlimited quantities. Complimentary? Wanmei's eyes instantly sparkled. Good heavens. What a divine company is this? Meanwhile, in the upstairs fashion design department, a newly established battleground for Jianghu, the spacious studio was devoid of partitions, featuring only a dozen large drawing tables. At that moment, several young men and women were gathered around, their eyes gleaming as they focused intently on Lu Chun, who stood before the whiteboard. These individuals were fresh graduates recruited by Cheng Yan at Lu Chun's behest, drawn from various universities. The reason Lu Chun opted not to hire seasoned employees or renowned designers was due to his own considerations. The old hands were often set in their ways, rigid in their thinking and resistant to avant-garde concepts. In contrast, these fledgling talents, though their skills were still somewhat immature, resembled blank canvases, brimming with vitality and malleability, making them ideal vessels for instilling Lu Chun's visionary fashion aesthetics. Dressed not in a tailored suit, but in a simple white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, Lu Chun held a marker in hand, sketching lines on the whiteboard. "Forget all that elaborate lace and ostentatious ruffles you learned in school," he declared, his voice resonant and confident, imbued with a sense of foresight. Presently, Hong Kong Island is undergoing a pivotal aesthetic transformation. People are growing weary of ostentatious displays of wealth and are beginning to yearn for a more profound sense of luxury. He illustrated a minimalist trench coat design on the board, its lines fluid, devoid of superfluous embellishments, yet exuding an air of sophistication. "Less is more," he proclaimed. Turning to survey the young designers, he continued, "What we aim to create at Garou is not merely clothing, but a serene luxury. We shall utilize the finest fabrics to craft the simplest of cuts." Drawing upon his past life's memories of fashion trends and the powerful deductive abilities afforded by his intellect, Lu Chun imparted the fashion philosophies that would shape the next 3 decades to these eager novices. From Armani's power suits to the starkness of minimalist aesthetics and deconstructivist tailoring, these freshly minted graduates had never encountered such concepts before. They listened in awe, their expressions reflecting the reverence one might show to a fashion guru, utterly captivated. "Our boss is simply extraordinary," exclaimed a bespectacled young man, unable to contain his admiration. "These ideas feel a decade ahead of the fashion exhibitions in Gaul." "All right, enough flattery. Today's lesson concludes here," Lu Chun said, setting down the marker. "You have 3 days to submit 3 sketches each." Amidst applause and cheers, he exited the design department with a satisfied smile, feeling that the foundation of his team was finally taking shape. Upon returning to his office, Lu Chun immediately spotted Ruanmei, who was fidgeting on the sofa. She sat upright like a schoolgirl, her hands neatly resting on her knees, her back straight, and her gaze fixed on the water cup before her, hesitant even to sip. At the sound of the door opening, she sprang to her feet as if pricked by a needle, nearly toppling the cup. "Mr. Lu, you're back," she exclaimed nervously. Bowing slightly, her face taut with anxiety, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her overly tense demeanor. "Please, sit. There's no need to be so anxious." He took a seat behind his desk, loosening his tie casually. "Am I a tiger? Would I devour you?" "And no," Ruanmei stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she sat down, albeit only partially. "I'm just afraid of embarrassing myself in front of you, especially since this is Central." "And what of Central? The people here have 2 eyes and a mouth, just like anyone else," Lu Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. "So, how was your tour with the receptionist? Are you getting accustomed to this environment?" Instead of delving straight into work matters, Lu Chun engaged in casual conversation, his tone warm and approachable. "It's all right, but..." Ruanmei glanced around the opulent office, which was several times larger than her own home, swallowing hard. "It's just that it's so vast, and the carpet is so soft that I'm afraid to walk too heavily, worried I might ruin it." "The carpet is meant to be walked on. If it gets damaged, we'll just replace it," Lu Chun laughed, shaking his head. "That simply won't do." "How much would that cost?" Ruanmei instinctively retorted, only to realize she was speaking to her boss. She quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes blinking in surprise. Lu Chun burst into hearty laughter. All right, we shall tread lightly then." Under his guidance, Ruanmei gradually relaxed, discovering that this young boss was not nearly as intimidating as she had imagined. In fact, he was quite amiable. "Mr. Lu," she ventured after a moment, finally summoning the courage to ask the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "You mentioned yesterday that I am the liaison. What exactly will my responsibilities entail? Everyone here seems so busy. Should I be as well?" Lu Chun observed her wide-eyed eagerness to learn, though, in truth, it stemmed from a fear of not fulfilling her duties and risking a salary deduction, and a smile tugged at his lips. The notion of a liaison was purely a fabrication of his own invention. Currently, the Yongfa textile factory was not undergoing any significant changes, with Director Huang overseeing operations. Complemented by the finance team dispatched by Cheng Yan, there was no need for a dedicated liaison. Any issues could be resolved with a phone call or a fax. Moreover, as he noted Ruan Mei's delicate and somewhat pale visage, a quiet sigh escaped him. He understood that this young lady suffered from a congenital heart condition, making her susceptible to fatigue and stress. To thrust her into the relentless world of Central's financial elite, with its late nights and demanding hours, would be nothing short of cruel. However, before responding, Lu Chun casually inquired, "By the way, I overheard you mention that you live quite far away? Which housing estate are you in? Have you received any updates regarding your public housing application?" At the mention of her living situation, Ruan Mei sighed, shaking her head with a hint of dejection. "Not yet. I currently reside in a temporary housing area in Ngao Tao Kok. The conditions are somewhat poor, but it's affordable. I submitted my public housing application 2 years ago, but I've yet to hear anything. I've heard there are tens of thousands ahead of me in the queue." Hearing this, Lu Chun felt a flicker of joy within. The fact that she had not yet received public housing and still resided in a wooden house meant she had not yet moved into the storied Hong'an estate. Nor had she encountered Fang Zhanghua. This most enchanting thrifty girl was still an unclaimed blossom. Nice. Lu Chun mentally snapped his fingers. The plot had yet to unfold. There was ample time for everything. Since there was no Fang Zhanghua, he, Lu Chun, would take it upon himself to safeguard this little Jew. "Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu?" Noticing Lu Chun lost in thought, Ruan Mei felt a bit embarrassed and touched her face. "Is there something on my face?" "Oh, no," Lu Chun replied, shaking off his reverie and regaining focus. "I was contemplating your work arrangements." At the mention of work, Ruan Mei perked up, sitting up straight. "Mr. Lu, you can count on me. I'm willing to do whatever you need. Whether it's delivering documents or handling accounts, I can manage it all." She was consumed by thoughts of that $1,000 raise, feeling the need to prove herself worthy of such a salary, lest it feel burdensome. Lu Chun observed her readiness for action with a sense of resignation. The sole reason for relocating her was his desire to keep her close and nurture their bond. There was no genuine work to be done. Yet, he could not express this directly. Ruan Mei had a strong sense of pride. And if she were to learn that her role amounted to nothing more than a stipend, she would undoubtedly feel patronized, perhaps even flee. Clearing his throat, Lu Chun adopted a serious expression. "Here's the situation. Recently, the factory has just completed an acquisition and is currently in the process of reorganization, with business operations not yet fully underway. Therefore, there are temporarily no documents requiring your assistance." Huh. Ruan Mei's delicate face instantly fell. "No work to do? Does that mean I'm earning my salary for nothing? Who said there's no work?" Lu Chun tapped on the table, stating that as my temporary liaison, your responsibilities are quite flexible. Before the factory's operations ramp up, I have 2 very important tasks for you. Lu Chun had already devised what Ruan Mei should do next. "What tasks?" Ruan Mei's eyes sparkled. First, Lu Chun surveyed his spacious office, pointing to the bookshelf and various decorations. "I have a quirk. I am quite particular about cleanliness. I don't trust the cleaning staff outside, fearing they might disorganize my files. Thus, the responsibility for maintaining the hygiene and organization of this office will fall to you. This is a core confidential area, and only you will handle it." "Cleaning?" Ruan Mei was momentarily taken aback, but then she sighed in relief. This is something she excels at. "No problem. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I guarantee to keep your office spotless, so much so that even a fly won't dare to land." Ruan Mei patted her chest in assurance. Furthermore, Lu Chun raised his second finger, stating that as a liaison, "You will undoubtedly need to frequently travel between Central and the Kuntong factory. The company has a spare vehicle, and to enhance efficiency, I would like you to drive it to deliver documents. Therefore, the company has decided to send you for driving lessons." "Driving lessons?" Ruan Mei's eyes widened, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. "Yes, for your driver's license," Lu Chun replied solemnly. "Starting today, you will organize files and clean in the mornings. And in the afternoons, you will practice driving at the driving school. The registration and tuition fees will be fully covered by the company." Ruan Mei's mind was racing. "Mr. Lu, is this really necessary? It seems extravagant. I could easily take the bus." "This is a skills training program, an investment in the company's assets," Lu Chun stated, adopting a serious demeanor to tease her. "What's the matter? Don't want to learn? This is a prerequisite for your formal employment." "I will learn." Ruan Mei quickly yielded upon hearing it was linked to her formal employment. "Since the company is covering the costs, I will study diligently and aim to pass on my first attempt, ensuring the company doesn't waste on retake fees." "All right, let us begin your work now." Lu Chun pointed to a feather duster nearby, suggesting she start with the bookshelf. "At your command, boss." Without hesitation, Ruan Mei seized the feather duster, rolled up her sleeves, and energetically commenced the thorough cleaning, like a small dynamo brimming with enthusiasm. She cleaned with great care, leaving no corner untouched, even meticulously polishing the ornaments on Lu Chun's desk to a shine. Lu Chun sat behind his desk, a document in hand. But his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the slender figure bustling around the room. Sunlight streamed in, casting a golden hue upon Ruan Mei as she hummed an unknown tune. Her face radiating a smile filled with contentment, an expression brimming with hope for life. Outside the office, two sneaky heads were peering through the slats of the blinds. TSK, TSK. Brother Chiao, look at this. Cheng Yin adjusted his glasses with a mischievous grin. Our boss is serious about this. Having the young lady clean while he watches. What do you call this? This is what you call a red sleeve adding fragrance. What red sleeve adding fragrance? This is a nurturing system, don't you understand? Zheng Jianxiao chuckled wickedly, rubbing his chin. I told you something was off with the boss. Look at the way he gazes at that young lady, even sending her to learn to drive. Clearly, he intends to gift her a car in the future. However, the young lady indeed seems promising, diligent, and pleasing to the eye, Cheng Yin remarked, far superior to those who only think about snagging a wealthy husband. Indeed, can Lu be mistaken in his judgment? Zheng Jianxiao patted Cheng Yin on the shoulder. Let us go, we shouldn't linger. If the boss catches us eavesdropping, we might find ourselves dispatched to Africa to sell textiles. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile only men understand, and departed arm in arm. Inside the office, Ruan Mei finished wiping the desk, straightened up to wipe her brow, and turned to meet Lu Chen's gentle gaze. At that moment, a long-forgotten mechanical notification echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected key plot character, Ruan Mei. Check-in for the Hong Kong drama The Great Era. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 attribute point. Lu Chen felt a stir within, gazing at this vibrant girl, filled with aspirations for the future. He did not hesitate to allocate that precious attribute point to perception. In this perilous world of Hong Kong dramas, one needs not only intelligence and strength to navigate challenges, but also a keen sense for danger and opportunity. In an instant, a refreshing current flowed through his eyes and ears, as if an invisible membrane had been lifted from his senses. The world appeared clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. He could distinctly hear the low, lewd laughter of Cheng Yin and Zheng Jianxiao as they left outside the blinds. See the trajectory of a bird soaring hundreds of meters away, and even, when his gaze returned to Ruan Mei, keenly catch sight of a tiny bead of sweat slowly sliding down her temple, as well as her heartbeat quickening slightly due to nervousness and exertion. Thump, thump. Perception, LV4, keen insight. Evaluation. Your senses have undergone a qualitative leap. Every subtle movement is within your grasp. No emotional fluctuation escapes your notice. You are now a natural observer and the most dangerous of hunters. Are you tired? Take a sip of water and rest for a moment. Lu Chun gestured towards the fruit platter on the coffee table, suggesting she indulge in some fruit, which is complimentary. Complimentary? Ruan Mei's eyes lit up as she picked up an apple. Well then, I won't hold back. This apple is enormous. It must cost $2 at the market. Crunch. The crisp sound of her biting into the apple echoed. Lu Chun watched her cheeks puff out like a greedy little hamster, unable to suppress a laugh. In that moment, the hustle and bustle of Central seemed to fade away, leaving only this girl, joyfully savoring her $2 saving, as the most vivid scenery in Lu Chen's eyes. Chapter 26, Targeting Kowloon Warehouse. Time is a silent scissor, trimming the days and nights of Central, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The lights at the headquarters of Jianghu International have scarcely dimmed over the past month. In the fashion design department, the group of recent graduates, who previously only regurgitated textbook knowledge, has finally awakened under Lu Chun's intensive aesthetic guidance. This trench coat-esque cut is quite commendable. The handling of the shoulder line has a certain finesse. Lu Chun nodded, holding a design sketch in hand. The drawing depicted a minimalist camel trench coat, eschewing the currently popular oversized shoulder pads for a dropped shoulder design, with smooth, understated lines, exuding a sense of cool elegance and rich texture. The young designer standing opposite him was so excited she nearly wept. Heaven knows what they have endured this past month. Mr. Lu's discerning eye is as sharp as a scanner. Any excess ornamentation or discordant color scheme will be ruthlessly sent back for revision. Yet, Lu Chun shifted his tone with a sigh, questioning why a metallic clasp was added to the collar. To appear expensive? That is simply overkill. Remember, true elegance is understated, not ostentatiously displayed. He picked up a pen and swiftly crossed out the metallic clasp, replacing it with a concealed placket design. Take this back for modification. Yes, Mr. Lu. The designer, as if receiving a treasure, dashed off with the sketch. Observing the busy figures of the youth, Lu Chun rubbed his brow and leaned back against the chair. As the inaugural collection of Garot's first season, these designs barely met the mark. However, this past month has revealed a grave issue. The designers are rather inept. Although they have undergone training and can somewhat keep pace with his ideas, they are limited to mere imitation. They excel as executors, often referred to as drawing tools. When presented with a concept, they can refine the details. Yet, to expect them to independently craft works that astound the era, it is exceedingly difficult. The realm of design demands that 99 parts of effort cannot compensate for a mere one part of innate talent. It appears the quest for genius designers must be expedited. A few names flash through Lu Chun's mind, yet the timing is not quite ripe. He must not only generate profit, but also establish a fashion empire. Relying solely on his intellect will inevitably lead to exhaustion. Upon returning to the chairman's office, Lu Chun had scarcely settled into his chair when the confidential phone on the desk rang. It was Song Zihao. "Boss, the matter has been handled." On the other end, Song Zihao's voice conveyed a hint of fatigue, yet it was predominantly filled with excitement. The final payment had just been received. After deducting 30% for losses, a total of 350 million had been laundered and transferred into the company's offshore account. "Well done, Hao Gu," Lu Chun replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Let the brothers take a few days off and distribute a bonus to each. For the coming month, your task is to remain low-key and covertly establish your own channels." After hanging up, Lu Chun glanced at the financial report beside him. After a rough estimate, considering the profits made from shorting Hongfeng Bank, alongside sporadic gains in the stock market during this period, and the continuous investments from Zhang Jianxiao, who remained optimistic about the company's prospects, it was evident that despite the significant funds withdrawn for Garo's development, the liquid assets of Jianghu International had now reached an astonishing 600 million. At this juncture in 1981, 600 million in liquid assets was nothing short of opulent. Thus he resolved to make a bold move. "Old chum." Lu Chun pressed the intercom button. "Come to my office." Within half a minute, Cheng Yin pushed the door open. He had also been exceedingly busy over the past month, supervising the reorganization of the textile factory while simultaneously monitoring several volatile stocks for Lu Chun in the stock market, causing him to lose weight. Yet his eyes gleamed with intensity. "Boss, has the money arrived?" Cheng Yin inquired, immediately sensing the scent of wealth upon entering. "Indeed," Lu Chun replied, sliding a note with figures across the table. "Our arsenal is fully stocked." Cheng Yin gazed at the figure, his breath quickening slightly. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Boss, having so much money lying idle is a waste. Have you set your sights on another lucrative opportunity?" "Not a mere opportunity." Lu Chun stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze sweeping across Victoria Harbor towards the bustling Tsim Sha Sui docks. "It is a whale." Turning back, he stated with deliberate emphasis, "I authorize you to deploy 300 million, potentially more in the future, to target a stock. Wharf Holdings." "Wharf Holdings?" Cheng Yin gasped in astonishment, nearly dislodging his glasses. "Boss, that is the lifeblood of Jardine Matheson. Moreover, the competition here is fierce. Entering the fray would mean clashing with the foreigners." Lu Chun was intimately familiar with this segment of history. Wharf Holdings, one of the core British enterprises on Hong Kong Island, held the prime waterfront properties of Tsim Sha Sui, along with warehouses, malls, and hotels. In the business realm of Hong Kong Island, Jardine Matheson was dubbed the king of foreign firms, and Wharf Holdings was the brightest gem in their crown. During the original timeline of the 1980s, it marked the pinnacle of the struggle between Chinese and British conglomerates for dominance over Hong Kong's narrative, with Wharf Holdings standing as a quintessential representative. The King of Barges fought a thrilling battle for control over Wharf Holdings against Jardine Matheson, pouring substantial funds into the contest. In the historical trajectory, the pivotal hand that determined the outcome of this battle was Li Huanghua. When both sides found themselves at a stalemate, he discreetly accumulated approximately 20 million shares of Wharf Holdings in the secondary market. By the time Jardine Matheson realized what was happening, Li Huanghua had become a significant third-party force capable of swaying the outcome. Ultimately, he sold his shares to the King of Barges, reaping substantial profits and securing the latter's support for his entry into Hutchison Whampoa, thus solidifying his legendary status. Perhaps due to the convergence of multiple worlds within the Hong Kong genre, historical wheels turned with slight deviations in detail, while the overarching trajectory remained constant. The timing had drastically shifted. Taking the Wharf Holdings battle as an example, this commercial conflict, which should have concluded in 1981, had only just begun to unfold. Thus, he intended to intercept. He aimed to replace Li Huanghua and become the architect of destiny. Moreover, this endeavor was not solely for profit. Lu Chun gazed at the fluttering Union Jack outside the window, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. As a time traveler, having arrived in this era, he would not permit those arrogant foreigners to continue to wield power over Chinese soil. The King of Barges was a renowned, patriotic businessman. Assisting him in securing wharf holdings would be tantamount to raising a flag for Chinese capital on Hong Kong Island. This was not merely business, it was a sentiment. Boss, are you suggesting Cheng Yiyan, observing the ambitious glint in Lu Chen's eyes, felt his heart race. We should also enter the fray? Lu Chen returned to the desk, dipped his fingers in ink, and drew 3 circles on the table. The current situation surrounding wharf holdings is quite delicate. The Chinese tycoon, the king of barges, has amassed a considerable number of shares, and he is intent on securing that dock. This marks the first aggressive move by Chinese capital against a core British asset. Meanwhile, Jardine Matheson's Western chief, Niu Bijian, though arrogant, senses the danger and is desperately increasing his holdings to maintain control. Lu Chen pointed to the central blank circle. At this moment, both parties are like 2 bulls locked in a critical clash. Any additional push could topple the other. You mean? Cheng Yiyan's expression shifted. We aim to become the third-party player? Precisely. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with the gleam of a hunter. My conjecture is that Li Huanghua has also been quietly acquiring shares of wharf holdings. He seeks to become the pivotal player. However, he is too cautious and not swift enough in his acquisitions. I want you to replace Li Huanghua and become the disruptor of this game. Lu Chen's command was cold and precise. Split into several hundred accounts and, like ants moving a mountain, discreetly acquire shares of wharf holdings in the secondary market. Avoid drawing Jardine's attention and keep the king of barges unaware. We must silently procure enough stakes to influence the situation, at least 10%, when both sides reach an impasse. With blades drawn, Lu Chen clenched his fist. The shares we hold will be the atomic bomb determining the outcome. At that point, whether we sell to the king of barges to secure a victory for Chinese capital or compel Jardine to repurchase at a high price, the initiative will rest in our hands. Once this battle concludes, Jia's assets will at least double. Cheng Yiyan felt his blood surge with excitement. This was the life he had yearned for. This was the work befitting a financial shark, engaging in a power struggle with foreign firms, becoming the unseen hand that shapes history. Rest assured, boss, Cheng Yiyan exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm. This is my forte. I will ensure those foreigners remain oblivious to the dagger thrust into their backs. Go, and remember, be swift, but also steady. Watching Cheng Yiyan leave with an animated gait, Lu Chen exhaled a plume of smoke. 300 to 400 million not only promised significant profits, but would also deliver a heavy blow to the foreigner's capital, as well as grant the king of barges a monumental favor. This transaction, by any measure, was advantageous. Having dealt with the significant matters of the capital market, Lu Chen glanced at his watch. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to attend to affairs on the industrial side. The brand story for Garreau had nearly been crafted, a legendary tale of a French royal tailor's descendant who was unearthed by the Jianghu group. Next on the agenda was the most crucial aspect, the selection of a location. For a top-tier luxury brand, the store's location is akin to its visage. Setting up shop in Shamshui, regardless of the fact that your garments are fashioned from gold, would only lead others to perceive them as mere street vendor goods. Conversely, if you establish your store in the landmark in Central, even if you were selling rags, others would regard it as art. Lu Chen pressed the call button on his desk. Mei, come in for a moment. A few seconds later, the office door swung open. Yuan Mei, clad in her deep blue business attire, hurriedly entered. Over the past month, Yuan Mei's role had transformed from a temporary liaison to the special assistant of the protagonist. Although Lu Chen had not assigned her any substantial tasks, she had kept herself busy, ensuring the office was immaculate, and even memorizing Lu Chen's tea preferences and cigar brand. Resembling a meticulous housekeeper. What was even more commendable was that, under Lu Chen's monetary persuasion, primarily through full reimbursement of tuition fees, she had obtained her driver's license. Though her skills were barely sufficient to pass, she could at least drive legally now. Mr. Lu, did you call for me? Yuan Mei inquired, concealing a cloth behind her back and blinking her large eyes. Stop cleaning. If you keep at it, you'll wear the table down to the wood, Lu Chen chuckled, rising from his seat, grabbing the car keys, and suggesting, get ready, we're going out. Out. Where to? To spend money. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yuan Mei's face contorted in distress. For her, spending money felt akin to having flesh torn from her body, even if it wasn't her own money. She felt sympathy for Lu Chen. What are we buying this time, Mr. Lu? You're driving. Lu Chen tossed the car keys to her. This time, we are heading to the most expensive location in all of Hong Kong Island. The most expensive? Yuan Mei fumbled to catch the keys, feeling their weight as she contemplated the cost. How much is that? Probably several $100,000 in monthly rent, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly. Several $100,000. Yuan Mei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her mind racing in disbelief. That could buy 2 apartments in Shamshui. Although she was aware of the impending launch of a high-end clothing brand, The figure of several $100,000 in rent sent her worldview spiraling. The most expensive piece of clothing she had ever purchased was this work outfit Lu Chun had bought for her, which had cost a mere few $100s. She simply could not fathom such a scenario. Enough with the sympathy. It's not your money being spent, Lu Chun urged, gently pushing her shoulder as they made their way outside. And this time, you're behind the wheel. Let us see if that driver's license of yours is legitimate. Half an hour later, in the most prime location of Central, Lu Chun's Porsche 930 crawled through the traffic like a snail. In the passenger seat, Lu Chun rubbed his temples in exasperation. The speed limit here is 50, not 15. At this rate, the cyclists are going to overtake us. In the driver's seat, Yuan Mei clutched the steering wheel tightly, her body rigid as a board, her eyes wide as she focused intently on the road ahead. Mr. Lu, I'm just trying to save on gas. Yuan Mei defended herself. My instructor said that maintaining a constant speed is the most fuel efficient. And if I drive faster, the brakes will wear out, and that costs money. Lu Chun was rendered speechless. Saving gas, my foot, he mused, suddenly understanding how Yuan Mei had passed her driving test. Maintaining this tortoise-like pace was certainly not something just anyone could achieve. And this car is too expensive, Yuan Mei murmured. If I scratch it even a little, I'd be sold into servitude to pay for it. Any scratches will be covered by the company. You won't have to pay, Lu Chun sighed. Accelerate. The light ahead is about to change. After a flurry of frantic maneuvers, the car finally came to a halt in front of a grand structure, the Landmark. This was the premier luxury shopping mall in Hong Kong, a landmark in Central, housing an exclusive collection of international brands such as LV, Dior, and Chanel. The clientele was composed of either socialites or financial magnates. Lu Chun led Yuan Mei out of the car and handed the keys to the valet. Mr. Lu, this place feels incredibly lavish, Yuan Mei remarked, instinctively shrinking her shoulders as she gazed at the opulent entrance, feeling as though she was marked by poverty and completely out of place. Be confident, Lu Chun extended his hand, naturally adjusting her slightly askew collar. You are the special assistant of the Jianghu group, representing its prestige. Even if you only have $1 in your pocket, you must embody the demeanor of a billionaire. His voice was gentle yet firm, instilling a sense of reassurance. Yuan Mei looked up at him, meeting his deep, confident gaze, and miraculously felt her anxiety dissipate. All right. She nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath and straightening her posture. Though her heart still ached, she had just tipped $50 for parking. $50. She made an effort to project an image of sophistication. Let us go and scout for our Garo location, Lu Chun declared, striding forward, leading Yuan Mei into the dazzling maze of wealth. Chapter 27. The Gilded Journey in a Young Girl's Heart. Inside the Landmark, the air conditioning was brisk. Lu Chun walked ahead with an air of composure, akin to a king surveying his domain, while Yuan Mei trailed behind, clutching her notebook tightly like a timid maid who had just entered a grand estate, still in a state of bewilderment. The entire afternoon proved to be an arduous test of Yuan Mei's heart's endurance. Lu Chun whisked her through the Landmark, Harbor City, and Pacific Place, some of the most upscale shopping destinations on Hong Kong Island. His objective was clear: to seek out the most exorbitant locations, the largest storefronts, and to negotiate the swiftest leases. This location is excellent, right in front of the escalator with the highest foot traffic. Rent it, he commanded. The 2-story unit in Harbor City is fantastic. Although it's not yet vacant, I'll offer double the rent to have the current tenants vacate within a month. You go negotiate, he instructed. In the side hall of Pacific Place, I want to use it as our flagship showroom. Inform the manager that in addition to the rent, I will take care of renovating all the carpets and lighting in that area. With every directive Lu Chun issued, Yuan Mei's heart would clench painfully. Her notebook became a flurry of scribbled numbers, each rental figure dizzyingly high, and with every deposit she signed, it felt as though she were slicing into her own flesh. Mr. Lu, she hesitantly interjected, displaying her mathematical acumen. Are we perhaps being a bit impulsive? We haven't even opened yet, and we're already securing such expansive spaces. Just these 3 units combined will cost us $2 million a month. $2 million. If we don't sell 3,000 pieces of clothing in a year, we won't even recoup the rent. Observing her adorable expression, as if she wished to swallow the $2 million whole, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Business isn't merely about addition and subtraction, it's about multiplication. What you see is the $2 million in rent. What I see are the brand premiums these 3 locations will yield. If our store were in Sham Shui Pa, our clothes would only sell for $200. However, situated here, right beside LV and Chanel, our garments could fetch as much as $20,000. This underscores the significance of location. But what if they don't sell? Yuan Mei remained anxious, for the boss was truly the finest individual she had ever encountered, and she wished for no financial loss on his part. There is no what if, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence, for I will ensure that every woman on Hong Kong Island believes that without donning a piece from Garo, they would feel utterly unpresentable. Ruan Mei gazed at Lu Chen's spirited demeanor and couldn't help but bite her lip. Director Lu, you are always so handsomely audacious. In the evening, at the headquarters of Jianghu International, Zheng Jianxiao was summoned back to the company by an urgent message. As he pushed open the door to Lu Chen's office, he was immediately struck by the design sketches that covered the entire desk. These sketches depicted not clothing, but interior renovations. Lu, what is the urgency? Zheng Jianxiao inquired upon entering, observing Lu Chen fervently scribbling at his desk. Brother Zheng, take a look at this. Zheng Jianxiao picked up the blueprints, and with just a glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. The designs illustrated a renovation style he had never encountered before. In this era, the decor of luxury boutiques in Hong Kong typically remained ostentatious, with walls adorned in gold leaf and crystal chandeliers dazzling customers' eyes. However, Lu Chen's designs featured extensive white spaces, a stark palette of black, white, and gray, minimalist brass lines, and an artistically arranged lighting layout. Instead of cluttered shelves, the garments were sparsely hung on the walls like works of art, each possessing its own distinct display space. The flooring was not the gaudy large-patterned carpets, but rather solid imported marble or textured ceramics. This is not merely a boutique, it resembles an art gallery. Zheng Jianxiao exclaimed, but isn't this style a bit too cold? Precisely, Lu Chen snapped his fingers. What I desire is the ambience of an art gallery. I want customers to enter and feel hesitant to speak loudly or touch things carelessly. This sense of distance is the very essence of luxury. Lu Chen pointed out several details on the blueprints. Here, we will use the finest Italian marble. Here, the lighting must employ warm-tone spotlights to create a theatrical effect. And the fitting rooms must be spacious, with mirrors that are specially designed to flatter. Brother Zheng, leverage your connections to find the best renovation team on Hong Kong Island for me. Money is not an issue, but I have one demand: perfect replication. In 2 months, I want all these stores to be inaugurated. Zheng Jianxiao scrutinized the blueprints, gnashing his teeth. Absolutely. As long as the funds are in place, I will ensure those craftsmen stay on site to expedite the work. Once the renovations were arranged, Lu Chen did not remain idle. As he stated, with the hardware in place, the next step was to enhance the brand's visibility. For a brand new label to ascend to the ranks of top-tier luxury in a short span, mere storytelling would not suffice. Tangible currency was required. In this relatively insular era, the swiftest way to gain fame was through exporting to re-import. Lu Chen retrieved an all-English invitation from his drawer, one he had procured at great expense through multiple connections. The Milan International Fashion Awards, MIFA. Lu Chen gazed at the embossed gold lettering on the invitation, a smile playing on his lips. Although in this era, Paris is dubbed the Jerusalem of fashion, Italy, as a long-established European fashion hub, undoubtedly holds significant prestige. Moreover, compared to the prohibitively exclusive Paris Fashion Week, the current Italian Fashion Week is more commercialized, with proper maneuvering. Securing a commercial award is not insurmountable, and the main event has a vested interest in the ultimate honor, the Golden Needle Award. If we can return from there with a gilded reputation, Garo will no longer be merely a label of Jianghu textile, but rather a brand of royal acclaim. Resolved. Lu Chen turned to Ruan Mei, who was tidying up the tea set. Mei. Huh, Director Lu? Ruan Mei paused, looking up with a hint of confusion. Please pack your bags. Lu Chen said casually, in a couple of days, we will be going on a business trip. A business trip? Ruan Mei blinked, momentarily stunned. Where to? Macau? No, Lu Chen shook his head, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. We are going to Italy. Italy. Ruan Mei nearly dropped the teacup in her hand, her eyes widening as though she had heard an extraterrestrial language. The Italy from Roman holiday? Yes, that Italy. Lu Chen stood and approached her, observing her astonishment. Our brand will participate in the Fashion Week there. I need a meticulous assistant to help manage my itinerary and ensure I do not overspend. Yet, Ruan Mei instinctively wished to decline. Going abroad? That feels so distant. Just the airfare would cost tens of thousands, right? Moreover, I have never traveled far, and my foreign language skills are only mediocre. What if I embarrass the boss? More importantly, Ruan Mei's eyes dimmed slightly as her hand unconsciously pressed against her chest. There resided a heart that was far from healthy. During this time, as she interacted more with Lu Chen, her heart, once as still as a placid lake, inevitably stirred with ripples. Lu Chen's excellence, his demeanor, and the occasional gentleness he exhibited were like a poison that ensnared her. She realized she had developed feelings for this man. Yet, she dared not indulge in such sentiments. She knew her congenital heart condition could lead to an early demise, with the doctor warning that she might not live past 30. She felt like a person carrying a ticking time bomb, ready to collapse at any moment. She did not wish to burden anyone, especially someone as promising as Lu Chun. She felt unworthy of him and did not want to become an encumbrance. Director Lu, perhaps I should not go. Ruan Mei lowered her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. My foreign language is poor, and I have not seen much of the world. Besides, the airfare is too expensive. I can just help you manage the company. Lu Chun gazed at her downcast eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. Possessing Perception LV4, he could distinctly sense her fleeting emotions, self-doubt, yearning, helplessness, and a deep-seated fear. This silly girl, Lu Chun sighed inwardly, surmising her thoughts. May. Lu Chen's voice softened suddenly, shedding the authoritative tone he typically wielded. Instead sounding like a caring older brother next door. He did not confront her feelings directly. Rather, he framed it differently. You have worked hard this past month, managing the office while also successfully obtaining your driver's license. Consider this a company perk, a chance to unwind. He then feigned a serious expression, speaking in a teasing tone. If you don't go, I will surely squander money recklessly over there. What if I accidentally get swindled by those foreigners and end up losing a few million? Would you be able to bear that? A few million lost. Ruan Mei's ears perked up instantly. Yes, I've heard there are many unscrupulous individuals there. And I am terrible at bargaining. Lu Chun exaggeratedly sighed. If you're not by my side, keeping an eye on me, I'll likely suffer significant losses on this trip. What? That cannot happen. As soon as Ruan Mei heard that Lu Chun might waste money, her frugality radar activated. And her earlier sadness and self-doubt were instantly overshadowed by an instinctive urge to protect the finances. Ruan Mei stomped her foot in exasperation. I'll go. I'll keep an eye on you. You absolutely cannot waste money. Seeing her willingness to sacrifice for the sake of saving money, Lu Chun smiled. Then it's settled. The manager will arrange your passport and visa. You just need to pack your bags. Remember to ask the clothing department to prepare a few exquisite gowns. The occasion we are attending will be splendid. As Ruan Mei gazed at Lu Chen's warm smile, the shadows in her heart seemed to dissipate significantly. Since denial is not an option, one might as well embrace the moment. Even if it is merely a fleeting journey. Even if it is just as an assistant by his side, at least in retrospect, it will render a vibrant chapter in her life. Yes, Ruan Mei nodded vigorously, her face once again adorned with a smile. After bidding farewell to Ruan Mei, Lu Chun did not return home immediately. Safety is paramount when traveling to Europe. The current state of affairs in Europe is far from tranquil, especially with the rampant robberies and gang activities targeting the Chinese community. Moreover, as he has now ascended to the status of a wealthy individual, a gentleman should not place himself in perilous situations. Venturing out without a few competent bodyguards is simply unthinkable. Although Song Zihao and Xiao Ma possess commendable skills, they are not professionals in this field. And they have pressing responsibilities in Hong Kong, focusing on laundering channels and guarding against the remnants of Wang Jiu's faction. Contemplating this, Lu Chun picked up the phone from his desk and dialed Xiao Ma's number. Hello, Mark. Boss, what can I do for you? Xiao Ma's voice rang out cheerfully, with the distant roar of car engines audible in the background. I need to make a trip to Europe and require several bodyguards, Lu Chun stated directly. I do not want mere showmen. I need individuals seasoned in combat, adept in counter-surveillance, and skilled in marksmanship. Ideally, they should be retired special forces or mercenaries. Europe? Xiao Ma paused momentarily before responding earnestly. Boss, leave this to me. After years on the streets, I have cultivated reliable connections. Give me 2 days, and I will assemble a team for you. Money is no object. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, 50,000 for each person as a retainer, with a daily stipend of 10,000 during the assignment. Additional compensation for injuries. Wow. Boss, you're generous. Xiao Ma whistled at this rate. I could even recruit members from the Flying Tigers. I require only the best, Lu Chun insisted, especially those with clean backgrounds and tight lips. You have 2 days. If our collaboration is satisfactory, I will double their salaries upon their return. Absolutely. Just watch and see, boss. In 2 days, I will bring the team to meet you. After hanging up, Lu Chun approached the window, gazing out at the myriad lights twinkling below. The battle for Kowloon warehouse was quietly brewing. Wang Jiu's threat had been neutralized, and the foundation for the clothing empire was being laid. Now, it was time to take his little assistant to that passionately vibrant country. To gild the future of Jianghu with the most dazzling gold, and perhaps, Lu Chun's mind drifted to Ruan Mei's delightful and playful visage. Perhaps, to embark on a romance as well. Chapter 28, The 7 Sons of Tianyang. In Central, at the headquarters of Jianghu International, Lu Chun stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the bustling streets below, where vehicles scurried like ants. He held a cigar in his hand, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, lost in contemplation. A knock resounded at the office door, and Xiao Ma entered. At this moment, Xiao Ma had exchanged his rugged attire for a well-tailored black suit. Although his movements still bore a hint of awkwardness, an indomitable aura emanated from him, one that even a suit could not conceal. Boss, I have news regarding the individuals you requested. Xiao Ma approached the desk and took a hearty swig from the water cup, seemingly attempting to suppress some inner emotion. Oh. Lu Chun turned, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. So, Mark, are they the capable hands you mentioned? More than just capable, Xiao Ma smiled, though his expression soon grew serious. However, these individuals are somewhat unusual. How so? Lu Chen's interest peaked. After reaching out to my connections on the streets, I sought a few battle-hardened bodyguards for the European trip. Initially, a few former police officers came forward, their character and skills appearing adequate upon my inquiry. However, this morning, as I parked my car in Shamshui-Po, I was surrounded by several individuals. Xiao Ma recalled the morning's events, his gaze sharpening. 7 in total, 6 men and 1 woman. Though there was no physical confrontation, I could sense it, the unmistakable scent of gunpowder and blood. Reminiscent of the mercenaries I encountered in Indonesia, perhaps even more ruthless. Are they from South Vietnam? Lu Chen astutely seized upon the clue. Indeed, Xiao Ma nodded. The leader engaged me in conversation. They mentioned they had just arrived on the island, in dire need of money and identity, urgently seeking work to support their family. Later, at the hideout, I faced off against the leader, and my 2 most capable brothers couldn't even land a single blow. What is their name? The name is rather peculiar. Xiao Ma frowned. They all share the surname Tianyang. The leader is called Tianyang Sheng. Huh. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lu Chun inhaled sharply. Tianyang Sheng, the formidable antagonist from the film A Man's Worth, who single-handedly brought the 3 protagonists to their knees in despair. Though a villain, he possessed an undeniable charisma. A tragic hero willing to stand against the world for his brothers. This was not merely a skilled individual. It was akin to drawing a UR from the gacha pool. And to top it off, 6 SSRs came as a bonus. In the original narrative, these 7 siblings were war orphans trained by warlords in South Vietnam, surviving the chaos like wild dogs. Later, they were manipulated by the corrupt officer Zhang Wenyo, orchestrating a monumental heist that ended tragically, with most of the siblings meeting a grim fate due to betrayal, while the remaining Tianyang Sheng and a few others embarked on a bloody quest for vengeance. But now, the timeline was still early. The current Tianyang Sheng had yet to face betrayal, had not morphed into a vengeful devil consumed by hatred. Right now, he was merely an older brother striving to keep his siblings alive in a foreign city. Heaven is aiding me. Lu Chen forcefully contained his elation, a confident smile gracing his lips. Mark, I want these individuals. Lu Chen declared decisively, contact them. Boss, these individuals are not just wild dogs, they are wolves. Xiao Ma cautioned, wolves cannot be tamed. Tameable, merely by the right approach. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence. If the wolf turns back, there must be a reason. It is either to repay a kindness or seek revenge. Trust me, they will become Jiaha's sharpest fangs. Reach out to them. I want to meet Tianyang Sheng. In Taipa district, an old building slated for demolition stood at the fringes of the new territories, surrounded by overgrown weeds. With only a few solitary tenement buildings rising amid the decay, the peeling walls revealed darkened red bricks within, and the air was thick with a musty odor. In a dimly lit room of less than 40 square meters, 7 young individuals were crammed together. Despite the dilapidation, the room was meticulously tidy. There were no superfluous furnishings. Just a few military cots neatly arranged in the corner, and a round table with 1 leg missing, propped up by bricks in the center. On the table lay 7 boxes of the cheapest char siu rice, accompanied by a large bowl of freshly boiled vegetable soup. Time to eat. The man seated at the head of the table removed his sunglasses, revealing piercing eyes sharp as a hawk's, yet unfathomably deep. He wore a black leather jacket, and even while eating, his posture resembled that of a javelin. His face betrayed no emotion, yet when his gaze swept across the 6 siblings gathered around the table, an almost imperceptible softness flickered in the depths of his eyes. He was Tianyang Sheng, the eldest brother of this group. Brother, this char siu is truly delicious. The speaker is a burly man with a simple, honest face, known as Tianyang Yo. As he devours his meal with gusto, he mumbles indistinctly. This is far better than what we had in the woods. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Beside him sits a short-haired girl, Tianyang En, the only girl among the 7, who transfers 2 pieces of char siu from her bowl to Tianyang Yong's, saying, Ayong, you need to eat more. Your size means you get hungry quickly. Hee. Thank you, Sister Ain. Observing this heartwarming scene, Tianyang Sheng remained silent, merely sipping his soup in contemplation. These 7 individuals share no blood ties. They met in a training camp in South Vietnam, a place rife with smoke and death. Back then, they were mere children, forced to learn the art of killing, to claw their way through life like beasts. Out of hundreds of children, only these 7 survived. Eventually, they avenged themselves by eliminating the warlord who had treated them like mere pawns, and then they fled, crossing borders and clandestinely traversing the strait, ultimately arriving at this mythical harbor island said to be paved with gold. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Lacking identification and education, they possessed no skills beyond killing, demolition, combat, and reconnaissance. In this civilized society governed by the rule of law, they felt like outcasts. The eldest, sitting to Tian Yangsheng's left, is a refined-looking youth with a cold gaze, Tian Yangyi. He sets down his chopsticks, his expression gravely serious. What's wrong, Ai? Tian Yangsheng inquires without lifting his gaze, continuing to savor his meal. Can we truly trust that person named Mark? Tian Yangyi lowers his voice, as if wary of dampening the spirits of their younger siblings. The price he offers is exorbitant, 500,000 each, with daily allowances, such as some could buy a life. I worry he may be leading us into a trap, or worse, into a death sentence. Tian Yangsheng falls silent, picking up a piece of char siu and chewing slowly, lost in memories of the relentless days and nights in the jungles of South Vietnam. In those times, they were merciless killing machines, waking each day with only one thought: how to survive until nightfall. When they finally avenged their enemies and escaped that hell, Tian Yangsheng had sworn to his siblings that he would lead them to a place free from smoke and violence, where they could live as ordinary people, with full bellies and roofs over their heads, without the fear of having their throats slit in their sleep. However, upon reaching this legendary harbor island, the harshness of reality struck him hard. Though devoid of smoke, the indifference and rejection here suffocated them more than the venomous snakes of the jungle. Brother, the youngest, Tian Yanyong, is rather straightforward. He interjects, unable to contain his thoughts. We have guns and skills. Why not pull off a big heist? Rob a gold shop or a cash truck, and with the money, flee to the South Seas to buy an island where no one can bother us. Shut up. Tian Yangsheng slams down his chopsticks, his eyes piercing Tian Yangyong like daggers. Rob? And then what? Be hunted down by the police of the entire island? Hide like rats. How is that any different from our time in South Vietnam? His chest rises and falls slightly, suppressing the inner fury and helplessness. We came here to live like humans, not to become fugitives. He gazes into the eager yet confused eyes of his siblings, softening his tone. What else can we do apart from military work? No one taught us how to conduct business or hold a job. All we know is how to shoot, fight, and set traps. Tian Yangsheng lets out a self-deprecating laugh, filled with bitterness. Are we truly going to become assassins? This isn't the military anymore. We have no logistics, no support, not even legal identities. Every assignment we take puts us a step closer to the gates of hell. If we get injured, we can't even dare to go to the hospital. I am not afraid of death, but I fear for your safety. His gaze turns gentle yet resolute as he reaches out to pat Tian Yang on the head. I brought everyone out not to see you perish in the gutter. I promise to ensure that everyone lives a life worthy of being called human, to walk freely under the sun. Brother. Tian Yang's eyes well up with tears, understanding the heavy burden her elder brother carries. I've inquired about that, Mark. Tian Yangsheng continues. He is a significant figure and has a sense of loyalty. We should trust him this once. Tian Yangyi takes a deep breath and nods solemnly. Brother, I will follow your lead. Wherever you go, we will go too. Even if it's into the jaws of danger, we 7 siblings will face it together. Yes, together. Brother, my life is yours. 7 hands stacked tightly together, binding them with blood thicker than water and a vow of life and death. At that moment, a black cell phone placed at the corner of the table suddenly rings. It is the contact information left by Xiaoma. Tian Yangsheng's expression sharpens as he dons his signature sunglasses, concealing all emotions from his eyes. He picks up the phone and answers. Hello, his voice remains calm, like still water. On the other end, a voice, imbued with a hint of streetwise bravado yet exuding warmth, responds. Hello, brother Tian Yang. This is Mark. Xiaoma's voice crackles through the line. My boss is aware of you and is quite interested. Tian Yangsheng narrows his eyes. Interested? We are merely a group of nameless ruffians. Haha, ruffians? My boss does not see it that way. Are you free now? He wishes to meet you and assist with your identities. At the mention of identities, Tian Yangsheng's breath catches. This is his Achilles heel. He wants to see us? Tian Yangsheng inquires. Yes. Right now? Tian Yangsheng's grip on the phone tightens, his knuckles whitening. This is a gamble. If they win, they could clear their names and live the stable life they've always dreamed of. If they lose, it could lead to their irretrievable demise. But he has no choice. Faced with that damned fate, he has never had a choice. Tian Yangsheng raises his head, surveying the trusting eyes surrounding him. All right, he responds succinctly. Excellent. Xiaoma laughs. Then prepare yourselves. A car will pick you up in 2 hours. My boss wants to see you. After hanging up, Tian Yangsheng turns to his companions. Everyone, check your gear. Yes. A flurry of clicks and clacks ensues. Though they lack heavy weaponry, each person adeptly retrieves an array of modified handguns, military daggers, and even 3-edged spikes crafted from steel pipes from beneath their beds and out-of-wall crevices. Let us go meet this big boss and see if he intends to offer us a lifeline or views us as disposable tools. As the door swings open, the glaring midday sun floods in, casting elongated shadows of the 7 figures. Chapter 29, The Fangs Return, the Mad Dog-esque curtain falls. In Kowloon, Xinpugang, a brand new martial arts school has just hung its sign, the red silk, not yet unveiled. But the thick wooden plaque bears the 4 forceful characters, Luo Jun Martial Arts School. This name, sitting in the lobby of the martial arts school. Lu Qin gazes at the plaque, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He turns to Xiaoma beside him and quips. It truly reflects Luo Jun's character, simple, brutal, and utterly lacking in elegance. Ah, my esteemed boss, this is a case of great skill appearing effortless. Xiaoma smiled as he handed Lu Qin a cigarette. Luo Jun mentioned that opening a martial arts school is about teaching people to fight. Establishments like Tianxia Hall and Longhu Gate are overly extravagant. It's better to be straightforward. At that moment, on the center stage of the martial arts school, still permeated with the scent of fresh varnish, 2 figures were colliding at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of flesh striking flesh resonated like the rhythm of war drums. One was Chun Luo Jun, his torso bare, revealing muscles as solid as granite. Beads of sweat trickling down his back. His punches were fierce and unmatched, each strike infused with the power to shatter stone, honed through his experience in underground boxing. His opponent was a burly man, Tian Yangqi's youngest member, Tian Yangyong, with a face full of flesh. If Chun Luo Jun was a tiger descending from the mountains, then Tian Yangyong was a bull that felt no pain. Facing Chun Luo Jun's tempestuous onslaught, he stood firm, absorbing the blows with his arms while leveraging his massive weight and astonishing resilience to counterattack intermittently. Chun Luo Jun unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed at Tian Yangyong's neck. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Tian Yangyong swiftly raised his left arm to block, while his right fist shot toward Chun Luo Jun's abdomen like a cannonball. Boom. Both men struck true, each retreating 3 steps. The stage floor groaned under the strain. Good skills. Chun Luo Jun rubbed his slightly numbed calf, his eyes brimming with the thrill of battle. Your physique is truly formidable. You're not too shabby yourself, Tian Yangyong grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. In Southern Yu, anyone who can take my punch without falling is as rare as grass on a grave 2 meters high. They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. A mutual admiration shared between warriors. Below the stage, Lu Qin applauded gently. Splendid. He turned to face the 6 individuals standing behind him. The leader, Tian Yangsheng, still donned his sunglasses and black leather jacket, hands tucked into his pockets, standing tall like a pine tree. Even while observing the spectacle, his aura seemed to solidify, exuding a chilling presence that deterred any approach. It seems Mark did not deceive me. Lu Qin approached Tian Yangsheng, removing his sunglasses, his deep-set eyes locking onto his counterparts. You truly are a skilled team. He had already conducted individual assessments. The second brother, Tian Yang-yi, was astute in strategizing, while the third brother, Tian Yang-ji, though he had not fired a gun in the school, displayed hands calloused from experience and a glimpse of his gun assembly skills, revealing his expertise. As for the sole female, Tian Yang-in, Xiaoma had merely tested her briefly and discovered the surgical blade concealed in her sleeve. She was a force capable of both healing and harm. This was the team he sought, a battle-hardened special operations squad, well-coordinated, currently in dire straits. Mr. Lu, you flatter us. Tian Yangsheng's voice was gravelly and low. We are merely rough men trying to make a living. There was still a hint of wariness in his tone. Years of mercenary life had instilled a deep distrust of others, especially those who appeared affluent and polished. Lu Qin smiled, avoiding direct discussions of money. He gestured toward Chun Luo Jun, who was still playfully leaning against Tian Yangyong on the stage. That big fellow is my brother. A few months ago, he was just like you, an undocumented fighter, a mere street brawler. But now, he is the owner of this martial arts school, with an ID, assets, and the respect of others. Tian Yangsheng's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. What I mean to convey is that I, Lu Qin, never treat people as mere tools, but as brothers. Lu Qin turned back, gazing intently at Tian Yangsheng, suddenly proposing an unexpected decision that caught everyone off guard. Tian Yangsheng, for the upcoming period, I entrust my safety to you. As in personal protection? Tian Yangsheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, to put it another way, I am placing my back in your hands. Lu Chen stepped forward, closing the distance to less than an arm's length from Tian Yangsheng. For someone of Tian Yangsheng's lethal caliber, this distance was decidedly fatal. With a mere flick of his hand, he could end Lu Chen's life without the need for a weapon. He gazed at the young man before him, who, despite exuding an extraordinary demeanor, appeared only slightly stronger than the average person in physicality, and a profound absurdity and shock welled up within him. Mr. Lu, do you realize what you were saying? Tian Yangsheng's voice was low. We have only known each other for less than 2 hours. Are you not afraid I might be bribed to stab you in the back? Or that I might covet your wealth and hold you hostage? I am indeed afraid. How could I not be? I value my life. Lu Chen shrugged, his expression one of earnestness. But I trust my instincts. I have always had a keen eye, which is why I believe in you. I entrust my life to you, and in return, you pledge your loyalty to me. That is my condition. Silence enveloped the martial arts hall. Tian Yangsheng regarded the young mogul before him. He had encountered many influential figures, some greedy, some cruel, some hypocritical, but none like Lu Chen. The openness, the confidence, and that inexplicable trust that seemed to peer into his very soul stirred a long-dormant warmth in Tian Yangsheng's heart, which had long been chilled by the fires of war. A soldier dies for his confidant. This ancient adage held fatal significance for these struggling souls on the fringes of society. After a long pause, Tian Yangsheng slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes sharp as an eagle-ass. In that moment, those eyes were less frigid, infused with a tinge of complex emotion. Mr. Lu, your life is quite valuable. Tian Yangsheng articulated each word deliberately. Since you dare to gamble, I, Tian Yangsheng, will join you in this wager. I assure you. As long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on you. Excellent. Lu Chen laughed heartily, extending his hand. Let us have a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration. Their hands clasped firmly. Ding. Detected key storyline character, Tian Yangsheng. Checkpoint for the film Men of Honor. Checkpoint successful. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Ding. Detected key storyline character, Tian Yangyong. Checkpoint for the film Men of Honor. Checkpoint successful. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Lu Chen felt a surge of delight within, a lucrative gain indeed. By the way, he turned to the short-haired girl, Tian Yang-en, who had been quietly standing in the corner. Miss En, I have another task for you. Please, Mr. Lu, Tian Yang-en replied, her voice cool and detached. I have an assistant named Wan Mei. She is an ordinary girl. I would like you to serve as her personal bodyguard and, friend during her trip to Europe. Lu Chen stated, her health is not very good, so I ask that you help take care of her. Tian Yang-en paused for a moment, then glanced at her older brother. Tian Yangsheng nodded slightly. Rest assured, boss, Tian Yang-en replied. I guarantee no one will harm a hair on her head. Very well. Everything is settled. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and Xiao Ma promptly approached, carrying a heavy black briefcase, which he placed on the table and opened with a click. Inside was a suitcase full of Hong Kong dollars, exuding an alluring scent of ink under the lights. This is 3,500,000. Lu Chen spoke calmly, as if it were merely a box of scrap paper. As per what Mark previously discussed with you, consider it my advance for settling in. Your salaries will be paid upon my return from Europe. As they gazed at the stack of money, the breaths of the Tianyang 7 grew rapid with anticipation. They fought valiantly in the south. Yet what value does a single life hold? Even before laboring, the boss has already tossed out 3.5 million. It is an exorbitant sum. Tianyang swallowed hard. Not too much. Lu Chen closed the box and pushed it towards Tianyang, instructing him to purchase decent attire for the brothers and secure a better place to live. Since you have chosen to follow me, there is no need to reside in dilapidated, leaking shanties. You deserve a more respectable existence. After all, Hong Kong is renowned for its principle of honoring attire before individuals. Additionally, I have arranged the matter of your identification cards. Lu Chen added, come tomorrow morning. Someone will deliver the complete set of documents to you. From tomorrow on, you shall be lawful permanent residents of Hong Kong. Tianyang, known for his straightforward demeanor, felt his eyes well up with emotion upon hearing this. If anyone dares to harm you in the future, I, Yong, will be the first to snap their neck. Enough with the sentimental words. Lu Chen glanced at his watch, granting you 3 days to settle your personal affairs. After that, come find me at the company. During my time in Europe, I would also appreciate it if you could teach me how to handle firearms and some self-defense techniques. Lu Chen remarked to Tianyang. For although I have you by my side, I do not wish to be a mere burden who hides behind others. No problem, boss. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Tianyang's lips. I will be very strict. Ha. Meanwhile, in a concealed, abandoned black dock in Taipa district, the night was as dark as ink, with with waves crashing against barnacle-covered wooden piles, producing an excruciating sound. The air was thick with the stench of rotting fish mingled with diesel. A dilapidated speedboat bobbed with the waves. Inside a metal shack on the shore, a dim yellow bulb flickered in the wind. Damn it! Why have they not arrived yet? Was it not agreed to depart by 10 o'clock? Wang Jiao paced anxiously within the confines of the room. He looked utterly disheveled. His once flamboyant long hair was now a tangled mess. His signature sunglasses had a broken leg, held together with tape precariously dangling from his ear. His floral shirt was stained and tattered, with dried blood splatters adorning it. This past month had been nothing short of a living hell. His territory lost, funds frozen, his subordinates either dead or in hiding. He had been evading the police and the treacherous underworld, like a rat scurrying through the sewers, sleeping beside heaps of garbage, startled awake by the slightest sound. Now, only 2 individuals remained in the room, he and the disreputable La Yiju. Brother Jiao, have some water. La Yiju offered a bottle of open mineral water. His gaze flickering nervously. The snakehead just signaled that the Coast Guard patrol has passed. We will set sail in 10 minutes. Once aboard, and in international waters, we will be free. Wang Jiao accepted the water, gulping down nearly half the bottle. He was genuinely parched and utterly exhausted. I owe you one, Aju. Wang Jiao wiped his mouth and patted La Yiju on the shoulder, revealing a rare moment of warmth. That bunch of bastards has fled. Yet you remain by my side. Rest assured, once we reach the other side, I will share half of the spoils from the big boss with you. It will be enough for us to enjoy a carefree life. La Yiju forced a vague smile. Thank you, Brother Jiao. It is you who has brought me fortune. Enough with the nonsense. Go check on the snakehead. I cannot bear to stay in this cursed place for another minute. Wang Jiao stood up, eager to stretch his limbs. However, the moment he rose, a violent cramp erupted from his abdomen, as if 1,000 knives were twisting within. Ugh! Wang Jiao let out a cry of agony. Doubling over, the water bottle slipping from his grasp. What is happening? My stomach. He groaned, clutching his abdomen, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He practiced hard qigong, impervious to blades and bullets, yet that did not render his insides invulnerable. There is poison in the water. Wang Jiao's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes locking onto La Yiju, filled with disbelief and seething hatred. You betrayed me. La Yiju stumbled back several paces, clutching a dagger tightly. His voice trembling. Brother Jiao, I didn't want to, but the offer was too enticing, and sticking with you leads only to death. I will kill you. Wang Jiao howled like a beast, intending to lunge at La Yiju to choke the life out of him. Yet, with a single step, he collapsed to the floor with a thud. This was no ordinary poison. It was a high-concentration chemical agent meticulously prepared by Lu Chun, specifically targeting the nervous system and internal organs. Once ingested, not even the gods could save him. Wang Jiao coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body convulsing violently. His once formidable qigong, now a cruel joke, as he helplessly felt his vitality rapidly draining away. I refuse to accept this. I am Wang Jiao, the king of Kowloon. Wang Jiao's hand flailed in the air, grasping at nothing before finally falling limply. His shattered sunglasses slipped off, revealing eyes that would never close. Fixated on the pitch-black night sky, the once mighty tyrant of Kowloon met his end here, perishing at a dilapidated dock, slain by the very hands of his most trusted subordinate. With a sigh of relief, La Yiju wiped the sweat from his brow. He kicked Wang Jiao's lifeless body to confirm his demise before turning to the dark corner and calling out, "Come out. I have completed the task." From the shadows, 2 figures slowly emerged. One was the portly snakehead, clutching a black travel bag. The other was Xiao Ma Gu, clad in a black trench coat. Sunglasses perched on his nose, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Well done. Xiao Ma Gu glanced at the corpse on the ground, speaking with indifference. Hee, Xiao Ma Gu. Everything was done as per your instructions. La Yiju rubbed his hands together, his eyes greedily fixated on the bag in the snakehead's possession, the remaining payment. Here. The money from the big boss is all yours. The remaining payment we agreed upon is all in here. Take it. Xiao Ma Gu gestured to the bag. La Yiju, elated, rushed forward to unzip it. However, inside, instead of money, lay only a pile of worthless newspapers. You tricked me. La Yiju froze, spinning around. Xiao Ma Gu, what does this mean? It means Xiao Ma Gu drew a silenced black pistol from his coat, aiming the dark muzzle at La Yiju's forehead. Only the dead can keep secrets. La Yiju's pupils dilated in shock. You are not trustworthy. I am a hero. Uft. A soft sound echoed. A crimson dot appeared on La Yiju's forehead, his expression frozen in terror and disbelief as his body fell backward, collapsing beside Wang Jiao's corpse. The 2, master and servant, finally reunited on the road to the underworld. Clean it up. Xiao Ma Gu holstered his weapon without sparing a glance at the bodies, producing a thick wad of U.S. dollars from his pocket and tossing it to the snakehead. This is your share. You know how to handle these two corpses, right? The snakehead accepted the money, weighing it with satisfaction. Rest assured, Xiao Ma Gu, Wang Jiu's head is worth 5 million on the black market. I will take it to the client for a reward. As for Lai Yiju, he will be treated as a buy one get one free deal, chopped up to feed the fish. Smart. Xiao Ma Gu nodded, turning to vanish into the darkness. The sea breeze continued to howl, and the waves crashed against the shore, as if nothing had transpired. Only the two gradually cooling corpses bore witness to the harshest truth of the underworld. Those who come to mix in this world will eventually have to pay the price. Whether they be mad dogs or lapdogs, the final destination is nothing more than a puddle of mud. Chapter 30. The conclusion of grievances and the unresolved lock. In the early morning at St. Teresa's Hospital, sunlight streamed through the delicate gaps of pale blue curtains, casting a mottled glow upon the pristine white tiles of the ward. The air was suffused with a faint fragrance of lilies, freshly introduced by the nurses to mask the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. As Lu Chun pushed open the door, he carried with him an exquisite fruit basket and several boxes of fine bird's nest. The internal strife at the Black Dock in Tai Pa last night had concluded with the sinking of Wang Jiu and the wretched Yiju, washing away all traces of blood and sin with the tide. Now, Lu Chun, clad in a light-colored leisure suit, exuded a relaxed and gentle demeanor, resembling an ordinary younger relative visiting an elder, completely unrecognizable as the man who had just ordered the elimination of a once-feared underworld mad dog just hours prior. Oh, you old rascal, you kept this from me? Were you waiting for the day you kicked the bucket for me to burn paper offerings for you at the funeral home? Before he could step inside, he heard a voice laden with mild reproach. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, entering the room. At the bedside sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, elegantly dressed in a finely tailored tank suit. He held a fruit knife in his hand, skillfully peeling an apple, the skin curling into a long, unbroken strip. Di Chio, affectionately known as Brother Chio, was the major proprietor of Kowloon walled city, a lifelong brother of Tornado, and the tragic figure burdened with deep-seated enmity in the film Siege of Kowloon walled city. Brother Chio, could you spare me a few words of reproach? At that moment, Tornado, clad in a striped hospital gown, leaned against the head of the bed, his usually imposing face now adorned with a rare, sheepish smile. I was merely trying to prevent you from worrying. Besides, it's just a minor ailment. Once it's removed, all will be well. Minor? You're coughing up blood like a consumptive. Di Chio thrust the peeled apple forcefully into Tornado's hands, glaring at him. If today weren't the rent due date, and if it were that brat Xine instead of you here, I wouldn't even have known you were hiding out here. Do you think I'm just a fair-weather friend? Sharing joy, but leaving me to bear the burdens alone. Tornado held the apple awkwardly, unable to decide whether to take a bite or set it down, only managing a forced smile. Lu Chun observed this exchange silently, standing quietly at the doorway. Watching these two old souls, who collectively approached a century in age, bicker like children, a sigh escaped Lu Chun's heart. They were true brothers in life and death, yet also tragic figures ensnared by fate. His gaze settled on Di Chio's weathered face. This seemingly irascible man, who was actually deeply sentimental, harbored a tremendous inner turmoil. Over a decade ago, during a tumultuous era, Lei Zhendong had forced his #1 enforcer, the reluctant Chen Zhan, to murder Brother Chio's entire family in a bid for territory. Despite his unwillingness, Chen Zhan was compelled to commit this grievous act, which became Di Chio's lifelong obsession. He vowed to eradicate Chen Zhan's entire lineage, ensuring that Chen Zhan would have no descendants. The cruelest twist of fate lay in the fact that Chen Zhan was also Tornado's sworn brother. Moreover, Chen Zhan's orphan son, Chen Luojun, was now regarded by Tornado as his own, living in this city and running a boxing gym under Tornado's guidance. If Di Chio were to discover that Luojun was Chen Zhan's son, Lu Chun shook his head inwardly. That would spell an irrevocable tragedy. In the film, it was precisely because the big boss leaked the truth about Luojun's origins that Di Chio went mad, forcing Tornado to sever ties with Brother Chio to protect Luojun, ultimately leading to his demise at Wang Jiu's hands, while Brother Chio, blinded by hatred, indirectly caused the death of his dearest brother. However, now that I am here, such a tragedy must never be repeated. Lu Chen's gaze deepened. Though both the big boss and Wang Jiu were gone, Di Chio remained fixated on tracking down Chen Zhan's descendants, and it was entirely possible that one day he would discover Luojun's identity. Chen Zhan was dead. The grievances of the previous generation should have concluded with his demise. Luojun was innocent, and Tornado should not have to pay with his life. As for Di Chio's inner conflict, Lu Chun had already devised a plan. although somewhat perilous if executed properly. It could not only safeguard Luo Jun but also persuade Di Chio to lay down his arms, perhaps even relinquish his obsession. Of course, the time was not yet ripe. That plan required meticulous planning and the waiting for an opportune moment. Clearing his throat, Lu Chun composed himself, deliberately amplifying his footsteps as he entered the ward. "Brother Long, I've come to see you," he smiled, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table, shattering the subtle tension in the room. "Chenzi, you've arrived." Tornado's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Chun, as if he had spotted a savior, eagerly beckoning. "Come in, come in. Brother Chio has been nagging me to the point of insanity." Di Chio turned, appraising the young man who had just entered, dressed in a well-tailored suit. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his eyes bright and clear. The gifts he bore were also thoughtfully chosen, neither meager nor ostentatious. "This is..." Di Chio set down his fruit knife, somewhat puzzled. "Ah Chio, allow me to introduce you." Tornado gestured towards Lu Chun, pride lacing his voice. "This is the young man I mentioned, Lu Chun. Do not be fooled by his youth. He is now a significant player in Central, the owner of Jianghu International. The reason I am able to stay here for treatment, and the funds for the recent repairs in the walled city, all come from Ah Chun." Upon hearing this, Di Chio's previously scrutinizing gaze softened considerably. As a major proprietor of the walled city, his sentiments toward it ran deep, and he frequently assisted or waived rent for its residents. In recent years, the walled city had fallen into disrepair, ignored by the government and eyed by gangsters, making it rare for an external owner to genuinely offer financial and practical support. "So you are the esteemed Lu boss," Di Chio rose, extending a hand that was thin yet strong. "I have long heard of your name. Xine mentioned that you provided a substantial sum for the repairs, amounting to 10 million. I accept this kindness on behalf of the old neighbors of the walled city. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek Brother Chio." "Brother Chio, you flatter me." Lu Chun grasped Di Chio's hand, his demeanor humble yet poised. "Just call me Ah Chun. I consider myself half a resident of the walled city. Brother Long is my guide, and this little gesture is nothing noteworthy." "Excellent. Refreshing." Di Chio appraised Lu Chun, growing increasingly fond of him. "Young individuals like yourself, who possess both capability and nostalgia, are hard to come by, unlike those outside." As he spoke, Di Chio seemed to recall something, letting out a cold snort, especially that mad dog Wang Jiu recently. He is nothing but a beast. Even the seasoned big boss fell victim to his hands, plunging the entire Kowloon into chaos. Evidently, the external turmoil had reached Di Chio's ears. Lu Chun and Tornado exchanged glances, a shared understanding reflected in their eyes. Speaking of Wang Jiu, Lu Chun smiled gently, retrieving an orange from his pocket and leisurely peeling it. "I just heard some news that might expedite Brother Long's recovery." "What news?" Di Chio inquired with curiosity. "This morning, 2 bodies were discovered by the seaside in Taipei." Lu Chun offered a segment of the orange to Tornado, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "After police confirmation, one is Wang Jiu, and the other is his right-hand man, the wretched Yiju." "What?" Di Chio and Tornado exclaimed in unison. Di Chio was astonished that the formidable Wang Jiu had fallen, while Tornado was surprised that Lu Chun had acted but did not anticipate it would be so swift and decisive. "Dead? Who did it? The police?" Di Chio's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it still that financier's envoy? Who knows?" Lu Chun shrugged, feigning innocence. "It is said that the discord over the spoils led to infighting and mutual slaughter. Others claim that it was due to consuming contaminated food, resulting in poisoning. In any case, the 9 Dragons has now become tranquil. It is a case of black eating black retribution." Di Chio let out a cold laugh. "That fellow has committed countless misdeeds, even turning against his own leader, only to meet his demise at the hands of his subordinates. This is what one might call the cycle of heavenly justice." Long Wanfeng exhaled deeply, as if shedding a tremendous burden. With Wang Jiu's death, the powerful influence of the financier has been completely dismantled, and the greatest external threat to the 9 Dragons city has finally been eradicated. His complexion visibly brightened, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "Chenzai, thank you," Long Wanfeng expressed, raising the half-apple in his hand and shaking it at Lu Chun. "Indeed," Lu Chun replied with a smile. "Therefore, your current task, Brother Long, is to focus on recuperating and cooperating with the doctors for your surgery. As for matters outside, with Xine and Luo Jun keeping watch, there will be no mishaps." Moreover, Lu Chun glanced at Di Chio, "With Brother Chio here, who would dare to cause trouble in the city? Humph, if those little bastards dare to come, I'll break their legs." Di Chio scoffed, exuding an air of dominance. The trio continued their conversation for a while. Lu Chun realized that, despite Di Chio's seemingly aloof exterior, he was actually quite talkative and possessed considerable insight. His extensive experience in real estate and property management provided him with unique perspectives on the future development of Nine Dragons. Boss Liu, if opportunities arise in the future, we could collaborate on business matters, Dichio offered, proactively handing Lu Chen a business card. I have a few plots of land here in Nine Dragons that I have yet to determine how to develop. Since you are in the business world and have a sharp mind, I would appreciate your advice. That would be most welcome, Lu Chen replied, taking the card with both hands and solemnly placing it in his pocket. He then presented his own personal card, saying, Brother Chiu, you may call me Aiken from now on. Just say the word, and I will be at your service. This exchange of business cards marked Lu Chen's formal entry into Dichio's circle of acquaintances. This was crucial for his future plans, as gaining Dichio's absolute trust was essential to unraveling the entanglement between Dichio and Chen Luo Jun. All right, Aiken, you've got your own affairs to attend to. Don't waste time with this old man. Long Wanfeng waved his hand. Go tend to your important matters. I heard you're heading to Milan for some fashion week. Don't embarrass our city. Rest assured, handsome, Brother Chiu added with a smile. I'll keep an eye on things here. No one will disturb him. As Lu Chen stepped out of the hospital, he gently closed the door behind him. Through the glass, he saw Brother Chiu picking up an apple again, peeling it while continuing to chide Long Wanfeng, who listened with an expression of impatience. How wonderful, Lu Chen sighed. Such pure brotherhood is a rarity in today's world. For the sake of this camaraderie, I must dismantle that thunder. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he turned towards the elevator. The chapter concerning Wang Jiu had come to a close. His battlefield would now shift to the more glamorous, yet ruthlessly competitive realm of fame and fortune. Leaving the hospital, Lu Chen did not return directly to the company, but instructed the driver to take him to Kuntong, the Jianghu textile factory. Today marks the day the first batch of Garo Haute couture gowns is ready for shipment. This will also serve as his battle attire for the competition in Europe. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere was tense yet fervent. Dozens of the most experienced tailors were gathered around an enormous workbench, meticulously ironing a black evening gown. As Lu Chen entered, everyone held their breath. President Liu, the final piece is complete. The newly appointed design director, the bespectacled young man whom Lu Chen had previously guided, exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the gown. It has been crafted exactly according to your design, using the finest heavyweight silk, with hand-embroidered subtle patterns. Please take a look. Lu Chen approached, donned white gloves, and gently caressed the fabric, which flowed like water. The design inspiration for this gown stemmed from a fusion of the classic YSL tuxedo and Hepburn's little black dress. It lacked the exaggerated skirt and gaudy sequins. The upper half featured a minimalist V-neck design, sharply tailored to beautifully accentuate the contours of a woman's collarbone. The waist was cleverly pleated to create a slimming effect while enhancing the silhouette. The lower half was a mermaid skirt with a strong drape, boasting a high slit on the side that revealed an alluring glimpse of leg with each step, exuding an air of sophisticated sensuality. The most remarkable aspect was its color. It was not a stark black, but rather a shade imbued with a subtle emerald sheen, reminiscent of a mysterious and profound forest at midnight. Excellent. Lu Chen meticulously inspected the stitching and seams, nodding in satisfaction. This is the essence of luxury. He turned to the expectant faces of the workers and designers. Ladies and gentlemen, this gown will accompany me to Italy. It will represent Jianghu and the garment craftsmanship of Hong Kong at the Milan International Fashion Award, MIFA. If we win an award this time, everyone will receive a bonus for 3 months. Wow. The workshop erupted into cheers. These workers may not grasp the nuances of fashion, but they understand the allure of bonuses. With such a generous and knowledgeable boss, there is hope for the future. Ame. Lu Chen beckoned. Wan Mei, who had been following closely behind and had intentionally donned a smart outfit today, hurried over, clutching a small notebook. Pack this gown, along with the other 5 in the series, securely. Use dust bags and place them in the specially designed airline cases, Lu Chen instructed. From this moment on, you will personally oversee these cases. No one is to touch them but me. Yes, President Liu, Wan Mei replied earnestly, as if entrusted with a state secret. I'll even sleep holding the cases. Lu Chen chuckled and tousled her hair. No need to be so tense. By the way, have you packed your luggage? It's all packed, Wan Mei said, a bit shyly scratching her head. There is not much to pack, just a few changes of clothes. That is good. Lu Chen glanced at his watch. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we depart. The destination is Italy. Chapter 31, Sophia. In Milan of 1981. The air was infused with the rich aroma of espresso and the deep scent of leather. The sunlight of the Apennine Peninsula poured down like molten gold, unabashedly flooding the ancient cobblestone streets of Milan. In Duomo Square, flocks of pigeons danced in the shadows of Gothic spires, while stylish buyers and long-legged models hurried past, dressed to perfection. A convoy of 3 black sedans glided slowly over Milan's ancient cobblestones, ultimately coming to a stop in front of the Four Seasons Hotel near Via Monte Napoleon. The car doors opened, and the first to emerge was an Asian man with a stern expression, wearing sunglasses. Tiang Sheng, he said, dressed in a fitted black suit. Although his sunglasses concealed his eyes, the movements of his head scanning the surroundings and the taut muscles ready to spring into action caused the bellboys, who instinctively stepped forward to assist with the luggage, to take a step back. Following him, several other members of the Tianyang family quickly exited the vehicle, dispersing around to create a defensive perimeter with no blind spots. Relax, Sheng. Lu Chen stepped down from the vehicle in the middle, straightened his collar, and inhaled the air of a foreign land. This was Milan, not the jungles of South Vietnam, and one mustn't frighten those fashion editors. Tian Yangsheng nodded slightly, having subdued his menacing aura, though he remained vigilant. This premier hotel, a conversion of a 15th-century monastery, was nestled in the very heart of Milan's fashion quadrangle. The ancient frescoes, arched doorways, and the meticulously manicured courtyard garden all spoke volumes of the refined taste of old money families. Following Lu Chun was Ruan Mei, stubbornly carrying her numerous bags and refusing his offer of assistance. Lu Chun turned around, observing the out-of-breath Ruan Mei, and smiled. All right, let Sheng and the others help you with that. There's no rule that assistants must personally carry the president's luggage. Please organize the few boxes of specialties I brought, especially the porcelain sets. Ensure they aren't damaged. Ruan Mei conceded, dutifully sorting through the boxes filled with exquisitely packaged Chinese porcelain, tea, and the more tangible tokens of sincerity, cashier's checks, hidden beneath the tea leaves. As night fell, Milan's nightlife was just beginning. Lu Chun donned a deep blue velvet suit, exuding an air of both opulence and mystery. He stood before the mirror, awakening the system. In the study of the hotel suite, Lu Chun gazed at the list of judges he had procured through special channels, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The MIFA competition featured 7 judges, 3 from renowned fashion magazines, 2 veteran luxury brand design directors, an art critic, and finally, the judging panel's chairman, Antonio Rossi. Lu Chun was acutely aware that such international awards ostensibly hinged on design and creativity, yet behind the scenes, they were rife with interpersonal dynamics. The so-called fairness espoused by Westerners often rested on the foundation of shared circles. As a foreign brand from the East, if he wished to avoid being brushed aside by the haughty white judges in the first round, he needed to employ extraordinary measures. Fortunately, this trip to Milan not only brought him wealth, but also 3 accumulated points of freedom. System, allocate points. Lu Chen did not hesitate. In such international social settings, mere intellect was insufficient. To navigate the arrogance of European judges within a few short days, he required a formidable weapon known as charisma. 2 points were allocated to charm, and 1 to affability. Command confirmed. Enhancing. It did not yield the sensation of bulging muscles nor the clarity of a cool mind. This enhancement felt more akin to a transformation in temperament. Lu Chen scrutinized himself in the mirror. His features remained unchanged, yet his gaze seemed to have deepened and become more enchanting, imbued with an indefinable magnetism in his every gesture. If he was previously a sharp sword, he was now a gently alluring yet irresistibly powerful magnet. Charm, LV5, the charming rogue. Evaluation. Your aura has undergone a qualitative leap. You now emanate a dangerous and alluring pheromone, possessing a lethal allure for women, especially those craving a story. Affability, LV5, charismatic leader. Evaluation. Your smile can instantly disarm strangers. Your words can transform adversaries into confidants. In social situations, you are a natural listener, and what you say is subconsciously trusted by others. Lu Chen rubbed his nose, pondering why it felt like an insult. However, the effects were immediate. Over the next 3 days, the upscale restaurants, galleries, and private clubs of Milan were graced by the presence of a mysterious Eastern magnate. Leveraging the information gained through lavish spending, Lu Chen accurately identified the judges. For the 3 fashion magazine editors, he endeared himself to them. Oh, dear Ms. Maria, your article on deconstructionism was simply magnificent. I traveled from the East just to express my admiration in person. With fluent English and LV5 affability, he swiftly bridged the gap. Of course, accompanying his praise was the annual advertising contract that Jianghu Group was about to place in their magazines, along with an envelope containing an untraceable check for 150,000 that inadvertently fell on the table. As for the 2 luxury brand design directors, Lu Chen showcased the professional acumen afforded by his LV8 intellect. He engaged them in discussions about fabrics, cuts, and the fashion trends of the next decade. His proposed concept of quiet luxury left the 2 designers, who were experiencing creative blockages, utterly astounded, wishing to immediately forge a bond with Lu Chun. Regarding the art critic, the approach was even simpler. Lu Chun directly purchased one of his rather mediocre paintings at thrice its market value, dubbing it an overlooked masterpiece. In a mere 3 days, through extraordinary affability and superhuman capabilities, all 6 judges succumbed. They were either captivated by Lu Chun's personal charm or overwhelmed by his monetary allure, suggesting that as long as Jia's work was not abysmal, awards such as the most commercially viable award and the best fabric utilization award were essentially assured. Ultimately, only one formidable challenge remained: the panel chairman, Antonio Rossi. This peculiar Italian gentleman, over 60, was known for his eccentric temperament, harsh critiques, and lifelong bachelorhood, having devoted himself entirely to fashion and regarded art as his essence. In a quaint old cafe in Milan, Antonio sipped his espresso, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Chun, who sat across from him. "Young man, I am aware of what you have been up to these past few days." Antonio's voice was grating, like sandpaper. "You have won over Maria, charmed Pierre, and even managed to sway the acerbic Robert. Your methods are quite clever, but I must inform you that they hold no weight with me." Savoring the aroma of Ethiopian coffee beans, Antonio regarded Lu Chun with a complex expression. "Maifa is sacred. It is a cradle for discovering true genius designers, not a playground for capitalists." His voice, though low, resonated with authority. "Those commercial awards, such as the Best Market Potential Award or the Best Fabric Application Award, if others accept your sponsorship, I cannot dictate whom they honor. However," Giovanni fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, enunciating each word deliberately, "the highest honor, the Golden Needle Award, must be awarded to truly groundbreaking works. As long as I am chairman, that will remain unchanged." The atmosphere in the room momentarily thickened. Tian Yangsheng, standing behind Lu Chun, felt a chill in his gaze, his fingers twitching. To him, this ungrateful old man would have been cast into the river to feed the fish back in South Vietnam. Yet Lu Chun smiled. He raised his coffee cup in a toast to the stubborn old man. "Mr. Rossi, I salute you." There was no anger in Lu Chun's eyes, only a hint of respect. "To be honest, had you agreed to my sponsorship just now, I would have regarded this award with less esteem. If even the chairman can be bought, then the Golden Needle Award would hold no value." Giovanni was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that this young Eastern magnate would respond in such a manner. "The reason I sought you out was not to request a backdoor deal." Lu Chun exuded an aura of level 5 charisma, his tone both sincere and self-assured. He simply wished that when his creations graced the runway, the esteemed judges would remove their tinted spectacles of commercialism and the fashion desert, and appraise his work with the utmost impartiality. He sought no favoritism, only fairness, for he firmly believed that Garot's designs deserved the Golden Needle. Giovanni regarded Lu Chun for a long moment, and at last, a hint of a smile broke through his stern visage. "Young man, you are quite audacious, but I admire your audacity." The old man rose, extending his hand. "Then I shall await your showcase, ambitious one from the East." "It is a deal." Having secured the approval of the judging panel, Lu Chun returned to the Four Seasons Hotel. The greatest obstacle had been cleared, yet a new, more daunting challenge loomed ahead. Seated on the sofa in his suite, Lu Chun gazed at the scattered photographs on the coffee table, his brow furrowed. These were the model portfolios sent over by various agencies in Milan. "Is this truly all the models you could find?" Lu Chun inquired of Cheng Yen. "Boss, I truly did my utmost." Cheng Yen replied on the other end of the line, his voice tinged with bitterness. "We started too late. It's peak fashion week season now. Any models with even a modicum of fame were snatched up by the major brands 6 months ago. What remains are merely the least of the small fry." Lu Chun picked up a few photos and shook his head. The models captured in the images boasted striking figures and flamboyant makeup, embodying the brazen, aggressive beauty of the 1980s. "This won't do. They are far too commonplace. While they might suffice for other garments, they do not possess the essence required for Garot's signature dark forest evening gown collection. It demands a certain cool elegance, an air of nobility, even a hint of aloofness, qualities these ordinary models simply cannot evoke. Shall I take to the runway myself?" Lu Chun jested, though his heart was heavy. Without top-tier models, the impact of the gown would be diminished significantly, and in such a competitive arena, a reduction in effect signified elimination. He had invested millions to gild his work, and if the debut faltered due to a lack of suitable models, it would be an utter farce. "Boss," Tian Yong, resembling a specter in the corner, suddenly spoke up. "If none can be found, why not acquire one?" Lu Chun shot him a reproachful look. "This is Milan, not a backwater. Acquiring a model for the runway? How ludicrous." Just as the atmosphere in the room grew bleak, there was a gentle knock at the door. "Come in." Lu Chun assumed it was room service. The door opened, revealing Wanmei. However, this time, She was not clad in her usual professional attire. Instead, she stood at the threshold, wearing a mysterious yet excited expression. Mr. Liu, what is it? Did you have an unpleasurable outing today? Although Liu Chun felt disheartened, he did not wish to burden his assistant with his troubles. Thus, he quickly masked his frown with a gentle smile, gesturing toward the coffee on the table. Are you short on funds? Don't worry, I'll reimburse you. Even for the coins you tossed into the wishing pool. Over the past few days, he had been entangled in Milan's social sphere, either drinking with judges or dealing with the media, leaving him stretched thin. Ruan Mei, unfamiliar with Italian, had also been enduring the ordeal. He had granted her a reprieve, allowing Tianyang to accompany her to feed the pigeons at Milan Cathedral and stroll along the luxury shopping street. Given Ruan Mei's disposition, she likely spent her time merely peering at price tags through shop windows, leaving with a sense of satisfaction after gasping at the costs. No, it's not about money, Ruan Mei said, standing at the door with her hands clasped behind her back, nervously twisting her fingers. Although Liu Chun had shared nothing with her, her month of working as his assistant had fostered her growth, and she keenly sensed the fatigue that lingered beneath his smile. She knew that while he appeared to revel in glory, he was secretly troubled by the modeling photographs within the hotel. In the past, she felt helpless, but today, she gathered her courage. Mr. Liu, I know you are worried about the final model. Ruan Mei spoke rapidly, as if summoning all her resolve. This afternoon, while feeding pigeons at the square by Milan Cathedral with Sister N, we encountered a small incident. An incident? Tianyang, who had been lurking in the corner, suddenly perked up, his gaze sharp. Oh, it wasn't anything dangerous. Ruan Mei quickly waved her hands. We were near the fountain when we saw a girl being harassed by a few ruffians. And you know Sister N, she dealt with them in no time. And then we got to know her. Ruan Mei's eyes sparkled. Though the girl is Italian, she speaks Cantonese. And she is absolutely stunning. When she stood there in silence, it felt as if a character from one of your design sketches had stepped into reality. As she spoke, Ruan Mei animatedly gestured, cold, unapproachable, yet exuding an air of elegance. I thought, since you were struggling to find a suitable model, perhaps you could consider her? Oh, Liu Chun held little hope. What a coincidence. In a city teeming with fashionistas, plucking any passerby might yield a better option than these subpar models. But that would only be slightly better. It still falls far short of my ideal. Mr. Liu, just take a look. Ruan Mei, sensing his skepticism, stamped her foot in frustration. Since she's already here, just have a glance. If you find her unsuitable, I'll send her away. There's nothing to lose, right? Observing Ruan Mei's earnest desire to alleviate his worries, Liu Chun felt his own gloom dissipate. Even if only to honor her enthusiasm, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well, he relented, shaking his head in resignation. Let her in, but I make no promises of employing her. Yay, Ruan Mei exclaimed, turning to the door and beckoning. Come in, come in. The boss has agreed to see you. Outside, a slender figure hesitated before slowly stepping inside. When the figure fully emerged beneath the bright chandelier of the suite, Liu Chun's previously indifferent gaze suddenly froze. Before him stood a Western woman, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in an exceedingly simple white t-shirt and an oversized denim jacket. She wore form-fitting jeans, lacking extravagant accessories or intricate makeup. Her tousled, slightly wavy chestnut hair draped casually over her shoulders, exuding a lazy, wild charm. As if she had just awoken. Her features were deep and sculpted, reminiscent of a goddess emerging from a Renaissance painting. Those eyes, as blue as the Mediterranean Sea, held no trace of the usual trepidation or discomfort one might expect in a foreign environment. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of cunning and wariness. Hello. You may call me Sylvia. Chapter 32, Ruan Mei's fortuitous encounter with the capybara. In the presidential suite, the crystal chandelier's light danced upon Sylvia's face, which bore an exotic allure intertwined with a touch of Eastern grace. Liu Chun certainly recognized that visage. She was the enchanting beauty from the film The Fast Food Cart, whose mere appearance captivated time itself, leaving two martial artists utterly spellbound while deftly ensnaring them in her web of deception. The actress Lola Forner, once crowned Miss Spain, embodies the quintessential ideal of a dream lover for countless viewers from that era. Her striking features, statuesque figure, and a distinctive aura that blends European aristocracy with a hint of street wildness are nothing short of divine craftsmanship. As for her appearance in Milan rather than in Spain, it is hardly surprising in this cinematic world of amalgamation. Although Fast Food was filmed in Barcelona, the film does not explicitly state its setting. And even the villainous Count's castle bears a style more akin to Central Europe, making her presence in Italy entirely plausible. My name is Sophia. I believe I am the person you seek. Sophia slightly raised her chin, her azure eyes locking onto Liu Chun's. her tone imbued with a resolute determination as if she were a young leopard cornered at the edge of a cliff, yet still baring its claws at the hunter. Lu Chen smiled. He did not desire a docile lamb. He craved this embodiment of vibrant wildness. Only such a spirit could withstand the formidable presence of the dark night forest. Ding. Key character detected. Sylvia. Check-in for the film fast food. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. 1 free attribute point. Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy, discreetly setting aside the attribute point for future use. Money was not an issue. With a snap of his fingers, a check for $300,000 materialized at his fingertips, which he casually handed to Ruan Mei. As long as you can match this garment, I can sign you on the spot, and this sum will serve as an advance on your annual salary. In fact, should you excel, I can offer you even more. He turned to the stylist team he had hired at a premium. Take this young lady to try on that Dark Knight Forest outfit and give her a hairstyle to complement it. Yes, please follow me, Miss Sophia. Although the stylists were somewhat skeptical of this sudden newcomer, their employer's command left them no choice but to comply. Sophia cast a deep glance at Lu Chen, uttering not another word, and turned to follow the stylists into the changing room. She was a clever woman, understanding that only by donning that dress and proving her worth would the check truly belong to her. As the changing room door swung shut, Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, settling down on the sofa with Ruan Mei and pouring her a glass of warm water. All right, Mei, now you may explain what transpired. Lu Chen looked at Ruan Mei, his tone gentle. How did you encounter her? What happened today? At the mention of this, Ruan Mei instantly perked up, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as her face radiated an expression that seemed to implore praise. Mr. Lu, this is truly fate. Here is how it happened. A few hours prior, at the Piazza del Duomo in Milan, the sun blazed fiercely, and the church bells chimed ethereally as Ruan Mei, clutching a bag of corn kernels, cautiously fed the pigeons. Having been given a day off by Lu Chen, Ruan Mei, accompanied by Tian Yongyan, ventured to the renowned Piazza del Duomo under the guidance of a Chinese tour guide. Watching the magnificent Gothic spires and the thousands of white doves soaring above, Ruan Mei felt as joyful as a child. Look, sister, that pigeon is so plump. Imagine if we could catch it for soup. Just as Ruan Mei was about to finish her sentence, a frantic cry for help interrupted her. Help! Let me go! You ruffians! The voice emanated from a nearby alleyway, and although it was in Italian, the tone of terror was universally understood. Instinctively, Ruan Mei stood up to peer into the alley. There, several tattooed thugs clad in leather jackets were surrounding a girl in a denim jacket, shoving her towards a van. The girl was desperately struggling, her hair disheveled, while the onlookers merely watched, too frightened to intervene. Oh my, an abduction in broad daylight. Ruan Mei's sense of justice surged within her. She could hardly tolerate such cruelty towards a woman. Sister, we must help her. Ruan Mei grabbed Tian Yongyan's arm urgently. Tian Yongyan, who had been vigilantly observing their surroundings, frowned slightly at Ruan Mei's words. As a bodyguard, her primary duty was to ensure her employer's safety. Meddling in affairs was strictly forbidden. Mei, the boss said safety first, Tian Yongyan replied coldly. But that is a life at stake. Ruan Mei pleaded, her voice rising in desperation. We can't just stand by and watch. You go save her, and I'll keep my distance. I promise not to be a burden. Seeing Ruan Mei's anxious expression, Tian Yongyan sighed. Though cold-hearted, she was not entirely devoid of compassion. Stay put, she instructed, and like a leopard, she sprang into action. What followed was a scene straight out of an action film. Those Italian thugs thrived on bullying weaker women, but against Tian Yongyan, a fierce combatant who had emerged from the depths of death, they were no match. Tian Yongyan didn't even need a knife. With a few swift holds and side kicks, she sent the 3 burly men sprawling, clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground. The van driver, sensing the tide had turned, hit the gas and fled. The rescued girl leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. At this moment, Ruan Mei dared to approach, offering her a tissue, and awkwardly asked in her newly acquired Italian, "Are you all right?" The girl looked up, her striking blue eyes glistening with tears. But upon seeing Ruan Mei's East Asian features, she spoke a somewhat stilted yet perfectly pronounced Cantonese. "Thank you very much. You speak Chinese." Ruan Mei was taken aback. Later, they found a cafe to sit down, and the girl recounted her ordeal in fragmented phrases. Her name was Sophia, and she had grown up in Milan's Chinatown, learning Cantonese from her neighbors. "My mother is gravely ill," Sophia said, cradling a hot cup of coffee, her eyes reddening yet her tone remaining remarkably composed. "To afford her treatment, I borrowed from loan sharks. But their interest is insatiable. I've even sold my house and still cannot repay them. Today, they intended to capture me to work off my debt." As she spoke, Sophia bit her lip, falling silent. Ruan Mei listened, tears welling in her eyes. recalling her own grandmother and empathizing with the despair of being driven to desperation for a loved one's health. How tragic, Wanmei sniffled, her sympathy overwhelming her. Do not fear, those villains have been driven away. Thank you, Sophia said again earnestly, yet her brow remained furrowed with unshakable sorrow. At that moment, Wanmei suddenly thought of Lu Chun, who was currently troubled over finding a model. Gazing at Sophia's exquisite face, which retained its beauty even in hardship, and the unique resilience emanating from her, an idea sparked in her mind. Do you want to make money? A lot of it, enough to cover your mother's medical bills. Sophia's head shot up, her eyes alight with a desperate hope. Yes, I want to. Then come with me, Wanmei exclaimed, slapping her thigh, causing Tian Yongyin to wince. I'll take you to meet someone. He is wealthy and a genuinely good person. As long as you can help, your debts and your mother's illness will be resolved. And that is how the story unfolded. Wanmei finished recounting her tale, a hint of embarrassment creeping over her as she scratched her head. Mr. Lu, did I overstep? Bringing a stranger to you. However, I genuinely feel a sense of pity for her, and her demeanor is truly remarkable. After listening, Lu Chun gazed into Wanmei's sparkling eyes and couldn't resist reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. My dear Mei, this is hardly meddling. You are simply embodying the spirit of a lucky koi. A casual outing not only resulted in saving a beautiful woman, but also effortlessly resolved his greatest dilemma. Even triggering a hidden narrative, such extraordinary luck was almost supernatural. Yet, Lu Chun was acutely aware that he possessed far more knowledge about Sophia's origins than Wanmei did. Indeed, Sophia was a tragic figure, but her backstory was far more intricate and dramatic than mere loan shark harassment. In the film Fast Food, Sophia's mother, Gloria, had been a maid in the renowned Earl Lubis's household 2 decades ago. The notorious Earl, known for his promiscuity, took advantage of the lady of the house's absence to assault Gloria. Following the incident, it was discovered that Gloria was pregnant. And in order to protect the family's reputation and to prevent the wrath of the formidable countess from surfacing, the Earl provided Gloria with a sum of money and subsequently cast her and her child away. This incident became a lifelong source of torment and nightmares for Gloria. She harbored resentment towards the Earl, yet felt profound guilt towards Sophia. Ultimately, when Sophia turned 14, Gloria could no longer withstand the emotional turmoil and succumbed to madness. The young Sophia was left with no choice but to admit her mother to a psychiatric facility, while she herself struggled alone in society. In order to survive, she resorted to theft and deceit, transforming into the quirky con artist depicted in the film. However, it was evident that the timeline was still premature. The Sophia before him appeared to be merely 18 or 19, not yet having become the seasoned trickster accustomed to manipulation. Nor had she developed a wariness of others due to the harshness of society. She was on the brink of financial ruin, cornered by loan sharks, teetering on the edge of an abyss. Lu Chun silently repeated the name Earl Lubis in his mind. He had heard this name in recent days. The Lubis family still wielded significant influence in Italy. If he could assist Sophia in reclaiming her inheritance, it would provide Jianghu Group with a formidable ally in Europe. This would not merely be a simple act of assistance, but rather a long-term investment. Director Lu, what are you pondering? Wanmei, sensing Lu Chun's silence, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was it possible that Sophia was inadequate? No, she is exceptionally capable, Lu Chun replied, snapping back to reality with a smile to reassure her. Mei, you have achieved something remarkable this time. I shall reward you handsomely. Really? Wanmei's eyes sparkled. Could the reward be given to Sophia instead? I believe she is in greater need of the money than I. Lu Chun paused for a moment, gazing into Wanmei's sincere eyes. A wave of warmth washing over him. This naive girl, who would scrimp and save every penny, was thinking of helping others at this moment. Rest assured, I will provide her with the funds, and you shall not be shortchanged in your reward either, Lu Chun gently assured her. I am the boss. I shall determine the distribution. Just then, the door to the changing room creaked open. In an instant, all sounds faded away. Lu Chun, Wanmei, and even the ever-expressionless Tian Yongsheng instinctively turned their heads. The dimly lit corridor seemed to illuminate in an instant due to the figure stepping out. Sophia, barefoot, stepped onto the plush carpet. The black haute couture gown, named Dark Forest, appeared to come alive, enveloping her graceful form. The minimalist design of the straps revealed her perfect shoulders and elegant collarbone, while the heavy silk fabric shimmered with dark green undertones under the lights, reminiscent of midnight waters. The cinched waist accentuated her slender figure, and the side-slit mermaid skirt hinted at her long, shapely legs with each step she took. Even more astonishing was her makeup. Instead of opting for the ready-made accessories in the changing room, she casually gathered her tousled hair and secured it with a black pencil she had found, exposing her long neck. A hint of lipstick smudged at the corners of her eyes added a touch of allure and mystery to her already deep blue gaze. Standing there with her chin slightly raised, the innate nobility in her aura perfectly harmonized with the gown. She was no longer the disheveled street girl from moments ago. At this moment, she resembled an ethereal queen emerging from the dark forest, noble, aloof, dangerous, yet breathtakingly worship-worthy. Wow, Wanmei couldn't help but gasp, covering her mouth. She's absolutely stunning. Lu Chen rose, his gaze fixed intently on Sophia. Although Sophia possessed exceptional beauty and a fitting demeanor, he had initially harbored doubts about her ability to embody the essence of the dark forest gown and hold her own on such a grand international stage. However, his apprehensions finally dissipated. The dress had come alive. This was the effect he had desired. The aloofness of quiet luxury was vividly manifested in her. Sophia, slightly uncomfortable, tugged at the hem of her gown and then lifted her head to meet Lu Chen's gaze, her eyes sparkling with a blend of provocation and anticipation for his evaluation. So what do you think, boss? Was the 30,000 worth it? Lu Chen strode forward, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Absolutely. He extended his hand, this time with a gentlemanly invitation. Miss Sophia, welcome to Jianghu. This gown is yours. You shall be the undisputed muse of this year's MIFA competition. Chapter 33, The Night Before the Stage. The midnight blue night was both extravagant and perilous. In the presidential suite study, Lu Chen held the receiver lazily reclined in a leather chair, gently swaying a glass of amber-hued brandy in his other hand. Yes, Deputy Director Mario, this is Lu Chen. Lu Chen spoke in fluent English, his tone exuding the familiarity of an old friend. I was quite impressed by your insights into Eastern culture at the last gala. On the other end of the line, Deputy Director Mario of the Milan Police Department clearly remembered the lavish Eastern tycoon and responded with warmth akin to that of a long-lost brother. Oh, my dear Lu, it is an honor to receive your call. How may I assist you? I apologize for the late-night disturbance. I have a minor issue, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. The new spokesperson we hired seems to have encountered some trouble. You are aware of certain private lending organizations in Milan. Their interest rates can be rather unorthodox. Private lending? Mario, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implication. Are you referring to loan sharks? Those damned vampires always undermine the peace of Milan. Who is it? I shall ensure justice is served for that lady. The Red Scorpion gang in this area. Lu Chen disclosed the name of the gang Sophia had mentioned earlier, noting that the girl owed them approximately 300 million lira, around $30,000, in principal. However, I have heard they are now demanding 2 billion. Absurd. This is robbery, Mario exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, it was uncertain how much of his outrage stemmed from genuine indignation and how much from a desire to curry favor with Lu Chen's background. I concur, Lu Chen chuckled. That is why I hope you can adjudicate this matter. I will repay the girl's debt in full. However, the interest must be calculated at standard lending rates. Moreover, I have heard that the house she mortgaged to them has also been unlawfully withheld. I want it back. No problem. This is entirely legal and reasonable. Mario pounded his chest with assurance, declaring that if these ruffians failed to recognize their place, he would dispatch his subordinates to their territory daily for a coffee rendezvous. Under normal circumstances, the police would hardly concern themselves with the usurious practices of such gangs, and there might even be some illicit collusion at play. However, now that this enigmatic tycoon from the East had spoken, the situation had taken on a different gravity. I truly appreciate your efforts in upholding order and justice in Malang. In gratitude, the Jianghu Group is willing to compensate your security consulting firm with a fee of approximately 200 million lira, around $20,000. A silence lingered on the other end of the line for 3 seconds before Robert's resolute voice resounded. Lu, you are far too courteous. Combating illegal usury and safeguarding the citizens' financial security is our duty as police officers. That so-called Red Scorpion gang has long been under our watch. To dare extort your employees is utterly intolerable. Rest assured, within half an hour, I shall have someone personally deliver the promissory note and the deed of the property used as collateral to your hotel lobby. After hanging up, Lu Chen handed the $100,000 check to his aide, Tian Yangsheng. Ah Sheng, wait downstairs. Once you obtain the promissory note and the deed, pass this check to the deputy director's trusted aide. Remember to be discreet. Understood. Tian Yangsheng accepted the check, his expression betraying no emotion. To him, resolving issues with money, though not as exhilarating, was undeniably far more efficient than resorting to bullets. In less than 40 minutes, all the documents were laid before Lu Chen. The promissory note that had cornered Sophia and nearly led her into a life of degradation had now turned to mere scrap paper in Lu Chen's hands. Furthermore, the deed to the old apartment in Chinatown had returned to a state of safety. Lu Chen glanced at the documents and casually locked them away in the innermost compartment of a safe. He had no intention of presenting them to Sophia just yet. It is easy to add embellishments, but offering timely assistance in dire straits is a true challenge. However, if one were to provide warmth amidst the cold, followed by a luxurious mink coat, such kindness would be forever etched in her memory. Lu Chen secured the documents within the safe. He would wait until Sophia shone brightly on the runway, at that moment when she yearned to prove herself, before presenting her with this gift of freedom. By then, this future muse would be utterly devoted to him. The subsequent 3 days felt like a descent into hell for Sophia. Lu Chen did not grant her any leniency merely because she was the chosen one. On the contrary, he spared no expense in hiring Malang's finest etiquette instructors and runway coaches, subjecting Sophia to an unrelenting regimen of grueling training. Stand tall, chin up, your gaze. I want to see that disdainful look as if you think they are all beneath you, not to incite a brawl. Hips, they must sway, yet remain refined. Do you understand the essence of sophistication? The fitness center of the Four Seasons Hotel was temporarily transformed into a training arena, clad in 12-centimeter stiletto heels. Sophia was required to walk back and forth hundreds of times each day. When her heels became blistered, she applied band-aids and continued. When her calves cramped, she had Tian Yangxing massage them briefly before resuming practice. She never uttered a word of complaint, for she understood that the $30,000 check remained in Lu Chen's possession. Moreover, whenever exhaustion tempted her to surrender, all she had to do was lift her gaze to see Lu Chen seated on a nearby sofa, engrossed in paperwork, yet always watching her intently. His eyes held no pity, only anticipation and trust. You can do this. Though Lu Chen spoke not a word, Sophia comprehended the message in his gaze. You wish for me to concede? Not a chance. The stubbornness that resided within her was thoroughly awakened. Gritting her teeth, she repeated the monotonous movements again and again, transforming from a wobbly novice to a poised performer, akin to a rough diamond being deftly polished to reveal its dazzling brilliance. During these 3 days, Lu Chen too remained occupied. In addition to overseeing the training and attending social engagements, he assigned Tianyang a special task, i.e., take these 2 sketches. Lu Chen handed 2 drawings to Tianyang, which he had created from memory of the 2 male protagonists, Thomas and David, from the fast food truck. These individuals were likely operating a food truck in some plaza in Malang, a yellow modified van, possibly named Moby Dick or something similar. Lu Chen recalled the plot details. They were quite skilled, particularly the one with the prominent nose, who was quite the fighter. The other, slightly shorter, possessed impressive footwork. Additionally, Lu Chen produced another sketch of a somewhat balding private detective, Maobi, who appeared a bit silly and likely worked at a private investigation agency. Being friends with the other 2. Boss, are you looking to recruit them? Tianyang glanced at the sketches, mentally noting their features. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded. All 3 of them are talents, appearing somewhat lackadaisical, yet their prowess and streetwise intelligence are top-notch. If we can bring them under our wing, it will facilitate our operations significantly in Malang. More importantly, these 3 are crucial characters in the narrative. Finding them means additional attribute points will be unlocked. Rest assured, boss. As long as they are in Malang, I will unearth them. Go. Be mindful of your approach. They respond better to gentle persuasion than force, Lu Chen advised. Understood. Tianyang did not ask further questions, pocketing the sketches and departing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Malang International Fashion Awards, MIFA, finally arrived. On this day, Malang seemed to transform into a floating runway. Countless luxury vehicles clogged the streets, and the flashes of cameras illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Fashion editors, buyers, and the elite gathered from all corners of the globe, eager to witness the trends of the season. Backstage, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the glitz and glamour of the front. It was narrow, crowded, and noisy. The air was saturated with a melange of hairspray, setting spray, perfume, and sweat. Models darted about in their undergarments. Makeup artists shouted as they wielded their brushes. And designers were in a frenzy over a single button at the last moment. Yet, in the exclusive lounge of the Jianghu group, the mood was exceptionally tense. Sophia sat before the makeup mirror, staring at her reflection, her palms slick with sweat. The stylist had completed the final touches. Her hair was styled into an exquisitely classical high bun, revealing her long swan neck. The makeup was stunningly refined, with deep crimson lip gloss rendering her both perilous and alluring. The dark forest gown fit her like a glove, perfectly accentuating her figure, the emerald sheen flickering under the lights. She was breathtaking, strikingly beautiful. Yet, she was also anxious. This was MIFA, a competition even the most fashion-illiterate Italians were aware of. In the audience sat the world's most discerning fashion editors, the most acerbic critics, and the notoriously difficult chairman, Antonio. What should I do? Sophia's fingers gripped the hem of her gown, turning pale as her voice trembled. I just stole a glance outside. There are cameras everywhere. What if I fall? What if I make a wrong turn? This was, after all, her inaugural runway show, and to top it off, it was an international grand event. Such pressure could overwhelm even those with the strongest psychological resilience. Oh dear, no, no, no. Ruan Mei fretted beside her, clutching a cup of warm water. Eager to offer it to Sophia, but fearful of smudging her lipstick. Sophia, don't overthink it. You've trained so hard these past few days. The coach has praised you as a genius. You may as well imagine that the individuals seated beneath you are merely cabbage. With a bitter smile, Sophia remarked. Where could one find a cabbage that moves? Well then, let us consider them as pigeons. Ruan Mei racked her brain for a solution, suggesting. Just think of them as pigeons waiting for you to scatter corn. Taking a deep breath, Sophia endeavored to hypnotize herself according to Ruan Mei's advice. But her heart continued to pound like a drum. She turned her head to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Could that girl, who once fled in desperation from loan sharks on the streets, truly carry the weight of this priceless gown? Did she truly deserve it? If she were to falter, would that man be disappointed? She could not afford to fail. It was not merely for the $30,000. She could not bear the thought of seeing disappointment in his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open. A cacophony of sounds surged in, only to be muffled once more as the door closed behind. Lu Chen entered, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, his bow tie meticulously tied. He exuded a handsome and commanding presence. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Chen keenly sensed the taut atmosphere in the room. What's wrong? He inquired, approaching Sophia from behind, casting a glance at her reflection in the mirror. Our queen is worried that the flashbulbs will blind those mere mortals. Sophia met his gaze in the mirror, forcing a faint smile. Boss, please, no jesting. My legs feel a bit weak. Weak legs? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, finding this unlike the Sophia who dared to confront loan sharks and bargain with him. He gestured for Ruan Mei and the makeup artist to step outside. Only the two of them remained in the room. Leaning down, Lu Chen placed his hands on the back of the chair, his face drawing near to Sophia's ear. The faint scent of his cologne enveloped her, imparting a sense of tranquil assurance. Look at me, he whispered softly. Sophia lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him in the mirror. Do you know why I chose you? Lu Chen continued, not solely for your beauty, but for the indomitable spirit you possess. A spirit that, despite rolling in the mire, still yearns to gaze upon the stars. He reached out, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Those judges outside, those luminaries, they are accustomed to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. What they seek is a thorny wild rose, and you, my dear, are that rose. Do not contemplate the way to walk the runway. Do not think of the possibility of stumbling. Lu Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, almost hypnotic. All you need to remember is this. You are Sophia. You have clawed your way out of hell, and now, you shall conquer heaven. This gown is not your shackle. It is your armor. Don it, and you shall be the only queen tonight. As Sophia listened to his words, gazing into his penetrating eyes, her previously frantic heartbeat miraculously began to steady. The familiar wildness of a street survivor surged back within her. Indeed, she feared not death, nor loan sharks. Why should she fear merely walking? She was Sophia. She was destined to live a life of brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she slowly rose. In that moment, her demeanor transformed. The apprehension and unease vanished, replaced by an air of haughty confidence and chilling allure. She slightly tilted her head, casting a sly smile at Lu Chen's reflection in the mirror. Boss, prepare the check. Lu Chen smiled back. He extended his hand, palm up, in an inviting gesture. Sophia, are you ready to embrace the world as flashbulbs? Sophia placed her hand in his, feeling the warmth and strength of his grasp. It was not merely body heat. It was a support, a foundation that emboldened her to face the world. She straightened her back, and the girl who once meandered on the streets, humbled by survival, utterly vanished. In her stead stood the soon-to-be Queen of Milan, poised to conquer the fashion realm, ready at all times. Outside, the music suddenly erupted. It was the opening piece for the MIFA Grand Showcase, intense, grand, brimming with a conquering spirit. Let us go. Lu Chen took her hand, leading her toward the door that opened to the light, to create the glory that belonged to her. Chapter 34, The Queen. Milan, Scala Opera House. This artistic haven, established in 1778, was transformed into a battleground of fashion for the night. A grand crystal chandelier cast a dazzling glow, illuminating the figures of the affluent lining the sides of the runway. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfumes, the rich aroma of champagne, and a palpable tension known as ambition. As the host delivered the opening remarks in his distinctively rhythmic Italian cadence, the lights abruptly shifted, and the stirring music began. The 1981 Milan International Fashion Award, MIFA, was officially underway. At the center of the judges' table sat Antonio Rossi, his expression impassive. The man, over 60, hailed as the godfather of Italian fashion, was not in a pleasant mood. As someone who regarded fashion as life itself, Antonio felt a profound disappointment regarding the past 2 years in the fashion industry. On the runway, models paraded by like a revolving door. Outrageous, Antonio scoffed inwardly. This was a French brand, resorting to exaggerated shoulder pads reminiscent of American football players, adorned with gaudy lace and sequins. Boring. This was a local heritage brand, with designs that were entirely unremarkable, relying solely on past glories, devoid of any soul. Nonsensical. This was a British newcomer attempting to push the avant-garde, yet ended up with garments that appeared tattered, the models resembling beggars who had just crawled out of a dumpster. As time ticked by, Antonio's brow furrowed deeper, his pen remaining capped and untouched. He rubbed his temples in agitation. It seemed this year's Golden Needle Award would once again remain vacant. Mediocre. Too mediocre. Antonio removed his glasses, massaging his throbbing forehead. The Golden Needle Award represented the highest honor in design, necessitating a flawless masterpiece. He had allowed this award to remain unawarded for 2 consecutive years, and if the quality continued at this level, he would prefer it to remain vacant rather than compromise his standards by even a fraction. Seated beside him were several judges, fashion editors and design directors who had been courted by Lu Chun, now fidgeting uncomfortably. They occasionally cast furtive glances at Antonio's expression, silently lamenting their plight. They wished to assist that generous Eastern tycoon, yet Antonio possessed absolute veto power. Not only they, but even the organizers had repeatedly hinted that for commercial considerations, the award should be granted. Still, he remained as unyielding as a stone. At that moment, the host's voice rang out. The next brand to be showcased is Garo. As the host announced, the lighting shifted dramatically. The previously frenetic, glaring disco lights dimmed, replaced by a soft, warm hue reminiscent of afternoon sunlight. The soothing sound of a cello replaced the raucous electronic music. The first 4 collections from Garo took the stage. No logos, no sequins, no exaggerated shoulder pads. First, the menswear collection emerged, in stark contrast to the prevailing oversized silhouettes of the era. The collection embraced a tailored Italian cut, where sleek lines delineated the masculine form with precision, and the fabric exuded a subtle matte sheen under the lights. Next, the women's attire emerged, an exquisitely minimalist business ensemble, stripped of superfluous embellishments, utilizing sophisticated shades of gray and beige to showcase a woman's poised elegance. Oh, Antonio, who had been languidly reclining against his chair, suddenly straightened his posture. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening as it fixated on the runway. Clever tailoring, he murmured to himself. Eliminating excess structure allows the fabric to speak for itself. Is that drape crafted from Peruvian alpaca wool? And the treatment of the shoulder line, subtly Eastern yet strikingly Western. Impressive, truly impressive. Antonio's pen began to dance across the notebook, inscribing his thoughts. Elegant, restrained, sophisticated. This was a rebellion against the current climate of superficiality. Next to him, Maria and Pierre exhaled in relief, seizing the moment to affirm, indeed, Chairman, the designer of this brand possesses remarkable vision. This minimalist style is nothing short of genius. However, after jotting down a few lines, Antonio's pen halted. Though his eyes sparkled with intensity, they lacked the fervor of being utterly captivated. A skilled businessman and an exceptional designer, he had defined Lu Chun in his mind. Yet ceased there. These garments might fetch a handsome price, but they lacked that golden needle. He sighed, a hint of regret, preparing to close the evaluation sheet. Sensing Antonio's thoughts, Maria leaned closer, her voice tinged with urgency. Chairman, the design philosophy of this Eastern brand is refreshingly innovative, embodying the concept of quiet luxury. Concept is one thing, the work is another, Antonio interjected without hesitation. Maria, if it were for the Best Commercial Value Award, I would not hesitate to grant it. But for the Golden Needle Award, it still falls short. Upon hearing this assessment, Maria and the others felt a chill of disappointment. Falling short. For a perfectionist like Antonio, that distinction was monumental. At that moment, the runway presentation approached its conclusion. The first 4 series of models had completed their walks, and the lights began to dim. Whispers rippled through the audience. While there was high praise for Garo, it was limited to acknowledging it as a brand of taste. Antonio shook his head and rose. Having made his decision, this year's Golden Needle Award would remain vacant. He even chuckled to himself, realizing he had harbored an unrealistic expectation for that young Eastern designer. After all, Asia is widely regarded as a fashion desert, Producing such exemplary works in the first 4 series was already miraculous. How could perfection be expected? Just then, a heavy, resonant drumbeat echoed, reverberating through the hearts of all present. The lights extinguished abruptly. Darkness enveloped the Scala Theater. The clamor ceased instantly. Everyone held their breath, uncertain of what was unfolding. Then, a cold, solitary beam of light, imbued with an irresistible allure, struck the entrance of the runway. A figure emerged from that radiant glow. No, it was not merely walking. It was a regal procession. Sophia, barefoot, stepped in rhythm with the beat. She donned the gown titled Dark Night Forest. The minimalist V-neck design sliced through the play of light and shadow, revealing her flawlessly sculpted shoulders and a deep collarbone. The heavy black silk fabric shimmered under the spotlight, revealing a beguiling, enigmatic green sheen, reminiscent of a tranquil yet perilous primeval forest at midnight. The cinched waist accentuated her astonishingly delicate figure, while the daring side-slit skirt flowed like water with each step, hinting at her long, straight, powerful legs. Hiss! Antonio heard the synchronized intake of breath from those around him. His own pupils dilated, his body, once reclined, surged forward, gripping the table's edge. What a magnificent garment! Mysterious, profound, dangerous, yet nobly breathtaking. But that was not all. What truly animated the dress was the woman who wore it, Sophia. With her head held high, her strikingly angular face adorned with a bold makeup. Her gaze transformed from previous timidity to one filled with ferocity and pride. It was the essence bestowed upon her by Lu Chun in the backstage, a queenly aura, unapologetically disdainful of seeking anyone's approval. She was not merely modeling, she was conquering. The wildness emanating from her clashed powerfully with the serene opulence of the Dark Night Forest gown, creating a striking and dynamic contrast, like a thorny rose blooming on the edge of a cliff in darkness. My God! Antonio felt his heart struck with fervor. This was the work he had awaited for 3 years. This was the ethereal quality he yearned for. This was art. His pen raced across the paper in a frenzy, fueled by excitement, even tearing through the sheet. Perfect tailoring, genius fabric application, the ultimate fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics. And what a muse this model was. She was the very soul of the garment. Bravo! Magnifico! Capolavoro! Not only Antonio but the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, soon disrupted by a flurry of whispers. The once indifferent buyers and discerning editors now widened their eyes, fixated on the figure on stage, fearful of missing any detail. As Sophia reached the forefront of the runway, paused, turned, and let the skirt arc gracefully, presenting the audience with a proud and striking silhouette, Antonio set down his pen, exhaling deeply. In this war without gunpowder, he had been utterly conquered. Backstage, at the moment Sophia stepped off the runway, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, her legs buckling as she nearly stumbled. Careful! Tian Yang-in, who had been steadfastly by her side, quickly caught her. Did I do it? Sophia grasped Tian Yang-in's arm, her eyes slightly unfocused, her voice trembling with uncertainty. On stage, she had entered a state of complete immersion, unaware of the audience's reaction. You did it! Ruan Mei rushed over, her eyes glistening, disregarding the gown's expense as she enveloped Sophia in an embrace. You were incredible. Did you see their faces? They looked as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. So satisfying. Lu Chen approached as well. He observed Sophia, who was glistening with sweat, yet radiating beauty, and smiled as he handed her a towel. Well done, my queen. His voice brimmed with affirmation. You are the brightest star tonight. Sophia accepted the towel, gazing into Lu Chen's smiling eyes, her heart finally at ease. A smile graced her lips, a radiant release of relief. As long as I didn't bring shame to the boss. Half an hour later, the award ceremony commenced. On the stage of La Scala, the lights shimmer brilliantly. Antonio stands before the microphone, clutching several envelopes in his hand. His expression remains serious, yet a glimmer of excitement dances in his eyes. This evening, we have witnessed numerous exceptional works. Antonio's voice resonates throughout the venue. Prior to presenting the ultimate grand prize, we must first award several individual accolades. The award for most commercial potential goes to Garou. Thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Lu Chun ascends the stage with a smile to accept the honor. This was anticipated. After all, the judges were compensated, and a modicum of courtesy must be extended. The award for Best Fabric Innovation is also bestowed upon Garou. Another trophy claimed. Ruan Mei in the audience claps her hands until they redden, murmuring to herself, 2 trophies already. I wonder if they are made of pure gold. How wonderful that would be. However, as the awards continue to be announced, the atmosphere in the hall begins to shift subtly. Garou has triumphed with 3 individual awards, making them the undisputed winner of the night. Yet, the most prestigious accolade, the Golden Needle Award, which signifies the highest honor, remains unannounced. Lu Chun sits calmly in the audience, while Ruan Mei and Sophia clasp each other's hands tightly, their palms slick with sweat. In previous years, Antonio would have directly declared the ceremony concluded. But today, the venerable gentleman does not leave the stage. He retrieves the final golden envelope from his suit pocket. An instant hush falls over the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone holds their breath. Antonio surveys the audience, his gaze ultimately resting upon the corner where Lu Chun sits. A rare smile graces his lips, a recognition of genius and a tribute to artistry. After a 2-year hiatus for this award, I am delighted to announce that tonight, I have finally discovered the work that resonates with my soul. Antonio slowly opens the envelope, his voice booming and resolute. The recipient of the 1981 MIFA Golden Needle Award is the Dark Forest Collection by Garreau. Boom. The venue is instantly engulfed in applause and cheers. All lights converge upon Lu Chun. "We won," Ruan Mei exclaims, leaping up to embrace Lu Chun without a care for appearances. Sophia also rises, her eyes glistening with tears, a mixture of joy and a rebirth of emotion. She gazes at the man whom Ruan Mei has embraced, the one who has pulled her from despair and lifted her to the heights. And she can no longer contain her feelings, extending her arms to embrace Lu Chun tightly, as he is enveloped by two stunning beauties, one ethereal and graceful, the other fiercely alluring. Experiencing the warmth and joy emanating from their soft bodies, Lu Chun's face breaks into a genuine smile. He gently pats their backs. At this moment, he has finally conquered the world of fashion. Stay calm, Lu Chun whispers in their ears. This is merely the beginning. In the future, such trophies will flow into our hands effortlessly. Meanwhile, Antonio observes this scene on stage, gently applauding and murmuring to himself, "The East is truly a remarkable place." Chapter 35, A Call from Rome. At the center of the stage in La Scala, the lights gleam so brightly that they are nearly blinding. Lu Chun stands at the microphone, firmly grasping the exquisitely designed Golden Needle Trophy, a symbol of countless designers' ultimate dreams. The golden glow reflects off his youthful and handsome visage, enhancing his spirited demeanor. Below, camera flashes erupt in a frenzy, the sound of shutters merging into a symphony, as if seeking to immortalize this moment. Those European media representatives who once scoffed at the Garreau brand from Hong Kong now resemble sharks sensing blood, eager to capture every subtle expression of this new Eastern luminary. Prior to today, no one believed that Asia could produce such breathtaking work, yet reality has delivered a resounding wake-up call. Sophia's climactic runway show not only captivated Antonio, but also enchanted everyone present. A black curtain? Non-existent. Even the most acerbic fashion critics, upon witnessing the Dark Forest Collection and Sophia's performance, could only remain silent in awe. Lu Chun adjusts the microphone slightly, his gaze sweeping across the sea of dark-clad individuals before finally resting upon the two girls in the front row who are watching him with excitement. Ruan Mei's face is flushed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Sophia, still catching her breath, has tears shimmering in her cerulean eyes. "Grazie, thank you." Lu Chun begins with a phrase in flawless Italian, earning a round of warm applause. He then transitions seamlessly to fluent English. Many have claimed that Hong Kong is a desert of fashion, rife only with cheap manufacturing and soulless imitation. Yet today, this trophy attests that art knows no borders, and beauty bears no prejudice. Lu Chun's gaze traverses the judging panel, lingering for a moment on the elderly gentleman. "I am grateful to Chairman Rossi and all the judges for their impartiality, to my team, and to every member of the Garreau staff. Of course, the deepest gratitude goes to my muse, Miss Sophia." Lu Chun gestures toward Sophia in the audience. The spotlight swiftly illuminates her. Sophia momentarily freezes before rising amidst the applause, gracefully performing a curtsy. In that instant, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Lastly, I wish to convey that Lu Chun raises the trophy, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is merely Garreau's first step. In the future, we will unveil more miracles from the East. The applause crescendos, resounding endlessly. The celebratory banquet following the awards ceremony is held in a top-tier restaurant within Milan's renowned Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II. This is the true arena of fame and fortune. Champagne towers reach heights surpassing that of a person, while caviar is lavishly spread across long tables as if it were free. Amidst the mingling of elegance and charm, glasses clink, and every exchange of pleasantries may conceal millions in business deals. As the unequivocal star of the evening, Lu Chun naturally becomes the target of everyone's attention. "Mr. Lu, I represent the LVMH Group. Might I have the honor of discussing investment opportunities with you?" "Mr. Lu, I am the editor-in-chief of Vogue. We would like to feature Garreau on next month's cover." "Mr. Lu, Countless business cards flurry in like snowflakes. Those who usually occupy positions of high authority in the luxury sector and fashion world now bear smiles, attempting to carve a share from the newly crowned Golden Needle winner. Lu Chen navigates the crowd with ease, a poised smile adorning his face, neither appearing flustered nor arrogant. He skillfully plays the game of diplomacy, accepting business cards and delivering impeccable official platitudes, temporarily shelving collaboration intentions to tantalize his interlocutors. Not far from him, Sophia plays the role of a protective guardian. With limited command of Italian and only a few basic phrases in English, Ruan Mei feels somewhat out of place in such an environment. Sophia remains by her side, shielding her from unwelcome advances and occasionally whispering translations of the conversations around them. That elderly lady in red. She says your skin is beautiful and inquires about your skincare products. Sophia giggles softly. Really? Ruan Mei's eyes brighten. It's just that snow cream. The kind that costs a few dollars a bottle. Would you like some? I can get you a bottle later. As she gazed at Ruan Mei's innocent and carefree demeanor, Sophia's eyes softened with tenderness. After several days of companionship, she had grown exceedingly fond of this pure-hearted and kind-hearted Eastern girl. Were it not for Ruan Mei, she might still be hiding from lone sharks on the streets, with no opportunity to stand here and bask in the admiration of the crowd. Just then, the throng parted to create a path. Antonio Rossi approached, holding a glass of wine. This typically stern chairman wore an unexpected hint of warmth on his face. Mr. Rossi. Lu Chen proactively stepped forward, raising his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. Young man, you have accomplished it, Antonio remarked, his gaze on Lu Chen imbued with a trace of sentiment. To be honest, I held little hope for you before the opening, but you have pleasantly surprised me. That girl and that dress are nothing short of perfection. Your fairness has brought forth this excellence. Lu Chen humbly replied, clinking his glass against the older man's. Without your persistence, the Golden Needle Award might still remain unawarded. Spare me the flattery. Although Antonio feigned dismissal, the smile at the corners of his eyes betrayed him. In the future, should you have any new works, remember to send them to me at the earliest opportunity. Do not allow that talent to be buried beneath the stench of commerce. Certainly, Lu Chen pledged earnestly. Garou will forever strive for a balance between art and commerce. The two, one old and one young, engaged in delightful conversation, and those around them became increasingly determined to curry favor with Lu Chen. Anyone who could earn the admiration of Antonio, the fashion patriarch, was assured a smooth path in the European fashion realm. Meanwhile, in an ancient estate by the Tiber River, the night deepened, illuminated only by a few dim lamps flickering in the wind. This castle, a quintessential example of Baroque architecture, exuded a heavy scent of medicine and aged wood in its master bedroom. A gaunt old man reclined on a massive four-poster bed, his complexion ashen and his eye sockets sunken, each breath akin to a laborious struggle. He was Count Rebirth, once a spirited Italian nobleman. He now awaited the arrival of death as a frail, dying figure. On the television opposite his bed, the news of the Milan Fashion Week replayed. The dark horse from the east, the muse goddess Sophia. The image froze on Sophia, clad in a gown reminiscent of a midnight forest, striking a haughty pose at the end of the runway. Cough, cough, cough. The Count suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, his emaciated fingers trembling as they pointed toward the screen, his throat emitting a guttural roar. Gallia, no, it can't be. She resembles her too closely. His frail fingers quivered as they pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse and agitated. The likeness in her brow and expression was strikingly reminiscent of the young Gallia. Cough, cough. The violent coughing nearly caused him to lose consciousness. The elderly steward, stationed at the door, hurried in upon hearing the commotion, expertly patting his back to ease his breath and bringing a glass of warm water. Sir, are you all right? Do you need a doctor? No, no doctors. Count Rebirth pushed the cup away, gripping the steward's hand tightly, his nails nearly digging into the flesh. Look at the television. That girl, the one named Sophia. The steward turned, puzzled, to the television, and then froze in astonishment. Having served the Rebirth family for 40 years, he certainly recognized that face. The once ostracized, pitiful maid, Gallia. Investigate. Count Rebirth gasped, his eyes radiating a spark of hope. Utilize every connection our family possesses. I want to know everything about this girl. Especially who her mother is. Sir, are you suspecting? The steward inquired cautiously. Not suspecting. It is a certainty. Count Rebirth's voice, though frail, was imbued with an undeniable authority. She is my bloodline. My last remaining bloodline in this world. Throughout his life, he had indulged in pleasures but had failed to leave behind even a son or daughter. As his health deteriorated, his distant relatives, like vultures, circled hungrily around his inheritance, filling him with profound sorrow and fear. He did not wish to hand over the century-old family legacy to those who eagerly awaited his demise. If that child still lives, go immediately contact Milan. I want the phone number of the owner of Jianghu Group. I need to speak with him right away. Yes, sir. In Milan, late at night, the splendor had faded, and the clamor had dissipated. By the time Lu Chun returned to the Four Seasons Hotel with the two girls, it was already 2 in the morning. The trio was somewhat exhausted, particularly Ruan Mei, who had overindulged and was sprawled on the sofa, rubbing her stomach. Sophia, however, was still buzzing with excitement. Having removed her high heels to walk barefoot across the luxurious carpet, clutching the heavy golden needle trophy and caressing it with delight. Boss, we really won, Sophia murmured, as if still lost in a dream. It feels like a dream. This is merely the beginning. Lu Chun removed his suit jacket and casually tossed it over the chair, then walked over to the safe, adeptly entering the code. Click. The safe opened. Sophia, come here, Lu Chun beckoned. Sophia set down the trophy. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she approached. What is it, boss? Are we going to discuss the bonuses? Her mind was consumed with the thought of that $300,000. With that money, she could settle her debts, afford her mother's treatment, and perhaps even redeem their home. Something more significant than a bonus. Lu Chun handed her the paper bag. Open it and see. Sophia took the bag, feeling its weightlessness. Hesitantly, she opened the seal and pulled out several thin sheets of paper. The first was a loan receipt bearing her shaky signature, along with the nightmarish figure of 20 billion lira. Yet now, a bright red stamp marked it as settled. She raised her gaze in disbelief, staring at Lu Chun, her lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. This is I have cleared your loan, Lu Chun stated matter-of-factly, as if it were a trivial matter. From this day forth, you owe no one a penny. You are free. Tears instantly streamed down Sophia's face. She did not wipe them away but allowed them to fall onto the receipt. Trembling, she opened the second envelope. Inside was a red property deed, the one she had reluctantly pawned to pay for her mother's treatment, for their small, dilapidated apartment in Chinatown, rich with memories. I have redeemed the house as well, Lu Chun said, his gaze tender as he looked at her. When your mother is discharged, she will need a home to return to, will she not? Wow. Sophia could no longer contain herself. She clutched the documents tightly to her chest, akin to a child who had finally found solace after enduring long-standing grievances. She leaped into Lu Chun's embrace. Thank you, she sobbed, her cries heart-wrenching and unrestrained, releasing all the pent-up anguish and fear of so long. Lu Chun gently patted her back, allowing her tears to soak his shirt. Meanwhile, Ruan Mei, who had been rubbing her stomach on the couch, froze at the sight, watching the two embrace tightly, witnessing Sophia's unreserved reliance. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her heart. That sensation is akin to having painstakingly nurtured a cabbage, only to have it suddenly nudged by another little pig. Although this cabbage was never hers to begin with, it was still she who had brought the pig home. Humph, Ruan Mei pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she turned her head away and muttered softly, I wish someone would help me buy a house, even though I don't have one yet. However, witnessing Sophia's heartbreaking tears, Ruan Mei's innate kindness prevailed. She was genuinely happy for Sophia, who had endured so much suffering and was finally liberated. Fine. Given your woeful circumstances, I shall lend you a brief embrace. Just for a moment. Ruan Mei silently circled this thought in her mind. Just as the room was enveloped in a warm and touching atmosphere, brimming with joyful delight, the vintage telephone in the living room rang sharply, shattering the tranquility and sentimentality. Lu Chun gently pushed Sophia aside, offering her a reassuring glance before approaching the desk to pick up the receiver. Hello, who is this? An array of static crackled through the line, followed by an elderly, frail voice that carried an air of long-held authority. This voice exuded the essence of decaying nobility, interspersed with a sense of urgent anxiety. Good evening, Mr. Liu. This is Lubers. The old man's voice trembled, a last flicker of life before it extinguished. Lubers of the Lubers family. Chapter 36, A Late Confession. In the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel in Miblu, this call from Rome felt like a rusty saw, slowly slicing through a wound that had been sealed for 20 years. Count Lubers addressed the receiver with a calm demeanor, yet his gaze deepened into inscrutability. I have heard much about you. However, I am curious about the reason for your late-night call. On the other end, Count Lubers seemed to be struggling to steady his breathing, his aged voice tinged with an urgent inquiry. Mr. Liu, I apologize for the intrusion. I watched the news tonight and wish to inquire about the finale model of your brand's runway show, Miss Sophia. Is her mother named Galia? Lu Chun tightened his grip on the receiver, glancing at the visibly anxious Sophia, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Sir, that appears to be a matter of my employee's privacy, Lu Chun replied coolly. She is a diamond in the rough I discovered on the streets of Miblu. What? Is the Luber's family seeking to enter the modeling industry? Yes, it is relevant. Lubers exclaimed, his excitement causing him to cough. Audible sounds of a butler patting his back in the background. After a prolonged silence, the elderly voice returned, now infused with a desperate resignation and a hint of unavoidable confrontation with reality. Mr. Lu, could you please switch to speakerphone? I believe Miss Sophia is by your side. Lu Chan turned to Sophia, who was biting her lips so hard that her azure eyes were tumultuous with emotion. She recognized the name. Although she had not yet been born, her mother had cursed and lamented it countless times during her moments of madness. Taking a deep breath, she stiffly nodded at Lu Chan. He pressed the speakerphone button. You may speak now. Sophia, is it your child? I am your father. Boom. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the moment that name escaped the man's lips, Sophia felt as if a thunderclap had erupted within her mind. She trembled all over, her hands gripping the armrests of the sofa so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She bit her lip to stifle any sound. Yet tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. If you remain silent, I shall take it as an affirmation. Lubers seemed to derive an answer from her silence. He sighed, his voice heavy with remorse and desolation. Years ago, I was a scoundrel, a beast. For the sake of my family's honor and that damned facade, I hurt Galia and abandoned you both. I am a sinner, and God is punishing me. I endure the torment of illness every day. You deserve it. Sophia's tears erupted, her body shaking violently. What use are your words now? Do you have any idea how we have lived these past 20 years? Do you know how my mother went mad? She is now in a mental institution, while you bask in wealth and luxury in your castle. I am truly sorry. I am so very sorry. Luber's voice grew increasingly hoarse. I know I am unworthy of forgiveness. I am nearing death, Sophia. The doctors say I have only a few days left. But I cannot die like this. I have no other children. You are my only bloodline in this world. If I die, the centuries-old legacy of the Luber's family, along with its immeasurable wealth, will fall into the hands of that greedy brother, Mondale. He is undeserving. He is a prodigal son, a leech. Sophia, please return. If you come back, all of this will be yours. You can use this money to treat your mother, to give her the best care, the finest life. I beg you, grant me a chance for redemption. I have no interest. Sophia shouted hysterically. I do not wish to see you. Take your filthy money and go to hell. You cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing resonated from the other end, followed by chaotic commotion. Sir, call for a doctor. Oxygen. Quickly. The line erupted into chaos, the cacophony of medical instruments and voices intertwining. Minutes later, a steady yet apologetic male voice answered the call. Mr. Lu, this is Giovanni, the butler of Count Lubers. I deeply apologize. The master's emotions were too heightened, resulting in a heart attack. The doctor is currently administering aid. It seems we cannot continue this conversation tonight. However, before losing consciousness, the master specifically instructed me to convey that, regardless of whether Miss Sophia wishes to acknowledge it, she is the only direct descendant of the Lubers family. The master hopes to leave the family inheritance to her. Otherwise, it will all fall into the hands of Lord Mondale, who is the master's biological brother. Tomorrow morning, I will take the earliest flight to Miblu to explain everything to Miss Sophia in person. Goodbye. The call ended, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Sophia felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the sofa, her hands covering her face as she emitted muffled sobs. Wanmei hurried over, gently embracing her and patting her back as one would comfort a child, her own eyes glistening with tears. Lu Chen remained silent, moving to the window to light a cigarette, quietly gazing at the dazzling nightscape of Miblu. He did not attempt to persuade Sophia to forgive. One cannot urge others to be kind without having endured their suffering. Luber's actions had ruined Galia's life and shattered Sophia's childhood. Such hatred cannot be soothed by a mere declaration of impending death. After a considerable time, the sobs gradually transformed into quiet weeping. Lu Chen approached, handing a glass of water to Wanmei before crouching down to meet Sophia's swollen red eyes. Have you vented your anger? Do you feel any better? Lu Chen's voice was calm, devoid of cheap sympathy, only rational concern. Sophia sniffled, nodding before shaking her head. Mr. Lu, am I being too harsh? Though he is a scoundrel, it seems he is nearing death. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Too harsh. Lu Chen scoffed. What you uttered pales in comparison to what he did 2 decades ago. Even if you were to pull out his oxygen tube right now, I would not consider it excessive. Sophia was taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from Lu Chen. His tone was calm and objective. If I were in your position, I might even contemplate spitting on his grave. Sophia lifted her gaze, her swollen eyes fixed on Lu Chen. But Sophia, he continued, It is he who has wronged you, not the other way around. You harbor hatred towards him, yet you must not choose to evade responsibility, allowing him to bestow upon others that which rightfully belongs to you. Think about it. If you do not return, those things that should belong to you and your mother will fall into the hands of that vile Mondale. Will he express gratitude? No, having taken the money. He will merely mock you and your mother, deriding the tribulations you have endured over the past 20 years, leaving you with nothing in the end. Sophia stood in stunned silence. You should reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. Lu Chen approached her, crouching down to meet her gaze. Take his money to treat your mother, ensuring she resides in a sanatorium as opulent as a palace. Utilize his influence to transform yourself into the most esteemed woman in the world, compelling all those who once tormented you to kneel at your feet. That is true revenge. Retrieve what is yours, and then stand before his gravestone to declare, I have taken your money, yet I still do not forgive you. That is what it means to find relief. Ruan Mei chimed in. Indeed, Sister Sophia. Mr. Liu is absolutely correct. Why not seize the ill-gotten gains of the wicked? With that money, we can do good deeds and aid many others, infuriating that old scoundrel. As Sophia absorbed Lu Chen's words, her previously chaotic expression gradually crystallized into clarity. Yes. Why should I allow that despicable uncle to benefit? Why should I cede anything to the Lubers family? I understand now. Sophia clenched her teeth, her eyes shining with determination. I will return. I will reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. Lu Chen smiled. That's the spirit. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, the real negotiations begin. This night was destined to be sleepless. Ruan Mei nestled into Sophia's bed, clutching her little pillow. The two girls huddled together, with Ruan Mei clumsily comforting Sophia in a mix of broken English and Cantonese. It's all right. With Mr. Liu here, there's nothing to fear. He is the most formidable. He is not afraid of loan sharks. Sophia embraced Ruan Mei, listening to her incessant chatter, and miraculously, her heart began to calm. The following morning, the cerulean sunlight shone brightly, yet the atmosphere in the Four Seasons Hotel's parlor was laden with gravity. A meticulously dressed elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, with impeccably groomed hair, stood before Lu Chen and Sophia. He was Giovanni, the steward of the Lubers family. He appeared weary, clearly having traveled overnight by private jet, yet his manners remained impeccable. Miss Sophia, Mr. Liu, Giovanni bowed deeply, maintaining the posture for a full 10 seconds. On behalf of my master, I extend my most sincere apologies. Rising, Giovanni regarded the girl before him, who bore a striking resemblance to the young Gloria, with a gaze that was both complex and compassionate. He had once worked alongside that kind-hearted girl, and as a servant, he had been powerless to intervene in those past events. A source of torment for him over the years. My master has stabilized following last night's emergency treatment, but the doctors have advised that his time is truly limited. Giovanni produced a thick document from his briefcase. This is the draft of the will my master had the lawyer prepare overnight, along with an inventory of the family assets. He extended the documents towards Sophia with both hands. My master has stated that he does not dare to hope for your forgiveness. He merely wishes to entrust these matters to you. If you are unwilling to meet him in Rome, he will sign and have the lawyer notarize everything. However, the transfer of family assets is quite complex, especially with that Uncle Mondale lurking. Without your personal involvement, many assets may not be successfully transferred. Sophia did not take the documents, but instead looked to Lu Chen. He nodded slightly. Taking a deep breath, Sophia opened the inventory. Just the first page made her hand tremble. 3 historic buildings in the heart of Rome, a vacation estate on Sardinia, a winery in Sicily, and a long list of zeros in bank accounts. Yet what truly seized her attention was a line in the middle of the document. Prada Group, 15 shares, largest individual shareholder. Sophia's heart raced. Prada. Even a newcomer in the fashion world knows of this illustrious Italian brand. Although Prada was still in the early stages of Miuccia Prada's reforms and had not yet reached its later heights, it remained one of the top luxury goods conglomerates in Italy and indeed the world. The Lubers family was, astonishingly, the financial backbone of Prada. Giovanni seemed to perceive Sophia's hesitation and gently added, Miss, I understand you are currently pursuing a career in fashion alongside Mr. Liu. The Lubers family not only holds shares in Prada, but is also the silent partner behind several top fabric manufacturers in Italy. Should you return to the family, you could freely access these resources. This statement was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Sophia suddenly lifted her head, looking at Lu Chen. In her eyes, there was no longer confusion, but rather a resolute determination. She recalled Lu Chen's anxiety in helping her find models, his unwavering support in helping her pay off debts, and his encouragement on the runway. I want to help you too, Sophia affirmed within herself. I do not wish to merely be a decorative model. I aspire to be a woman who can stand by your side and genuinely assist you. The Count had but one request, to legally sever Lord Mondale's claim to inheritance. As Giovanni spoke, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Lord Mondale was a greedy and unscrupulous man. If the family falls into his hands, it would truly be the end. After a lengthy pause, she inhaled deeply and coldly addressed Giovanni. Very well, I shall return. Giovanni's eyes lit up with joy. Really, that would be splendid. My master will surely, hold on. Sophia interrupted, her voice as firm as iron. I will assist him in dealing with my unscrupulous uncle, but not for his sake. I do it to reclaim what belongs to my mother and me. Tell that old man not to expect me to address him as father, nor should he hope for my forgiveness. I am merely here to collect what is owed. Giovanni momentarily faltered, then smiled wryly, bowing his head. I understand. My master has also said that this is what he deserves. As long as you are willing to return, even if it is just to scold him, he would be overjoyed. Give me 2 days, Sophia stated. I have some matters to attend to, and I need time to prepare mentally. No problem. No problem. Giovanni nodded vigorously. In 2 days, the family's private plane will be waiting at Milan Airport, ready to welcome you. After seeing the butler off, the atmosphere in the room did not lighten. Sophia sat on the sofa. Despite having inherited a vast fortune, she appeared anything but happy, instead looking somewhat despondent. What's wrong? Still thinking about your mother? Lu Chun inquired as he sat beside her. Yes, Sophia replied, lowering her head. Every time I mention him, I picture my mother in the psychiatric hospital. Mr. Lu, do you think I am a bad woman? For the sake of money, have I bowed to my enemies? Fool. Lu Chun ruffled her hair. This is not bowing, this is revenge. Moreover, it is not only you who requires this sum. Your mother is in even greater need of these funds for her treatment. I do not wish to exploit your suffering for personal gain, but rather to convey that this is the compensation you rightfully deserve. Sophia quietly savored Lu Chen's affectionate gesture, her emotions gradually settling. However, what now demands your attention is Lu Chen's expression, which has turned serious, concerning your uncle, Mondale. You heard the butler's words just now. He is certainly not someone to be underestimated. In my anticipation, such familial feuds over inheritance are often more ruthless than gang conflicts. Lu Chen rose and approached the window, gazing out at the cerulean streets. This return to Rome will undoubtedly not be smooth sailing. Mondale will not allow a golden opportunity to slip away without action. He is certain to strike, and it is highly likely that he may ambush you along the way. What then? Ruan Mei anxiously grasped Sophia's hand. Does that not place Sophia in peril? There is no escaping this. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Thus, before we embark, we must prepare accordingly. Ah Sheng, Lu Chen called out. The ever-watchful Tian Yangsheng entered. Heightened vigilance is essential this week. I suspect Mondale will soon receive word and may send assassins to Milan. Understood. Tian Yangsheng nodded, a glimmer of bloodlust in his gaze. Should they dare to come, they shall face the consequences. Furthermore, has there been any news from Ai's side? Tian Yangsheng confirmed. I just received word. The 3 individuals have been located. A smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. Excellent. Let us go meet the trio of fast food warriors. With them, alongside Tian Yangqi. This journey to Rome will allow me to seize the Pope's crown and kick it like a ball, with no one daring to utter a word of dissent. Chapter 37. The Triangular Alliance assembles. In the early morning of Milan, the air was infused with the delightful aroma of freshly baked croissants mingled with a faint scent of pigeon droppings. At a street corner near the cathedral square, a yellow Mitsubishi L300 van, modified to possess a distinctly futuristic aesthetic, was parked under the shade of trees, its body gleaming brightly. Standing out amidst a sea of Italian Fiat cars. 2 hot dogs, one with mustard, the other with just ketchup. 1 serving of fried noodles. Make it large. Coming right up. The fast food van was bustling with business. Thomas, balancing on a skateboard, expertly maneuvered 2 trays through the throngs of people and outdoor tables. His distinctive large nose and vibrant athletic attire made him appear as though he were an exuberant young lad brimming with energy. Excuse me, coming through. Watch out for the hot soup. With a swift pivot, Thomas adeptly placed the trays in front of the customers. Exchanging a few playful remarks in his rudimentary Italian with a nearby blonde beauty, eliciting a delightful laugh from her. Meanwhile, inside the food truck, David was donning an apron, wielding 2 spatulas as if they were extensions of his own being. The beef on the grill sizzled and wafted enticing aromas. In contrast to Thomas's exuberance, David exhibited a more composed demeanor, though the bulging muscles on his arms clearly indicated he was no stranger to physical exertion. Hey, Thomas, stop flirting and attend to the plates at the back. We're running low. David shouted, wiping the sweat from his brow. I know. You sound like a nagging mother. Thomas skated back, casually grabbing a stack of plates. With business booming like this, when will we ever save enough to replace this old van with a proper restaurant? Just as the two were engrossed in their bustling activities, a rotund figure came puffing toward them. Sporting the iconic mushroom haircut of the era and clad in a somewhat snug detective's coat, he tightly clutched a brown paper bag. Moby, the nominal shareholder of this fast food venture, now a lackluster private detective, spent his days fantasizing about cracking major cases, only to find himself either searching for lost cats or catching cheating spouses. Thomas, David, stop selling. Pack it up. Moby rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he pounded on the truck window. A monumental opportunity has arrived. David didn't even look up, continuing to stir the noodles. Last time you claimed it was a big deal, and we ended up helping an old lady catch a cat, only to be bitten by fleas and barely earning 10,000 lira, not even enough for gas. Exactly. Thomas rolled his eyes, leaning against the truck door. Moby, why don't you just quit your job and come here to help wash plates? I promise you 3 meals a day. Oh, this time it's different. Moby insisted, stamping his feet anxiously, his face quivering with urgency. This time, it's a genuine big spender. They even paid this amount just for the deposit. Saying this, he looked around furtively, as if committing a crime, and opened the paper bag to reveal a thick stack of dollars inside. The vibrant green of Franklin's visage shimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Gasp! Thomas and David simultaneously inhaled sharply. Is this real money? Thomas reached out to touch it, but Moby swiftly swatted his hand away. Of course it's real. $20,000. And that's just the deposit. Moby beamed with pride, as though he had earned the money through his own efforts, explaining that if they accepted this job, each would receive an additional $50,000 upon completion, with travel and accommodation fully covered. $50,000 each. David nearly dropped the spatula he was holding. In this era, $50,000 in Milan is an astronomical sum, sufficient for them to upgrade from this dilapidated van to a respectable establishment. However, their initial greed was soon overshadowed by caution. If they are offering this much, the job must be far from simple. Surely, they aren't expecting us to commit murder or arson. David furrowed his brow. Moby, while we may be impoverished, we do not engage in illegal activities. David is right. Thomas shook his head. This money feels too hot to handle. We can't accept it. Oh, you two stubborn fools. Moby, seeing them waver, grew desperate. I never said you had to do anything illegal. It's a bodyguard job. A wealthy boss needs to send someone to Rome and requires a few skilled locals. They specifically requested us 3 due to our abilities. Bodyguards? Thomas regarded him skeptically. Us 3? Yes. It must be the 3 of us together. 1 less would not suffice. This is the boss's explicit requirement. Moby began to employ his persuasive charm. Just think about it. That's a total of $170,000. After this job, we could finally open a genuine restaurant in Milan. Do you want to spend your lives inhaling greasy smoke here? Moreover, Moby scratched his stomach sheepishly. I've already promised them, and the deposit has been received. If we back out now, we may find it impossible to live in Milan. That contact looks like a tough character. Thomas and David exchanged glances. Having grown up together, they were not merely friends but brothers, though they often bickered. They stood by each other during critical moments. Besides, they were indeed in dire need of money. As long as it isn't something heinous, David gritted his teeth. Let us do it. Splendid. Moby exclaimed with delight. Quick, quick, quick. Let us pack up. The boss is waiting for us at the Four Seasons Hotel. An hour later, at the Four Seasons Hotel, when the somewhat dilapidated yellow fast food truck came to a halt at the opulent entrance of the hotel, the doorman turned pale. However, upon seeing the rotund figure leap from the vehicle and present a pre-reserved VIP room key, the doorman could only graciously grant them entry. Inside the presidential suite, Lu Chun sat upon the sofa, perusing a map of Rome, while Tian Yangsheng stood silently behind him, resembling a statue. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and Tian Yangi led the trio of comical characters into the room. Thomas, with a curious expression, surveyed the opulent decor, while David fidgeted nervously, adjusting his attire. Only Mayobi feigned calmness, though his darting eyes betrayed his anxiety. Lu Chun lifted his gaze, sweeping over the 3 individuals before him. This was indeed the illustrious golden triangle of Hong Kong action cinema. As he gazed upon these familiar faces, an inexplicable sense of warmth surged within him. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Chun, the proprietor of the Jianghu Group. Lu Chun did not adopt an air of superiority, but instead gestured for Juan, made to serve tea to the 3. The reason I have summoned you here is that I have heard of your exceptional skills and quick wits in the realm of Malang, coupled with your unwavering integrity. Haha, you flatter us, boss. Mayobi rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. We're merely trying to make a living. May I inquire about the nature of this grand venture? It's quite straightforward, Lu Chun replied, pointing to the silent figure of Miss Sophia, seated beside him. This is Miss Sophia. She is about to embark on a journey to Rome to inherit a substantial fortune and a noble title. The trio's eyes brightened at Lu Chun's words. Sophia was adorned in a delicate dress today, though lacking the commanding presence she displayed on the runway. Her air of noble elegance captivated the three impoverished youths who had never encountered such grandeur. How beautiful! Thomas instinctively swallowed hard. Ahem. David elbowed him. However, Lu Chun's tone shifted as he became serious. Unfortunately, there are those who wish to thwart her inheritance. Her uncle, Lord Mondale, may orchestrate some unfortunate events along the way. Thus, I require the three of you to serve as Miss Sophia's personal bodyguards and escort her to Rome. A tale of family feuds? Mayobi shrank back slightly. This sounds remarkably akin to a movie plot. Will there be gunfights? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Lu Chun candidly stated, which is precisely why I sought you out. If you can ensure her safe arrival at the Lubis Manor in Rome and protect her for 3 days, the remaining $50,000 will be immediately dispensed. Should there be any injuries along the way, an additional $100,000 will be granted as compensation. Upon hearing the figure of $100,000, the trio's resolve solidified once more. We're in. Mayobi was the first to agree, his eyes glimmering with visions of wealth. It's just a few assassins. After all, what haven tea we brothers encountered. We accept this task. Thomas and David exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in agreement. Very well. For the sake of money, no? For justice, to protect this beautiful lady, we shall undertake this mission, Thomas declared with righteous fervor. Excellent. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, rest assured. I will arrange for another team to follow discreetly. Should any insurmountable troubles arise, simply contact IE. In his strategic design, they would serve as decoys, drawing fire from Mondale's camp, while he himself, accompanied by Tianyang's 7 sons, would maneuver covertly. Ding. Detecting key plot character, Thomas. Check-in for the film Fast Food Truck. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. 1 free attribute point. Listening to the melodious notification in his mind, Lu Chun gazed at the trio of amusing characters before him, his spirits lifted. Go prepare yourselves. Lu Chun waved his hand. We depart in 2 days. As for this food truck, it will be temporarily stored at the hotel. I have arranged superior transportation for you. 2 days later, at the private Renata Airport in Mulang, a Gulfstream jet emblazoned with the Lubis family crest sat on the runway. Sophia was clad in a sleek black professional suit, her wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses giving her the appearance of a queen ready to survey her domain. Beside her, Thomas, David, and Mayobi donned matching black suits, wearing earpieces, standing tall and proud. However, a closer inspection revealed that their suits were slightly snug, and their eyes wandered restlessly, clearly still adjusting to this high-end setting. Miss Sophia, please. The butler Giovanni stood respectfully at the boarding gate. Sophia turned back, glancing at Lu Chun, who was bidding her farewell from a distance. Though obscured by sunglasses, Lu Chun could sense her reluctance and dependence. Lu Chun smiled and nodded reassuringly, gesturing for her to proceed without worry. Taking a deep breath, Sophia turned and boarded the plane. Thomas and the others hurried after her, waving goodbye to Lu Chun as if they were schoolchildren embarking on a spring outing. As the plane roared down the runway and ascended into the clouds, Lu Chun's smile gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of cold resolve. Boss. Tianyang appeared silently behind Lu Chun, his voice low. There were 2 suspicious individuals at the airport who were covertly photographing Miss Sophia. They are likely Mondale's spies. Excellent. Lu Chun turned, adjusting the collar of his coat. Have the tickets been secured? Yes, they have been, Director Lu, Wanmei replied. The express train to Rome departs from Mulang Central Station in half an hour. Sister N and Brother Yong have already blended into the station. Let us be on our way. Lu Chun strode towards a nondescript taxi parked by the roadside. This Roman holiday is destined to be drenched in blood for it to be truly thrilling. Wanmei followed closely behind, a small suitcase in hand. Though slightly anxious, she steeled herself, her gaze fixed on Lu Chun's broad back, quickening her pace to keep up. Thus began a game of inheritance, power, and vengeance. As the train accelerated, officially unveiling the curtain on this dramatic saga. Chapter 38, Speed and Passion Roman Holiday Edition. Rome, a hidden villa along the ancient Appian Way. This was the private domain of Lord Mondale. In contrast to his brother Lubis's castle, steeped in historical essence, Mondale's villa exuded opulence and modernity, radiating an air of impatient pride. At this moment, Mondale, donned in a scarlet robe, brandished an exquisite goblet, which he smashed violently against the floor. Crash! Red wine splattered across the white Persian carpet, resembling a shocking pool of blood. That old fool is on his deathbed, yet he dares to produce an illegitimate daughter? Mondale seethed, his face quivering with fury. It's been 20 years. I have waited a full 20 years. Just as those assets. Those shares were about to fall into my hands. A bastard child appears out of nowhere. Before him knelt several subordinates clad in black suits, trembling in fear. According to our informants in Malang, my lord, one of whom mustered the courage to report, the girl named Sophia has boarded the family's private jet and is expected to arrive in Rome in 2 hours. Perfect timing. A glint of malice flickered in Mondale's eyes. Since that old ghost wishes to see his daughter one last time, I shall play the benevolent role and send them both to hell for a reunion. He turned to the shadowy figures of 2 muscular men standing nearby. One was tall with black hair and a fierce gaze. The other, slightly shorter, sported exaggerated eyeliner, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. They were none other than the iconic henchmen from the film fast food truck, the formidable Kess and the flamboyant Benny. Listen closely. Mondale's voice was frigid. Divide into 2 teams. Benny, Kess, you are to take a team to Fiumicino Airport and keep an eye on that private jet. Since they dare to make such a grand entrance, let us send them off to the afterlife on the road. Remember, act in a secluded area, and avoid drawing too much attention. Understood. Benny twisted his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks, and revealed a cruel smile. Another team promptly set off for Milan, intent on capturing that wild child, along with her deranged mother who resided in a psychiatric hospital. As long as I have that old woman in my grasp, I refuse to believe that Sophia would dare to sign anything. Indeed, high above in the sky, a Gulfstream private jet glided smoothly through the clouds. Thomas, David, and Mayobi, after a brief period of initial awkwardness, soon revealed their true natures. Particularly Mayobi, who, while holding a glass of champagne, pretentiously attempted to flirt with the flight attendant, only to be met with her polite smile that swiftly rebuffed him. Sophia sat by the window, gazing at the Apennine Mountains beneath the clouds, her emotions swirling in complexity. Miss Sophia, do not fret, David offered. Though he appeared somewhat dull-witted, he was astute in his observations. He handed Sophia a warm towel, noting her furrowed brow. Are you worried about what happens after we arrive in Rome? Thank you, Sophia replied as she accepted the towel, managing a weak smile. I was merely thinking of my mother. She has spent so many years in a psychiatric hospital, her mind lost to confusion. I can only hope the caregivers will look after her properly in my absence. A psychiatric hospital? David paused momentarily, then, as if finding a kindred spirit, exclaimed, Your mother is also mentally ill? The directness of his remark prompted Thomas to discreetly kick him under the table. That wasn't my intention. David scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his explanation. Actually, my father is in a psychiatric hospital as well. He suffers from depression and delusions, convinced he is a great hero. Really? Sophia asked, surprised. Indeed, Thomas interjected. This lad is quite filial. He has poured all his earnings into his father's treatment. The hospital where his father resides is quite renowned in Milan. What is it called? St. Heart Sanctuary? Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment. St. Heart? My mother is there too. What a coincidence. The 3 were left utterly dumbfounded. Although Milan is not large, there are several psychiatric hospitals, and the chance of being in the same one was remarkable. What an extraordinary twist of fate, Thomas exclaimed excitedly. Then, your father and my mother must be companions in illness. They might even share sunbathing sessions together. Once this situation is resolved, we should return and introduce them. David proposed earnestly. The doctor mentioned that if mental patients have friends they can converse with, it aids in their recovery. Sophia was equally astonished by this serendipitous connection. The gloom that had lingered for days began to dissipate. That would be wonderful. If they truly can converse, it would be splendid. As she observed the 3 of them animatedly discussing matters pertaining to St. Heart Sanctuary. None of them were aware that David's father and Sophia's mother not only knew each other, but were also engaged in a passionate romance within that very psychiatric hospital. Such is the so-called destiny of fate. Meanwhile, on the ground, a high-speed train from Milan to Rome was racing forward. In the first-class compartment, Lu Chun was resting with his eyes closed, plotting his strategies for when they arrived in Rome. Opposite him, Ruan Mei rested her chin on her hand, gazing blankly at Lu Chun's profile. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of admiration, attachment, and a profound sense of entanglement and inferiority. The events of the past few days had struck her, an ordinary girl who had lived a frugal life, with tremendous impact. Sophia, the girl who had once fed pigeons with her in the streets and had been rescued by Lu Chun, had transformed into a true countess, the heir to a vast fortune. Oh, Ame, look at her, Ruan Mei thought bitterly to herself. She is now a princess, wealthy and powerful, beautiful as well, capable of assisting Director Liu with that protégé issue. In the future, as director Lu's career flourishes, only women like Sophia deserve him, right? She glanced down at herself, as if attempting to convince herself to let go. Although Lu Chun treated her kindly, buying her clothes and introducing her to the world, she could never shake off the knot in her heart, her illness. A congenital heart defect. It was a ticking time bomb. Doctors had warned her that she might not live past 30. I am nothing but a burden. Wanmei bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddened. If I were with director Lu and something were to happen to me one day, how heartbroken he would be. Moreover, I cannot be of any help to him. I only bring him trouble. Reason told her that she should step back, that she should allow Lu Chun and Sophia to be together, as that would be the better outcome for everyone. Yet, the past month of shared experiences, from Hong Kong to Milan, every little moment, the care Lu Chun provided, his tenderness, and that heart-racing embrace, made it hard to let go. She truly couldn't bear to part with it. What's wrong? Have you been staring at me? Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Wanmei's gaze, which was glistening with unshed tears. Wanmei was startled, quickly averting her gaze, pretending to admire the scenery. And no, I was just looking at the cows outside. The cows in Italy are so big. Lu Chun chuckled, choosing not to expose her clumsy lie. Instead, he reached out, gently clasping her small hand resting on the table. Wanmei's hand was cold and slightly trembling. Don't overthink it. Lu Chun's voice was gentle yet firm. This trip to Italy has gone smoothly thanks to you, my little lucky charm. Once we resolve things in Rome, I'll give you a break. Whatever you want to eat or do, just say the word. As Wanmei felt the warmth from his hand, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her heart raced uncontrollably, but this time, it was not due to her illness, but rather from the sweetness of the moment. Yet, instead of choosing to distance herself as she had in the past, she offered a radiant smile. Yes, after disembarking from the train and exiting the station, the bustling Termini station in Rome was alive with activity. In order to avoid drawing attention, Lu Chun chose not to meet with Sophia. He and Wanmei blended in, posing as ordinary Asian tourists, hailing a taxi that whisked them away to their prearranged hotel. Tasked with their protection was Tianyang's youngest, Tianyang Yong, a towering figure wearing sunglasses, trailing behind them like a solid tower. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Tianyang had already dispersed under the leadership of Tianyang Sheng, silently infiltrating the night of Rome, stealthily making their way toward the Lubis Manor and Mondale's villa. On the other side, at Fiumicino Airport, Sophia and her companions had just exited the VIP passage. Two black Mercedes had been waiting at the exit for quite some time, arranged by their butler Giovanni. Miss Sophia, please, the driver respectfully opened the car door. Sophia stepped into the back seat, while Mayobi insisted on squeezing in to provide close protection, and Thomas eagerly claimed the driver's seat. Shoving the original driver into the passenger seat, David took the second car to secure their rear. Wow, riding in this luxury vehicle is exhilarating, Thomas exclaimed, running his hands over the steering wheel, whistling in excitement. It's so much better than my old van. The convoy sped out of the airport, heading toward the city of Rome. Initially, everything was normal. However, as they entered a secluded road flanked by desolate land, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A jarring roar of engines erupted from behind. Three modified Land Rover SUVs charged forth from a side road like frenzied bulls, barreling directly towards the lead car where Sophia sat. Watch out! The driver in the passenger seat screamed in terror. Hold on tight. Thomas's expression sharpened, the playful smile vanishing in an instant. He abruptly yanked the steering wheel, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The luxurious Mercedes carved a graceful S-shaped drift along the highway, narrowly avoiding a collision from the side. Bang! A Land Rover behind them crashed into the guardrail, sending sparks flying. Yet, two more vehicles swiftly adjusted their course, flanking from left and right. Damn it, these bastards are serious. Mayobi, thrown about in the back seat, clutched Sophia tightly, shouting, Miss Sophia, duck. The car in front. Stop, or I'll start shooting. The window of the right side Land Rover rolled down, and Benny leaned out, brandishing a submachine gun, his eyes lined with madness. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained upon the Mercedes' bulletproof glass, producing a cacophony of sharp cracks as countless fissures appeared instantaneously. Damn, my new suit. Thomas cursed, refusing to halt. Instead, he violently swerved right. Get out of my way. The heavy Mercedes collided forcefully with the side of the Land Rover. Bang! With the momentum, the Land Rover veered off course, nearly careening off the road. David, help! Thomas bellowed into the intercom. On my way. In the car trailing behind, David floored the accelerator, ramming into the rear of the left side Land Rover, spinning it in place. The ensuing 5 minutes resembled a live-action Jackie Chan film. Thomas maneuvered the hefty luxury vehicle, executing various defying the laws of physics drifts on the narrow country road. He utilized sharp turns to strike the pursuing vehicle, took cover behind roadside grass piles, and even leveraged a construction ramp to momentarily launch the car into the air. Mayobi's screams echoed through the air. Finally, at a sharp bend, Thomas seized the moment, slamming on the brakes while simultaneously pulling the handbrake. The Mercedes executed a tailspin drift, seamlessly transitioning onto another road. The lead off-road vehicle, caught off guard, attempted to turn and follow, only to crash headlong into a drainage ditch, flipping over completely. Yes, a home run. Thomas exultantly raised his fist. At last, as the lights of Rome's cityscape emerged ahead, accompanied by the wailing sirens of police cars rushing to their aid, Benny and his crew realized the gravity of their situation and could only furiously slap the steering wheel. Retreat. It's too risky to act in the city. The Land Rover convoy vanished into the wilderness after a sharp turn. Thomas exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. Miss Sophia, are you all right? I'm fine. Sophia adjusted her hair, her gaze icy. I will remember this. Almost simultaneously, in the Kowloon Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, the night was deep and silent. Several shadowy figures stealthily climbed over the walls of the facility, making their way to a special care room on the 3rd floor. Inside resided none other than Sophia's mother, Gloria. Hurry up, the leader whispered, adhering to the Lord's orders to abduct the elderly woman while maintaining discretion. One of the subordinates pried open the door lock, and they filed in. On the hospital bed lay a frail woman, turned away from them, seemingly asleep. The leader produced a handkerchief soaked in ether and stealthily approached. Old lady, we need you to come with us. He lunged forward, intending to cover the woman's mouth and nose. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, the seemingly slumbering woman suddenly stirred. She spun around with lightning speed. A glint of cold steel flashed. Thud! A surgical knife pierced through the leader's palm, pinning him to the bedside table. His scream was cut short by a slender yet powerful hand that clutched his throat. The woman sat up, removing her wig to reveal an exquisitely beautiful face. Tian Yongyan. Dressed in Gloria's hospital gown, a cold smile graced her lips. I've been waiting for you. The remaining subordinates had yet to react when Tian Yongyan pounced like an elegant black cat. There were no words wasted, no flamboyant moves, only lethal strikes. The sounds of broken bones and muffled groans echoed within the cramped room. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 burly men lay sprawled on the ground. Some clutching broken limbs, others unconscious. Tian Yongyan clapped her hands in disdain, yanking the pinned leader off the bedside table and knocking him out with a swift kick. She picked up a nearby phone and dialed a number. Hello, Deputy Director Robert? Per Mr. Liu's instructions, I have an achievement to present to you. Please arrange for the police to come to the Sacred Heart Rehabilitation Center. We've captured a few mice from Rome's kidnappers. Yes, they're still alive, probably. In Rome. At the Mondale Villa. Useless. All of you are useless. Mondale fumed as he listened to the reports of failure pouring in, smashing everything within reach in a fit of rage. At the airport, Benny was being toyed with by 3 fast food truck drivers, not even managing to touch the tail lights. Things were even worse for Kowloon. Everyone sent there had failed, reportedly falling into the hands of the police. What should Lord Marquis do now? A trembling subordinate inquired. Sophia has entered Lubus's castle, protected by that old butler and his subordinates. Our chances of striking are slim. If the lawyer notarizes tomorrow, it will all be too late. Mondale panted heavily, his gaze turning bloodshot with rage. He stared out at the imposing Lubus castle standing tall in the night, his greed and madness utterly overwhelming his reason. If the dark methods won't work, then we shall take it openly. Mondale retrieved a gem-encrusted revolver from his drawer, his expression twisted with malice. Assemble everyone. Bring all the weapons. Tonight, we shall pay a visit to my dear brother. Chapter 39. The Downfall of Mondale. Rome, Lubus Castle. This colossal structure, standing on the banks of the Tiber for centuries, resembled a slumbering beast in the night. The weathered stone walls were entwined with withered vines, and the towering spires pierced the clouds, emanating an air of medieval oppression and solemnity. Inside the master bedroom, the heavy scent of disinfectant mingled with the musty atmosphere. On the massive 4-poster bed, Count Lubus lay like a desiccated specimen. His body was filled with various tubes connected to life support machines by the bedside. The monotone beeping of the heart monitor was the only rhythm of life in the room. Standing beside the bed was Sophia, her hands tightly gripping the fabric of her clothing. Before her arrival, she had envisioned countless scenarios for this meeting. She thought she would angrily accuse him, hysterically scream, or even curse him to hell as she did over the phone. Yet, she did none of that. Sophia. The murky light in Lubus's eyes suddenly ignited with a flicker of astonishing brightness upon seeing Sophia. He trembled as he extended his frail, bony hand. yearning to reach out to her, but hesitated, leaving it suspended in the air. So real. Tears of murkiness streamed down the old man's cheeks as he rasped. Your eyes are just like your mother's. Gloria, I am sorry for her, and I am sorry for you. Sophia bit her lip, turning her head away to avoid those pleading eyes. You needn't say these things. Her voice was stiff, yet she ultimately did not withdraw her hand. I have returned. Not to hear your confession, nor to forgive you. I merely sought to reclaim that which rightfully belongs to my mother and me. I know. Rubus nodded wearily. Yet a smile of relief graced his face. That suffice it to say, as long as you are willing to return, even if it is to harbor resentment towards me, I would find solace in that. He rambled on, recounting the tale of our initial encounter, his subsequent cowardice, and the remorse that has plagued him for the past 2 decades. His voice dwindled, and his thoughts became increasingly disordered, akin to a dying man desperately striving to articulate the entirety of his life's narrative. Sophia listened in silence, although she still refrained from uttering the word father. She no longer spoke any cutting remarks. The animosity lingered, yet in the face of death, it seemed to lose its sharpness. Outside the door, in the corridor, the butler Giovanni gently closed the door, granting this father-daughter pair their privacy. He turned, and the kindness that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling severity. 3 gentlemen. Giovanni directed his gaze towards Thomas, David, and Mayobi, who stood vigil at the door, his tone grave. What transpired on the airport road? Who assaulted you? Leaning against the wall, Thomas wiped the sweat that had formed from anxiety. Who else could it be? That Lord Mondale. 3 armored Range Rovers, all armed, spraying bullets with submachine guns. Had it not been for my adept driving, you would likely be retrieving us from that drainage ditch now. Mondale. Giovanni's fingers clenched tightly around his pocket watch, knuckles widening. How dare he lay hands on the sole heir of the Rubus family? As a steward who has served the Rubus family for 3 generations, Giovanni's loyalty is beyond question. To him, Mondale's actions represented not merely a claim to inheritance, but a desecration of the family's honor. At that moment, Thomas's cell phone erupted with sound. Hello? Boss Lou? Thomas answered the call. On the other end, Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet urgent. Listen, Thomas, my informants report that Mondale has gone mad. He has assembled all his bodyguards and henchmen at the villa. Approximately over 30 men, each armed, marching towards the castle in a menacing procession. What? Thomas nearly dropped the phone. 30 men? With heavy weaponry? What does he intend to do? Launch an assault on the Bastille? Quite simply, to kill and silence, to forcibly seize the inheritance, Lu Chun stated over the line. Your situation is perilous. Hand the phone to butler Giovanni. Thomas promptly passed the phone to Giovanni. After listening for a few moments, Giovanni's expression turned ashen, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Mr. Liu, is your information accurate? Absolutely. My men witnessed them loading their vehicles, expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Lu Chen affirmed. Giovanni, it may be too late to call the police, and furthermore, do not call the police. Giovanni interrupted Lu Chen, his voice as frigid as a Siberian wind. This is a matter for the Rubus family. Family disgrace must not be aired. Moreover, Mondale has connections at the police station. Even if he were apprehended, it would amount to insufficient evidence. What I seek is a resolution that is everlasting. Heroes share a common vision. Lu Chun on the other end expressed his admiration. In that case, my men can assist you. They are positioned at the castle's perimeter, ready to provide support at any moment. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Giovanni inhaled deeply, instructing him to let them enter through the side door, as he would prepare the necessary tools. As for Mondale tonight, this castle shall serve as his tomb. After ending the call, Giovanni turned to the trio of Thomas. Gentlemen, the situation has changed. Giovanni resumed his customary elegance, yet his tone brooked no dissent. Mondale intends to storm the castle, and this place is about to transform into a battlefield. For safety's sake, please, immediately escort the Master and Miss Sophia away through the secret passage with the caregivers. A battle? Mayobi recoiled slightly. Perhaps we should still call the police. I believe in films, this is the point when one would summon the authorities. The police cannot save us, nor can they judge the devil, Giovanni retorted coldly. To deal with beasts, one must employ a hunting rifle. He clapped his hands. From the shadows emerged a dozen men clad in black tactical gear, stoic and silent. These were the death squad of the Rubus family, for in a country like Italy, where the mafia reigns supreme, a top-tier noble without some form of private armed strength would have long been devoured to the bone. Have the caregivers lift the master onto a stretcher. We must relocate. 10 minutes later, in the underground passage of the castle, several caregivers bore the stretcher of Rubus, while Thomas and the others carried various equipment, escorting Sophia swiftly through the dimly lit corridor. Is Grandpa not coming? Sophia glanced back at the darkened entrance of the passage. Her concern for the courteous elder evident. He is the steward, and also the guardian of this castle. Though weakened, Rubus remained somewhat lucid on the stretcher. He grasped Sophia's hand, a flicker of fierce resolve igniting in his eyes, since Mondale dares to approach. Giovanni would ensure he understands that the Rubus family's rules are inscribed in blood. Child, do not fear, Mr. Liu has arranged for our extraction. Exiting the passage, they emerged into a dense forest. Several inconspicuous black vans had been waiting for some time. Lu Chun and Wan Mei stood by the vehicles, and upon seeing the group emerge, they rushed forward. Mr. Liu. Sophia's taut nerves finally relaxed upon seeing Lu Chun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is all right now. Lu Chun gently patted her shoulder, signaling the caregivers to place Rubus onto the modified medical vehicle. We are heading to the St. Angelo Private Hospital, which is the territory of the Count family, the safest place in all of Rome tonight. The castle. Sophia hesitated. Rest assured. Lu Chun glanced back at the imposing silhouette of the castle in the distance, a cold smile curving his lips. It is now a vast rat trap. The hunters are in position, merely awaiting the arrival of the prey. In the main hall of Rubus Castle, the lights were extinguished, with only the moonlight streaming through the windows onto the cold, hard marble floor. Giovanni stood by the railing on the second floor, polishing a finely crafted double-barreled shotgun. Behind him stood a row of well-trained family guards. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the first floor, Tian Yangsheng and his 6 brothers lay in quiet ambush. They had just received their equipment from Giovanni, a uniform array of HK, MP5 submachine guns, and several Beretta 92FS. For this group of mercenaries accustomed to wielding AK-47s in the jungle, such exquisite weaponry felt like wings added to a tiger. The boss instructed, leave no survivors. Tian Yangsheng whispered into his earpiece, his voice colder than the night enveloping the castle. Understood. Tian Yangyi adjusted his glasses, chambering around. Boom. A deafening blast shattered the silence. The heavy oak front door of the castle was forcefully breached by a Range Rover. Amidst the flying wood splinters, Lord Mondale stormed in. Flanked by over 30 men, their presence overwhelming. Search for them. Mondale brandished a jeweled revolver, his face a mask of madness and greed. Find that old fool and that bastard child. Everyone else, kill them all. Benny and Kess led the charge, a throng of henchmen armed and charging into the hall. Why is it so quiet? Kess furrowed his brow, surveying the empty hall with an unsettling premonition. Could it be they were scared off? Mondale swaggered into the center of the hall, shouting defiantly, Rubus, my dear brother, where are you? Your brother has come to deliver your end. His voice echoed throughout the hall, grating on the ears. Mondale, you possess immense audacity. An ancient and frigid voice resonated from the second floor. Mondale's head snapped up in alarm. Giovanni stood in the shadows of the second floor, gazing down upon him as one might observe a pig awaiting slaughter. Giovanni? What of that ancient wretch? Mondale raised his gun, aimed at Giovanni, and barked, speak quickly, or I shall blow your head off. The master has retired, Giovanni replied, raising his shotgun, and you shall descend to hell to repent. As his words fell, the once silent castle erupted like a volcano. From the concealed doors on both the first and second floors, the family guard opened fire simultaneously. Bullets rained down in a torrential deluge, swiftly mowing down Mondale's men who stood in the central hall. Ambush! Conceal yourselves! Conceal yourselves! Benny shouted, kicking over a heavy long table and pulling Mondale to take cover behind it. Yet, the true nightmare was only just beginning. From the side door and behind the columns on the first floor, 7 phantasmagorical figures suddenly emerged. Tian Yangsheng, appearing as if he were the Grim Reaper incarnate, held his guns with both hands, moving swiftly as he unleashed precise shots. With each gunshot, an enemy fell, struck in the forehead. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The silenced MP5 emitted a muffled sound, harvesting lives. Tian Yangyi, Tian Yangji, and others followed closely behind, their teamwork impeccable. In groups of 3, they provided cross-cover, slicing through Mondale's formation as effortlessly as one would cut through butter. This showcased the stark difference between professional mercenaries and gang enforcers. The men Mondale brought, though they may bully civilians, crumbled instantly when faced with such a level of military prowess. Ah, help! My leg is broken. Cries of despair echoed. While Benny and Kais were skilled, the dense hail of bullets rendered even the most adept powerless. How could they withstand submachine guns? Just as Kais prepared to rush out and retaliate, Tian Yangyong's spray of bullets shattered his legs, and he fell, shrieking, into a pool of blood. Sensing danger, Benny attempted to escape through the back door, only to collide head-on with Tian Yangyan, who had long been waiting there. Tian Yangyi didn't even need to fire a shot. His military dagger struck like a serpent's fang, swiftly slitting Benny's throat. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. The hall was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic scent of blood. Of the 30-odd subordinates, only a few moaned in severe pain, while the rest lay lifeless. Mondale cowered behind the long table, trembling, having been thoroughly terrified. The gemstone revolver he held had long since vanished. "Please, do not kill me." As Giovanni approached him, Mondale knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I am a lord. I am the heir of the Rebirth family. You cannot kill me. I am your master. I have but one master, and that is Count Rebirth." Giovanni gazed expressionlessly at the once mighty second young master. He waved his hand, and 2 guards stepped forward, seizing Mondale like a dying dog and dragging him toward the castle's basement. "No, Giovanni. For the sake of my father, spare me. I have money. I will give you all my money." Mondale's anguished screams reverberated through the corridor. "That is indeed a commendable suggestion." Giovanni adjusted his unruffled bow tie and followed, considering it an appropriate offering to Miss Sophia for the evening. For the next hour, what transpired in the basement remained a mystery to all. The only sound that emerged was the most tragic wail of Mondale's life. After signing a document that included all his overseas account passwords, property transfer deeds, and a declaration of renunciation of his family inheritance, Giovanni lifted a glass of red wine and offered it to Mondale, who was slumped in a chair, barely recognizable. "Drink. This is a rare 1945 Romanicani from the family cellar. Have you not always desired to taste it?" Trembling, Mondale accepted the wine glass, his eyes filled with dread. "Is this poison wine?" "No, it is merely wine," Giovanni replied coolly. "What sends you on your way is this." He drew the double-barreled shotgun and pressed it against Mondale's chest. "For the glory of the family." Bang! The gunfire resonated ominously in the enclosed basement. Thus ended the reign of a once great lord. At the St. Angelo Private Hospital in Rome, the highest-end private hospital with stringent security and tranquil surroundings, Lucien sat in the lounge outside the intensive care unit, cradling a cup of hot coffee. Juan May and Sophia stood by the bedside of the ailing count. Following the doctor's urgent treatment, although the old count appeared fatigued, his spirits seemed to have improved compared to his state in the castle. Perhaps it was the fulfillment of his wishes, or perhaps it was the sight of his daughter's return that breathed a flicker of vitality into him. Thomas, David, and Mayobe occupied a long bench in the corridor, each bearing a tense expression. Although they were competent fighters, the impending sense of confrontation weighed heavily upon them. The shrill ring of Lu Chen's mobile phone pierced through the morning calm. He answered, and Giovanni's steady and calm voice came through. "Mr. Lu, this is Giovanni. How are things?" Lu Chen sipped his coffee, his tone relaxed. "The cleanup is complete." Giovanni's voice revealed no hint of emotion, as if he were merely reporting the completion of a mundane task, stating that Lord Mondale, unable to bear the weight of his debts, had taken his own life within the castle. His men had perished in a firefight over the division of spoils. A splendid narrative, Lu Chen chuckled. "And the police? Director Janet has arrived. He will handle the scene report. All assets under Mondale's name have been transferred to Miss Sophia's foundation, totaling approximately $50 million, excluding real estate." "Well done, Giovanni. It is my duty. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Lu." Giovanni paused before adding, "Please inform Miss Sophia that the castle has been thoroughly cleared. She is welcome to return home at any time." After ending the call, Lu Chen rose and approached the door of the ward to share the news with everyone. Sophia glanced at the message on her phone and then at Lu Chen's calm demeanor. She understood the implications. It signified that from that night onward, the entire Rebirth family, and indeed half of Rome, would face no further obstacles. She had truly become the queen. "Thank you." Sophia closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face once more. But this time, they were not tears of anger or fear, but of relief. "Do not be in haste to thank me. I too have a report to make." Lu Chen smiled, wiping her tears away. "Once you take over Prada, help me spread Garo throughout Europe, and then it will not be too late to express your gratitude." "Rest assured, boss." Sophia chuckled softly, blinking in amusement, assuring him of her commitment. Outside, the sky had begun to pale with the first light of dawn. The dawn of Rome had arrived. Chapter 40, Triumph. In the Roman morning, the mist along the Tiber River had yet to dissipate. In the garden of St. Angelo Private Hospital, dew clung to the neatly trimmed leaves of the shrubs, glistening like pearls. The bloodshed of the previous night seemed as if it had never occurred. This ancient city awakened to its own rhythm once more. At the hospital entrance, 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars had already started, their engines rumbling low, shattering the morning tranquility. "Must we depart so urgently?" Juan May grasped Lu Chen's sleeve, her eyes filled with reluctance. She donned a beige trench coat, a seasonal piece purchased for her by Lu Chen, which imparted a touch of sophistication to her overall appearance. Yet, within her doe-like eyes, there lingered a palpable fear of parting. There were still numerous matters awaiting my attention at the company. Lu Chen reached out to smooth the wind-tousled strands of her bangs. His tone gentle. Having secured the Golden Needle Award, now is the pivotal moment for the Garo brand to capitalize on this momentum and penetrate the market. I must return to take charge. Then I shall. Wan Mei bit her lip. Rest assured, Lu Chun interjected, playfully pinching her cheek. This rare opportunity in Europe should be embraced. Stay here to explore and take some time to rest. Consider it a reward for your hard work. It would also be a chance to spend quality time with Sophia, who has just taken over her family business and is surrounded by a pack of wolves. Having a confidant by her side would surely bring her much comfort. Lu Chen glanced over at Sophia, who stood a short distance away, clad in a well-tailored black trench coat. In her gaze towards Lu Chen, there was a deep-seated reluctance and a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. Moreover, I shan't leave you entirely alone here. Lu Chen pointed to Tian Yangyin, who stood behind Wan Mei. Ain will remain to keep you company. With her around, I can rest easy. Tian Yangyin maintained her usual stoic demeanor, giving a slight nod to Lu Chen. Don't worry, boss, as long as I am alive. No one shall harm Miss Wan or Miss Sophia. Wan Mei observed Sophia's forlorn figure, and her feelings of reluctance transformed into a sense of responsibility. She nodded then. Be sure to eat on time, no late nights, and no frivolous spending. At your command, my little assistant. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was considerably more jubilant. Wow, it has truly arrived? David exclaimed, staring at the copy of the check he had just exchanged at the bank, his eyes wide as saucers and his grin stretching from ear to ear. After deducting the deposit, a staggering sum of 150,000 remained. Each person would receive 50,000. My God, I have never seen so many zeros in my life. Hey, Boss Lu, you are extraordinarily generous. Mayobi exclaimed, kissing the check repeatedly. With this money, I can buy that dilapidated detective agency and renovate it. I aim to become the finest private investigator in all of America. No, the most exceptional in all of Italy. Ambitious. Thomas rolled his eyes at him, carefully tucking the check into his pocket. David and I are planning to upgrade the food truck, perhaps with a larger engine. Then we intend to head to Rome. To Rome? Mayobi was taken aback. Indeed, David said with a hearty smile. Miss Sophia, no, now Countess Sophia, has mentioned that the medical facilities in Rome are superior, and she is willing to sponsor my father's transfer to a private hospital here. We cannot let such kindness go unreturned. Furthermore, Thomas added with a conspiratorial wink, we believe that business in Rome might be easier to conduct, given the influx of tourists. We plan to open a shop near the Spanish Steps, calling it Kung Fu Fast Food. Want to open a restaurant? No problem. Just then, Lu Chun and the others approached. Upon hearing Thomas's words, Sophia looked at these three friends who had stepped up during a time of crisis and sincerely invited. The steward informed me of a storefront near the Spanish Steps. With an excellent location, I would like to gift it to you as a grand opening present. Rent will be waived. Mayobi, weren't you interested in starting a detective agency? The upper floor of the restaurant will be yours. How does that sound? Really? The three exchanged glances, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Long live Countess Sophia. Long live Boss Lu. Watching their exuberance, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. This is the beauty of goodwill. From now on, with Sophia in Rome, she would have her family's bodyguards and these three exceptional friends by her side, ensuring her safety. Wishing you prosperous business, Lu Chen said, shaking hands with each of them. Stay in touch. If I encounter any troubles in Rome, I will rely on your expertise. Count on us. Thomas vowed, thumping his chest. With all arrangements in place, Lu Chen cast one final glance at Wan Mei and Sophia, waved goodbye, and stepped into the armored Mercedes-Benz. Tian Yangyin followed closely behind, accompanied by the remaining five brothers, like silent sentinels. The convoy slowly departed. Wan Mei stood rooted to the spot, watching the tail lights vanish around the corner. And at last, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sophia approached and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Do not weep. It is not a farewell forever. We shall see each other again in a couple of days. Though Sophia's voice was steady, a hint of unvoiced sorrow lingered in her eyes. 10 hours later, at Kai Tak Airport on Hong Kong Island, as the plane landed, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, followed by the jarring sound of tires grinding against the runway. When the cabin door opened, a wave of humid air, infused with the scent of seawater and fuel, rushed in. This was the essence of Hong Kong, a unique blend of money, desire, and a frenetic pace. In contrast to Rome's ancient leisure, this place resembled an unceasing money-printing machine, jolting one from the reverie of the Renaissance into the tumultuous struggles of reality. Lu Chun, accompanied by Tian Yangyin and the others, exited the VIP passage. where Cheng Yan awaited with a cadre of executives. "Boss, welcome home." Cheng Yan, clad in a brand-new Armani suit, radiated exuberance. His demeanor more buoyant than one who had just won the lottery. "Get in the car," Lu Chun commanded without further ado, sliding into the prepared Maybach. As the door shut, sealing out the din from the outside, Cheng Yan eagerly presented a thick stack of newspapers. "Boss," it exploded. "It's gone completely viral." Cheng Yan pointed at the headlines, his voice trembling with excitement. "The news of your Golden Needle Award reached Hong Kong last night, and today, all the newspapers, be it the Oriental Daily, Tsingtao Daily, or those gossip magazines, have made it the front-page story." Lu Chun accepted the newspapers. The Oriental Miracle. Garou conquers the Milan. Lu Chun, the fashion godfather, emerges from Kowloon walled city. Breaking a century of prejudice, Chinese designers ascend to the pinnacle of Europe. One photo captured Lu Chun at La Scala, triumphantly holding the award aloft. Cheng Yan produced a stock market report. Thanks to this favorable news, Garou textile stock price surged dramatically as soon as trading opened today. Retail investors are scrambling to purchase our shares, and our market value has skyrocketed by 3 billion in just one day. Many investment institutions that were previously sitting on the fence are now frantically inquiring about Garou's details, brandishing cash to acquire shares. Observing the soaring figures, a subtle smile crept across Lu Chen's face. This is the gilded effect. In this era of Hong Kong, despite its economic boom, there has always been an underlying sense of cultural inferiority in the realms of fashion and art. People often believe that foreign products are superior, that French perfumes are fragrant and Italian garments luxurious. Now, with Garou attaining the highest honor recognized even by Europeans, it serves as a potent booster for the national pride of Hong Kong residents. "This is merely the beginning," Lu Chun declared, closing the file with composure. "Old chum, do not let the stock price cloud your judgment. Now is the critical moment. First, contact all the major newspapers, television stations, and radio stations in Hong Kong immediately. I want tomorrow's front-page headlines to be filled with advertisements for Garou's triumph, plastering the streets and alleys of Hong Kong with that photo of Sophia in the dark forest. I want even the illiterate elderly ladies to know that we, Garou, have claimed the world championship." "Understood. Unlimited budget. I will get right on it." Cheng Yan responded with fervor. "Secondly, the flagship store at Land Square must expedite its renovations. Given that our reputation has been established, we must be able to uphold this overwhelming wealth. Inform Zheng Jianxiao that the workers should operate in 3 shifts, with triple overtime pay. I demand the grand opening within a month." "Understood." Cheng Yan's pen danced across the paper, diligently recording each directive, yet he hesitated momentarily. Lifting his gaze, "Boss, while these arrangements are feasible, relying solely on advertising may attract the average citizen. Yet for the true upper crust, those affluent ladies and wealthy elites, this approach may not suffice." Through a period of intensive study, Cheng Yan has grasped the essence of luxury branding, which is rooted in a sense of class distinction. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. Cheng Yan was correct. Bombarding the public with advertisements targets the mass market, swiftly elevating the Jianghu brand to a topic of conversation. However, Lu Chun understood that the logic of luxury goods diverges significantly from that of mass consumer products. True top-tier luxury does not thrive on ubiquitous advertisements, but rather on social recognition. The affluent ladies residing in hillside mansions, the socialites frequenting exclusive clubs and yacht associations, disdain television commercials and would not deign to wear the same brands as the average citizen. What they seek is uniqueness, a sense of scarcity, and that feeling of superiority understood only by our circle. If we rely merely on advertising bombardment, Garou will at best be a well-known label, but it cannot ascend to the pinnacle of luxury. To truly establish a foothold, we must ignite a genuine trend within the upper echelons. We need a spark. Lu Chun's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze landing upon a fashion magazine beside him. It was the latest issue of Tatler, delivered by the flight attendant moments ago, a magazine dedicated to reporting on the lifestyles of the elite. The cover featured a grand silhouette of a cruise ship, with the title embossed in gold lettering, "The Royal Palace on the Sea," the magnificent maiden voyage of the Fortune set to depart from Victoria Harbor in 3 days. The most luxurious inaugural party, exclusively for the most distinguished you. Lu Chun's gaze became fixed. Fortune. These 4 characters acted like a key, instantly unlocking memories of a film from his past. City Hunter. It was in this film that countless laughs, fights, and the iconic Chun-Li appearance of Meng Bo were housed aboard a lavish cruise ship. Within the film, this vessel gathered Asia's most elite billionaires and celebrities, a true assembly of affluence. Fortune. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled brighter, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Is this not the finest runway? Is this not the ultimate ticket into high society? A meaningful smile curved Lu Chen's lips. Old chum, procure for me a ticket for the fortune. The highest tier VIP cabin. At this moment, in Rome, at the Lubis castle, the night was gentle as water, though the castle had just undergone a bloody ordeal. Under Giovanni the steward's efficient management, all traces had been meticulously erased. Shattered windows had been replaced with new glass, blood-stained carpets removed, and a subtle rose fragrance perfumed the air. In the master bedroom, Ruan Mei lay in a silk nightgown, clutching the small pillow she had brought from Hong Kong. Nestled under the covers, beside her, Sophia also donned a nightgown, her dark brown hair casually cascading over the pillow. The two girls lay side by side, as if sharing endless whispers. Sophia, are you planning to stay in Rome forever? Ruan Mei turned to look at Sophia, her tone tinged with reluctance. Does this mean we may find it difficult to meet again? Silly girl. Sophia gently poked Ruan Mei's forehead with her finger. With transportation so advanced, flying is quite rapid. Besides, I want to be here indefinitely. Once I sort out my family matters, I will come to Hong Kong to visit you all. Really? Ruan Mei's eyes brightened. Of course. I am also a contracted model for Jia. My boss hasn't dismissed me yet. Sophia smiled, adding, moreover, I wish to see Hong Kong, to explore the place where you've lived. Upon mentioning the boss, both girls fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat delicate. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the exquisite features of the two girls. Ruan Mei gazed at Sophia's breathtakingly beautiful face, even without makeup, noticing the fleeting warmth and admiration in her eyes when she spoke of Lu Chun. A question that had lingered in her heart for ages could no longer be suppressed. Taking a deep breath, she clutched her small pillow tightly, summoning all her courage. Sophia. Do you have feelings for Lu Chun? Chapter 41, Night Talk. In Rome, at Lubis Castle, the moonlight outside spilled like mercury, draping the centuries-old castle in a silvery veil. Inside the master bedroom, the air seemed to freeze. Confronted by Ruan Mei's sudden inquiry, do you have feelings for Lu Chun? Sophia's once cool and regal face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, instantly turning beet red to her ears. I am Sophia stammered. The confident older sister from a moment ago now resembling a schoolgirl caught off guard, her gaze darting nervously around the room, her fingers absently fiddling with the bedding. She certainly liked him. The man had descended upon her in her moment of despair, repaying her debts, helping her reclaim her home, providing her with the grandest stage, and even aiding her in reclaiming her rightful possessions. Coupled with Lu Chun's irresistible charm, what woman could resist? However, Sophia glanced at Ruan Mei beside her. She knew Ruan Mei had been by Lu Chun's side longer. She could sense Ruan Mei's feelings for him as well. She didn't want to lose this genuinely caring sister over a man. Mei, Sophia bit her lip, about to conjure an excuse to deflect. In truth, I don't mind. Ruan Mei's voice was soft, like a sigh, yet carried a heart-wrenching tenderness. Sophia was taken aback, turning to face Ruan Mei. I know Mr. Lu is wonderful. How could someone as exceptional as him have only one woman in love with him? Ruan Mei lowered her head, her voice growing somber. You may have guessed that I, too, have feelings for him. Deep feelings, such that I would forsake everything for him. Sophia was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to speak, Ruan Mei interrupted her. But, Sophia, I cannot. Ruan Mei lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears that sparkled like shattered diamonds under the moonlight. Because I am ill. I have a congenital heart condition. The doctor said it's hereditary. My mother passed away from it, and I may not live beyond 30. What? Sophia exclaimed in shock, sitting upright, gripping Ruan Mei's shoulders tightly. What are you saying? You look so healthy. It's true. Ruan Mei sniffled, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. My mother succumbed at 30, and so may I. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after. She choked on her words, her voice trembling. That's why I've been saving money. I want to leave enough for my grandmother's old age. I can't dare to fall in love, can't accept his kindness. For I fear that one day I might suddenly leave, leaving him alone in sorrow. Yet, during this trip to Rome, I've realized I truly cannot be without him. Ruan Mei lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing imploringly at Sophia. Sister Sophia, you are far superior to me. You are healthy, beautiful, and a countess. You could help him soar higher in his career. I hope you will take good care of him. Rest assured, I will not vie for your position. I merely wish to be by his side, even if it is just a small space. When my time comes, knowing that you will be there for him, caring for him, will bring me peace. By the end of her words, Ruan Mei was choking back sobs. She had held these sentiments in her heart for far too long. Each time she faced Lu Chen's tenderness, she found herself torn between reason and emotion. The fear of imminent death and the longing for love were tearing this resolute girl apart. Suddenly, Sophia reached out and enveloped Ruan Mei tightly in her embrace. Do not speak such foolishness. Sophia's eyes were red, her voice choked yet commanding. What do you mean you won't live past 30? I refuse to believe it. Even if God intends to take you, I will snatch you back. May, listen to me. Since we are good sisters and both have feelings for that scoundrel, why should we let it come between us? Clearly, Sophia, with her years of experience in Italy, held a more open-minded perspective on such matters. She cupped May's face, looking earnestly into her eyes. I do not wish for you to step aside, nor do I want to part ways with you. Let us simply share that great oath. May's cries abruptly ceased, her tear-streaked face turning beet red as she stared blankly at Sophia. No, that cannot be. What cannot be? Sophia waved her hand, regaining some of her regal bravado. In the European aristocratic circles, such arrangements are quite common. Rather than worrying about him being swept away by some little harlot, wouldn't it be better for us to join forces and ensure he is completely ours? Are you truly willing to step back? Upon hearing this, May fell silent. Of course, she was unwilling. Deep down, she yearned for her love with Lu Chun. It is settled then. However, the priority now is your health. Sophia's gaze was resolute. Tomorrow, I will take you to the best private hospital in Rome. The Lubis family possesses the finest medical resources. With today's advanced medicine, there must be a way to heal you. Even if it means exhausting all my savings, I will see you healed. May was overwhelmed with gratitude, unable to find the words, and she embraced her foreign sister tightly. Thank you, fool. From now on, we are family. In the night, the two girls held each other closely. We are indeed being generous to that scoundrel. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lu Chun, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, puzzled. Who is cursing me? In central Hong Kong, at the Jianghu building, 3 days after Lu Chen's return, the office was shrouded in smoke. Lu Chen sat in the boss's chair, looking at the newly delivered invitation card, embossed with gold lettering and the silhouette of a luxury cruise ship, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. VIP invitation to the inaugural charity gala of the wealthy Maru. For this slender card, Cheng Yin had pulled numerous strings and even paid several times its worth to snatch it from a wealthy individual who had initially intended to board. Boss, this ticket is quite pricey, Cheng Yin remarked, somewhat pained. The ordinary tickets are manageable, but VIP tickets are currently being sold on the black market for 500,000 each, and they are scarce. It is rumored that aboard this cruise will be not only the tycoons of Hong Kong, but also dignitaries from Southeast Asia and representatives of Japanese conglomerates. 500,000. For a ticket into high society, is quite a bargain. Lu Chun toyed with the invitation, knowing that what was about to unfold on that ship would be far more thrilling than that sum. What about the personnel arrangements? Cheng Yin reported, as per your instructions, Tian Yangxing and his 5 brothers have secured ordinary cabin tickets through various channels. They will disguise themselves as tourists and board in batches. What about the weapons? Do not worry, boss. Cheng Yin lowered his voice. Although the security on the wealthy Maru is exceedingly strict, given that it is filled with the wealthy, I have bribed several porters responsible for supplying the cruise. Tian Yangsheng and his brothers will take their place, and they will smuggle the equipment mixed in with frozen goods and beverages. Though Cheng Yin did not understand why Lu Chun needed such heavy firepower, his admiration for Lu Chun was blind. He trusted that his boss had his reasons. Very well, Lu Chun nodded. In the narrative of City Hunter, the wealthy Maru would be hijacked by the terrorist MacDonald, a group of well-trained, well-equipped international criminals. To protect oneself in such an environment, or even to turn the tables, mere physical strength would not suffice. Firearms were essential. While he could conceal some small weapons in his personal space, the limited area necessitated larger arms to be smuggled aboard. What about your personal bodyguards? Rest assured, they have arrived. Just then, the office door swung open. A figure clad in a trench coat and sunglasses strode in, Little Ma. Although he walked with a slight limp, the fierce aura emanating from him had only grown steadier. Following closely behind was another individual, dressed in a somewhat worn gray suit. Not particularly tall, but with eyes as deep as still waters, stirred only by the sight of Lu Chun. He carried no weapon but held a plain canvas bag. Xiao Zhuang. Boss. Little Ma grinned, removing his sunglasses. I heard we're going to have some fun on the sea. Xiao Zhuang slightly bowed, his tone earnest. Mr. Lu. Jenny's surgery was a success. The doctor says her vision is recovering, and she can have her bandages removed next month. I will remember this kindness. As agreed. I will not take any payment for this mission. As long as I can assist you, my life is yours. Lu Chun stood and approached the two men. Looking at their faces, which bore a 70 resemblance, both played by Fa Gu, yet exuded entirely different energies. Lu Chun felt a sense of absurd, yet exhilarating achievement swell within him. Double gun Little Ma and bloodshed duo Xiao Zhuang. What a divine combination. One epitomized the aesthetics of violence, the other the art of precise killing. It was akin to wielding both a Gatling gun and a sniper rifle simultaneously. Excellent. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. I have received word that some unsavory elements may infiltrate the ship. We may need to clean up the situation. Terrorists or international thieves. Little Ma raised an eyebrow, spitting out the matchstick in his mouth. That sounds good. It's more interesting to shoot live targets than stationary ones. Above all, safety comes first, Lu Chen instructed. I will have you board as bodyguards. Remember to exercise caution. What about Ah Sheng and the others? Little Ma inquired. They have other tasks. Lu Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing toward Victoria Harbor. The security on the wealthy Maru is stringent. I can find a way to smuggle your guns aboard, but heavy weapons are out of the question. Tian Yangsheng and his 6 brothers will pose as porters, responsible for sneaking those heavy arms through special supply channels and hiding them in various corners of the ship. In the event of an incident, we must ensure we have sufficient firepower to maintain control. Understood. After all arrangements were made, Lu Chen instructed the two to prepare. The office returned to silence. Lu Chen resumed his seat and activated the system. Host, Lu Chen. Current free attribute points. 2. This is the reward previously acquired from the Thomas Trio in Rome, as well as from Sophia. Although modest in amount, every increment of strength is vital before the impending voyage aboard the Fortune round. He is acutely aware of the plot of City Hunter. Not only is there the infamous pirate MacDonald on that ship, but also skilled adversaries capable of reciprocating Mengbo's strikes, and ultimately, explosives are employed. More crucially, it is an isolated island at sea. Once conflict erupts, there will be no external support. It will all rest upon him. While he has recently undergone specialized training with Tian Yangsheng, he can only be considered formidable among ordinary individuals. System, allocate points. Lu Chen takes a deep breath. 1 point allocated to strength and 1 point to perception. Command confirmed. Enhancing attributes. There was no excruciating pain akin to that depicted in fantastical novels. Instead, a warm current surged through him, enveloping his entire being. Lu Chen clenches his fists. If his previous strength merely made him stronger than the average person, now he feels as if the muscle fibers within him have been restructured, brimming with explosive power. Strength. LV4 LV5, elite of the troops. Evaluation. Your physical condition has reached the elite level of the troops. In terms of strength, speed, and explosive power, you can rival top-tier special forces. Your punch can shatter wooden boards, and your reflexes can evade flying knives. You have become a human weapon. Immediately thereafter, a refreshing sensation flooded his mind, as if the entire world had sharpened into focus. The sound of birds flapping their wings outside the window, the rustle of documents in the adjacent office of Cheng Yan, and even the vibrations of car engines on the street below became vividly clear to him. Perception. LV4 LV5, instinctive danger sense. Evaluation. Your 5 senses have been greatly enhanced. More importantly, you have awakened an instinctive danger sense akin to a 6th sense. When someone harbors murderous intent towards you, or when danger looms, your body will react before your mind processes it. You are a born hunter, and the hardest prey to ambush. Lu Chen opens his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. MacDonald, I hope you have been feasting well these past few days, for this may very well be your last supper. 3 days later, Victoria Harbor. The sky is clear and the sea breeze gentle. At the Kowloon Sim Sha Sui Maritime Building Dock, throngs of people have gathered. Countless luxury cars line up in a serpentine formation, blocking the dock completely. Dressed in evening gowns, socialites and wealthy tycoons, flanked by flashing cameras, step onto the red carpet. At the end of the carpet, a massive white cruise ship is docked. The Fortune round. It resembles a floating royal palace, shimmering with opulence under the sun. The ship is adorned with colorful flags, while a band plays lively jazz on the deck. Wow, what a gigantic vessel. Among the crowd, a few young girls exclaim in awe. Meanwhile, at the VIP entrance, a sleek black Rolls-Royce comes to a halt. The door swings open. A polished shoe steps onto the red carpet. Lu Chen, clad in a well-tailored white casual suit and donning sunglasses, exudes a captivating charm and extraordinary demeanor. To his left stands the dapper Xiao Ma, clad in a black trench coat and holding a toothpick. To his right, the stoic Xiao Zhuang, clutching a briefcase. The trio's mere appearance instantly captures the attention of nearby reporters. Look, it's Lu Chen from Jianghu, the designer who won the Golden Needle Award. My goodness, he is even more handsome in person than in the newspapers. Lu Chen pays no heed to the surrounding commotion. He removes his sunglasses, glancing up at the grand cruise ship with a hint of amusement, and ascends the gangway leading to the Fortune round. The sea breeze lifts the edges of his attire, heralding the commencement of an impending maritime spectacle that will astonish the entire harbor. Not far from him, in the ordinary entrance, a private detective, Meng Bo, with a prominent nose and a weary expression is furtively stealing glances at the legs of a beautiful woman while racking his brain to evade fair evasion. A stunning woman, Ye Zi, in a red slit gown, radiating beauty, strides onto the deck with a hefty companion, basking in the sea breeze. All the pieces are now in play. Chapter 42, The Calm Before the Storm. Aboard the Fortune Round, Royal VIP Suite. Upon entering, Lu Chen promptly locks the door behind him. Mark, Xiao Zhuang, please check the surrounding environment, particularly for any surveillance devices and escape routes, Lu Chen instructs. Though it is a VIP suite, caution is always prudent. Understood. The two exchange glances, their professional instincts kicking in as they swiftly disperse to inspect every corner of the room. While the duo examines the bedroom and bathroom, Lu Chen swiftly approaches the spacious sofa in the living room, his mind focused. System space, activate. An imperceptible ripple spreads through the air. In the next moment, several small black tactical backpacks materialize in the concealed corner behind the sofa. Inside are modified Glock 17s he acquired from the black market in Rome, a dozen fully loaded magazines, along with a few stun grenades and smoke bombs. As for the heavier MP5 and shotgun, they were too bulky to fit, so he had Tian Yangxing smuggle them in discreetly. Having completed this task, Lu Chen adjusts his collar, maintaining a composed demeanor as he sits on the sofa and pours himself a glass of red wine. A moment later, Xiao Ma and Xiao Zhuang emerge from their inspections. Boss, everything is fine. This place is a bit small, but safe enough, Xiao Ma says, chewing on a toothpick. For now, it's secure. Lu Chen gestures towards the backpacks behind the sofa. Those are the special items I managed to bring on board. Please stow them away. As for the larger equipment, which 1T pass inspection, it's in the cargo hold. Mark, please check with the Sheng to see if the items have arrived. Xiao Ma, still with the toothpick, discreetly stows an assembled submachine gun in a hidden compartment beneath the sofa. Grinning, those porters are quite greedy, but greed is advantageous for business. I've already contacted A Sheng. That shipment is concealed in the ventilation ducts of the cold storage, ready for retrieval at any moment. Excellent. Lu Chen secures the handgun at his lower back, adjusting his white casual suit to conceal the bulge. Mark, head to the lower hold to find Tian Yangxing and the others. Have them distribute the gear, then regroup here. Remember, do not alert the ship as security. Now is not the time to show our hand. Understood. Xiao Ma nods, donning his sunglasses and exiting through the door. The room is left with only Lu Chen and Xiao Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang, let us arm ourselves and head out. Lu Chen stands, approaches the mirror to fix his hairstyle. We'll take a stroll on the ship. There are some acquaintances I need to greet. Consider it a preliminary introduction. Xiao Zhuang asks no further questions, silently tucking a handgun into his armpit holster, grabbing the briefcase, and following Lu Chen like a shadow. On the deck, in the open pool area, the sun shines brightly, and the sea breeze is gentle. This is the most hormone-laden spot on the entire ship. Bikini-clad beauties frolic by the pool, waiters navigate the crowd with trays of champagne, and wealthy patrons lounge on sunbeds, soaking up the rays. The moment Lu Chen and Xiao Zhuang appear, they draw numerous admiring glances. After all, having just clinched the prestigious Golden Needle Award, this young tycoon with a fortune in the billions has undoubtedly become the center of attention within the elite circles of Hong Kong Island. Wow, is that Lu Chen? He looks incredibly dashing, even more stylish than in the magazines. With his signature, gentle smile, Lu Chen nodded graciously to the gazes directed his way. Yet his steps remained unhalted. His perception level was fully activated, diligently scanning the crowd for familiar figures. Just then, a woman clad in a flamboyant bikini, with an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, accidentally collided with Lu Chen. I'm so sorry. Are you all right, sir? She exclaimed dramatically, her body leaning against Lu Chen's as her heavily mascaraed eyes sparkled with flirtation. Behind her stood a striking beauty in a red high-slick gown, exuding an air of cool sophistication with her hair elegantly styled. She held a cocktail and watched her companion's infatuation with a hint of exasperation. A slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips. He had identified her. The lady in the red dress was none other than one of the leading actresses from City Hunter, the undercover policewoman Yazzie, portrayed by Chiu Shukqing. The voluptuous woman who had bumped into him was Yazzie's foolish companion, whose sole ambition was to ensnare a wealthy suitor. It's quite all right, miss, Lu Chen said, gentlemanly supporting the woman's arm to steady her, then turning his gaze toward Yazzie with a smile. It seems your friend is feeling a bit seasick? Yazzie stepped forward, awkwardly pulling her companion back, offering an apologetic smile to Lu Chen. I apologize, Mr. Lu. My friend isn't feeling well. I hope she hasn't embarrassed you. Oh, you know me? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The illustrious boss of Jianghu. the recent recipient of the widely discussed Golden Needle Award, who on Hong Kong Island doesn't he recognize you? Yazzie lifted her cocktail glass, her eyes glimmering with both scrutiny and admiration. I am Yazzie, and this is my friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure to meet you as well. Miss Yazzie, Lu Chun replied, extending his hand for a gentle shake. Are you here on holiday as well? Yazzie inquired, studying the handsome man before her. For reasons she could not quite articulate, her instinct as a police officer warned her that he exuded a dangerous aura, one that was perilously alluring. I suppose you could say that, Lu Chun replied with a knowing smile. I've heard there will be quite the spectacle on this ship. I wouldn't want to miss it. A spectacle? The voluptuous woman perked up immediately, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is there going to be a handsome man performing? Or perhaps a raffle? There should be a bit of everything, Lu Chun replied. Ding. Key character detected. Yazzie. Checked into the movie City Hunter. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. 1 free attribute point. The system's notification chimed melodiously. After a brief exchange, Lu Chun politely excused himself. Enjoy yourselves, ladies. I have a few matters to attend to. I hope to see you both at tonight's banquet. With that, Lu Chun turned to leave with Xiao Zhuang. As they departed, the voluptuous woman clasped her face, utterly enamored. Oh my gosh. He is so cool. Yazzie, did you see that? I felt like he was interested in me. Yazzie rolled her eyes in exasperation. Wake up. He didn't even glance your way. Besides, I sense there is more to Lu Chun than meets the eye. After bidding farewell to Yazzie, Lu Chun continued to wander the ship. His objective was clear. Meng Bo, the private detective renowned as the City Hunter, known for his lecherous nature, greed, yet remarkable reliability in critical moments. According to the plot, Meng Bo had snuck aboard without a ticket and was likely being pursued by the crew. There. Over there. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Indeed, as Lu Chun approached the kitchen area on the lower deck, a cacophony of shouts reached his ears. A man dressed in white, sporting a prominent nose, was leaping between railings and pipes like a monkey, glancing back at his pursuers and making faces. Haha. You can't catch me. It was Meng Bo. This fellow truly cannot sit still anywhere, Lu Chun mused, shaking his head in bemusement. Just as a robust group of security personnel was about to encircle him, Lu Chun exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Zhuang. Understanding the cue, Xiao Zhuang stepped forward boldly, blocking the security team. Who are you? Step aside. The security chief bellowed. This is the person we're looking for. Xiao Zhuang, with an impassive demeanor, produced a stack of cash and slipped it into the security chief's pocket. This gentleman is a friend of our boss. He was just joking around with you. This money is for the brothers to enjoy some tea. The security chief squeezed the thick wad of cash, his expression shifting instantly. Recognizing the identity of the wealthy Lu Chun, he declared, well then, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Stand down. The group of security, money in hand, departed cheerfully. Meng Bo peeked out from behind a pipe, bewildered by the turn of events. Hey, Big Nose, aren't you coming over? Lu Chun beckoned him. Meng Bo hesitated for a moment, but, upon seeing Lu Chun's attire and the generous display of cash, his expression morphed into one of feigned joviality as he approached. Haha, thank you. You've saved my skin. If you ever need me, Meng Bo, just call. No time like the present. I need your assistance right now. Lu Chun grabbed Meng Bo's shoulder with a grip that left him no chance of escape. Follow me. We have important matters to discuss. Inside the royal VIP suite, Meng Bo gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water in one go, then unceremoniously slumped onto the leather sofa, biting into an apple from the table. I was dying of thirst. Hiding in that kitchen nearly turned me into a roast pig. As he chewed on the apple, Meng Bo surveyed the lavish suite, his gaze eventually landing on Lu Chun, now tinged with caution. Listen, boss, let us speak plainly. You pay to bail me out and bring me here. What is your game? I have no money to rob. And I don't think you're the type for that sort of thing. Lu Chun, seated opposite him, didn't respond immediately, but signaled for Xiao Zhuang to lock the door. This gesture tensed Meng Bo's muscles instantly. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lu Chun, the owner of Jianghu Group. Lu Chun locked eyes with Meng Bo. I know who you are. Meng Bo, alias City Hunter, the top private detective. You can find anything for the right price. Oh, I didn't realize I was so famous, Meng Bo chuckled, but then added, however, Mr. Lu, I'm currently on a mission and can't take on other jobs. Don't be alarmed. Lu Chun poured himself a glass of red wine. I'm aware of your current mission, and I also know you are aboard this ship to locate the runaway Miss Jean Siyuan Xingzi. I'm offering my assistance because we need to collaborate. Lu Chun's expression turned serious. Meng Bo, you must have sensed it. A group of uninvited guests has infiltrated this ship. What do you mean? Meng Bo's playful demeanor vanished, his eyes sharpening. I have credible intelligence. Lu Chun lowered his voice. A band of international terrorists has boarded this vessel. Their leader is named MacDonald, and their objective is to hijack the wealthy Maru, kidnapping all the affluent guests aboard for a hefty ransom. They have no intention of leaving any survivors. What? Mengbo suddenly sprang to his feet. Terrorists? Kidnapping? Are you joking? This is the maiden voyage. The security checks are so stringent. Security checks? Lu Chen scoffed. Even the first officer has been bought off by them. How difficult can it be to smuggle weapons aboard? Moreover, their men have likely already seized control of the cockpit and the communications room. This ship is now nothing more than an island adrift at sea. Mengbo fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, desperately searching for any hint of jest upon his face. Yet, none was to be found. Lu Chen's demeanor was calm and resolute, exuding a persuasive power that was hard to dismiss. Given Lu Chen's current status and wealth, there was no need for him to fabricate such absurdities to deceive a mere impoverished detective. Damn it, Mengbo scratched his head, visibly agitated. I merely came to find someone, and now I'm entangled in this mess. Does that mean Qing Zi is in grave danger? And what about Hui Xiang? I must go rescue them. Hold on. Lu Chen restrained Mengbo. This is precisely why I sought you out. You are a city hunter with exceptional skills. I require your assistance. And what basis do we have for collaboration? Mengbo, though anxious, maintained his clarity of thought. On this, Lu Chen produced a magazine from beneath the sofa, tossing it to Mengbo. Mengbo caught the gun, expertly racked the slide, and checked the magazine. This firearm is for your protection, Lu Chen remarked, glancing at his watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. I'll give you 2 hours to locate them and bring them back here. We'll discuss our strategy then. For the moment, this place is relatively safe. And you? Mengbo asked. I'll procure some heavy artillery, Lu Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Bare hands cannot contend with submachine guns. I've discovered the enemy's armory and will be borrowing some equipment shortly. This was, of course, a falsehood. His arsenal was stored within the system space and with Tian Yangsheng, but he needed to provide Mengbo and the others aboard the ship with a reasonable explanation. Ding. Detected key plot character, Mengbo. Checking in for the movie City Hunter. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 free attribute point. In the face of the impending battle, Lu Chen decided to allocate these points to his stamina. Stamina, LV5, Energizer. Evaluation. Your physique has surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling you to maintain intense mental focus for up to 12 hours. Whether engaging in all-night negotiations in the marketplace, fighting for survival on the battlefield, or enduring certain indescribable late-night work sessions, you will always be the one who never admits fatigue, ultimately emerging as the last standing victor. A warm surge coursed through Lu Chen's body, and he felt a sudden revitalization of energy. All right, see you in 2 hours. Mengbo no longer hesitated and dashed out of the room. Time ticked away. At 6 in the evening, the setting sun painted the sea a crimson hue, casting a blood-like sheen over the Fortune Maru. In the royal VIP suite, Mengbo burst in, breathless, followed closely by 2 girls and a lecherous middle-aged man. One was Hui Xiang, with long hair and striking legs. The other was Jin Xiyuan Qing Zi, wearing a white dress, sweetly adorable. As for the lecherous man, he was Hui Xiang's cousin, De Jiaoban. I'm exhausted. There's definitely something wrong on the ship. The entire way back was filled with spies. Mengbo collapsed onto the floor. Boss Lu, have you secured the weapons? Lu Chen smiled slightly and clapped his hands. With a whoosh, the inner door of the suite swung open. 6 men clad in tactical vests, exuding an intimidating aura, emerged. It was Tian Yang's 6 sons. Each wielded heavy weaponry, ranging from AK-47s to M4A1s, and even hand grenades. In the corner, Xiao Ma was polishing his twin pistols, while Xiao Zhuang was calibrating the scope of a sniper rifle. The entire suite had instantaneously transformed into a miniature armory. Mengbo's jaw nearly dropped as he pointed at the scattered weapons. Is this what you meant by a few stolen weapons? Have you taken down the terrorist lair? Just a stroke of luck? All these weapons are now ours. Lu Chen gestured towards the sofa. Ladies, please have a seat. This place is safe. Mengbo, De Jiaoban, come over and pick your weapons. Qing Zi, terrified by the sight of the guns and muscular men, hid behind Mengbo, while Hui Xiang, brimming with excitement, gazed at the real firearms with sparkling eyes. Had Mengbo not held her back, she would have lunged forward to seize one. Mengbo swallowed hard, picking up an MP5 to test its weight. Boss Lu, I truly believe in the existence of terrorists now. Have these people lost their minds? Enough. Hurry and prepare. Lu Chen glanced at the wall clock, its hands pointing to 6 o'clock. The show is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, beneath the grand crystal chandelier, over 100 elegantly dressed tycoons raised their glasses, engaging in lively conversation. On stage, the captain, clad in a white uniform, held a microphone. preparing to deliver a speech for the maiden voyage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Fortune Maru. Bang! The sound of a gunshot abruptly interrupted the merriment. A blood hole appeared in the captain's forehead, and he collapsed, his blood staining the pristine white uniform and the stage. Screams erupted instantaneously but were swiftly drowned out by a hail of gunfire. Tat 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 tat. Dozens of fully armed terrorists stormed in from various entrances, their dark gun muzzles aimed at everyone present. Meanwhile, by the railing on the second floor, a figure clad in a white suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and holding a silver revolver, elegantly blew the smoke from the barrel. MacDonald. He surveyed the trembling wealthy patrons below, a cruel and frenzied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my party. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Reunion. Aboard the Fortune Maru. In the banquet hall, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and expensive champagne. What was once a luxurious social gathering had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as a businessman's bodyguard, attempting to resist, fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Standing at the center of the stage, MacDonald's silver revolver still emitted wisps of smoke. He straightened his somewhat ostentatious suit, casting a gaze upon the quivering crowd below, as if surveying cattle. I stated before, this is my party, and thus, I set the rules. With a snap of his fingers, several armed thugs stepped forward, brandishing a pre-prepared list, and rudely divided the crowd. Mr. Matsushita, Datakli, Sir Gua. As MacDonald read out each name, a greedy smile spread across his face. The 30 esteemed guests mentioned. Please follow my men to the VIP room. We need to discuss a small matter regarding the ransom. As for the rest of you. He glanced at the remaining hundreds of relatively ordinary middle-class and affluent guests, shrugging his shoulders. Stay here and play a game with me. I hope you enjoy Baccarat. Simultaneously, in the royal VIP suite, the series of dull gunshots penetrated the heavy soundproof door, faintly reaching the suite. Meng Bo, who had initially been skeptical, turned pale with fear. He leapt to his feet, pressing his ear against the door, listening intently. Then he turned around, his expression grave as he looked at Lu Chun. They're shooting. These people are truly insane. It's MacDonald, Lu Chun replied, seated on the sofa, methodically loading bullets into the magazine, his movements unhurried. That was his signal, indicating that the robbery had commenced. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy chill. Hui Xiong, trembling with fear, covered her mouth, while Qingzi clutched Meng Bo's shirt tightly. The once carefree and boisterous figure, now devoid of its lewd demeanor, firmly grasped the shotgun in hand. Boss Lu, what shall we do now? Despite his usual frivolity, Meng Bo discerned the gravity of the situation. Below them were at least several hundred innocent tourists, along with numerous crew members. No need to worry, the advantage lies with us. Miss Qing, stay here to assist the rescued hostages. Mark, take the big foot along with Meng Bo and Hui Xiong to seize control of the bridge and the communications room. Lu Chen swiftly assigned roles, aware that McDonough had likely dispatched personnel to secure those areas, severing external communication. Your mission is to regain control and devise a way to send out a distress signal. Can you accomplish that? Rest assured. Meng Bo confidently picked up a Colt Python revolver, adeptly spinning it. I am a city hunter. Infiltration is my forte. Xiaoma, with a matchstick clenched between his teeth, adjusted his sunglasses and brandished twin pistols from beneath his trench coat. Enough chatter, let us move. I can hardly wait to savor the scent of gunpowder. The rest, follow me. Our target is the banquet hall, where the hostages are most numerous and the firepower most intense. We must strike decisively. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Remember, do not hesitate. Do not indulge in needless words. Upon encountering McDonough, aim for the head. Understood, Tian Yangsheng replied coolly, his military knife dancing between his fingers. 5 minutes later, they found themselves in the corridor on the second floor of the banquet hall. Originally a space for musical performances, it had now transformed into an optimal sniper's perch. Lu Chun, accompanied by Xiao Zhuang, Tian Yangsheng, and Tian Yangji, stealthily approached. Utilizing his terrifying Perception LV5 ability, Lu Chun detected 2 patrolling sentinels ahead, instructing Tian Yangsheng to silently eliminate them with his knife. Meanwhile, the situation below was on the verge of eruption. The gambling prodigy Gao had chosen to participate on behalf of the young lad, having won consecutive hands, yet across from him, McDonough wore a mocking grin, entirely unfazed. He could afford to lose countless times, but for Gowda, a single failure could be fatal. Standing behind McDonough was a hulking figure with golden hair clad in a white suit, the ultimate henchman from the movies, Kim. If the cards turn unfavorable, McDonough toyed with his revolver, the barrel inadvertently aimed at the sweating Gowda's forehead. You might just find yourself meeting your maker. A stifled sob erupted from the crowd. Boss, that one at the card table is McDonough, Tianyangji whispered, already positioning his sniper rifle. The golden-haired one is mine, Xiao Zhuang crouched. The crosshairs of his sniper rifle firmly trained on Kim's temple. Excellent, I despise verbose villains. Let us escort them to meet their end. Lu Chun, concealed behind a massive marble column, held a silenced Glock 17, calmly issuing commands. According to the script, McDonough would engage Gao Da in prolonged gambling before clashing with Meng Bo, ultimately meeting his demise, but Lu Chun had no interest in theatrics. Villains perish from verbosity, protagonists from their own prattling. He was there to rescue lives, not to stage a film. If long-range sniping was an option, why engage in close combat? All units, stand by. Lu Chun lowered his voice, delivering a death sentence through his earpiece. Do not afford him a moment to react. Tianyangji, handle McDonough. Xiao Zhuang, eliminate Kim. The rest, engage freely, prioritizing targets armed with heavy weaponry. 3, 2, 1. Engage. Uft, uft. Two exceedingly faint gunshots melded into the sound of crashing waves. McDonough, reveling on stage and preparing to flip his cards to humiliate Gao Da, suddenly found his smile frozen in place. A burst of blood erupted from his forehead without warning. The head, which should have been for show, jerked back violently, and he collapsed onto the gambling table, unable to utter a final word. Blood and brain matter splattered onto Gao Da's face. What the headshot? Gao Da, startled, tumbled to the ground, scattering his cards. Almost simultaneously, the formidable henchman Kim, standing behind McDonough, also experienced a fatal blow to the forehead. The large-caliber sniper bullet pierced his skull. This once mighty fighter who had battered Meng Bo senseless fell silently, without a whimper, to meet his maker. The boss is dead. There's a sniper. The terrorists erupted into chaos. But this was merely the beginning. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the second-floor corridor, flames of gunfire erupted. Tianyangyi, Tianyangsheng, and others unleashed precise bursts from their automatic rifles. Positioned at a vantage point, their sharpshooting prowess decimated the terrorists below, who fell like wheat before the scythe. Find cover. Get down. Lu Chun shouted to the hostages below. In truth, his shout was unnecessary, as the terrified passengers had already sought refuge beneath the tables. The battle quickly escalated into a fervent frenzy. Unlike the action film protagonists, Lu Chun refrained from leaping into melee combat. He understood his limitations and valued his life. Perception LV5, fully activated. He formed a three-dimensional mental map of the entire hall's dynamics. 3 o'clock, someone is hiding behind that column. Tianyangsheng leaned out, rapidly squeezing the trigger. Bang! The terrorist preparing to throw a grenade was struck in the wrist, causing the grenade to tumble to the ground. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed the area, obliterating 3 terrorists in an instant. Brother, you're magnificent. Tianyangsheng bellowed, his machine gun firing with even more enthusiasm. Lu Chun remained concealed, opting to relay information to his subordinates while occasionally firing a shot. Though he had practiced shooting before, this was his first genuine gunfight. His heart raced, palms slightly sweaty. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, there was a thrilling surge of adrenaline. The battle concluded more swiftly than anticipated. With the commander McDonough eliminated and their strongest fighter Kim dispatched in the initial moments, the remaining terrorists, leaderless, crumbled after leaving over 20 corpses in their wake. We surrender. We surrender. Withdraw. Run to the deck. Some seized the opportunity to escape, while the remaining terrorists discarded their weapons, kneeling with hands raised. Tianyangsheng, accompanied by several others, rapidly descended from the upper floor, akin to a tiger among sheep, swiftly neutralizing the remaining stragglers. All clear. All clear. As reports echoed throughout, the suffocating gunfire in the hall finally ceased. The affluent and prominent individuals, who had been huddled in fear, cautiously lifted their heads. Lu Chun adjusted his collar, holstering his pistol at the small of his back, and, ensuring the area was safe, descended the stairs with Tianyangsheng, dressed in his white leisure suit. Slightly dusted, yet still exuding an air of calm composure, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, it is safe now. In the eyes of the panicked hostages, he appeared as if a savior bathed in divine light. Lu Chun, it's Mr. Lu. Oh my God, we're saved. Boo-hoo. Lu Chun tidied his unruffled suit, passing the gun to Xiao Zhuang behind him, and donned a gentle, composed smile as he slowly descended the stairs. Everyone, I apologize for the fright. Lu Chun's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the venue via the still-active microphone. MacDonald had already met his demise, yet this vessel remained perilous. Everyone, follow me to the cabin for refuge. The gaze of many affluent ladies upon Lu Chun was akin to that of worshippers beholding a savior. Mr. Lu, thank you. You are our benefactor. They expressed their gratitude towards Mr. Lu and his bodyguard. Without you. Lu Chun waved back with a smile, inwardly calculating, This wave is secured. Although the individuals present were not among the 30 elite billionaires, they represented the middle-class elite of Hong Kong Island and Southeast Asia. Lawyers, doctors, small business owners, and fashion buyers, precisely the core demographic that the Garo brand sought to expand. At that moment, a figure clad in red emerged from the crowd. Yazzie. She brandished a handgun, seemingly seized from somewhere, her red dress torn to reveal her long, fair thigh, exuding an air of both vulnerability and allure. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Lu Chun. Having witnessed the earlier skirmish, his calm command, precise marksmanship, and commanding entrance had struck her heart profoundly. This is a true man. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to be so enigmatic. Yazzie holstered the gun at her thigh, biting her crimson lip with a flirtatious demeanor. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. I was pondering how to protect you. Miss Yazzie, your skills are impressive as well. Lu Chun stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over her, infused with concern. You weren't injured, were you? Just a minor scrape, nothing to fret over. Yazzie casually tossed her hair, but your moves earlier were simply magnificent. Care for a friendly spar sometime? I would be delighted, Lu Chun replied with a smile, the distance between them narrowing, allowing him to catch a whiff of her subtle perfume. However, I must trouble you with one more task. Speak. This area isn't entirely secure yet. Could you kindly organize everyone to the guest room area? My men have already cleared it, while I attend to rescuing the other hostages. Consider it done, Yazzie nodded, turning to orchestrate the crowd's evacuation. Her authoritative presence instantly commanding respect. The throng began to disperse. As Lu Chun prepared to head to the control room to check on Meng Bo, he suddenly heard a familiar, boisterous voice from a corner, tinged with a touch of the mundane. Oh dear, my heart's about to leap out. Look at that corpse. Brain matter everywhere. Oh my. Enough, old man. Keep it down. Lu Chun turned to see a middle-aged man, slightly portly, clad in a floral shirt and black-rimmed glasses, clutching the railing and making a scene. Beside him stood a similarly plump middle-aged woman and 3 daughters, all strikingly beautiful. Uncle Piao and Auntie Piao. I never expected to find you aboard this vessel. Lu Chun called out tentatively. Huh. Uncle Piao blinked, adjusting his glasses. Upon recognizing Lu Chun, a broad smile spread across his face. Ah, Mr. Lu, we owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Otherwise, our family would have met a dire fate today. Hello, Mr. Lu. Auntie Piao chimed in, nudging their daughters forward. Quick, say hello to our benefactor. Hello, Brother Lu. The trio exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with admiration. I'm pleasantly surprised to encounter your family here. Are you all well? Lu Chun inquired with a smile. We're unscathed, just shaken to the core. Uncle Piao patted his chest, but then his eyes glinted with shrewdness. But Mr. Lu, considering this ordeal, shouldn't the shipping company offer compensation? I saw the captain was killed. This constitutes a significant security breach, and we purchased full insurance. Though this has been harrowing, if we could secure a few million in compensation, that wouldn't be too shabby. Seeing Uncle Piao's blend of fear and eagerness for monetary gain, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He admired Uncle Piao's spirit. No matter the severity of the situation, the common citizen always maintained a pragmatic and optimistic outlook. Rest assured, Uncle Piao, there will certainly be compensation, Lu Chun reassured him. Given the scale of this incident, the insurance company will not dare to default. Your family might even find fortune in this misadventure. May your words prove true. I shall treat you to tea once the compensation arrives. Uncle Piao beamed widely. Lu Chun nodded, smiling. Just then, the voice of Xiao Ma crackled through the intercom. Boss, the control room is secured. Meng Bo is currently reporting to the Hong Kong police. However, Xiao Ma hesitated. We've observed via surveillance that another group is heading towards the VIP room. Likely McDonald's backup team, intending to rescue those 30 super-rich individuals. Lu Chun's expression hardened. Those 30 billionaires were the real prize. If they were taken away, this operation would not be deemed a success. Understood. Lu Chun tightened his grip on his weapon, turning to Xiao Zhuang and Tian Yangsheng. Let us proceed to the VIP room. It's time to reap the final wave of goodwill. Chapter 44. The Favor of the Elite Billionaires. On board the Fortune Pill, the upper VIP area boasted a corridor adorned with thick Persian carpets and opulent oil paintings. Yet, this once serene and lavish corridor was now permeated with a nauseating stench of blood. Speak. Where are they? Tian Yangsheng grasped a robber by the throat, lifting him off the ground. In his other hand, a military knife hovered dangerously close to the robber's carotid artery. The robber, paralyzed by fear, had been dispatched to transfer the wealthy, only to encounter this monstrous figure. In mere minutes, he had witnessed how this ghoul-like man dispatched 3 of his comrades with a knife in under a minute. At the end of the corridor lay the Ruby Hall, where the robber struggled desperately, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Don't kill me. I'll talk. Crack. Tian Yangsheng emotionlessly snapped his neck, discarding him as one would refuse waste. Boss, the Ruby Hall is just ahead. Tian Yangsheng shook his hand and glanced back at Lu Chun, who nodded, straightening his cuffs. At this moment, he had retracted the lethal aura he had exhibited in the banquet hall, regaining the demeanor of a refined business magnate. Let us proceed to meet our wealthiest patrons. The previous gunfight, the bloodshed, and even the life-threatening confrontation with MacDonald were merely preambles. The true main course had yet to be served. The 30 individuals confined within the VIP room represented the genuine core of wealth aboard this ship. Among them were tycoons controlling Japan's electronics industry, magnates monopolizing rubber in Southeast Asia, and venerable aristocrats wielding influence over Hong Kong. In this era, these three regions, Japan, Hong Kong, and Southeast Asia, formed the most vibrant economic triangle in Asia. For the Jianghu Group to ascend from a mere Hong Kong entity to a multinational corporation spanning Asia and beyond, it was imperative to unlock this door. And now, the key was in Lu Chen's hands. Adjust your attire. Lu Chen cast a glance at Xiao Zhuang and Tian Yangsheng behind him. Put away the heavy weaponry. We are here to rescue, not to instill fear. Let us adopt the demeanor of professional bodyguards. Understood. The crowd swiftly concealed conspicuous weapons such as the MP5 into tactical backpacks, leaving only their pistols at their waists. They adjusted their collars and briskly followed Lu Chun towards the VIP room on the second floor. The Ruby VIP Lounge. A completely soundproof chamber typically reserved for the most exclusive private gambling sessions, was now occupied by over 30 top-tier billionaires, whose combined wealth could shake the very foundations of the Asian economy, bound to chairs in a state of utter disarray. The president of Matsushita from the east had a shattered pair of glasses and disheveled hair. The Dadak from the South Seas appeared ghostly pale, with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, and Sir Guo from Hong Kong sported a suit soiled with dust. Fear, despair, and rage intertwined in the hearts of each captive. They had come to indulge, only to find themselves as lambs awaiting slaughter. Just moments ago, MacDonald's henchmen had threatened them, demanding an immediate transfer of $100 million each, or they would execute one person every 10 minutes. However, 10 minutes prior, the guards outside received a phone call and suddenly became frantic. What? The boss is dead. Gene has been taken out. What is the point of guarding anymore? Run, grab the cash on the table, and flee. The guards scarcely had time to attend to the hostages before they hastily stuffed bags with the treasures they had just looted and bolted out the door. The billionaires exchanged glances, realizing that while the guards had fled, they remained bound and the door was locked, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Just as despair settled in, a sharp sound erupted from outside as the valuable brass lock was shattered, and Tian Yangyi forcefully pushed the door open. Who is there? Don't kill us. We'll give you whatever you want. The room erupted in fearful cries, revealing over 30 distinguished individuals, typically poised and dignified. Now huddled in a corner, their composure shattered. Some wore broken glasses, others had lost their high heels. All appeared pale, like startled birds. As the door swung open, several timid socialites emitted shrill screams, covering their eyes in fear of encountering armed assailants. Yet, the anticipated gunfire never came. A tall, elegant figure stepped into the room. Silhouetted against the light, Lu Chun, clad in a white casual suit, though slightly dusted with grime and smoke, appeared extraordinarily pure and composed in the eyes of these disheveled billionaires. He bore no weapon, instead extending his hands in a gesture of peace, his face adorned with that signature, refreshing smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the fright you've endured. Lu Chen's voice was soothing yet authoritative, instantly calming the room's palpable anxiety. The bandit leader, MacDonald, has been neutralized. I am here to escort you home. Neutralized? An elderly gentleman with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses, Sir Guo of Hong Kong, trembled as he stood. Who are you? A police officer? No, my name is Lu Chun. Merely an ordinary person, albeit fortunate. My bodyguards collaborated with a faction to counterattack the robbers, causing the rest to flee. I have also contacted the authorities. You may rest assured. Lu Chun. Sir Guo's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition, as if grasping a lifeline. I remember now. You are the young man who just received the Golden Needle Award. Lu Sheng, is it truly you? Indeed, it is I. Lu Chen turned, his gaze sweeping across all present. With his charisma and charm fully engaged, he radiated a powerful aura of leadership that instilled both safety and trust. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is now under control. The assailants in the hall have been eliminated, although a few remnants may still be at large. My team will ensure your protection to a safe zone. As he spoke, Lu Chun waved to the outside. Xiao Zhuang, Tian Yangsheng, and others filed in. Despite their fierce demeanor, Their professional stance and vigilant gazes enveloped the billionaires in an overwhelming sense of security. Thank heavens, we are saved. Oh, I was terrified. Once safety was confirmed, the billionaires' taut nerves finally relaxed. Many sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Some even began to weep. These high-ranking individuals, accustomed to their lofty positions, cast aside their airs in this moment of vulnerability. Dadak Li grasped Lu Chun's hand, tears streaming down his face with gratitude. Young Lu, you are my savior. That gang of brutes had a gun to my head. I feared I would never see my 3 wives in Malaysia again. It's all right now, Dadak. Lu Chun patted his hand gently, offering a bottle of unopened mineral water. Take a sip to calm your nerves. I have taken control of the situation, and the police will arrive shortly. Rather than hastily ushering them away, Lu Chun patiently approached each individual, offering water, assisting in loosening tight ties, or softly reassuring them. In this manner, within a mere 10 minutes, Lu Chun, through timely compassion and formidable personal charisma, successfully planted a seed of gratitude in the hearts of these elite billionaires who had just faced life and death. This trust, forged in the crucible of crisis, proved far more potent than any amount of alcohol shared at social gatherings. Half an hour later, in the safe zone on the deck, when Meng Bo, accompanied by Xiao Ma and Hui Xiong, returned, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. Those once aloof billionaires, who had previously looked down their noses at others, were now gathered around Lu Chun as if he were a long-lost relative, holding his hands and inquiring after his well-being. Even exchanging business cards. Lu Sheng, for all cargo shipments from Jianghu, as long as they're on my Gui's ships, you can have them at cost. I have routes covering all major continents, ensuring your garments hit the shelves first. Lu sang, if Jianghu intends to penetrate the Japanese market, please be sure to contact me. I have a building in the prime district of Ginza that I can rent to you for a flagship store. The rent is negotiable. Oh, Mr. Lu, is that suit you're wearing from your new collection at Jianghu? It hasn't wrinkled at all despite the intense scuffle. The material and cut are fantastic. Once we return, I must take my sisters on a shopping spree. Please reserve some stock for me. Lu Chun stood at the center of the crowd, his smile poised and gracious as he responded to each inquiry. Meng Bo, over here. Lu Chun spotted Meng Bo and waved him over. What is the status? Any news from the police? Of course. Meng Bo wiped the grime from his face and grinned. The efficiency of the Hong Kong police is astonishing. The moment I reported the hijacking of the Fortune Maru, the operator nearly swallowed the phone. I hear it escalated to involve the police commissioner and the governor. If everyone on that ship were to perish, it wouldn't just be Hong Kong. The entire East Asian stock and real estate markets would plummet. They dispatched the SDU, flying in by helicopter. They should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening roar filled the air. The crowd looked up to see 3 Super Puma helicopters, emblazoned with police insignia, swirling above the Fortune Maru, accompanied by a powerful downdraft. Blinding searchlights illuminated the deck, turning the night into day. This is the Royal Hong Kong Police SSDU. Those aboard the vessel, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. The announcement rang out with authority, followed by the descent of numerous ropes from the helicopters. Fully armed, clad in deep blue combat uniforms, the SDU operatives descended like divine soldiers, swiftly landing on the deck. With a decisive demeanor and exceptionally high tactical acumen, he arrived, albeit a tad late, primarily because Lu Chun and his team had resolved matters with remarkable swiftness, yet the spectacle was undoubtedly grand. The deck is secure. The control room is secure. The banquet hall is secure. The commander of the Flying Tigers wore a bewildered expression. They had prepared for a fierce confrontation, with some even having called their families in anticipation of a protracted battle. However, upon arrival, they were met with the sight of lifeless bandits strewn across the floor, hostages casually sipping bottled water and chatting, while only a few stragglers cowered in the corners, surrendering before a shot could be fired. Who is responsible for this? The commander inquired, grabbing hold of a crew member. The crew member, with admiration, pointed to Lu Chun, who was surrounded by a throng. It's that Mr. Lu. He, accompanied by bodyguards and several passengers, eliminated all the bandits. He is even more formidable than Rambo. The commander looked towards Lu Chun, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He certainly recognized this recently ascendant magnate, but he had not anticipated that this seemingly cultured designer possessed such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, the sound of police sirens echoed across the sea. Several water police vessels were encircling the bandits attempting to escape in lifeboats. In the vast expanse of the ocean, these small crafts had nowhere to flee and were swiftly captured. Thus, the hijacking of the Fortune vessel came to a definitive conclusion. 2 hours later, following preliminary police inquiries and evidence collection at the scene, Although questions arose regarding Lu Chun and his companions seizing a substantial cache of weapons from the bandits, the collective testimonies of 30 elite tycoons and hundreds of middle-class professionals transformed the skirmish into a valiant act of self-defense. Sir Gua even pointed an accusatory finger at the troublesome police chief, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu only seized the bandits' firearms to save us. Do you intend to arrest our savior? Do you dare believe I could have you stripped of your badge by tomorrow?" Amidst the police chief's abject apologies, the matter was effectively laid to rest. On the deck, the atmosphere shifted to one of ease following the crisis. It resembled a unique phenomenon akin to the suspension bridge effect. Having collectively faced the specter of death, this group of affluent individuals, who might have otherwise been mere acquaintances, forged a remarkable camaraderie akin to that of comrades in arms. They clustered in small groups, recounting the earlier harrowing events while also broaching business collaborations. Yet, the focal point of all discussions inevitably circled back to one individual, Lu Chun. Mr. Lu, a middle-aged man, camera in hand and a broad smile on his face, approached, declaring, "I am the editor-in-chief of the Ming Pao Weekly. This incident has created quite a stir. You are nothing short of a real-life superhero. I would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. This issue's cover, and even a month-long serialization, shall feature you. I've even thought of a title, Turning the Tide, the iron-willed tenderness of the fashion patriarch." Upon hearing this, several journalists from other newspapers hastened to join the fray, vying for exclusive coverage. Lu Chun, smiling, waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you all for your kind words, but I must decline the interview." His tone was humble yet resolute. "I merely did what any conscientious citizen would do. The real heroes are the police. Moreover, I do not wish for this incident to overshadow the products of Jianghu. If you truly wish to assist me, I would prefer you focus on our upcoming new collection." His words were impeccably articulated, neither boasting of his deeds nor failing to deftly redirect the conversation back to business. This understated yet pragmatic demeanor only served to elevate him in the eyes of the assembled magnates. Truly a man of great stature, unfazed by praise or criticism. Sir Gui gave a thumbs up. "Lu, I have decided you shall be my friend." In the ensuing hours, Lu Chun became the embodiment of good fortune for the gathering. Men approached to exchange personal business cards, promising that any future ventures would prioritize Jia. Women surrounded him, inquiring whether the next season's haute couture could reserve a few pieces for them, with some even placing orders on the spot. Even more audaciously, one matron from the South Seas seized Lu Chun's hand, beaming as she pointed to a bashful young woman nearby. "That is my daughter. Just returned from studying art design in the UK. I believe you two would have much in common. Perhaps you could join us for a meal one day?" "Indeed. Lu, my granddaughter is also single and remarkably beautiful." "Oh, come now. Your granddaughter weighs over 200 pounds. How can she be considered beautiful?" 200 pounds? She can easily shed a few pounds." Faced with this sudden matchmaking tableau, Lu Chun could only smile wryly and politely decline. "Thank you, ladies, for your kind intentions, but I must focus all my energy on my career and cannot entertain personal matters at this time." Furthermore, images of Wan Mei, Sophia, and the young lady who had been casting him glances flitted through his mind. "Moreover, I am already taken." On the periphery of the crowd, Mengbo sat with Hui Xiong and Qing Zi, enjoying a late-night snack. TSK. Look at the popularity he commands." Mengbo bit into a chicken leg. Speaking indistinctly, not only is he wealthy, but he can also fight, and he possesses such social grace. Compared to him, I feel like nothing more than a mere errand boy. You know it. Hui Xiong shot him a disapproving glance, although she feigned disdain. She meticulously wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. "However, I must admit, your entrance into the control room was rather dashing." Indeed." Mengbo immediately puffed up with pride. "I am Mengbo." At dawn, as the eastern horizon brightened, the Fortune vessel, under the vigilant escort of the police, slowly made its way back to Victoria Harbor. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze tousling Lu Chun's garments, he gazed at the increasingly distinct skyline of the harbor island, its dazzling lights appearing to beckon him. Though this maritime venture was fraught with peril, the rewards were equally substantial. Both strength A and perception had ascended to level 5, and he had also acquired the attribute bonus from the City Hunter. More importantly, he now held a golden key that unlocked access to the upper echelons of Asian society. The goodwill of these 30 elite tycoons would ensure that Jianghu could navigate the Asian market with ease for the next decade. As his gaze deepened, Lu Chun pondered. It was time for Garo, this grand ship, to officially set sail. Chapter 45, Jianghu Security. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy, rhythmic sound of impacts reverberated through the spacious training room, the air thick with the heat of evaporating sweat and the pungent scent of liniment. In the ring, Lu Chun stood bare-chested, revealing a physique both robust and unexaggerated. This transformation was the result of strength level 5, with each muscle fiber imbued with remarkable explosive power. At that moment, he donned boxing gloves and unleashed a torrential flurry of strikes upon the equally bare-chested Chen Luojun. Left hooks, right jabs, side kicks, knee strikes. Lu Chen's movements were as swift as lightning, exuding an unstoppable momentum. However, Chen Luojun, the young powerhouse of Kowloon walled city, remained as unyielding as a rocky outcrop. He maneuvered deftly, his arms shielding his head, occasionally using his elbows to block or shifting his body to dissipate the force, effectively neutralizing Lu Chen's powerful blows capable of splintering wooden boards. Strength sufficient, speed adequate, yet the point of impact was misaligned. Chen Luojun, while defending, offered guidance. Brother Lu, your punches are too straightforward. While they are quick, your intentions are too apparent. True lethal strikes must be concealed. One must concentrate their power to explode at the moment of contact, rather than expending all their strength in the act of throwing the punch. Before his words had fully left his lips, Chen Luojun suddenly sidestepped, evading Lu Chen's swinging punch, and forcefully thrust his shoulder forward. Close the mountain. Bang! Lu Chen felt an immense force collide with his chest, sending him stumbling back 3 or 4 steps until he was halted by the ropes surrounding the ring. Gasping, Lu Chen shook his slightly numb arms. Rather than feeling disheartened, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Since returning from Europe, apart from the day he boarded the Fortune Maru, he had dedicated 2 hours each day to endure training here. Although the system had bestowed upon him the physical prowess and reaction speed of a special forces soldier, it felt akin to equipping him with a racing car engine without providing him with the skills of a competent driver. In this world of Hong Kong cinema, true masters like Chen Luojun relied not solely on brute strength, but rather on combat techniques honed through rigorous practice. He was determined not to be a mere brute with no ability to strike a target. Again, Lu Chen inhaled deeply, steadied his breath, and assumed his combat stance once more. In the morning, he practiced boxing with Chen Luojun, refining his close-quarters combat reflexes. In the afternoon, he trained at the shooting range with Xiao Zhuang, learning to transform firearms into extensions of his own body. In this perilous world of Hong Kong cinema, possessing the ability to protect oneself, even as a behind-the-scenes big boss, was always a trump card. Boss, your shooting skills are nearly perfected. Xiao Zhuang, who had been quietly standing at the edge of the ring, approached, handing Lu Chen a bottle of water. Your aim is steady, and your mind is calm. At present, you can hit any target within 50 meters. Further practice would be redundant. Lu Chen nodded and drained half the bottle in one go. All right, that will be all for today. After showering and donning a crisp, tailored suit, Lu Chen settled in the dojo's lounge, accepting a sports drink from Chen Luojun. Just then, the large mobile phone on the table rang. Boss, it's me, Cheng Yan. On the other end, Cheng's voice brimmed with barely concealed joy. I have great news. The hard construction at the flagship store in GD Plaza has been completed, and we are now moving on to the soft furnishings and stocking. Brother Qiao is practically living there, working 3 shifts with the crew, and has managed to cut the construction time in half. Excellent. Lu Chen reclined on the sofa, gazing out at the sunlight. What about the quality? It must adhere strictly to the design I provided. Rest assured, boss. I just visited, and everything is aligned with your specifications. The marble imported from Italy and that lighting design. Wow. I felt compelled to purchase something just to do justice to that carpet. That's good to hear. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Notify everyone to begin the pre-launch. Understood, boss. I will contact the television station and newspapers right away. No. Lu Chen interrupted, his tone taking on a playful edge. Cheng, this time it's different. Since we are pursuing the high-end luxury route, we must elevate our presentation. Television ads? Newspaper headlines? Those are for selling soap and fast food. Cancel all mass media placements. Lu Chen issued the command, focusing all public relations efforts on premier fashion magazines such as Tatler and Vogue, ensuring we secure a spot on the cover. Additionally, produce a batch of handcrafted invitations, utilizing the finest paper, gold foil, and spritzed with Garot's signature fragrance. These invitations will be sent to billionaires, socialites, and those friends with whom I share a life-and-death bond aboard the Fortune Maru. Cheng Yan on the other end paused for a moment before realization dawned. Exclusive circle? Brilliant. The wealthiest ladies are most drawn to this tactic. The more they are kept out, the more they yearn to break through. Precisely. Lu Chen replied coolly. I have already contacted Mr. Matsushita and Dadak Li regarding the site selection plans for our branches in Nanyang and the East. I am satisfied with the proposals. Once the flagship store here on Hong Kong Island becomes a sensation, we will immediately initiate our overseas expansion plan. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Lu Chen had just stepped into the lobby when he spotted Xiao Zhuang leading a middle-aged man standing nearby. The man wore a black jacket, his hair flecked with gray. His eyes weary yet sharp, embodying the essence of a savvy middle-aged man. "Boss, this is my intermediary, Brother C, Feng Gang," Xiao Zhuang introduced, his tone tinged with gratitude. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, assessing the man. In the film The Killer, Brother C was Xiao Zhuang's agent and sole friend. Although greedy, he ultimately stood against the ruthless Wang Hai for Xiao Zhuang, sacrificing himself in the end. He was a flawed yet principled and loyal figure from the underworld. "Mr. Lu." Upon seeing Lu Chen, Brother C swiftly approached, clasping Lu Chen's hands tightly. "Thank you. Truly thank you. If it weren't for your warning to Xiao Zhuang, I would have been done for at the hands of that scoundrel Wang Hai." With Lu Chen's foresight, Xiao Zhuang had managed to rescue Brother C's family and divulge the conspiracy to both Brother C and Wang Donyuan. Wang Hai was now incarcerated in Stanley Prison for drug trafficking and contract killing, never to emerge again. Brother C and Xiao Zhuang were finally free. "It was but a small favor," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Since he is a friend of Xiao Zhuang, he is also my friend. Please, have a seat." Brother C sat down somewhat awkwardly, barely allowing his backside to touch the edge of the chair. Having navigated the underworld for half his life, he had encountered many powerful figures, but he had never met someone as young, mysterious, and capable as Lu Chen, especially one who had just saved him. "Mr. Lu, Xiao Zhuang informed me that you are in need of personnel." Brother C took a deep breath and declared, "Though I, Feng Gang, may not possess grand skills, I have been in this line of work long enough to be well-informed and acquainted with a variety of people from all walks of life. If you would not mind, I would gladly offer my services to Jianghu." Ding. Detected key plot character, Brother C, Feng Gang. Checked in with the film The Killer. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 freedom attribute point. Lu Chen smiled slightly, allocating the attribute point to agility. "You flatter me. Jianghu is in need of talents like you." Lu Chen signaled to Xiao Zhuang, who produced a contract and handed it to Brother C. "Brother C, I have arranged a position for you." Lu Chen explained. "You will join Brother Hao's division, which currently oversees the group's underground financial network. Your tasks will be twofold. First, leverage your connections within the assassin community to establish an intelligence network. I want to be aware of every whisper and movement within Kowloon, Hong Kong Island, and even the entire East Asian underworld. Second, help me scout for individuals like Xiao Zhuang, principled, with boundaries, yet tough enough to handle the job." Brother C accepted the contract, glancing at the salary listed and trembling slightly. The figures were several times greater than what he had earned as a nervous intermediary, and moreover, they were legal and secure. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will get started on the intelligence network immediately." Brother C stood up, solemnly stating, "As for personnel, I will ensure my eyes are keen. I will not allow any ruffians, addicts, or undisciplined individuals to enter." "Good, go ahead. Brother Hao is waiting for you at the company." After seeing Brother C and Xiao Zhuang off, Lu Chen stepped out of the dojo. At the entrance, a brand new black Rolls-Royce Silver Spur sat quietly by the roadside. The car gleamed with an air of nobility under the sunlight, the iconic spirit of ecstasy shining brightly. This was the vehicle Lu Chen had purchased specifically to align with Garot's brand image. After all, a sports car is merely a fleeting thrill. Now, as the proprietor of a prestigious luxury brand, one must possess a vehicle that exudes a sense of composure. Standing beside the car door, Tianyang immediately opened the rear door as Lu Chen emerged, his movements so precise they appeared to have been honed through training at Buckingham Palace. As Lu Chen settled into the car, he relished the embrace of the leather seats and nodded in satisfaction. "Aye, you've been working hard lately." The vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, the soundproofing superb, rendering the interior so tranquil that only the whisper of the air conditioning could be heard. "It's not hard at all, boss," Tianyang replied while driving, reporting that compared to lying in the mud of the South Vietnamese jungle, these days felt like a paradise. Lu Chen chuckled. The once solitary wolves of the Tianyang Seven had evolved since their arrival. Apart from Tianyang, who remained in Rome with Juan Mei and Sophia, the other 6 brothers were now busily occupied. Each day, 3 would rotate as Lu Chen's personal bodyguards, while the remaining 3 were engrossed in their newly established Jia Security Consulting Company. The impetus for this venture stemmed from the unexpected outcomes of the fortune pill incident. Although the wealthy passengers were rescued during that hijacking, they were left with profound psychological scars. They suddenly realized that the exorbitantly paid bodyguards they employed were, in the face of real international criminals, nothing more than pretenders. The Tianyang Seven and Xiao Zhuang, with their machine-like professionalism, left an indelible impression on them. Upon returning to Hong Kong Island, Sir Gua, Datically, and others hastily contacted Lu Chen. even offering exorbitant sums to have the Tianyang 7 provide specialized training for their bodyguards, with some even attempting to poach them. Naturally, Lu Chen would not let them go, yet he astutely sensed a business opportunity. Thus, he capitalized on the momentum to establish Jia Security, not only providing training and education for the wealthy, but also planning to train security personnel for rental in the future. Tian Yangsheng served as the chief instructor, while Tian Yangyi took on the role of general manager, with Lu Chun granting them a 20 equity stake, which deeply moved the 7 siblings, solidifying their loyalty. Remarkably, Jia Security had not even officially launched yet, and orders were already lined up well into the following year. This initiative was not merely for profit. It was also a means to forge deeper connections. How is everything on the company front? Lu Chen casually inquired. Big brother, Tian Yangsheng, is currently conducting short-term specialized training for the first batch of bodyguards, Tian Yangyi replied, glancing at Lu Chen through the rearview mirror, his tone brimming with anticipation. This cohort consisted of elite bodyguards sent by various prominent families, each initially arrogant, but now subdued after being single-handedly subdued by Big Brother. Moreover, Tian Yangyi paused. In accordance with your instructions, Big Brother is selecting candidates from retired Chinese British soldiers and veterans from the mainland to cultivate a true internal guard team for Jia. Excellent, Lu Chen nodded. Better to be selective. Skill is secondary, but loyalty must come first. Understood. And thank you, boss. I never imagined that one day we 7 siblings could earn a living through our own merits. Ha ha ha, then work diligently alongside me, and I will lead you to even grander vistas. Yes. As the vehicle traversed the undersea tunnel, approaching Central, just then, the car phone rang. This was a number known to only a select few. Lu Chen glanced at his phone. The call was from Rome. Raising an eyebrow, he promptly answered. Hello, Arn. What is the matter? Chapter 46. Warning. Hong Kong Island. Exit of the undersea tunnel. The sleek black Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost glided into the bustling traffic of Hong Kong Island like a silent shark. Inside the cabin, the air conditioning was set to a brisk chill, isolating them from the subtropical heat and clamor outside. Lu Chen held the phone, listening to a voice laced with static from across the ocean. Boss, this is Arn. Tian Yangyen's voice carried an unusual lightness. We just emerged from St. Mary's Hospital in the foggy capital of Britain. The specialists here have diagnosed Miss Wan with congenital hypertrophic cardiomyopathy accompanied by mitral valve insufficiency, a very rare genetic defect. Last week, unable to contain her feelings, Wan Mei had confided in Lu Chen about her condition, fearing he would see her as a burden or a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Chen had not distanced himself in the slightest. Instead, he had called nearly every day for the past fortnight to inquire about her health. His genuine concern touching her deeply, yet also filling her with guilt. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the phone. Get straight to the point. Can it be treated? It can, Tian Yangyan replied, allowing Lu Chen to exhale in relief, though he added, however, it is quite complicated. The doctors have indicated that the risks associated with a straightforward surgery are too great, and current medical technology cannot eradicate it. However, a biological laboratory in the UK has recently developed a targeted maintenance drug, which, when combined with minimally invasive valve repair surgery, can completely control the condition. As long as she adheres to the medication and undergoes regular checkups, Miss Wan's lifespan will not differ significantly from that of a normal individual. The bad news, Tian Yangyan paused, is that this medication is not yet mass-produced. It is custom-made by the laboratory and is exceedingly costly. The entire treatment, including the surgical fees, is initially estimated to require 150,000, approximately 8 Hong Kong dollars, 1,150,000. In this day and age, such a sum could purchase 2 luxurious homes on the Peak or buy small factories. For an average person, it was akin to a death sentence. Money is not an issue. Lu Chen did not hesitate for a moment. If it could save her, he would spend 20 million without a second thought. That's what I told the doctor. The voice on the other end suddenly shifted to Sophia. Her tone radiated authority, imbued with the assertiveness of a newly minted countess. Lu, rest assured. The moment the doctor quoted the price, that poor soul turned pale and tried to drag me away, saying it was futile. I was so incensed that I threw a check on the table, demanding he arrange the best room and surgery immediately. Well done, Lu Chen chuckled, recognizing that dealing with someone as proud as Wan Mei required the intervention of someone as formidable as Sophia. However, Sophia continued, but Ame still feels indebted and has been crying. Boss, she is your person, you need to comfort her. The phone was swiftly passed to Wan Mei. Lu Dong. Her timid voice came through, thick with nasality, evidently just having cried. Fool, why are you crying? Lu Chen's voice softened instantly. It's merely 150,000. Do you really think your life isn't worth more than a few pieces of paper? But it's just so expensive, Wang Mei sobbed. That's 150,000. I could never earn that much in my lifetime, and Sister Sophia has already paid. I feel like a vampire. That's not true, Wang Mei. Lu Chun reigned in his amusement, his tone turning serious. Listen, money is inconsequential. It can be earned again. Once a life is lost, nothing remains. To me, you are worth 1,000 times more than that money. Furthermore, you need not bear any psychological burden regarding this expense. Lu Chun glanced at the passing scenery outside. I have already instructed the finance department to transfer 10 million Hong Kong dollars to your account. Rest assured, this is not charity. It is merely an advance on your salary for the next 50 years. Once you recover, you'll be working for me to repay it. Think about escaping? Not a chance. There was silence on the other end for a few moments, followed by Wang Mei's voice breaking into laughter, her tears transformed into joy. Such good fortune is rare, dear Mr. Lu. I will not flee. I shall dedicate my life to serving you, working tirelessly as your humble assistant. Please, focus on your recovery over there. Use the finest medicine and reside in the best hospital room. I await your return to health. Though Wang Mei's voice was soft as a whisper, it brimmed with boundless vitality and anticipation. I understood. The doctor mentioned that the initial treatment would take approximately half a month. Once the first phase of surgery is completed, I can return to Hong Kong to continue the subsequent therapies. Very well, I await your return. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Mei's illness had long been a heavy burden on his heart, despite having a system at his disposal. It could not provide him with miraculous remedies. Now that modern medicine could offer a solution, no matter the expense, it was worth it. Boss, you seem to be in good spirits? Tian Yangyong, seated in the passenger seat, turned around, surprised to see such a relaxed expression on his employer's face. It seemed a worry had been alleviated. Lu Chun tucked away his phone and regained his usual composure. By the way, Yong, has there been any news on the streets lately? As the helm of Jianghu, Lu Chun's intelligence network relied not only on the underground connections of Si Gu and Song Zihao, but also on information gathered through his channels in the mercenary and security circles. Tian Yangyong pulled out a small notebook he always carried, scratched his head, and flipped through it for a while before finally speaking. There is indeed significant news. Hongxing has reached a conclusion. Oh, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Did Jiang Zhan's two sons finish their struggle? Indeed, Tian Yangyong reported. Just yesterday, we received confirmed news that Jiang Tianxing allied with the 12 Hall Masters of Hongxing and pressured the palace during the Xiangtang conference. Although Jiang Tianyang was reluctant, the tide had turned. To prevent brotherly conflict that could lead to the gang's fragmentation, Jiang Tianyang voluntarily withdrew. As expected, the wheels of the plot began to turn. In the context of the Young and Dangerous series, after the death of Hongxing's founder Jiang Zhan, his two sons, Jiang Tianxing and Jiang Tianyang, engaged in a clandestine power struggle for the leadership position. While the film did not depict the details, the outcome was clear. Jiang Tianxing secured his position as the leader of the Copper Lobo Bay, commanding the 12 halls of Hongxing. Meanwhile, the more charismatic Jiang Tianyang took his loyal followers to Thailand, embarking on a venture in arms and banana trade, only to return years later to take control after Jiang Tianxing was assassinated. Jiang Tianxing is quite the formidable character, Lu Chun remarked. Compared to his brother's bravado, Jiang Tianxing resembled a politician and businessman, adept at leveraging rules and balancing interests. Had he not been assassinated under his leadership, Hongxing would have gradually transformed and moved towards a more corporate development. Boss, there is currently a significant reshuffling within Hongxing, Tian Yangyong added. After Jiang Tianxing ascended, he began promoting newcomers. Recently, the prominent figure in Copper Lobo Bay, B, has gained considerable influence. He has taken under his wing several capable subordinates, one named Chun Haonan and another called Shanji. Chun Haonan and Shanji. Upon hearing these names, a playful smile graced Lu Chun's lips. The era of blade and blood, of fiery streets, was finally upon them. Boss, should we intervene? Tian Yangyong asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hongxing is currently undergoing a reshuffle, with many territories unsettled. If our Jianghu security wishes to penetrate the nightlife security business, now is an opportune moment. Am I out of my mind? Lu Chun exclaimed, astonished by Tian Yangyong's naivety. The affairs of the gang are murky waters. No matter how long a lowly mule may mix in, it remains a lowly mule. Jianghu has already established itself as a prestigious brand. There is no need to sully our hands in such matters. However, he quickly shifted his tone. People, however, are worth keeping an eye on. In the world of Young and Dangerous, while most may be delinquents, there are indeed a few rare talents. Have Siga keep a lookout. particularly for those skilled individuals constrained by gang rules who aspire to rise above and lead a stable life. We need fresh blood for Jianghu security. Relying solely on veterans is insufficient. We also require those who understand the rules of the underworld. Understood. The vehicle traversed the bustling streets of Central, and Lu Chen closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping the armrest as he began to outline the upcoming business strategy in his mind. Boss, we are nearing the company. Tian Yangyong smoothly maneuvered the steering wheel, offering a reminder. Lu Chen opened his eyes and gazed through the car window at the imposing glass-walled building that housed the Jianghu International Headquarters. With the ongoing fallout from the Fuguo 1 incident, Jianghu's brand value had skyrocketed. The original two-story office building had long since become inadequate for the ever-expanding business demands. Just last week, Cheng Yin had made a bold move, leasing an entire floor below and securing the advertising space atop the building. Now, the massive Garo Jianghu neon sign loomed over the skyline of Central, shimmering in the sunlight, a symbol of this burgeoning commercial empire's rise. Boss, President Cheng's car is ahead. Tian Yangyong pointed to a roadside parking spot at the entrance of the building. Lu Chen followed his gaze to see Cheng Yin's iconic silver Mercedes-Benz S-Class quietly parked in the VIP spot. The vehicle gleamed, freshly acquired, serving as a representation of his stature as Jianghu's general manager. At that moment, it was lunch hour, and the entrance of the building bustled with hurried white-collar workers coming and going. The Rolls-Royce slowed to a halt, preparing to pull over. Just then, Perception LV5 suddenly triggered an intense alarm. A wave of profound unease surged through Lu Chen, sending a jolt of awareness through him as he instinctively looked toward the end of the street. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of roaring engines erupted like a wild beast. Through the glass reflections of the opposite building, he witnessed a heavy green dump truck laden with construction debris barreling out of the corner at the intersection. It completely disregarded the red light, showing no intention of slowing down, the massive tires screeching against the pavement, emitting a noxious odor of burning rubber. Back away. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he barked the command. Though Tian Yangyong was unaware of the unfolding peril, his instincts as a bodyguard compelled him to obey, and he immediately slammed on the brakes and began to reverse. However, Lu Chen quickly realized that the target of the dump truck was not the moving Rolls-Royce. The frenzied driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, veering sharply towards the roadside parking space. The target was Cheng Yin's Mercedes. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, the multi-ton dump truck, akin to an uncontrollable steel rhinoceros, crashed savagely into the parked S-Class with a force that promised destruction. A bone-chilling metallic screech reverberated throughout the entire block. The luxury car, worth millions, crumpled before the dump truck as if it were a mere soda can. The body was instantly mangled, crushed, the windows shattered into countless shards, scattering everywhere. The dump truck did not relent. It pressed forward, ramming the now-deformed Mercedes for several meters until it was firmly wedged against the load-bearing stone pillar at the building's entrance, finally coming to a halt amid a cloud of black smoke and the grating sound of brakes. Boom! The debris in the truck's bed cascaded down, burying half of the twisted wreckage beneath a mound of rubble. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Passers-by at the building's entrance were paralyzed by the sudden and horrific car crash. It took a full 2 seconds before panicked screams erupted. Oh no! A crash! My heavens! That's Manager Cheng's car. Call the police. Someone help. The Rolls-Royce screeched to a halt 20 meters from the impact zone. Boss, don't get out of the car. Tian Yangyong swiftly drew his handgun, vigilantly surveying his surroundings, while simultaneously pressing the lock button on the car door, perhaps in response to an impending attack on you. No. Lu Chen fixed his icy gaze upon the wrecked Mercedes, his demeanor remarkably composed, asserting, "This is not an assault. It is a warning." He perceived the situation with clarity. There was no one inside that Mercedes just moments ago. Cheng Yin was not in the vehicle, nor had he even descended from the building. Block the escape route of that dump truck. Bring the driver to me. The two men opened the car doors and strode purposefully down. At that moment, the surrounding security personnel and passers-by finally reacted, erupting into chaos. Tian Yangyong approached the heap of rubble directly. The acrid scent of gasoline, mingled with dust and the stench of burning rubber, assaulted his senses. The S-Class Mercedes had been crushed to less than half its original size. Had there been anyone inside, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere pulp. Coughing incessantly, the door of the dump truck's cabin was wrenched open violently, and a bloody driver stumbled out. He appeared disoriented, his gaze unfocused, clutching a bottle that was uncertain whether it was real or a mere prop. Just as he exited the vehicle, he collapsed onto the ground, slurring, "I had no brakes. I was drunk. It wasn't intentional." Drunk? Lu Chen approached the driver, towering over him. Several security personnel from Jianghu had already gathered, attempting to restrain the driver. No need, Lu Chen spoke coldly. Upon recognizing their superior, the security guards immediately halted their actions. Respectfully stepping aside, Lu Chen crouched down, observing the driver who was still feigning madness. His heightened perception allowed him to detect the fleeting glimmer of fear and clarity deep within the driver's eyes. In the broad daylight of Central, operating a dump truck while thoroughly intoxicated, and yet managing to strike only the empty vehicle of the Jianghu general manager? If this were merely a coincidence, the odds of winning the lottery would be far greater. You return and inform those who sent you. Lu Chen's voice was soft, audible only to the driver, yet imbued with a chilling intensity. I will ensure that he personally comes to compensate for this Mercedes.